Gonna need everybody to give me feedback constantly. I'm dealing, of course, with a trick microphone until we get the new one. We've got another one coming my way from Sammy Romero, and we will wait till that arrives before I return this one. Gonna take another trip, which is just a nightmare. Using his scanned, he's gonna send me in the cell phone the code, and I'll try and get them to scan it. That almost broke me in terms of just mental exhaustion, physical exhaustion, going all over the place doing that the other day for V with that electric blanket. We'll see what happens with this microphone. Hopefully not more of the same. Now, let me check the live streaming, see if we're cooking there, so to speak, as my dad used to say. Legal father, the man who raised and guided me. We're 48 seconds in. Let's see if anyone joins. Say hi. We're going to take a quick cycle around. Let's take a look at this. Get everything set up. See if we hear some noise when I bring the video up. Everybody put an upvote because, of course, the first thing the enemy does is they assail us with downvotes to keep us off of any searches. And even though all of that is... Oh, Entertainment Hub says alive and cooking. Yes. Bless you, sir. Thank you so much. Love you dearly. Hugs. And hopefully Tankberry will join us soon. Let's see if I can bring on some other people. We'll take a look around. And, okay. All right now. Going to... see if I can call various people. Let's anchor it on Amy. Let's try Amy first. Okay, it says trying to connect. And this is... oh my gosh, so exciting. It says Amy isn't online. Let's see who else might be out there. We have our friends in Bulgaria, but don't think they're available. Let me take a look at Sammy Romero. My voice is fucking shot already. Oh my god. Okay, Sammy's not available. Certainly there's been something that's been pushed lately concerning my changing the format of the show a little bit. And I'll put that past Peter, the Moon Man, see what he has to say. Oh yeah, David Fitzsimons has got he's got Skype. It'd be interesting to call him and bring him on. Or the real Ian West, Joe Tai. Let's take a look. Who does anyone recommend I call? Well, we got more of a usual certainty in Joe Tai. And I'll say, I'm Ian West.
Hey, dog.
Ooh, God, that's
Hey,
scary.
I'm at work. Can I call you back?
Oh, sure. Take your time. No rush.
Okay. All right.
Bless
Bye.
you. Thank you. Oh my God. Ooh, that was scary. Ooh, what a voice. All right. Let's see now. How about Joe Tai or Sure, add contact. Where are we now? Oh my god. Gosh, did I try the right one? God, there's that other one, which is Ian fucking West. That I thought that was him. Yes. Okay, let's try. Just for the sake of getting somebody to talk with me in the opening hour. It's Joe Tai. That's kind of an opener. Okay. Oh my god, he answered. Well, love you, Joe. Hugs. How are you?
Good news.
Oh, wonderful. What's the good news?
Oh, my son got a pass his promotion test. So
Wonderful. Congratulations.
yeah.
I'm so proud of you. And so, what's his rank now?
Oh, he's a E5, but he passed. He has two more tests, so he can take advantage of his GI Bill. But yeah, he
Wonderful.
passed one of them. So I got a new phone, and he called me the first person to call me today. So
Oh,
a
great.
bunch of good news. How about
Well,
you?
wonderful. Well, how did you get this new phone? What was that about?
I just was looking at a property and I decided I should get a new phone, so I went to Target and got my phone changed.
Wonderful.
So
Yeah, and this is a new phone number as well, or
no, same number, just new phone.
okay.
Yeah,
And
I got to move.
oh, great. Well, congratulations. And then, like you said, the first call you got was your son talking about his promotion. Um, Wonderful. I mean, I'm deeply impressed, and so I'm so excited for you. So happy, and definitely glad to have you on with us to tether the call for the opening hour, and that you had good things to speak of. Wonderful, and there she is. I'm going to try and bring on some other people. Let's see who else we can bring on that might be willing to come on. And aside from that, how have things been otherwise? Have you been working?
It's my day off today, so I went out to uh, go shopping a little bit and a little bit sightseeing, trying to get this property that my friend might acquire, but the plans have changed for the lady that wants to sell the property. So
Mhm,
it's a bunch of nonsense. So
mhm.
I might have to call the mother to find out what's going on because she told me to call the daughter. She's involved with the trust and whole bunch of bullshit. And, it's just going left and right. But this property is a nice property because I know it's occupied by Guan Yin. So,
Oh, wonderful. How do you figure that?
oh, because she had one of these Guan Yin temple masters to come to her property and for her.
Hmm.
So, and she has a statue there that talks to her whenever she loses something. That Guan Yin helps her find the stuff. So that's
Oh,
why I was trying to get Peter Moon to purchase that.
wow, that's cute. That's adorable. Did you talk to him about it?
No, I was trying to when he was talking about Goddess of Mercy, and
Mhm. Okay.
that's but that would have been a nice place for you if you don't have a place.
Right. Understood. Yeah. Well, definitely appreciate it. And well, my dear Joe, we have other people joining us. Everyone from Brendan Zogit to Brandon Young to Samuel Romero. So everybody, I think, knows each other pretty much. Noreen Helphand is saying hi. And
Yeah,
yeah, and so she's typing something. And let's see how she's doing. But in the meantime, since we all know each other and it's kind of a lazy day, was prepared well ahead of time, which was extraordinarily unusual in terms of the technical stuff before the program. Our dear Noreen says, leaving out the door, we'll catch you guys later. Thanks. So, okay. And there we have that. With the rest of you gentlemen, Brendan and I will speak privately later on. I'd like to find out what he gave me a call earlier for. He apparently tried to reach me about something after I was telling him about the potential. Maybe he knows something about these people who were asking me about something. So I'll talk to him about that privately later. Other than that, Brandon Young joined us again, and glad to have him with us. And Samuel Romero, of course, who, yeah. And so everybody say hi. Let's see
Hi,
how.
guys.
Hello.
Yeah, sounded good there. Nice deep voice, Brandon. Very masculine. Brendan and Sammy, care to say something?
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Hey, hope everything's
Hello.
going well with you.
Yeah, I'm on a break right now, just fixing my cup of Joe.
Wonderful, wonderful. And Brendan, how about yourself? You at work or everything? Is this a day off like with Joe? I guess he's on mute, so he'll join us. Yeah. So what is it that?
But
Yeah. Go on, Sammy.
this is random, but I did not know Adderall was another form of cocaine.
Oh,
Someone told me that. That was interesting.
it's not even cocaine. It's a methamphetamine.
Oh, okay.
Methamphetamine, but it's called the poor man's cocaine, is how it's referenced.
Oh,
No,
okay.
but it's a methamphetamine in a sense. It's
Even
just
better,
sort of-
yeah, even better. It's fucking crack. Yeah, it's pharmaceutical crack. Yeah.
Thank you.
So what's your favorite, Douglas?
Oh, well, I'm partial to all kinds of things. I, mix and match here and there. Then before you know it, the world seems like a nice place to live. And
It's
Just
not
don't
like
get
San
into
Francisco.
heroin, okay? Because that's your grandfather's legacy. It'd be
yeah.
a bad idea for you to do heroin.
I don't think there's any biotech industries in San Francisco, so I don't think Douglas would have the luxury of trying out the new stuff.
Well, they do call it Biotech Bay. So what there are some
Oh, do they?
Yeah. It's to replace Silicon Valley, because basically that's our hope is that as Silicon Valley has been completely devastated by the COVID, where everybody's staying home, so nobody's using the office space. So the fuckers are finally realizing that they were only here for prestige, and they can't afford it. So they either can't afford it or are not willing to expend that amount of money anymore for mere prestige, so they're all pulling out. So we're trying to replace them with biotech, but that's been going on for generations now. So
Yes.
yeah, we're slowly moving towards the Biotech Bay concept, and hopefully that manifests. But other than that, the problem with
Right.
San Francisco is its economy is very limited. But go on.
Also, very near and dear to my heart is the Transamerica building,
Mm-hmm.
which not too many people know this, but Mark Twain had the place there. Mark Twain Place. It's a little public park
Wow.
that has been bought over recently by multi-billionaires, and so they're revenerating the whole block of San Francisco there. So it's fascinating the real estate of San Francisco and just how much it really is to live there. It's interesting. It's a brilliant thing. Yeah.
I don't know if brilliant is the word for it. It's
Unique.
Yeah, that's a better word for it. It's a dowager duchess. San Francisco is a dowager duchess, just basically living off of former glory in a sense. But so let's put it this way. I do want everyone to know that the dear and lovely Brooke Gibson is prioritizing her schedule, preparing for her pending employment. And as she seeks a more stable schedule, she can't participate with us at least certainly not tonight. So, or at least not in the opening hour. So there you have that. She's handling things, taking care of things, and everyone maintain her in your thoughts and prayers that everything works out well, considering all the stresses she's contending with in that regard. Now, I myself have been through my share of stresses with just petty stuff that just drives me mad when it comes to the bureaucracy I was talking about. Again, I got onto food stamps, but based on the national average, which is what they use as opposed to regional expense centers like San Francisco, I'm getting... Clarice Claudette is trying to call us. So what I can do is merge the call. There we are. Okay, hopefully that works. It's a missed call, but she was on. Let me introduce to all of you the lovely Clarice Claudette. So Clarice Claudette, this is Mr. Joseph Tai, who the call is anchored on, the academic and educator Brandon Young, Brendan Zogit, quite the academic himself, and working professionally, probably even as we speak, and Samuel Romero, also working and on break, fixing himself a cup of coffee. All of these gentlemen are at your service, dear lady. And that's Joe Tai's new phone with the new ring. Always creepy to me because of an incident that I might speak of later. So, Clarice Claudette, my dear lady.
Can you hear me?
Yes, this wonderful lady.
But you can't see me, right?
No, ma'am, no.
Okay.
But that's fine. Well, we.
Anyway, nice to meet you. Listen, I just called for 5 minutes, though. Just to see how things are going, touch base with you, tell you hello, and that I actually had some good news in the situation with my aunt.
Oh, delightful. I'm so excited.
So, remember how I told you that I have this situation of elder abuse?
Yeah.
Okay, but it's actually her husband who's doing this.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I was able to get some of the documents that I needed signed.
Oh, delightful.
Last week. So, I mean, this is a huge breakthrough, So anyway, I just have to see if later on down the line I'll be able to protect her. But this is kind of a big breakthrough in things that have been going on for like the last 10 years. So anyway, I just wanted to share that information with you because I know we talked about it before.
Yeah, yes. And I'm very excited. I'm just so glad. I was so concerned, and I'm very glad that
Well, it's still not over yet because he still has control, okay?
Yeah.
But the thing is, I still was able to get her to sign documents for like conservatorship and to be able to put the things that I'm working on with the book, the Akkadian Dictionary, into a trust. And with the land that was sold, hopefully I will be able to have things moved into the trust later. Now, right now, he still has total control, okay? And he still moved all of her assets. But, if there's something that happens later, maybe I'll be able to contest, And that's where a lot of this work that we I've been talking about about the book comes in. So I was trying to get in touch with you about that too.
Wonderful. Yes.
To see what's going on, but you busy partying.
Well, it was it's over now. It's over now, and I had to spend a few days recovering, believe it or not, and it was a hard recovery. so
That's why I put in the chat that you need to do partying, TEA. You need to get back to your tea routine.
Yeah, I do, honey, I do, and
you have to take care of your health, Douglas.
Yes, that's right, dear lady, definitely. By the way, I do want our listeners and these gentlemen to know that you have such an impressive background. If you could share with them how you were an archaeologist in the Holy Land.
Did you look at the information I sent you?
Oh, of course I gave it a glance, but I'll give it a much more serious look. Later.
I'm saying, did you look at the information that I sent you that I was working on about like the sites?
Oh, right. Well, not
must be a no.
Right. I will. It's just, honey, I've been so overwhelmed. I'm still trying to take care of some bureaucracy, and as you say, paying attention to my health while trying to get back into, now that I've pretty much, I think, established that my insurance is still functional, despite changes that have taken place that have been massive, tectonic sea changes in the insurance that which ensures my continuous care. I've been, trying to get back into certain things that have been prescribed by my doctor, things that he wanted to do, just to follow up on that one potential transient ischemic attack that I had. Though I'm sure that's wasn't what it was, but nevertheless want to follow the doctor's orders, all that sort of thing. So with everything I've been contending with, trying to get
Well,
back
we
in.
all care about your health, Douglas.
Thank
I mean,
you.
we all care about your health and we all care about your well-being, and we all do our best to try to support you on that, you know?
Thank you, darling. And of course, the lovely Madame Claudette Dehan has provided care
Oh
packages.
no, I dropped Dehan.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
that's the Israeli husband that I had to drop.
Okay. Understood. The one that she was doing archaeology in the Holy Land, and she dug him up, of all things, and then she buried him
Yeah,
back.
that wasn't uncovered, but it wasn't a treasure. It was a nightmare.
Yes. This is the dangers of archaeology. Yes. And
Well, the reason I was asking you, Douglas, is because, we talked about the archaeology, but I sent you things where you had pictures and you had links to some of the things that I was doing.
right. Yes, that's right. All I need to do is look those up. And but is there something in particular do you want me to focus on when it comes to those?
No, I just wanted you to look at it so you understood, because it actually has to do with the work that I'm doing now, okay? Because the things that I did with archaeology and are just actually a background of things that I want to do with ancient medicine. And I also sent you that video about clearing bloodlines, okay? And
Yes.
that's okay. I really want you to listen to that, Douglas, because it pertains to you and your lineage, but it also pertains to the work that I want to do in Louisiana and the work that I want to do in clearing things with this group that later became the Acadians, which is it's one group, but it's worldwide. And basically, the synopsis is people who had to deal with religious persecution, religious trauma, starting in the 1400s and beyond, and having to do with part of things that I believe that you have an understanding of occult things that were going on in those time periods, and how there's still an overlay on how it's still being perpetuated today,
Yes.
and it deals with the body, because it's not only the trauma that's stored in the psyche, but there's also a remnant of other forms of diseases that it causes, and a lot of it goes back to this whole Zion overlay, this,
Yes.
Zion template,
Yes. Yeah.
just like you were talking about in your, I don't know if it was the podcast before last or whatever about abortion.
Yes.
Um, well, just look at the word.
Yes.
Abort Zion. Maybe a lot of those children being born weren't really going to be born into this program anymore, and then there's another higher aspect that wants to destroy people, the feminine aspect, anybody who is going to actually wake up,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
you know?
I thank you. I mean, it's an interesting insight, and I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
because
Yeah.
listen,
Yeah.
even let's break down your name.
Yes.
Douglas,
Yeah.
double glass, divided in a Reich,
Yeah.
okay, in a group. So everything is like a double-sided glass. They want you to look through the looking glass, through the spectrum. Okay, so I'm just saying a lot of the things that you're telling us is giving us a window into another insight of a divided group or an occultic group or some type of way on how it relates to the process that humanity is going through right now. in this war complex,
Yes.
that needs to be cleared out of the body. It needs to be cleared out the land. It needs to be cleared out of the psyche in order for you to regain full power of your own soul and spirit,
Yes.
And the thing is, what you were talking about the breakdown of all those things, if you think about it, Douglas, who would do such a thing? A soulless being, a being where there's no heart, there's no compassion. And that's the problem, is that the heart and love and compassion and joy is taken out, removed out of all, like so many things right now, and they are still using this divide and conquer program, to not have humanity advance.
Yes.
It's been the same thing for like thousands of years. We need to evolve beyond this and not just say we're going to talk about it. That's what I was working on with my programs, is actually doing something about it.
Uh-huh. Yes.
But
Yeah.
I need to get you with the program.
Well, I'll do my best.
I need you to get with the program so that you can portray your aspect on occult political information.
Okay, I mean, I'll help as best as I can. And I appreciate the
You
yeah.
need to be
I mean,
excited. You need to be excited.
yeah, yes,
That's what your listeners, trying to learn from you.
of course, yes, that's right, honey. That's right.
Instead of your beer and Coke concoctions.
Yeah, yes,
You're cooking up crazy stuff.
yes, that's right. So with what the fuel, the diesel that I use, that's the term for the Coke and beer mix. It's usually what fuels me throughout the night. But I do want people to know that unlike what Real Tech was suggesting, I don't wash down my vitamins with that stuff. No, it's I really do drink water. Why,
Why would
Brendan
you wash
Zoget has
your
joined us.
vitamins with it if it's acidic?
Oh no, I said I don't wash vitamins down with it. So Brendan Zoget went off mute, and Brendan, I want to introduce you to Clarice, because Brendan also is very familiar with the Levantine. His descendants come from there. Is everything all right there, Brendan? Oh Jesus. We had this phenomenon with Brandon just the other day. Now we're having it with Brendan. Okay, so there was that, and so Clarice, love. I'm very excited by what you bring up, and we'll do my best to go over some of this and see what I can do. Is as you know, I'm not quite much of a writer myself necessarily, and I'm not quite sure if I'm able to necessarily adapt to some of the concepts that you're dealing with, but I'm certainly will do my best. And
We can talk about all that later, Douglas. The main thing is I just want to see what documents that you can come up with, what your perspective is, and show you what I've come up with too. And I can formulate a lot of the things. I know that you have experience in military occult stuff,
yeah.
and I feel like this is military occult that's been going on from like multiple countries for generations.
Yes,
Weaponized.
Yes.
And a lot of it even from France.
Yeah, yes. That's quite correct. Yeah, much cult phenomena there. Yes. So and that would apply directly to Louisiana. The French culture that's
Yes.
transported.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because one time in your show you talked about the Louisiana Purchase, but the Louisiana Purchase is not only just about Louisiana, and like I said, this is just one aspect of things that happen in the United States. But what I'm working on, it actually happened globally. It's just that the Acadians were able to do something about it. They were able to get their own form of sovereignty.
Yes.
And because
Brendan,
of the
if you could go
Inquisition,
mute. Yes. Thank you. Oh my God.
yeah,
Yeah. So
because
honey,
of the
continue.
Inquisition, I mean, thousands and thousands of people were murdered because they actually were just trying to seek out spirituality. And a lot of the people in your audience, that is what they're trying to do in various methods. So, I mean, still in this day, it's like actually finding your true self is still being under attack.
Yes.
They want everything to be an external source, but it's all connected.
Yes. Yes. So,
You know, and that is part of like the shift that my field in archaeology took.
yeah.
So although like I traveled and I excavated in a lot of different places, you know, they would maybe teach you different things about the text or bring you to different locations, but it wasn't really about the temple and the body and how everything is connected. And if you don't work that out and if you don't understand that, then um, you still remain in that prism paradigm. You know, you don't evolve. We don't evolve as um, a species. You know, you are still in this complex of about a race, and like a race, it's not, we are all different colors. We're
Mhm.
actually, it's not only about a race, and it's all part of the spectrum of humanity, you know. And so it's not about one is better than the other.
Mhm.
You
Yeah.
know, that it seems to be this constant storyline that they want to continue to tell so that you never look inside,
Uh-huh. Right. Right. And and
you know.
and so that's the but you've looked inside and you've decided that our source of strength comes from within. Yes?
It's both.
Yeah.
It's within and it's without, because you do need community. You know, you do need community. We are all members of the earth. So, I mean, we have to protect those things too. You can't just say that you're going to, oh, try to eat organic, but then you don't do anything that's dealing with farming or anything in order to actually try to protect the plant species,
Right.
you
Right.
know? Um, and then like basically what I'm trying to do is not only protect the plant species, but protect actual healing modalities that do affect the body. And it's not like you saying just of a chemical basis that is only coming from the medical company,
Mhm.
you know, like not just like Rothschild medicine.
Mm. Right. Oh gosh, there's Brendan again. Brendan, can you hear us? Oh yeah, I was going to have him kind of tell you some of his experiences in the Levantine, but your work with dietary nutrition, how did that start? Clarice.
Well, it actually started when through this spiritual journey I ran into Almeen, and then the thing is, once I experienced a lot of body trauma, then, and you know, and I did have several different surgeries, then I realized that there was more to it. You know, even in the field of archaeology, I just realized that there was more to it, and there was a connection that the bridge plants were the bridge, and also other forms of mechanical work dealing with the body, cranial sacral, like so many other things were part of the bridge to not only alchemize your body, but like move the body through chi. And it wasn't like through some dogma,
Mhm.
that it actually had to be worked out through the body. And then when I went through all, you know, all like of my experience, especially the experience with Almin, which was um, like spiritual shock and misuse of those powers, you know, this is when I realized somebody needs to create a place that can actually help heal those type of people, you
Mhm.
know. And it wasn't going to be done by just a verbal conversation, you know. There needs to kind of be a place of refuge that a lot of these therapies can be done at one place and one time. And that's part of my work. That's part of my work in restoring the family land that I had with that heritage, but realizing that there was a lot of trauma in the land, but there was also convergence of people who were interested in these same things thousands of, like, or you know, hundreds, thousands of years ago, that converged to Louisiana, you know, and got caught into this battle with the Louisiana Purchase. Um, but like I said, then it was on a mass scale, and then I learned even through my archaeology that it was just a lot of it was still artifacts and text, but it didn't really have anything to do with the map of the body. It might have taken you on the journey, but it wasn't the destination. It wasn't really the treasure on what all that was meant for. And a lot of it was a false matrix. But the problem is a lot of people don't want to wake up to the false matrix. They want to be stuck in it.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
And I mean, I feel like there's a whole generation of people who don't want to be stuck in it anymore. That they want happiness. They want happiness in their joy and joy in their life. You know, um,
Okay. And
and
go
anyway,
on. Yeah. Could you
but
tell us a
that's
bit?
all I have to say. I'm
Well,
not
well,
really
there's
a
so
big
much more.
words
How did
person.
you tell us a bit about Almeen and how you met this individual
Oh,
phenomenon?
the trolls might start attacking.
Understood. So, whatever you feel comfortable
Um,
sharing.
no, but I mean, it's was just a whole experience in people who are waking up, and when they seek other things out, she had all these webs. Like, this is just new age deception, okay? But a lot of people who get involved in that, they might not have had a background in spirituality before. They might just have had maybe some abilities, and because she was speaking that language of light and saying a lot of new agey things, I thought that she was talking about things that were on a higher plane. But then I realized all she was doing was taking a lot of occult information, mixing it, putting her name on it, and kind of using those energies and powers to steal the life force power out of people, and using sexual trauma, sexual abuse, like so many different things. But because her son and ex-husband are attorneys, she felt like she could get away with it. I mean, she totally extorted me and destroyed my life. But this is part of the process of rebuilding.
Yes. Yes.
And I mean, that's why I feel so strongly, Douglas, that I want to help you rebuild your life, because I feel like you have been through those things too. But, I have to put, like, an effort into it,
Yes. Yeah. It
you know?
takes a lot of effort. Yes. It's
Mhm.
so in terms of, I'm glad to see that some of your efforts are paying off.
Well, I felt like it was a big thing to break, like this generational curse
Yeah.
with getting my aunt to sign these things. The problem is she's still under this mind control,
Yeah.
thinking that her husband is doing like these great things because it's almost like a form of Stockholm syndrome, I was telling you,
Yes.
you know? And, but I really believe that a lot of what he's doing are some of these techniques that you were talking about.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name of the techniques, Douglas, but like where they do
Psychological.
that,
Yeah.
right? But where they do that, like kind of mind implanting, where they can like kill people at remote distance, and like I don't know if it was the Japanese or
Jeez,
like certain groups
Bonnie.
that,
Yeah.
the elite warriors
Yeah.
that were kind of like trained in those telepathic maneuvers that mess with the
First
mind.
Battalion. Yes.
Okay, well, see, this guy also served in the military,
Right.
and he's from the Philippines. And
Okay.
I really believe that he learned some kind of techniques like that to fracture my aunt's mind.
That
Okay,
makes
and
sense. Yes.
yeah, and so this is part of the work that I have been trying to do, is like to work to try to get her to remember,
Hmm.
to unlock her awareness. But I can tell that every time that I'm doing things and I'm trying to help her, he psychically retaliates through those mind techniques, because she's very docile. She wasn't docile like that before. And so, um, this is something maybe that you would have more insight into, the techniques of counter. balancing those things. And you see, I can talk to you about the experience that I had, like with Almeen and some of these things, but really, Douglas, because you had more of experience in uh, military and other forms of occult power, what we really need to understand is focus is on the remedy, the counterbalance, because just talking about it is not giving people the actual skills for psychic defense. So it's not only a defense. Now's the time that we need to learn those skill sets to protect your own self. you know
Yes. Yes.
because it's prevalent, especially with the internet. It's more abundant. It's not like it was maybe 20 years ago. People are more aware of it, so they understand more about what's going on. Now I don't know if this guy is using incubus and succubus energies. I know Almin was, but whatever he's doing, it's a total mind fuck is not really the right word, excuse me, but it
It
it's
suffices. It delivers the point. Go.
yeah,
Yes.
but I'm saying, you see, Douglas, because you have been in this field for a long time and you have studied those texts, there's got to be other um, methods that you can teach us to eliminate those things, or to fight against it. And I don't mean fight against it in by using those same occult forces, because for me, that's still empowering those anti-gods,
Yes. Yes. An
you know?
excellent point. Yes.
So it has to go beyond that plane,
Mhm.
that energy,
Yes. That's right.
and those are things that I wish that you would talk about more, because you've been through it too.
Yes. Yes. Certainly, and to an
And
extent. Go on, honey.
but this is part of your mother's legacy. It's not only verbal about words, Douglas. It's about, you have to like tap into that aspect of your bloodline and bring forth those things to help the next generation. Because that's like, maybe it was a dragon lineage or whatever, but there are psychic techniques that maybe you have experienced, or maybe you remember, that can help like the next generation of people who are dealing with this. Because I mean, I feel like psychic crimes are rampant.
Yeah. Definitely, they are. You've got it down, honey. And when it comes to this sort of thing, as well as the kind of voice to skull technology that can drive people mad just by hearing voices that are essentially beamed directly to their eardrums. Or that part of their mind that is audially stimulated. Yes, many things are done. Now, nothing that sophisticated needed to be involved with what was going on with your relation. But this individual from the Philippines could even be working, like Daniel Arola ultimately claimed he was. Certainly shared with me years and years ago, and was afraid to share with other people. He was directly related to the Aquinos, which explains everything as to why he hung out for so long. This individual might be part of that network, truly satanic and in
Hmm.
the involvement. And his military background was more Filipino military than American, but
No,
uh,
no, no. He served in the American military, but he's
okay,
Filipino.
okay.
Yeah, but he's also a Mason, so he probably thinks that he can get away with all this.
Yes, yes, that sounds very.
That's why I'm saying the way that I need to deal with it is also on a psychic level, because he's messing with my Aunt Rita's psyche,
Yeah.
but also her like life force center too. Because even though they're old, okay, she's 80, he's 86, there's still a form of sexual possession involved, you
Yes,
know?
yes.
Um, because I don't know. I feel like he tried to use those powers to suppress her because this happened very fast. Like in the last 3 or 4 years, she's totally not the same person,
Yeah. Yeah, it's the and
you
that's
know?
so sad. That's in what ways has she changed in particular?
Well, also his brother is a doctor and they've been giving her this antidepressant medicine that she doesn't need, like this schizophrenic antidepressant medicine that she totally doesn't need to be on, but he's given that to her so she sleeps all day. So he's been doing a lot of different things to make her docile and use COVID as an excuse where nobody could go visit her for 2 years during COVID, and so he kind of like isolated her, you
Yes,
know?
very common
And
among abusers. Go on.
yeah,
Yeah.
and so the thing is, the reason I'm talking to you about this is because it affects my work. It affects the land. It affects all of these things where
Have you
she's just
considered?
one per
have-
she's just one person that this happened to, but it affects a lot of the things that could be done in healing work,
Yes.
for people who've dealt with spiritual trauma, because she is too old to realize that this in a way is a form of spiritual trauma.
Right. Right. And have you considered calling the Senior Protective Services to investigate the situation?
I will do that later. Right
Mm.
now, like I said, the most important thing is I was able to get those documents signed
Yeah.
last week.
Yes.
Okay. Because I had been working on it really hard. They had been ready since November, but there was never a chance that I was able to get them signed. And the thing about it is, he's living with her. He moved her into that facility and he's living with her. So I have to be very careful
Yeah.
about how I do it because I don't want him to try to really harm her. I
Right.
already know what he's doing,
Right.
you know, and once something happens to her, he's already gotten all the money, you know, and so I have to worry about her safety and just try to do it the right way. That's why all I can do right now is just pray that an opportunity happens, and I can try to work on this psychically to stop him. And the thing about it is, look, I realize a lot of the things that Almeen was doing to me, okay, and her group of people. But at the time, I wasn't strong enough psychically to differentiate or know what the solution was, okay, because it was new to me in order to be under that form of psychic and spiritual attack,
Mm.
okay? And this is why I'm saying where your experience comes in, Douglas, because you've dealt with a lot of people, you've dealt with that yourself, and we now must figure out a way to equip like-minded people
Mhm.
with the ability to try to stop this mass phenomenon. I
Yeah.
mean, this is a mass phenomenon. Like even what you were talking about about the abortion.
Yes.
Who in their right mind would want this to happen? There's a higher group and higher aspect behind this of suppression,
Yeah. Yes.
of like distortion, suppression. It's not only suppression of the feminine, it's suppression of the masculine, but it's suppression of self.
Yes. Yes. And
you know and
that's
and
yeah.
and those women, especially the ones you were even talking about from China,
Yes.
they through their lineage should have been able to be equipped enough with their own psychic capability to stop that, because in generations past they always were, but
Yes.
something stopped the ability of that information to be passed down,
Yes.
like passed down, inherited through the lineage. And this is my aspect, even what I'm dealing with farming, is that there's no fathers to pass down forms to teach um, their children what they need to know about plants, about plant medicine, about nature, about what we eat, anything like that is a dying breed,
Yes. Yes.
you
Definitely.
know?
Hmm.
So,
And you're very astute about all of this. I'm so impressed.
Well,
And
my goal is to hold on to some natural things,
yes,
you
yes.
know?
And so your research is into these organics. What would you call them? Do they fall under a particular kind of field of study? Botanicals, herbal,
If you look
apothecary.
at the things I sent you, I want to deal with every aspect of the body.
Okay. Yeah.
So, it's not only plant medicine, it's other therapies that address each body system. But you could address all the body systems that you want, Douglas. You can eat as many herbs as you want, but if you don't address the spirit and the soul overlay and template, then it doesn't matter. The cycle will just continue to repeat. Okay? This is why I'm working on all of these different areas combined.
Hmm. Yeah.
You
And
know, but I mean, I've done a lot by myself,
mhm.
but it's just I feel like with this one particular thing, if I could get any of your input, then I really want to do a lot to help you,
Yes.
and I want that understanding to be part of your legacy, that it's not only about, okay, sorry, who contributed your sperm, but it's about the information in your bloodline that you need to go back, remember, gather it up, and let's pass it through, where this is another open book of knowledge. It's not a library where it's LIE, brary. No, we need to get back where it was like in Alexandria, whatever, where it's a living library and the knowledge is actually correct.
Yes. Yes. A beautiful
You know,
vision.
it's intuitive.
Yes. Very much so.
It's intuitive, but on an individual basis, because everybody is something different. It's not one thing for everybody. Everybody has a different soul mission.
Mhm. Yeah, they really do. And in terms of yours, it's just so stunningly beautiful. I'm just so glad that you're taking on so much of this, that it hasn't gotten you down. Honestly, your courage in just sharing your familial situation with us is profound. Definitely appreciate it. Go on.
Well, you know what, Douglas? This year, 2023, it cannot be a year of suffering anymore. We have to have laughter and joy, community back into the world, beautiful food, beautiful treatments. And so this is why I'm pressing on you at the beginning of the year, let's not waste any more time. Let's just laugh.
Yes.
You know, we need to laugh. You can't be so doomy and gloomy all the time about all the different Earth events.
Yes. Yes. That's
You
right.
know?
Yeah. Of course. Of
So,
course.
I mean, you have a lot of people who love you. I just need to rein you in where you focus on, you have such a profound gift, if you just remember and impart a lot of the knowledge that's going to help us with, regaining our soul force.
Yes.
You
Uh,
know, I mean, your memories and your blood literally tried to be washed out, but they could not wash it all out. You still have remnants in there. You just have to remember yourself back together.
yeah. And so thank you, honey. I mean, oh my God, you've said it so well.
Okay,
And
the people must agree. I'm sure the people are going to agree,
yes, of course
you
they
know.
do. And and um and of course you've been interacting with them on chat as well, right?
I don't know. I had to turn my phone off while I'm talking to you because on the computer, because I went to get my computer and plugged it in just to talk to you to tell you the good news.
Yes, and I'm so excited
Yes,
by
you're
it.
the only person I'm talking to in this computer. After I finish, I'll pick it up.
Understood, understood. And
Okay? Because, I mean, listen, this situation with my aunt is serious,
yeah,
but if it could be resolved appropriately, Douglas, then everything that I'm talking about can, it can be a whole beautiful world that we're starting, you
yeah,
know?
yeah. And that's right. That's something we should strive for. After all, we'll have a lot
Yeah.
of
And for the
reconstruction.
men out there too,
Yes.
y'all have to bring more beauty into the world,
Yes, that's
you
right.
know, and more
Yes.
creativity, you
Yeah.
know.
Yes. And that's true. Certainly, a lot of creation needs to
And
be done.
stop focusing only on testosterone.
Right, right. No, that's a big issue. That's a big issue. There's just too much of that floating and
Yeah.
flying around, most certainly. So, honey,
Okay.
in the last few minutes we have remaining, I do want you to just say good day to the listeners, but give them some final thoughts, like whatever it is you feel they should be paying attention to out there right now, at least contemporarily for the present time. What seems important to you that they should be um, paying attention to?
Just to focus on your own intuition and notice that the word in it, tuition, yes, it's going to cost you a price. It's going to be a price for you to develop your own intuition. And both you and I have a connection with artifacts, and let's just find out, is it a fact? There's an art that we also need to create, and is this the real facts? Just try to get in touch with your soul force.
Yeah.
Put an effort. And the most important thing is to be love, give
Yes.
love to the world. If not, you are a part of the chaos and divide and conquer. And we don't want to be conquered. We want to be able to conquer ourselves. Just breathe into it.
Yes.
The world is created on circles. It's not straight lines. Nothing grows in straight lines. So I'm sorry, no angel angle is going to save you. Okay? You are going to save yourself. We're all going to save each other, through the power of love.
Wonderful. That's beautiful.
Yes. And
Yes.
instead of thinking about consciousness, think about awareness. Where are you? What is going on? What is going on around you? Where are you? Because we are dwellers of earth. No
Yes.
matter what color we are, no matter what species we are, right now we are dwelling on earth. But we do have to try to tap in, to everything, inside and outside.
Yes. That's right, darling. Thank you.
Okay, there's
Beautiful.
layers of truth. In the library, there's layers of truth.
Yes. So, darling,
Okay,
yeah,
so just
yeah,
touch base with me when you have a chance. I'm waiting on you.
I understand, darling.
Okay, bye, listeners. Support
Yeah,
Douglas the best you can.
thank you, honey, and certainly you have, and my gratitude to you for that, and I'll do my best to follow up. Believe me,
Okay, my
you're
gratitude to
constantly
you
on my
too.
mind. Yes.
Okay, but seriously, Douglas, I
Yeah.
want you to be contemplating what I'm talking about as far as psychic defense,
Yes, honey.
because we need to figure out a formula for this that's not going through the same
Mhm.
lines of the template. You
Yes.
understand what I mean? It's not going to be through the old paradigm.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Certainly something to keep in mind. Yes.
Okay, and listen to those videos and be
Yes.
in touch with me. Don't be a stranger.
I won't. I owe you now, so I'm
Okay.
profoundly indebted. Yes. Love you
Okay,
dearly.
okay. Good night, one and all. I'll be listening
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
until
And
I get too sleepy.
yes, that's right.
Okay,
I'll
okay.
be
Good night.
I'll be calling
Good
you for
night.
the opening hour regularly as time progresses. Just join whenever you can. You know.
I'll
It,
have to just do it whenever I can,
yeah. Yeah.
Uh, so it's not often that I'm actually able to get on my computer and do it. But I mean, tonight it was important because I felt like there was a huge victory, not
Yes.
only for me personally, but just on a global scale of me actually being able to get that done was part of the release of the suppression of the feminine. Because all of these things that you're talking about, it is a form of psychic warfare.
Yes.
Okay. And,
Definitely.
hopefully there's a little dent in it.
Yes.
It was a
Listen.
huge victory for me.
It was. It was. I'm so proud
Yeah.
of you. Bless you.
Okay.
And eventually we'll follow up with that adult protective services on her part if we have to. And
Yeah.
so, darling, mwah, love you
Okay, love
dearly.
you dearly. Your favorite word. Sending
Yes.
love. Okay.
You have a
Okay,
blessed
good
day.
night.
Good night for
Good
now.
night.
And
Bye.
good night, Joe. Say good night to everyone. Or good day. Yes. If Joe's there. And Clarice left us. Joe is, well, we love you too, Joe. I'm going to hang up for now so I can reestablish the call with Peter. Hugs. Take care, Joe. Thank you so much for anchoring that call. Okay? All right. Okay. And with that, we reestablish the call with Peter Moon. There's going to be a tremendous drop in audio quality while I do this. So until he gets back, until Peter picks up, then should be fine. I'm going to hang up. We are, dear Peter. So Peter's with us now, and take it away, dear Peter. So glad to have you.
Well, it's 9 o'clock Eastern time on Wednesday night, February 8th, and I had a lot to say the last two transmissions.
Yeah.
But now, comparatively, comparatively little.
Mhm.
I did reboot my computer just so that I wouldn't have any problems, because you've got to reboot it every now and then, because I leave it on all the time. So hopefully we'll have no problems by reason of that. I think this is what I'm going to start with, is that I began to do a video on the Chinese spy balloon.
Okay.
As a, revealing what the Roswell deception says about this stuff and how it parlays into that. The problem was I was having a hell of a time with iMovie. Now, one of the problems, and all the videos I did, I think maybe not the last three, but I kind of have to shut the whole computer down to do iMovie. It doesn't like it. Maybe I could get some more RAM to bolster it up.
Okay.
But it's like, man, and then it was awkward. It wasn't the program wasn't working fluidly.
Okay.
Which is very frustrating, because then you got to start scrambling for pictures and doing this, and then you got to create a narrative. So maybe we could review the narrative for it. And what I will start with is by let me see here. Boy, things sure can disappear.
They do. They do.
Well, they do and they don't. It's a question of where to find them. But let me see here. No. Okay, I had this. I thought it would show up in the history. Okay, Chinese spy balloon. I'll have it in a second. I mean, I just barely started the narrative. Here it is. Oh, that's not it. Oh, here it is. No, yeah, here it is. Ever since the so-called Chinese spy balloon appeared over the Midwest in February of 2023, it has raised many questions, and while the government and military have tried to keep a straight face, they have been badly embarrassed to their very core. While many reasons and excuses have been offered to the public, no one has dared mention how this aggressive effort by the Chinese was directly inspired by the Japanese Fugo balloon bombs that were unleashed en masse during World War II. That's about as far as I got, because then I got lost in Cyberland.
Well, what we can do is just make certain that later on, when we get into it, you can take a little bit of transcription from what I'll try to do to put it in context. Some things that immediately come to mind before any in-depth analysis. I want people to understand the gravity.
We don't need a super in-depth analysis here. Yeah. We need a 2-minute soundbite.
Sure. Well, a 2-minute soundbite.
Break it into 3 2-minute sound bites, because this is the attention span of the audience.
Yeah. Well,
this is. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
We don't want inspired. We don't want intellectual renditions, because people aren't at that level.
Okay.
But go ahead.
So at the operational level, the important thing to remember to comprehend the gravity of this situation is that China's spy balloon was 200 feet tall and carried a payload the size of a fucking jet. And this was all over the United States for 8 goddamn days, over a week. And there was nothing the American military could do to take it down. When a jet finally took it down, it was also confirmed by the commander of the North American Air Defense Command that they had no idea whether the AIM 9X or 9 times AIM -9X Sidewinder missile would even work at that altitude on the balloon. Now, the lunacy of all of this was that Biden had ordered it shot down, and the military said they could not. The excuse was that the debris would kill people. And the debris, of course, covered a massive area. It was, you're talking about more than 15 football fields by 15 football fields. It was spread across nearly a mile. So they really thought that just taking it out would kill people. But we're talking about a balloon that was all over the emptiest parts of the United States. Alaska's Aleutian Islands, the emptiest parts of Canada, all the empty northern states. So that doesn't wash at all. And then when it finally was shot down where it was off the coast, the sailors retrieving the balloon, it was an exact deja vu echo of their retrieval of one of the balloons that was shot down from the aero dreadnoughts over Los Angeles in the Battle of Los Angeles, where they had to retrieve one of the composite balloons from the sea. You see sailors doing that with this balloon, and even though it's nowhere near the size of the Japanese balloons, it's large enough where it's significant when they're pulling it in. It's like a kaiju or a greater cryptid jellyfish. This is like something that I think, at least for now, puts it into some perspective. And I'll go deeper later. There we are.
Okay, well, basically, you said 200. You said it was like 200 feet in diameter, the balloon.
Oh God, yeah. We're talking about something that is the size of a tall building. It basically this is enormous. It's over 200 feet tall. It carried a payload the size of a regional airliner. So you've got
Not the way it was described when I heard it on the news, but I'm not saying that's the way it was, because I have no idea. That's just what they said. It was about, I think, 40 yards.
Oh no, they were lying. They were trying to prevent a panic. At this point, they have to basically tell the truth, because the evidence, well, it's self-evident. It was shot down over the coast of South Carolina. There were too many witnesses.
Yeah, 200 feet tall, it says here.
Yeah, and you're talking about a payload the size of a regional airliner that testifies to the balloon superstructure, and the hardware weighed in excess of a couple thousand pounds. So you're talking about this is something that the communist Chinese are trying to hide by saying it was a civilian airship. So what they're saying is that this is something equivalent to the aero dreadnoughts. This is like what they're alluding to by what they're saying. This goes directly back to our book that the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, are trying to play off of. You see, the Americans were totally helpless. If the Chi-Coms had wanted to disperse biocidals with that baby, they could have done so. And this was just part of an enormous fleet that the Chinese have. They've been doing this for years, and they've mapped the air currents, and this was how they could control where it went. So it's this is all harkens back to the Japanese efforts that the Chinese are merely emulating. So that's the operational nature of what we're talking about. When it comes to again where it was sank, it was in waters that were only 100 feet deep. That means the balloon itself became a literal hazard, meaning that small speedboats would collide with it and people would die. So the Navy and the Coast Guard had to basically get in immediately to trawl that shit up because in the heavily trafficked waters it was in, it was going to start killing people. So we're talking about something that was obviously preferable to any satellite in terms of the message that they were delivering. And this was definitely intentional. It's not something like extreme cold weather in North Asia disrupting the balloon's course. You're talking about thousands of people on the ground that were witness to this 8-day jaunt. So when it comes to the inability of the Americans to do anything about it, this is exactly what we were talking about with the Roswell deception. Your military is completely impotent. This is not something that they have any capability of contending with. And as the commander of NORAD confessed, he wasn't even sure if the missile would take it out that they ultimately did deploy. So it's, you know, beyond all that, this is a wake-up call for America. This should be to Americans what Sputnik was.
It has been described that way. Now, I have a question. It says here, it says here that it was powered by solar panels, and it had some steering mechanism. Do you know what the power was, or if that was the case, and did it have a steering mechanism?
Theoretically, it should have. If what they say is true, then the Chinese, by the way, by that I mean if the Chinese cover story is true, which they're saying only for the sake of diplomatic facade, then it would be one where they lost control of the mechanism that would steer it. As for solar power, of course, why not? That makes perfect sense. The balloon's large enough where it could work off of that. So, yeah, why not? And they pointed out that this was happening all the time during the Trump administration, but Trump was never informed, is what the U.S. military finally came out with. That's, again, that demands even more questions. Why would the Pentagon refrain from informing him? It's just question after question. This story is not, it's a lot bigger than it seems. So go on. Yeah.
Well, exactly. And I know he gave a speech last night, and he was very cocky and sure of himself, and apparently it went over pretty good with his constituents. Of course, it didn't go over well at all with the Republicans. In other words, the press. I heard, some of the I think it's Joe Scarborough, I think, who was, saying, this guy's really sharp. It's like, Biden, he knows his stuff.
Oh, my God. Well, to put that into some perspective for people, just kind of a reiteration here to show people the gravity of the situation. Biden tried to make himself look tough by saying he had ordered the balloon shot down, but that the military officials argued that doing so would be too dangerous for the people on the ground. This is a reiteration. But understand again how little sense that argument makes when that balloon was over empty areas of the United States in the Aleutian Islands, Alaska, Idaho, and Montana. Yet they just let it take its course from Idaho. I mean, this balloon drifted across the United States, starting in Alaska, then into Canada, then from Idaho, all the way to South Carolina, with Republicans saying the Biden administration is refusing to take it down, and yet the commander of NORAD, North American Air Defense, was confessing they didn't even know if they could take it down. So they waited till it was away from land because they knew it was so enormous that when it was blown, that could have bits and pieces that would literally fall on people's heads or collapse roofs or take down telephone poles and start wildfires. So they waited until it was off the coast of the United States before taking it down. Now, all of that is a hell of a risk if it was weaponized, but it was obviously a warning, a trial balloon in the most literal sense, because when the Chinese, if they truly launch an attack, it's going to be at the very least hundreds of those balloons. And again, your military will be completely impotent in stopping them. So this is the way the Japanese won the Second World War. It's the way the Chinese will win the Third World War if no one takes on my advisement in the upper levels of American administration. So Peter Moon, of course, will do his best to try and bring it to the attention of anyone he can, in the hopes that someone will respond. Definitely, people need to start reading the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, because the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, particularly Xi Jinping, most certainly have. So, yeah, take it from there.
What do you know about what was in the payload?
In terms of what they retrieved, it's got to be an intelligence bonanza. If it truly was doing any spying at all, or had an experimental, say, for instance, dummy dispenser. Say, for instance, it's a dummy dispenser just to see how much aerosolized, harmless water it can distribute over a large area, just to see how they can distribute biocidals, then the Americans will have that. If it's simply some kind of spy equipment, the Americans will have that. Now, since the payload weighs thousands and thousands of pounds, it's got to be loaded with something. I don't know what it is, but whatever they find out, I doubt they're going to share it with anyone. Basically, this is truly a cause for lack of a better word, if you're just an average civilian, this is cause for panic. You have no reason to trust your government. You've got these completely contradictory stories, like what emerged from the Washington Post, which reported that, the Pentagon knew of past Chinese surveillance balloons near Florida and Texas. I mean, consider that for a minute. Near Florida and Texas? And what does near even mean? Were the balloons over those states? Were they offshore, but over United States territorial waters? Well, the Pentagon's not going to tell you. The Defense Department's not specific at all where in each state the previous incidents occurred, because this will expose how they lost World War II. Basically, these balloons weren't even, shall we say, detailed as to whether or not they made it into United States airspace, which extends 12 nautical miles from the shore over any United States territory, such as Puerto Rico as well. That's an important distinction. So were the previously undiscovered, quote-unquote, balloons over United States territory or not? Certainly the Chinese copped to sending a bunch of them over Latin America. So at this point, by way of the American home front, nothing is clear. But we need answers. We've got how would we say this? All of the partisan bickering has got to stop. This is a national security issue that is the functional equivalent of the mothership from the alien galaxy coming into our atmosphere.
Well, if that were true, which they like, that's a familiar theme, there's nothing you can do about the alien mothership. There really is nothing you can do about it except submit.
And that's what happened with the Aero dreadnoughts that the Japanese deployed. This is why we're in this situation that we're in today.
And you're right. The problem is there are very few people who actually knew about the submission.
Thank you.
And that's the funny thing. It's like all this is behind the scenes. Now, I'm going to, this is I guess what you call potential publicity bonanza, but people are just so good at maintaining stupid memes that it's hard to break into it. That's why I want to do this video. But anyway, the Associated Press on February 5th wrote an article, "Suspected China spy balloon is surprisingly large. what we know about it. And it just gives a diatribe that's pretty generic. But what I'm going to go down into the end of the article where it says spy balloons have a history. It says here the Pentagon's writer confirmed there have been other incidents where balloons came close or crossed over the U.S. border, but he and others agree that what makes this difference is the length of time it's been over the U.S. territory and how far into the country it penetrated. Chinese surveillance balloons have been sighted on numerous occasions over the past 5 years in the Pacific, including near sensitive U.S. military installations in Hawaii. The high-altitude inflatables serve as low-cost platforms to collect intelligence, and some can reportedly be used to detect hypersonic missiles. During World War II, Japan launched thousands of hydrogen balloons carrying bombs, and hundreds ended up in the U.S. and Canada. Most were ineffective, but one was lethal. In May 1945, 6 civilians died when they found one of the balloons on the ground in Oregon, and it exploded. In the aftermath of the war, Americans' own balloon effort ignited the alien stories and lore linked to Roswell, New Mexico. America's own balloon effort. Now, you could say that's true because the balloon effort that they tried from Tonopah Army Airfield was America's effort in a Japanese dirigible. So you could say that part's true, but it's misleading. According to military research documents and studies, the U.S. began using giant trains of balloons and sensors that were strung together and stretched more than 600 feet as part of an early effort to detect Soviet missile launches during the post-World War II era. They called it Project Mogul. One of the balloon trains crash-landed at the Roswell Army Airfield in 1947, and Air Force personnel who were not aware of the program found debris. Air Force personnel didn't exist then.
Thank you. There
was no Air Force until afterwards.
And
that you could say Army Air Force, maybe if you wanted to, but they didn't say that. So the unusual experimental equipment made it difficult to identify, how could it be difficult to identify? Leaving the airmen with unanswered questions that over time, aided by UFO enthusiasts, took on a life of their own. The simple answer, according to the military reports, was just over the Sacramento Mountains at the Project Mogul launch site in Alamogordo. In 2015, an unmanned Army surveillance blimp broke loose from its mooring at Aberdeen Proving Ground in Maryland and floated over Pennsylvania for hours with 2 fighter jets on its tail, triggering blackouts as it dragged its tether across power lines. As residents gawked, the 240-foot blimp came down in pieces in the Muncie, Pennsylvania countryside. It still had helium in the nose when it fell, and state police used shotguns, about 100 shots to deflate it. This is just, at least they're mentioning the Roswell connection to it. It's very, disingenuous that they just don't know what they're talking about. But this is what we would expect. Are these Chinese balloons? Are these Chinese balloons powered by hydrogen, or is the lift hydrogen?
No, I don't know, to tell you the truth, but I would presume so. The reason I would presume so is because there's nothing else that really makes sense. First off, they would model it on the Japanese model, just the way the North Koreans were using the Japanese atomic bombs as their production model for everything that they've been producing ever since, which is why they produced World War II era nuclear explosions for so long, and have only now recently been trying to ratchet up beyond that. But it couldn't be helium, because the helium is something that America has, for all intents and purposes, a monopoly on. So when it comes to the Chinese, they would have to be using hydrogen, because it would be what's available to them. With your work with what's available. So
it's a lot more effective. It's just a lot more dangerous.
That's right. But supposedly, there were no pilots in these balloons to take that risk. So it's almost certainly hydrogen combined with some solar power to add for powering the mechanisms of what it was in the payload, presumably. And you've got that. It could add to the propulsion as well. The altogether, the hydrogen is the answer because, as Peter says, much more powerful, much more potent, much more dangerous is the side effect or the drawback. But when it comes to helium, yeah, it's basically that's an American monopoly, and the Americans have wasted it all anyway. The Americans expended on party balloons. And it takes millions of years to produce, and so when we're out forever. You can artificially try to synthesize it, but it's so hellishly expensive. It's like the chemical alchemy that we can turn lead into gold, but which is the fact. We can do that scientifically, but it requires platinum, which is an element that's more expensive than gold itself. So it's the same thing with hydrogen. You can produce it artificially, but its cost is prohibitive, insanely so. So what we have is naturally produced, and the Americans have expended it all on children's party toys. That's the madness of America.
I had no idea that the helium that they use for that is so, is challenges that, makes a scarcity of that. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's the madness of America. They have a strategic asset, and they just blew it all away, just quite literally on children's party toys and people inhaling it to make themselves sound like Donald Duck. So it's there you go. And for every inhalation you take of that shit, you're taking, like, to create one atom of helium takes like millions and millions of years. You may as well be sucking a dinosaur's ass. I mean, honestly, this is the kind of madness that when I look at America, I'm in an insane asylum. And so that's reflected, of course, with what we're contending with. We need you, the listeners, everyone in the chat room, to spread the word about the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II, and to tell people about how directly it's linked to the Chinese spy balloon, what the enormity of all this means. The fact that the Chinese certainly know how the Japanese won World War II. They're going to emulate them to win World War III. The only way that we can fight this is to make the public aware of the fact that they lost World War II. And then, of course, we can afterwards rehabilitate the military to basically actually fight a war rather than lose one, which is all they're fit to do. Everything that the Americans are laughing at the Russians right now for, where the Russians are basically fighting World War II and therefore they're losing their ass, the Americans are in the same boat. They are operationally still fighting World War II and they're still losing. This is kind of like what's going on in Ukraine, except it's here on the American home front, but it's the Americans are in the Russians' role, where it's just a giant fail. I could go on, but the message is clear, and Peter can take it from here for a few minutes. And, just glad that Peter's addressing this and understands the opportunity it presents to at least explain the gravity of our book and why its meaning is so important to our world today in the most immediate sense. Urgent in the most urgent, and emergent in the most emergent sense.
Well, yes. I understand. And what I talked to a customer today, just not something I do all that often anymore. But they wanted to, actually, and I got a contact from somebody else. They wanted to know, what books do you have? What's the new book? And also, before I do that, I also read another letter from one of the customers, JP. JP, I'm not going to say who his name is. He likes to go by JP. he says, "Was that you who you were referring to me?" Because he had asked about the slant board, and of course, yes, that was you. The slant board that I stand on, and I can't help you with that. I do intend to write you a letter back, but I don't have a lot of time for corresponding. But I will write you a letter back, hopefully in the next couple of days, and to arrange to get what you want. But he mentioned that he wanted to, pay for your book, the one that's being written. So we have one customer. Well, we have more than one customer, actually, to tell you the truth. But there's been other people who responded. But I'm not going to take any money until I finish the book. This is a nasty habit that authors fall into in this genre. I remember Stanton Friedman when I met him in Burlington. Met him twice, and he was talking to me about William Moore. Of course, William Moore is the guy who released the MJ12 documents in the book. I think what's it called? Whatever it would, I don't know. But William Moore, and of course these documents are what you could say they want to make you think that there were aliens. But he said that William Moore was taking money from people to send them something. I don't know if it was those or whatever. And he said that he told him, he says, you can't be taking people's money and not giving them what they asked for. It's not right. I mean, Stanton, for all of his faux pas, was, talking about common sense business practices. Right. And he told me William Moore said, well, I need it more than they do. That is the insanity of the man who was the focal point of releasing the MJ12 documents.
Thank you.
Also shows what low caliber people participate in this stuff. Yeah. Another customer had actually was asking what book, and I told him the book that I'm working on now. And he said something about he didn't really quite remember it. He had the book, but he hadn't quite gotten on board with it. He hadn't read it. He's been a customer of Skybook since the beginning, but he just really hadn't. He gets the newsletter which writes about you. He hasn't twigged on who Douglas Dietrich is. Right. And then he mentioned something about Jim Mars. He says they got to him. In other words, they put him away. And I explained to him that, Douglas Dietrich has completely dissected Jim Mars from being anything but credible.
Thank you.
And he says, well, that's his opinion. So, you see, people are, it takes time. It takes time before all the world learned about electricity or used the phone or drove a car or cell phones. People are still cell phone challenged.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say when it comes to something to emphasize about this, again, a point to be made perhaps by transcribing it later is that I'll certainly timestamp, to the best of my ability, the general areas of where we address these topics. But it's simply so resonant of Roswell that the debris from this balloon was, by the U.S. military measure, 15 football fields by 15 football fields. I mean, you just think of just how the different parts of the craft at Roswell, the Aero Dreadnought, the plane itself that it was delivering, the Manta bomber, all of these going in different directions and just spreading all over the place, causing the enormous debris fields that they did. Plus the bodies that were everywhere that were sighted. Basically, you've got this huge white surveillance device. And when I mentioned those empty states it sailed over, there's one thing that they're full of. They're all full of sensitive military sites. So this balloon directly covered the majority of sensitive military sites across America before the military had to wait for it to leave the United States to take it down. This represents America prostate. This is, again, so reminiscent of how America lost World War II. I mean, they've lost World War III before it even began. This is very similar to when Hirohito sent the single balloon bomb to take out the Hanford Dam and shut down the Manhattan Project for 72 hours, just to show the Americans he knew everything about what they were producing, right down to where their power sourced from to produce it. So this is the Chinese challenge at this point in history, and the Americans have completely backed down. They've completely, just as they did in World War II, for all intents and purposes. Again, these people talking to Peter about the next book, what we definitely need to do is use the next book to remind people that there was a first. But beyond that, the more immediate challenge is, again, to all our listeners, this is a national security issue that I think most people find simply bemusing or even amusing. I mean, you can see the humor in it. And most people say,
well, it's a great mystery. It's a great mystery to people. Like, what wall is this coming off of? And then if they had those who are familiar with the book will ask leading questions because they say, oh, wow, what's this? And so,
well, I think really what it takes is almost like an appendix, because the fact remains that most people don't draw those kinds of connections. Really, most people don't have the capability. They don't have the training to draw connections.
It also takes an exercise, even for me, it takes an exercise of the mind, to put it all together and piece together an article, because it does require thinking. And of course, it's my job to do it. So if it's not people's job to do it, they're more interested in, what's going on at the Grammys. We should address that. And I have something. I'm going to try and address. Aaron has some questions.
Sure.
That I will try and address later. But with regards to the Grammys, now I have not watched the Grammys, and I never was a big fan of the Grammys in particular. But what the last Grammys I remember seeing, the two things I remember about the Grammys was, one, the last time I ever watched it was Snoop Dogg coming out and, pulling his pants down around his ankles and walking across the stage. I go, what the hell is this? I don't understand it. It didn't, I just said, this is something other than, what it should be. And why are they doing this? But anyway, and of course, wearing your pants down is this began in prison. It's like you pull down your pants, or you wear you show your crack. It's to say, hey, yeah, like I'm here for you, man. I'm here for you, buddy.
Right. It's basically offering your ass in prison. Yes.
Well, yeah, and people don't always realize that. So when my knee was a little challenged with a strained meniscus, and I was being the referee when we play football, as I went out there every week and ref the games. They were competitive games, there was the league games and stuff. And anytime somebody's shorts would fall down and show some of their crack, I'd throw the flag and I'd punish them. I'd say 5 yards for showing too much crack, There was no actual penalty, but, it was designed to get a laugh. But in any case, that's when I stopped watching the Grammys. Not that I was that attracted to it. I mean, it's not going to happen. And then I remember my friend Greg. He used to work at a limousine company where he was a manager, and they'd be busy as hell during the Grammys. They'd have to get limos for all the celebrities
Yeah.
that didn't have their own limos. They'd call in the limo company. But other than that, but there was supposed to be, I mean, it was all this satanic stuff that I heard. I didn't watch. I can't even tell you it was satanic. I had a friend who watched it and told me it was satanic, but all this, BS. Did you see it or see any clips of it?
I confess I'm of the same attitude as yourself, and I didn't really feel it was worth my time. Now, a lot of the Blood Boys I know were amping up for it, but it was fortunately after the Asian Lunar New Year was drawing to a close. So if they were watching it over the last few days, I definitely had been blessed to miss it. Is all I can say. I understand that there was a lot of controversy, that somehow people found what had happened to be offensive. So it had to do with the individual you had named, who I'm no particular, if I don't know him at all, basically. I know of him, but nothing about him really, because nothing about him really interests me. Whatever observations you have, I feel that you're the man to turn to tonight for that.
Well, it's I can't imagine anybody actually enjoying that stuff.
Thank you. I think that's the best Peter and I have to say on it. The one thing that I will say that I think is so important to emphasize when we talk about the similarities between the Roswell, World War II, this latest incident, certainly basically all aerodynamics experts or aerospace experts would concur that one of the main reasons a country would choose a high altitude balloon over a satellite is because it's so much cheaper than a satellite and doesn't need a rocket to launch it. Because I got these emails coming in about why the Chinese weren't using a satellite. Of course, that wouldn't have delivered the same message. And the point is that this was indeed a threat. It was meant to blow up Blinken's trip to China because Xi Jinping didn't want to confront him, because he was going to ask the Chinese to tell the Russians to pull back. But let me tell you something. There's a quote from Blake Hertzinger, who's a former Navy intelligence officer. He's a current non-resident fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, but I need to contextualize what he says, because otherwise what he says won't make any sense to people. It's a short quote, but I do want people to understand that aside from the low cost is why the Japanese were using balloons, and this is the cheap way to win a war, and therefore it's the intelligent, strategic way to win a war. And just think how the Vietnamese, quote unquote, won in Vietnam, and why would not the Japanese be able to do them even better? Now, the spy balloons, as we wrote in the book, The Roswell Deception, we talk about how high in altitude the World War I dirigibles went, to the point where no British plane could intercept them, and to the point where their own crews would freeze to death. So you're talking about spy balloons. Believe it or not, they're almost impossible to detect because they soar above the range of most planes even today. So understand that this balloon, like so many of them, with its surveillance devices, can sail as high as 100,000 feet, which renders it untouchable to any country that may want to shoot it down. That includes the United States. Now, at one point, U.S. officials have confirmed that this Chi-Com balloon was traveling of an altitude of about 60,000 feet. Now, that's well above the limit for commercial air traffic. A United States Air Force F-22 fighter jet could only shoot that goddamn balloon down on Saturday afternoon off the South Carolina coast because at that point it was low on the horizon. That would not have been an option had that balloon been at high altitude. So that's the context for this guy saying balloons are a lot cheaper and you don't need a rocket to get them up there. If a balloon gets popped, it's less of a big deal than using anti-satellite weapons, which we typically frown upon. If that balloon had been at 80,000 feet, an F-22 can't even reach it. As an example, and ground base, SAMs, he's referring to surface-to-air missiles, could never touch it either. So you're still in someone's airspace, technically. You're not in space, but you're up pretty high, and you're invulnerable. That was the Japanese aerodrome dreadnoughts. Invulnerable. And they could have wiped America out. This is why Hirohito authorized a number of them to surrender themselves, so the Americans knew they lost the war. Again, it's your war. You've got to fight it. If you want your children to inherit a better world than this, you've got to make everyone around you realize America lost World War II and that it's going to lose World War III unless you read my goddamn book. Now, that's the most forceful sales pitch I can imagine. Send a copy to your congressman. This is what you've got to do. You send a copy to your congressman today. This is life or death for your civilization. We may have a world where the communist Chinese, as desperate as they are, up against a wall, population crashing, cut off from the chip market. It's not just that Taiwan produces 90% of all the high-end semiconductors on Earth. Communist China buys over 50% of them. If they're cut off from the chip market, they're going to collapse. What's their solution? Conquer the United States. If you're going to go down, take them out first, and then you inherit the earth. We're at that position right now. This could happen any day. Get the goddamn book and send it to your congressman. Tell them, give them a link to this YouTube episode tonight. Tell them how serious the situation is, and there's only one man they can turn to who knows the full story of what's went down before and what the hell's going down right now. I'm sorry, Pete, take it from there.
Well, I don't in any way mean to discourage what you said, and I would recommend people do exactly what he said. However, I want to point out that the congressman, newly elected congressman from my district, George Santos, is probably the most famous. He's getting more press than any congressman since AOC. But his press is much more negative. It's so negative, it's almost becoming a positive in terms of entertainment value and Teflon deflection. George Santos, it's an article in Vanity Fair. It says, George Santos, 11 most absurd lies and cons that we know about so far. From bilking a homeless veteran out of money raised to pay for a sick dog's surgery. Goes to the homeless veteran. Oh, my dog is sick. To claiming he had employees who died in the Pulse shooting. These are the most shameless lies and scams the newly elected congressman has told that have thus far come to light. He claims he won gold at the '76 Olympics. He said quote, George Santos says he discovered the cure for polio. George Santos told voter he fought in the Revolutionary War. If you open up the internet today and saw any of these headlines, you probably wouldn't be surprised because that's where it says that's where we are these are absurd things that couldn't have taken place, but they said this is what you would expect. It says, first, it was revealed that he lied about where he went to school and the companies he worked for. Now, on a nearly daily basis, it comes out that Santos, who has defiantly refused to resign, has not only apparently lied about his biography and resume, but engaged in deeply sinister, possibly criminal behavior. Now, I don't know why they would think that somebody who lies is attached to crime, but somehow they make that conclusion. And in response, Republicans in Washington have rewarded him with actual positions of power. Now, I would not blame them for being Republicans in doing this. I would blame them for being politicians in doing this, because this is what politicians do, just like they did with Bill Clinton. You know,
Yeah.
So anyway, as it's clear, the next 2 years will be spent regularly learning that the representative from New York has basically never told the truth about anything and ripped off a whole bunch of people in the process. It seems important to keep a running tally of his most ridiculous lies and deceptions. It's, you can't keep track. It's like, this is why I'm reading it, because I don't even, know anymore. You hear something every day. As Santos is clearly one of the shadiest people ever to be elected to Congress, and I doubt that he's the shadiest, because, the shadiest ones you don't find out about. It says, which, given the people who have been elected to Congress is saying something, it will undoubtedly be updated potentially by the hour. It says, is there anything more vile, effed up, and shameless than claiming you had family members who were hunted by Hitler as he systematically murdered 6 million people? Don't ask Santos that, because he would clearly view the question as a challenge. In 2021, the then candidate said in a campaign video that his grandparents survived the Holocaust. Several months later, speaking with the Jewish News Syndicate, he said, I'm very proud of my grandparents' story, which he claimed including fleeing Hitler. Speaking to Fox News Digital, Santos, perhaps girding himself for getting caught in a lie, declared, for a lot of people who are descendants of World War II, refugees or survivors of the Holocaust, a lot of names and paperwork were changed in name of survival. However, that does not in fact appear to be the case for Santos' family. According to genealogist Megan Smoleniak, who spoke to CNN, there's no sign of Jewish and or Ukrainian heritage and no indication of name changes along the way. Meanwhile, according to CNN, multiple genealogy records indicate that his grandparents were born in Brazil. Well, I would say that if I was him, I'd say, well, yes, they were born in Brazil because they were taken down there by the Nazis who were escaping. Part of experiments, but they escaped the experiments. And so
That's
they
beautiful.
became Brazilians.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't, but he hasn't thought one that through yet. I'm sure he would. His mother died as a result of 9/11. This is like by somebody who writes fiction or writes The Onion, that stupid paper in New York. Santos' campaign website claimed that his mother was, quote, was in her office in the South Tower on September 11th, adding that she passed away a few years later when she lost her battle to cancer. On July 12th, 2021, he wrote on Twitter, 9/11 claimed my mother's life. While there were obviously many people who have died as a result of the toxic debris they inhaled on 9/11, NBC News notes that although Santos has claimed his mother was a financial executive, public employment records show only one employer for Santos' mother, Imports by Rose, a company based in Queens that shuttered in 94. There's also the awkward matter of documents indicating she was in Brazil on the day of the attacks. Volleyball star. One of the first lies Santos got caught in was claiming he had graduated from Baruch College with degrees in economics and finances, a college he did not even attend. Objectively even funnier, the fact that Santos reportedly told multiple people that he was the star of the Baruch volleyball team. And he led his team to a league championship, but he didn't even go to the school. Santos went into even greater detail than that, saying in 2020 radio interview, attended Baruch on a volleyball scholarship, was part of the team that slayed Yale and Harvard, could have played basketball, but went with volleyball because it was easier, sacrificed both knees and got very nice knee replacements from playing volleyball because that's how serious I took the game. And he didn't even play. I mean, what an incredible liar.
Oh my God.
He's good at it. During the same interview, he said, we were the champions across the entire Northeast corridor. Every school that came up against us, they were shaking at the time. And it's funny, I was the smallest guy, and I'm 6'2". Naturally, according to the New York Post, the Baruch's men's volleyball team never played Yale during the period Santos claimed to have attended school there. And then there's the Ponzi scheme. Santos' employment history, which did not actually see him working at Goldman Sachs or Citigroup, included time at a financial firm called Harbor City, which the Securities and Exchange Commission accused of running a Ponzi scheme and was later shut down. According to CNN, he insisted to a prospective investor that it was 100% legitimate, despite having reportedly been told the firm had been accused of circulating fraudulent documents. Then he has alleged crimes in Brazil. In 2008, he was charged with fraud for stealing the checkbook of a man his mother was working for, and then spent nearly $700 using a stolen checkbook and a fake name. He admitted to this in 2009 and then again in 2010. Then he moved to the U.S. and reportedly stopped responding to authorities who didn't know his whereabouts. In an interview after many of his lies came to light, Santos insisted, "I'm not a criminal here, not here or in Brazil or in any jurisdiction in the world." Prosecutors in Brazil have said they plan to recharge him with fraud.
Oh, cool.
Allegedly, you wonder how he got his citizenship. Ex-roommates of Santos, who knew him as Anthony DeVolder, the middle name he was going by as recently as 2019, have said he stole numerous items from them, including a Burberry scarf that he then wore to a Stop the Steal rally, where he claimed his unsuccessful 2020 bid for office had been stolen from him, just as the 2020 presidential election had been stolen from Donald Trump. Mugged on the way to delivering his rent check. Santos claimed in a sworn statement that he was mugged while attempting to deliver a check for back rent owed to his Queens landlord. Shockingly, there is no record of this happening. And then he has all these charges for $199.99 on 37 different campaign expenditures filed with the FEC, which is incidentally exactly 1 cent below the dollar threshold above which the FEC requires campaigns to keep receipts. Not shady at all. So then it's got bilking a homeless veteran. He says, the homeless veteran whose service dog had developed a life-threatening tumor and needed surgery cost $3,000. According to the vet, Santos set up a GoFundMe for the dog and, appealing to donors, wrote, "Dear all, when a veteran reaches out to ask for help, how can you say no?" The necessary funds were raised, and then Santos allegedly disappeared with the money, and the dog died. I'm sorry. The dog died in January 2017. Veteran, homeless, dying service dog. Yes, it really hits all the wow. This guy is a true piece of SHIT. Shooting. In an interview with WNYC following his successful bid for Congress, Santos claimed that he'd lost 4 employees in the 2016 Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando. Does it surprise you to hear that is not actually true, and that according to the Times, not one of the 49 victims appeared to have worked at any of the companies Santos had worked for? So it says, earlier this month, the Post reported that a staffer working for Santos' election bid would call rich donors and pretend to be Representative Kevin McCarthy's chief of staff to raise money. Seemingly confirming that this crazy story did happen, McCarthy's attorney told the outlet, "When this issue came to our attention last year, I raised it with the Santos campaign and felt it was resolved to our satisfaction." While it's unclear if Santos knew anything about this trickery at the time, it's hard to believe he didn't. So this is my congressman.
Lucky you.
The United States Congress from my district in Long Island. And every day there are stories on the local Channel 12 news about Santos. There's always a Santos story. It's like, it's like somebody getting around and, telling jokes about somebody. The water cooler thing. It's like everybody at the water cooler's got to be talking about George Santos because he's just so, he's such a talking point. And so it's like this is somebody who'll say anything to excite sympathy or get elected. And it apparently works.
Well, there you go. I mean, you said he was a good liar. I would argue with that. He's a horrible liar, but he does it so.
Let me say he's an effective liar.
Yes, he does it so.
Because the outrage is there is no mechanism in Congress to get rid of him save for impeachment. Now, you can blame the Republicans, and that's fine. They should be blamed. They're blameworthy. But the Democrats protect their own too. So it just basically shows you that there's no ethics at all.
Yes. Yeah. So no, definitely, and I appreciate your emphasizing that. By the way, I have some more incoming questions from the emails, and what I was able to find with the man who I had quoted, he was actually saying that quote, and I found the complete quote, or a more complete quote. He was responding to an engineer who was talking about some points, and this is relevant to the questions I've been receiving, where people were asking me about, well, Douglas, how do you know it was over, certain military sites? Well, I can assure you that basically United States officials have confirmed that at one point the Chi-Com balloon was traveling at an altitude of about 60,000 feet, and this was to avoid any potential jet or surface-to-air missile fire after sailing over sensitive United States military sites. So understand that spy balloons, they're far more useful than satellites, because people keep asking me about that as well, because the devices are far more maneuverable and they have a greater ability to hover over a site or target specifically. So when the United States defense and military officials, what they've confirmed about the giant Chinese orb, which was indeed, so far as I'm getting some incoming breaking news, was indeed carrying sensors and surveillance equipment, a lot of it. It loitered over sensitive areas of Montana where nuclear warheads are siloed. So think about all the stories you heard about the aliens, the UFOs hovering over nuclear missile sites. This is the equivalent thereof, effectively, and your military couldn't do anything about it. And officials were warning at the time that this balloon, which was completely capable of changing course, was basically, it had taken in a number of other sensitive sites. So in other words, the Chinese not only fucked America in the face, they took pictures of it. All of that was transmitted back to China. It's not like the Chinese lost anything. It's not like the old days where they had to retrieve the film. This was all transmitted digitally back to China. They didn't miss or skip a beat. They got everything they wanted just to show they could. So imagine if it were weaponized. That could have dropped a nuke on the nuke silo. Because some of the Japanese balloons were designed to carry the little boy bombs. Just one balloon was more than capable of carrying a single little boy bomb. They could have nuked the shit out of some areas, but that's far less effective than biocidals. So, in these satellites that everyone keeps asking about, basically, their preferred method of spying overhead only because they're in a permanent loop. They can only do so, however, at two different types of orbit: LEO, or low Earth orbit, and geosynchronous orbit. So there's this guy named Ian Boyd, or Lane Boyd, actually, Lain, and he's a professor of aerospace engineering scientists, the sciences at the University of Colorado, and he told the Fourth Estate that the low orbit satellites are closer to the ground, which means they're able to see things more clearly, but they have to keep moving. And meanwhile, a satellite in geosynchronous orbit is much farther away from Earth's surface, meaning it can capture images continuously, but they're nowhere near as clear. So what he wrote was, a balloon in some ways gets the best of those. These balloons are much, much closer to the ground than any of the satellites, so they can see even more clearly. And then, of course, balloons are moving, but they're moving relatively slowly, so they also have a degree of persistence. And that's when Blake Hertzinger, that former Navy intelligence officer that I was sourcing, the current non-resident fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, responded in agreement by telling the press that balloons are a lot cheaper. You don't need a rocket to get them up there. If the balloon gets popped, it's less of a big deal than using anti-satellite weapons, which we tend to respond to with military force as a direct attack on our national property. And if that balloon had been at 80,000 feet at the time the F-22 tried to intercept it, then it could not have. And ground-based SAMs, and again, surface-to-air missiles, they couldn't either. So you're still in someone's airspace, technically. You're not in space, but you're up too high for them to do anything about you. So then he went on to say they offer flexibility of payload, maneuverability, and loitering time on station too, as the Chinese self-evidently showed off with theirs over the United States. Difference being with geosynchronous satellites is they're at higher orbit and there's only so much space. So with the balloon, you don't need to go to space. You can watch an area as long as you want, then leave. So this is exactly what happened. It's like the Chinese had a free tour of the United States. The Americans couldn't do anything about it. And then the Americans finally shot it down when it was basically off the coast and away from any danger of it falling on people. But they could, theoretically, you would think, have taken it out over the missile silo, but then I've explained to you why they could not. In other words, the Chinese were controlling it, were able to get at the high altitudes. Now, remember what I said about the Japanese aero dreadnoughts doing just this, and how the Americans had nothing to stop them. Even if Americans had had jets, which the Americans had dispatched to Europe so that they could have a macho showdown with the German jets, there wasn't a single American jet and the Americans had some jets they had built, believe me, but none of them were in the continental United States, all being deployed overseas. But even if the Americans had them here, they would not have been able to have stopped the Japanese aero dreadnoughts on a combat mission. So too, these jets, modern F-22s, couldn't reach these balloons. These are fucking spaceships. For those of you who just don't get it yet, this is why this had all the impact of an alien invasion in World War II. This is why Roswell so impresses us in the psyche, because our military was so scared shitless, left so scarred, they've inherently left us with a racial memory of what happened subconsciously by their own fearful reaction to this and their cover-up. They left us with a racial memory of trauma in America, or shall we say a cultural memory of trauma. So this balloon is most certainly a test of will. And with that, again, turning it back to Peter. Honestly, I'm glad that you were able to provide us a bit of relief from the tension and the gravity of this. But it's one of those things where the questions keep coming in. And so happy to respond to them.
Yeah, okay, but I agree with you. But let's address this from the perspective of the American public.
Yeah.
And let's just go back to World War II. Now, Pearl Harbor, of course, I was not there. I was born in 1953. Of course, my father was stationed in Hawaii when Pearl Harbor hit. He was, had to go. They all went to grab. It was probably the only action he ever saw. He'd go grab guns and shoot. They're in their barracks. They're running out and they're shooting up at planes. It was, created a lasting impression on him. He wasn't too fond of Japanese after that experience.
But he didn't seem to be too overtly hostile when you drove by those ships in the.
No. But the funny thing about him is when I studied Japan in fourth grade, I remember him helping me.
Thank you.
And I was studying about the cormorants. The cormorants are these birds that the Japanese fishermen will put a ring around their neck so they can't swallow the fish. They'll go out and catch the fish and bring them back to the fishermen.
Yes.
And I was, studying about those, and he was helping me, and he was interested in it. It was Japanese culture. It wasn't about the war. I wasn't studying about, I was studying about Japanese culture and Shinto and Buddhism, and this is a fourth grade. And he was seemed to me very friendly. And of course, he used to answer all my questions about the war and the Japanese when I was even younger than that, when I would play war and shoot imaginary Japanese in the backyard. I shot a lot of Japanese. And it was, looking back on it, it's like, as if you actually saw the spirits there,
Yeah.
And I think only once did I shoot a couple of Germans because I wasn't interested in Germans. I had, we're right there on the Pacific coast, and my father had home movies of Hawaii when he was there, when Waikiki Beach was empty. I mean, it was empty in 1941. There's nobody there.
Wow.
It was beautiful, except him sitting on the sand, and you could see Diamond Head. It's just like, wow.
Yeah,
It's
in
all
those days, Hawaii was simply a military ghetto, is how people considered it. Nobody thought of it as a vacation spot. Go on, yes.
well. Anyway, so then I heard later that my sister told me, this is long after he passed away, that she had some Japanese, I don't know if they were mucklucks that she bought or something from Canada, that they were some sort of Japanese shoes that she brought home, she said, and he just like, get those out of the house. He was really reactionary. Like he didn't appreciate anything Japanese. And of course, he would appreciate it less that she acquired the name Hashimoto. She married, Rick Hashimoto, who was actually the stepson of John Hashimoto, who actually wanted to meet me, when he heard about me, when I went out there, and he's passed away now, but he was a American pilot, fighter pilot for the Americans. He was of Japanese descent.
Interesting.
I wish I would have gotten a chance to talk to him about all this, but
Right.
he passed away many years ago. So anyway, and my favorite story about that name is when I was there in the house staying with my sister. I was all alone. There was nobody in the house, and the phone rang, and I picked it up, and it was a Japanese lady, and she says, she says, "You are not a Hashimoto." And I explained to her, I said, "Well, no," I said, my sister married a Hashimoto, but he's not Japanese either because his stepfather was a Hashimoto." And she goes, "You full of shit." And she hangs up,
Oh my God. Why? Why that reaction?
I think she was prejudiced. And of course I wasn't. She's probably selling something to Japanese people.
Okay.
First off, I wasn't the right demographic for her, and that probably pissed her off. And then when I told her the story, she thought I was brushed to making up some story.
Wow.
Maybe she thought I was a Japanese who was putting on an American accent. Yeah, I mean, she's a telemarketer. She's not the cream of the crop, whoever she is.
Right. Oh my God. That's.
And then my daughter has this. This is another. I don't know if we can call it racial prejudice, but my daughter, right across the apartment, right across from hers, in the hallway, because I saw the girl, and she's my daughter explained she's Korean, and she's like a DJ, a pretty popular DJ, and she moves into the house, and she asked my daughter somehow to help her with her cell phone, and my daughter gave her, really a lot of help on how to set up the cell phone or whatever she needed, and the girl would never talk to her after that.
Oh my God.
Completely ignores her. Okay, after my, daughter extended it so much, neighbor courtesy. We can't, it's just, maybe she thought she was too popular. It could be, who the hell knows? But
just
anyway, human beings are human beings. It doesn't matter what race or color they come in.
Yeah. They're definitely how would I say it? It's just people, they never cease to astonish me, and most of the time they never fail to disappoint. The videosphere. I'm sorry.
But I was getting back. I was talking about my father and the Japanese, and he really was not the focal point of it. But what we were talking about.
Well, your father, of course, and the fact that he was not a cultural. He was not a racist in the sense that he was pathological about it. He definitely.
But he actually he had big issues there because he watched the Archie Bunker show, and I didn't really watch it because I've seen it since, but I was in the Sea Org when that happened. I wasn't even, TV was not part of my life, quite to my benefit. I didn't watch a TV from 1972 till about 1976, with the exceptions of being on vacation or being on leave, 3 weeks here or there. But I really didn't watch TV, and it was, I can't say but my father said he could relate to Archie Bunker because he had a lot of prejudice, and he was, he had issues about Jews. You kind of understand he was raised Catholic. Right. And when you're raised Catholic, it's hard for those people not to be prejudiced against Jews because they're taught. And of course, when I went to school, I went to public school, but I had so many Catholic friends that one of the words, and I could never figure it out, a derogatory term was an ortho. You ortho, like it was like a retard. You ortho. And I asked my father what ortho meant. He says, well, it means right. To be ortho means right. And it took me years before I figured out, when I'm an adult, that they meant Orthodox Jew. Okay. Because sometimes they say, you Jew. If you were, it was just a derogatory term. It wasn't necessarily over being cheap. It could be, I don't ever remember being called that because I wasn't Jewish. But they, it was just a derogatory term that the Catholics would use. Right. Because, that's that the Catholic, that was the enemy, the Jew. They killed Christ.
Right. So,
and of course I had, my 2 best friends were Jewish in school, because they would talk to you, and they were the smartest kids in the class. And they really were smart. And, they talked to me. I don't know if it had to do with intelligence, or I don't know what it was.
Because they talked to you because you were the only person who would talk to them. It's that simple.
Well, no, I mean, there was no racial prejudice at that age. I just remember the kids being kind of like, duh. And I mean, it's like they were not friendly to me. Okay. They were not friendly to me. And looking back on it, it was probably, and I never really thought about it or noticed it, probably because I was bigger than they were.
Yes.
I never thought of myself as being big at all because in the neighborhood, I was not big.
Right.
I was the youngest. So I was used to being the runt. So I never, of the neighborhood, I was the youngest of all the kids that hung out. So when I went to school, I was probably oversized.
Right.
And, I mean, I never really thought about it because as I grew up, I generally was bigger than a lot of kids. So I'm like, and so if you're bigger than, they might not like you because they feel threatened by your size.
Right.
So but it was the Jewish kids that I made friends with just because they talked to me, and then when I got into reading competition, me and Lori Gus, we really competed with each other for the fastest reading because I started out dumb and they found out I was smart. I was in the dumbest reading group, and it was like, till my mother said, he's not dumb. So they put me with the smart kids, and I did much better.
I had the same experience. I was originally put in developmentally disabled circles, and then eventually placed in quote unquote gifted classes. Of course, there was nothing really gifted about them. By the way, howdy to Basham, who joins us. This might be Mike Basham. If it's Michael Basham, let us know. Haven't heard from him in forever. He was a man who, of course, spent a lot of time living in Taiwan. Former member of the Children of God cult, as a matter of fact. And basically, Videosphere was asking. He says, let's talk about the importance of this balloon story since it's an American defense issue. He says, never mind the side stories. This is about World War III, or is this about World War III? Let's be more serious. Yes, World War III. This is Joe Tai responds by saying, yes, World War III is really World War II that never really ended. There's much validity to that statement. And so Videosphere asks, how do we avoid this conflict? Now, just to put this into some perspective yet again, so that I was looking at the website, the Chinese Foreign Ministry website, and so they refer to this as an airship. So they keep saying, this is an airship from China. They copped to owning it, saying it's a civilian airship used for research, mainly meteorological purposes. Says the Chinese side regrets the unintended entry of the airship into U.S. airspace due to force majeure, meaning that force majeure is divine right of force, meaning that it's that if you win trial by combat, you get to be leader. That's leadership by force majeure. That's how they basically get their leaders in fucking Wakanda and shit. That's that stupid comic book film Black Panther, where their leaders are selected by Mortal Kombat. And considering how fucked up our own electoral system can be, maybe that's an actual option. But but when it comes to the reference of this as an airship, that's definitely an allusion to the old Japanese aero dreadnoughts. Now, in terms of avoiding the conflict, I would say that we avoid it by mobilization, that recognizing we're in a state of war, certainly the communists are, as I've explained about the Maoists, and that we mobilize and basically prepare to, understand that when this was flying at 60,000 feet most of the time, even the Pentagon spokesperson, Brigadier General Pat Ryder, confessed to journalists that this was well above civilian and military aviation. All the while that was moving eastwards across the continental United States, they were impotent. They were hopeless, helpless. They couldn't do it. They couldn't do shit. So it's, in other words, you basically, if I were in the position that Biden's in, I would say that China needs to be confronted about this in the most unhesitating fashion, and one that does not back down. And we have to basically mobilize for war, because this is basically an act of war. And therefore just institute regime change, like was done in Iraq. It's that simple. Because it's...
These opinions are fine. But as far as what we are going to do about it, other than, try and make this information known, it's like, I don't believe for a minute that most of the people in the world are taking this all that seriously, because to them, it's just a balloon.
Yes,
it's they don't understand the implications. And this is the real question I would have with regards to, the rhetoric, not just the rhetoric, but the actual situation is, the Americans is apparently impotent as they seem. They're no slouches when it comes to biological warfare. It's not like if the Chinese bombarded us with biologicals, it's not like the Americans would just sit there and go, duh. I mean, they could
one would hope
retaliate. They could probably retaliate just as effectively. The one thing that was not brought up by the news was the potential of the porcelain bombs that could, just break things.
Thank you.
That's an important point too, which I'll bring up in the video. But it's like these decisions, there's precious little that any of us can actually do, because this is not, it's not in our hands other than making stuff known. But it's like all of this stuff that we're talking about has been so suppressed. Our book has been suppressed.
Yes.
It's, I'm a pariah in the social media world, or the upper echelons of it, and as Douglas is even more so. So you have dedicated, haters and all that sort of stuff. So it's like, this is the issue. We are the issue, even more so than the balloon bombs.
Yes.
You have to wonder, because we have spoken about how impotent the Chinese army is.
Yes.
I've said it many times.
Yes.
And they are impotent. This is an area where they're saying, hey, we're not so impotent. We read your book and we can do this.
Yes.
We can do this. Because that's the only place where they could succeed.
Yes.
Because their army is not, fit for fighting certainly Taiwan. Right. So the more you get into this, the more you see how ridiculous and futile the whole game being played is. And it's really just about suppressing common sense truth.
Yes.
And like, I just write in the vernacular of a quote unquote regular person. I mean, I'm not a regular person, but I write to the common man. A lot of the stuff is common sense, like say the time travel stuff. Time travel is okay, scientifically plausible. There's somebody who has actualized it. And there is so much ridiculous nonsense around the actual fact that he's done it. He's prepared courses. He's done information, to release to the public, but he can't do it. And he's held down. And he's just, I guess, become used to it. So what is the purpose of what he's doing? It's all about defense. And he says the biggest weapon in defense is censorship. So from that perspective, I've always been, I guess what you'd say, somebody that needs to be censored. It doesn't mean I'm an enemy of the state, but it means that I'm perceived as somebody whose First Amendment has to be, put in check, because it could be dangerous to the authorities that regulate our world. And Douglas, even more so. So it's not strange that we should collaborate together. Right. And I also think, as much as they want to keep us in check, both of us individually and or as a team, I think they also kind of need us or use us to figure certain things out. I think we're an asset to them in some respects. Yes. And
absolutely, most definitely. And just to also put this into perspective, very similar to like what happened in World War II, when I had been interviewed by some Native Americans that were in Canada a long time ago when I first came out as a public informant. And they were relating tales from their ancient, very elderly, I mean to say, not ancient as in as in from the days of the great extermination campaigns, but back from World War II, their older relatives who had been old enough to live through it had said that they swore that atomic bombs, explosions that produced mushroom clouds, had taken place, at least one in Canada, out in the ranges, well beyond established civilization that only the Native Americans knew about. That this happened during World War II, and it was a Japanese balloon bomb that had delivered it.
The Japanese bombed Canada.
Yeah. Apparently, it was like just a warning that we can do this. It was just what we're capable of, and it was in the wilderness area where this had happened. So they were relating that to me. And basically, I want people to know that, again, the communist Chinese, of course, are probably well aware of that as well, because basically on Thursday, Canada, understand that NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, that's a joint U.S.-Canadian military organization. And it was on Thursday that the Canadian Department of National Defense said that another high-altitude surveillance balloon had been detected and was being actively tracked, that this was a second balloon incident. And China has never responded to their statements. I know that the Canadian Department of National Defense actually issued a statement. They, without elaboration, they simply said Canadians are safe and Canada is taking steps to ensure the security of its airspace, including the monitoring of a potential second incident. Now, they didn't dare to mention China. They simply added that Canadian intelligence agencies were working with U.S. partners to protect against quote unquote foreign intelligence threats. They never, the Canadian Defense Department, I mean, never responded to any of my phone calls or emails. So all I can say is that that puts the other perspective on this. This was like, and besides that, there was a balloon over Latin America, which the Chinese did admit to. So this was truly a balloon barrage that was blanketing the Americas. And it's, again, very similar to what the Japanese did in World War II when they sent 3 balloons over. This is a direct emulation of what the Japanese did in World War II. And the 3 balloons that were dispatched to the United States, one of them crashed. The others made it, and we were at the point where the Americans were forced to surrender, which we explain in the book to those who find that unbelievable or don't understand. Just read the book and then share it. And for God's sake, send a copy to your congressman. So Videosphere says, yeah. So anyhow, we've answered what we could about this. As Peter said, mostly my perspective is extreme because I have extreme experiences. When it comes to the Chinese, of course, Taiwan is in an extreme situation. And therefore, my solution is basically what I feel is, how would I say it? Commensurate. It's commensurate to the situation as I understand it. So, in effect, as I said, we are already in a state of war with what's been going on with the Chinese in Taiwan, who are legally at war, and with the Russians in Ukraine. So we are in a situation where, in tandem, the Sino-Slav-Indic synaxis is a tremendous threat to us, and we have to take it seriously. But Peter and I will do that through our talks, through spreading what information we can, and the best that we can say to people like Videosphere is do your best to write a letter to your congressman as well and express your concerns based on what we've exposed. You can send them an email with a link to this episode. And honestly, as Peter said, it's the best we can do for right now because Peter and I, we're not in a position where people are asking for our advisement directly. But eventually they're going to have to. They're going to have to because the situation is dire. And it's a situation that requires, there's only someone with my level of perspective that can really answer the situation as it's converged, as it's manifest, as it's come about. There's not enough people who understand both Japan and China and Asia in general as I do, combined with the background that I've had with documents destruction that gives me a perspective on the real historical context for the present crisis that we're experiencing. So until they come to their senses and stop trying to defame me, slander me, and simply assassinate my character, and call off their gang stalkers and consult myself, your America potentially can get wiped out. So it's that serious. There's no exaggeration here. So basically, it's up to you. It is your war. If you want to survive, the book's got to be brought to the attention of every official you can imagine. We can only hope that someone will buy copies and distribute them to people in government. Let
me say something about that, because when the Montauk Project came out, I've talked about my friends in North Carolina. Well, it wasn't long before my friend Michael, who was, had studied in the seminary, and he had strong connections to Duke University and Charlie Rose. And this is not the Charlie Rose that was the, Me Too guy, the guy you saw on PBS. Not that guy. It was a congressman from a very senior congressman from North Carolina who was very active in Duke University and the paranormal research that took place there. And he was trying to connect me up with this. This is before I got involved. Well, at Montauk, but then he said, I think it was his nephew or somebody says, "Oh yes, they're talking about Mr. Moon's book at the university." Now this was just, a very short time after the book was published. Like it was getting into university, what would you call it? I'm not saying
Circles.
it was being, it was in circles, and certainly, I mean, it was being studied in high schools. They'd buy the book and stuff. But this book has been a lot more, slower to absorb. It's part of it is the times we're living in.
Yes.
There's much more information now.
Disinformation. The disinformation is clouding men's minds. But
Yeah, there's information and there's disinformation, but there's a lot of just plain information. Of course, an abundance of disinformation. But so it's like
beyond that, the message is simply much harder to take. The idea that the Americans lost World War II.
Yes, but at the same time, it's hard to take. It's the same stuff of, it's good to be transgender. You must think of your sexuality as maybe something that's malleable, and this sort of stuff that's being fed to people, which is far more, I guess what you'd say, radical than some of the other things, and just there's just so much radical stuff being pumped into people's heads that this should fit right along and piggyback just because it's radical and just because it's foreign to what you used to think. There's so much that this stuff has been foreign to the way we were brought up or oriented that why not this? Why not?
Because it destroys everything else.
Exactly. But you see, there's no discrimination for so much. It's like it's good to hate everything that's that the Republican Party or certain factions of the Republican Party stand for, which would be, the Bible, keep immigrants out, keep limit, if not exterminate, transgender and homosexuals, limit, and all of these things, values are based upon old viewpoints and traditions. And these things are, just reprehensible. And of course, now there's the idea that Japan really won the war. Okay, that's pretty radical too. It's radical to the way people think. But yeah, this is just what happens. But the more people start looking into this, it requires a really, as I say, the intellectual is a dinosaur.
Yes.
The man who's going to sit there and weigh, I read this and I read this. It's a well-researched book about FDR. Even back then, the intellectual was, sort of a satirical character in themselves. But where my experience with the intellectual, where it really seemed to ignite and take off, was in the late 60s, or maybe even the mid 60s, when I was too young to appreciate it. But when you had everything about the Reagan and Nixon administrations, which were just based upon traditional values. Some of these values I'm talking about, they didn't promote hating homosexuals, but certainly they would have not liked them. And anything that was radical coming out of Berkeley and San Francisco State in particular, San Francisco in general. But the intellectuals where I lived in Davis, that people would make rhetorical arguments that were deeply well thought out about war and this and that and the other thing. It made what he called traction. But now the arguments are not intellectual. They appeal to common sense, sometimes very feebly. Like you can say common sense is, well, we got to stop the border so we don't have all this crime coming in. And the other people on the side of the common sense will say, well, we can't stop people from coming in. They need sustenance. Nobody talks about the crime factor, but I mean, they're appealing to common sense. They're not intellectually thought out. Well, what all about the crime that's being brought in? And then what do we do about the humanity? And you find out the bottom line is that the ones that are caring about humanity are the cartels, because they're bringing people in to the United States where they can have new lives. They're charging money for it, and they're also importing their own crime to serve themselves, but they're getting people in. They're overcoming, the border patrol. So they're serving the immigrants that want to come in. The unfortunate thing is they're also bringing in their own criminal operations. And everybody just kind of stands around and looks stupid. In the end, that's what they're doing. I mean, that's essentially what's happening. Trump had his wall. They decided they don't want the wall. They wanted the wall before Trump put it up, but they didn't want him to get credit for it. And I think the reason they don't go with the wall now is because Trump's still hovering in the background. If they put up his wall, it might give him cause to say he was right, and then they get him back in. Right. I think Trump is done. I thought that, when the election didn't go his way, I think he was just done. He should just walk off. But so this is, and this is why I really don't like to focus on politics, because all it does is rattles your head around in a cage. I mean, it's your function to deal with it, Douglas. Yeah. And to the degree that, we're working on this book and to explain things, this is a value. But to sit there and get all up in arms about this or that. I once talked to somebody who really got into politics. And he was talking about local politics.
Wow.
He said it is all controlled down to the dog catcher practically. It's like it's all controlled. Like what you can do, what you can't do, who you can, it's not like when you hear the stories of Abe Lincoln. He was a good speaker. He could sway an audience. Certain powerful people like him, and they vote him into office. And there's that story we read as kids about this little girl telling him to grow a beard. And that's why I think she might have said you should have a beard, meaning a wife.
Right. That's why I was laughing. Yes.
Have a beard, not grow a beard, but have a beard.
Right.
And I think he misunderstood her. Oh, she wants me to grow a beard, not have a beard. Because, he's on record. I even saw it on the History Channel. He used to like to sleep with men.
There you go.
It's good to sleep with men. I don't really know what that was about. I mean, one can easily project that he was having sexual relations with them. It's not.
Well, so much of that was going on, and it certainly.
Well, yeah, but it's like I guess when they say he was born in a log cabin, that had a double meaning.
Well,
So
yeah, definitely. I think that yeah, there we have it. When it comes to that situation, the president directly preceding Lincoln was outspokenly gay. Basically, everybody knew it. It wasn't like anyone was even bothering to hide it. By the way, Videosphere mentions, thanks, Douglas. He says, I was born in 1936 and lived through World War II. I will start making videos about this World War III issue. So that's profoundly appreciated. And again, it's very important that if you will be kind enough to do so, do cite and source the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II, and feel free to do so. I think that will help. It's important to get the word out. We're doing so by guerrilla marketing because we are suppressed in that regard, but it's definitely relevant. It's relevant to our immediate national security situation, and this is a matter of the life and death of our civilization, and therefore will impact the entire world. People need to be aware of what happened historically. Therefore, they will become aware then of the implications of what the Chinese are doing. This is part of the problem, is that the Chinese high command is well acquainted with the historical significance of what they're doing. They're hoping the American high command understands the significance of their threat. The American public is ignorant of all of this, and so to many of them, there's an intuitive outrage. And we have to credit the American public for that. Just the fact that there is an intuitive outrage from the American public shows that there's an understanding that something is deeply wrong. That, and therefore, even though many people can make jokes about it, like one of the terms I saw was hullaballoon instead of hullabaloo. Hullaballoon and other things. And certainly there were, Crystal River sent me some just precious jokes about this, where, of course, one could even consider them mildly racist, though Crystal River most certainly is not. But some of the memes she had sent me showed the balloon with, oh God, what does it say? In that typical kind of, it's like Mickey Rourke when he was in that film with, what was that film where he was playing a Japanese guy?
I didn't see it. I don't even know who Mickey Rourke is. I've heard of him.
Oh, not Mickey Rourke. I'm so sorry. Mickey Rooney. Mickey Rooney, I meant to say.
Oh, that was Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Breakfast at Tiffany's, yes. It says, because Asians have a hard time inflecting the L sound. It says, weather baroon, Totori, not for spying. Yes, this is so racist. So she sent this one image that's very funny. I should send these to Peter. Well,
I will elucidate this. I first heard it, I think it was on a record my father had, either by the New Christy Minstrels or the Kingston Trio. But anyway, might have been the New Christy Minstrels. They had an Asian guy in there that later played in the Association. And I don't know if he was the one doing the talking, but they said I was educated in your country at UCRA. Now, UCRA instead of UCLA. And it was explained to me that Japanese would use, they couldn't say L, right, so they would say R. Right. And the Chinese would be the other way around. They couldn't say L, they couldn't say
R.
R,
so it would come out as an L. Yes.
Yeah, and this was a classic way to,
tell
make
the difference
of a Japanese. Well, not tell the difference, but it's just a way to if you want to sound like a Japanese, you pronounce your L's like R's. Like say, I go to, lunch. Let's go to lunch. Let's have lunch. And you say, if you try to imitate a Japanese and say, oh, let's go to lunch. No, it wouldn't work. Oh, let's go to lunch. Let's go to lunch. And it does kind of sound, more phonetically Japanese, but it's aggressive, make fun of, and that goes back to World War II, where it was really, and then you'd see the cartoons that we grew up with that were just aggressively, with the buck teeth, like all Japanese had buck teeth. And then I don't know if that had anything to do with dental practice or anything. I don't know. But in the movie Breakfast at Tiffany's, which is a classic movie with George Peppard and Audrey Hepburn, and based on a novel by Truman Capote, and that's where the song Moon River was written, by the way. Moon River, classic song, was written by Henry Mancini, who wrote so many songs. And and Audrey Hepburn, I believe, sang it in that movie, was made famous by Andy Williams. That made Andy Williams famous, singing Moon River. So anyway, it was a big song, it was a big movie. And then there's this one scene in it which is completely unnecessary. It's just completely unnecessary, where Mickey Rooney, who is a very famous child actor, who was one of the biggest box office draws in, I think, the 40s, played with Judy Garland. He was a big box office draw when he was younger. And now he does not need this movie. He has a bit part in it as this Japanese guy who's like a neighbor of Holly Golightly, which is Audrey Hepburn. And he comes in and he's just like, got these buck teeth, and he's, it doesn't make it didn't make any sense when you watched it. It doesn't make any sense now. Like, why is that even in there? It's just, it's not only degrading, it's just stupid. It serves no purpose other than to degrade Japanese, but they didn't need to degrade Japanese in 1962 or whenever they made the movie. They'd already been, hammered enough. Yes. And I just don't understand unless maybe they owed him, or maybe they owed him a scene in a movie and they said, do something funny, Mickey. I don't know.
And that's all they could come up with. Yes, it goes to show. Well, it reminds me of something else we were discussing recently. Well, definitely, I want to also point out that at the same time, we do have a domestic terrorist insurgency. While we've got the threat of world war, this is what I brought up. We're facing the same challenge and the same potential situation that mainland China faced during World War II. And just as mainland China was both a belligerent and a front, in fact, the most important battlefront of the Second World War, the battlefront where the tide of the war was won by the Axis, then too, we have to remember that America has the potential for experiencing the same thing, that we may be confronted with both a world war and a civil war, like the Chinese suffered in World War II. So even with the Japanese slaughtering 100 million Chinese, they still found time to slaughter each other in far greater numbers. So this is the level of hatred that family members can have for each other as caused by ideologies. And basically what we've had is a ramping up of attacks on our infrastructure. So just want people to understand that that's ongoing along with what we face internationally as a challenge. On the good news, at least the Dutch army has taken to fully integrating into the German army. So for people who don't understand that, basically the Dutch army has decided to completely integrate its chain of command into the German army. This is big. So it goes to show that Europe is now changing. It's evolving as it should. Of course, the Germans have got a long way to go, and I'm just I sent a little link the other day to a little German skit where Hitler walks into a modern neo-Nazi office and just basically tells them how impotent they all are. With that ongoing, let's see now, photo here. Yeah, there we are.
I've got some more information here on I.Y. Yunioshi. This is the character he played.
Oh, God.
I sent you a picture of Mickey Rooney.
Yes. Oh, disgusting. It's Mickey Rooney in the bathtub playing Mr. Yunioshi, and yes, he's in the film simply as quote unquote comic relief. There's
let me read what it says here. There's a whole Wikipedia article. It says I.Y. Yunioshi is a fictional character in Blake Edwards' 1961 American romantic comedy film Breakfast at Tiffany's, which was adapted for the screen by George Axelrod based on Truman Capote's 1958 novella of the same title. So it wasn't Truman that put it in. It was these, apparently George Axelrod and Blake Edwards, apparently. The character in the film is significantly different from the character as presented in Capote's original novella. And the film version of Mr. Yunioshi, as portrayed by Mickey Rooney, has been the subject of extensive critical commentary and review since the theatrical release due to its use of ethnic stereotypes. Upon release in 1961, the New York Times review of the film said that Mickey Rooney's buck-toothed, myopic Japanese is broadly exotic. They call it broadly exotic.
Jesus Christ.
Some reviewers they don't say who reviewed it. Some reviewer, which you'd think was Vincent Canby, but who knows? Some reviewers of the day did note an issue over the characterization. James Power's review in the Hollywood Reporter stated, Mickey Rooney gives his customary all to the part of a Japanese photographer, but the role is a caricature and will be offensive to many. In Variety, Larry Tubell wrote simply, Mickey Rooney's participation as a much harassed upstairs Japanese photographer adds an unnecessarily incongruous note to the proceedings. It says, in 1990, the Boston Globe described Rooney's, this is like 30 years after the fact, portrayal as an irascible, buck-toothed nerd and an offensive ethnic caricature. In 1993, the Los Angeles Daily News wrote that the role would have been an offensive stereotype even played by an Asian. The casting of Mickey Rooney added insult to injury. The portrayal was referenced in the 1993 film Dragon, the Bruce Lee story, as an example of Hollywood's racist attitudes about Asians that the Chinese Bruce Lee's success as a film star would challenge. Specifically, when Lee and his girlfriend Linda Emery watched Breakfast at Tiffany's in a theater, despite laughing at the character, Linda suggests they leave midway through the picture after she noticed that Bruce is upset at Rooney's stereotypical depiction. She should have pointed out to Bruce that that's a Japanese, not a Chinese.
No, but
I know. It's like it's Asians. It's
yes.
It's and that's just like why Hirohito responded to characterizations of Chinese by Jack London. They were going after the Chinese, not the Japanese.
That's right. So
there's obviously an Asian brotherhood there.
Yes.
Against the white people. What is it? It says here in a 2008 interview about the film, I think Mickey Rooney's still alive.
No, he's dead. He's got to be. He's got to be dead. Let me look it up.
It says he was shocked to hear that his role as Yunioshi had been branded racist by several Asian American activists.
Oh,
How could it not be? Rooney said he was heartbroken about the criticism. Blake Edwards wanted me to do it because he was a comedy director. They hired me to do this overboard, and we had fun doing it. Never in all the more than 40 years after we made it, not one complaint. Every place I'd gone in the world, people would say, God, you were so funny. Asians and Chinese come up to me and say, Mickey, you were out of this world. Rooney also said that if he had known people would be so offended, I wouldn't have done it. Those that didn't like it, I forgive them, and God bless America. God bless the universe. God bless Japanese, Chinese, Indians, all of them, and let's have peace. Director Blake Edwards expressed the same sentiment. Looking back, I wish I had never done it. And I would give anything to be able to recast it, but it's there and onward and upward. Yeah, it's like...
it's your typical stupidity. At any rate, he died in 2014. It's so...
Was he buried like Mr. Yonyoshi?
We can only hope.
They said they had to tape his eyes and stuff like that.
Yeah, no doubt. I have no doubt. And it's just, and of course he had fun. He's like acting like an idiot. So it's, it is what it is. These people are lost. I mean,
but I would say that portrayal was completely in sync with what was going on in the cartoons I watched as a kid. Right. In the 1950s and early 60s.
Yeah, they're remnants of World War II. Yeah, these cartoons were playing all the way through to when I was growing up. Those cartoons they played them again and again and again. Definitely it's an issue. It's an issue. They don't play them anymore. Well,
that's because cartoons are all modern.
Yeah,
they don't.
In a sense.
They have new genre. They have new stuff, and they might even be worse for people. Not to say they are good because of what they're doing now.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, if you really want to just get pissed off, just watch that new Velma. That just it seems like these writers of these new cartoons just want to piss people off. I mean, they've been doing that with so much of these redos they're doing of these cartoons that kids grew up with in the 80s, so that everybody is just angry over what they're producing. And Scooby-Doo, of course, has been around forever. I mean, Scooby-Doo is just like there's only so much you can do with it, you might think, but there's got to be better things you can do with it than what they did with quote unquote Velma, which is it's Scooby-Doo, and they just made it all sex change, all race change, and they just made it just incredibly.
But Disney has.
Here's one I say. It has Donald Duck reading Mein Kampf.
Yeah, well, there you go.
that's a pretty good, I guess what you call contrast.
Yeah, well, that was of course a propaganda cartoon from World War II as well. That was I forgot what they called that, but it is what it is. It's they were producing all kinds of crap in World War II, and one of the worst was of course Dr. Seuss. Dr. Seuss was the worst among them. So it is that. But the Velma shit, I mean, it's awful because it's just so the Scooby the dog. They made a black chick, so it's a black chick is now Scooby the dog. It's like, that's just the beginning. It goes downhill from there. The Velma's supposed to be Asian Indian. The hot chick, the lipstick lesbian from the group is basically they made her quote unquote Asian. She doesn't look Asian at all. But it's just awful. Everything they do is awful. It's there's no describing it. You watch it simply because it's the horror of watching a train wreck. It's in slow motion, and you just sit there with your jaw hanging in a thrall, in horror, in literal horror at what you see.
What I would say about this, though, is when I studied the Moors.
Yes.
And I studied that the Moors had a, we go to the coast of West Africa, where so much of Moorish culture crystallized and was spread. One of them was the flamenco, the flamenco dance, the flamenco guitar, which of course is known in Spain. And Moors are not typically thought of as flamenco people, but it's Spanish. People might think of it as strictly Spanish. I certainly do, but it actually has a Moorish origin in the coast of West Africa. And the coast of West Africa is very interesting, but also that there was, God, I think it was so much of a gypsy connection as well. But be that as it may, the Moorish element, when it got into comedy and satire, was the biggest enemy of the politicians. The politicians were afraid of it. They were scared of it, because if you can lampoon somebody, you can make a fool out of them, especially if it's based on truth. And it's not, like say Gerald Ford was the president after Nixon. He inherited the presidency. He was put up there, I think, heavily. He was part of the Warren Commission that did the Warren Report, and he replaced Nixon. And as soon as he replaced Nixon, he was shot at. He assigned Rockefeller as his vice president, and then he was shot at twice in California, once in Sacramento, once in San Francisco. So, you were on the assassination committee. Now we're going to assassinate you fool. And Gerald Ford was a star football player at Michigan. He was just kind of like the affable status quo guy.
Yeah.
And he wasn't particularly brilliant, but he just, a good head nodder. He status quo with the Warren Commission, and now he was president. And he was affable. But the thing was, he would fall down the stairs, the ladder from the getting off the plane. Yeah. He did it more than once, and they'd show it, and it became like Chevy Chase's on Saturday Night Live, his favorite act. He'd come out and he'd fall down,
yes,
and just be a bumbling fool. And I don't think that's what lost Ford the election, but it certainly didn't help.
Well, as I told you before, the Peter Sellers with his Pink Panther series, which, as you said, you never watched yourself. The
movies, the Pink Panther movies, I wasn't overly fond of them, but I did watch them. The best part was the music. The best part was the music.
There you go. Well, one of them shows Gerald Ford, an actor portraying him, where he's tripping throughout the film, and that's the running joke, is that he's bumbling every time he's in a scene. He's dropping and bumbling and tripping, and so that's a running joke throughout that film. And
that much later, because I saw the Pink Panther back in the '60s,
right,
or Inspector Clouseau or whatever it was.
Yes, Inspector Clouseau. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, but Gerald Ford, when he was like, they made fun of him. But back when Saturday Night Live was new, they would make fun of anybody. Mm-hmm. And that stopped as soon as the Montauk Project came out. All of a sudden, I noticed it, because I had a vested interest in what they made fun of. You didn't see, and then that was right on the heels of the church lady and Satanism. Yeah. And then it became very political. Everything, they were making fun of the Satanic Panic.
Yes.
And right. Then Saturday Night Live at that point turned into damage control.
Yes. Thank you.
And Stephen Colbert is all about damage control, and it's political. It's not humor. It's politically vested interest humor. So much of it is. So it's like the point here is that satire, comedy, can really destroy a politician. Mm-hmm. Joe Biden, he's not even funny. He's pathetic. George W. Bush, he was kind of fun to make fun of. It didn't really seem to damage him. He was like, I had a friend who had a poster in his house of Alfred E. Newman that had George Bush superimposed as Alfred E. Newman. It was funny.
Yeah.
But he was just like, he had such political power. It didn't matter if people made fun of him. It didn't matter at all. He had so much power. Obama wasn't that funny. There was nothing to make fun of him about. And nobody wanted to target him too much because of racism. But even then, he wasn't the type of a racial stereotype. You know, there's nothing to really stereotype him. The only thing they attacked him on was his birth. And that didn't work either because he could out-muscle it, even though he wasn't born in America. And then, what was it? Trump, they made fun of Trump. Alec Baldwin did a good job of making fun of Trump. But the thing that really hurt Trump was that, you know, the people hated him. So many people hated him. And, you know, and he contributed to that as well. But it wasn't the satire that killed him. And satire it's like sort of a weapon, but we live in a new environment where if you're not, it's not going to work unless you get enough airtime. Like you could make a complete fool of Joe Biden. Now there was an HBO documentary. I believe it was HBO. I'm not sure, but there was a major TV movie. It wasn't a documentary. I apologize. It wasn't a documentary. It was a movie about Ronald Reagan, and it exposed him as a less than great character.
Right.
And they refused to air it because it was so disheartening to the Reagan legacy. Right. And they actually killed it. They killed it. Now, it can probably see it somewhere, but it didn't get a major viewing because, hey, this is really what happened during the Reagan administration. And you're not allowed to see that because Reagan is he's the modern day FDR.
Right.
Except he's a Republican, but he's probably the most. Roosevelt was a deified. When I was a kid, the deified presidents were Lincoln and Washington. They were the picture was in every schoolroom, and they'd be featured on Lincoln's birthday and Washington's birthday, the 12th and the 22nd. They were holidays before we had President's Day, or they combined them. But it was like, oh, those guys were revered. The only other president that was equally revered was FDR. And then, to some degree, Kennedy, because he was shot. But after that, the only president that's like a nostalgic hero is Ronald Reagan. None of the rest of them add up charismatically, at least as an icon. And somehow they don't like to destroy that icon. So much for my comment on the presidents.
Yes. Well, but it's, definitely welcome. And these are astute observations that need to be heard and expressed.
Especially if you don't have anything else to talk about. We can go into Aaron's question, though, and we should go into that.
Okay. What is it?
Make life a little bit more interesting. Before I can tell you that, I'm going to have to go into the chat here, and why can't I find the chat on Skype? It's disappeared. Oh no, it's like, oh, here it is. Chat.
So Basham is saying, "Excellent talk, gentlemen. Thank you. Still curious if that's Michael, and glad to have him with us, regardless." So,
I think I know where his thing is. I was confusing it with. Okay, here it is. He says, "You have talked about artificial intelligence."
Yes.
He says, Douglas, a couple years ago, explained the bootstrapping of time. Perhaps you can get him to explain how it's all connected. Kings of Edom cult, bootstrapping of time itself, and AI. And of course, the entities that are suppressed via the Enochian magic and bootstrapping of time, and the fact that all humanity is a receptor receiver, possibly. So, like to rephrase that, he's basically, you talked about, apparently, I don't remember hearing this, the bootstrapping of time,
Yeah.
and how it's connected to AI and the Kings of Edom cult. So, and suppressed Enochian magic. Take it away.
No, I
You
really?
can. You can.
Oh my
If you
God.
can't, I'll
Oh.
try and make up some stuff.
Well, let's just put it this way. When it comes to the laws of physics, it's by considering simple symmetries that physicists working on the quote unquote bootstrap were supposedly potentially able to rediscover the basic form of the known forces that shape the universe. So that's what he's referencing. So when it comes to that entire phenomenon, this is actually something that you actually did follow up on because of one of the scientists who was responsible for the bootstrap concept of physics, and how I mentioned, of course, that he was of an Asian background to a degree. He was more of a hybrid, and that he was somebody that had some significant impact on how they ultimately were able to take the HARP grid and use it as a passive binding mechanism when it came to these extra dimensional entities. So Aaron has a very good memory, and the man's name was Chew, like chewing, Chew, and his name was Geoffrey Chew. So Geoffrey Chew was at the UC Berkeley. And so he is basically someone who is responsible for what's plaguing us today. And this was something that started in the 1960s, you know, that infamous decade into which I myself was born into this veil of tears. And that's when Geoffrey Chew, who was kind of a personality cultist, somewhat similar to Stephen Hawking's, except without the wheelchair and the computer to talk for him to give him even more mystique. Geoffrey Chew wasn't that far out or spacey. I mean, half of what made Stephen Hawking so popular and so and why he had such mystique was simply because the guy was so fucked up. I mean, he looked like a James Bond villain, you know? I mean, he's all, you know, he looked like a sack of meat and he's talking through a computer voice. So it's like, what's not to love? But Geoffrey Chew had to satisfy himself with a cane. And so in the 1960s, probably due to a lot of drugs, he had this radical vision of the universe, and with it, a new way of doing physics. Now, theorists of that era were struggling to find order in an unruly zoo of newfound particles. They wanted to know which ones were the fundamental building blocks of nature and which were composites. But Chew at UC Berkeley argued against such a distinction at all. So what he said was something akin to, nature is as it is because this is the only possible nature consistent with itself. So he believed he could deduce nature's laws solely from the demand that they be self-consistent. Now, scientists since Democritus had taken a reductionist approach to understanding the universe, viewing everything in it as being built from some kind of fundamental stuff that cannot be further explained. But Chew's vision of a self-determining universe required that all particles be equally composite and fundamental. So he conjectured that each particle is composed of other particles, and those others are held together by exchanging the first particle in a process that conveys a force. Thus, particles' properties are generated by self-consistent feedback loops. So what Chew said, which gave the name to his theory, was that particles pull themselves up by their own bootstraps. Now, you know, it kind of reminds you, I'm sorry, this kind of language, I think of Mickey Rooney and all these idiots who are overwhelmingly Jewish who were involved with that production, saying how funny it was and we had a ball and we never met anybody who didn't like it. Now you can imagine the ball they had, like Al Jolson, who was also painfully Jewish, wearing blackface and tap dancing on tables and saying how everybody loved that back then too. So it's kind of like that's what this language brings to mind, this offensive kind of total callousness and beyond that stupidity of people who are just refusing to see the damage that they're doing to themselves, certainly in terms of the legacy that they have for humanity. They'll be remembered for that in the most negative possible sense, as opposed to anything constructive at all. But it just, I'll try and emphasize later on in monologue just how we have far more to fear from stupidity than evil. Because stupidity is so much more dangerous and so much more ubiquitous. But anyhow, that being said, Chu's approach, which became known as the bootstrap philosophy, the bootstrap method, or simply the bootstrap, it came with no operating manual. The point was to apply whatever general principles and consistency conditions were at hand to infer what the properties of particles, and ergo, all of nature, simply had to be. An early triumph, in which Chu's students used the bootstrap to predict the mass of the rho meson, a particle made of pions that are held together by exchanging rho mesons, won many converts. But the rho meson turned out to be something of a special case, and the bootstrap method soon lost its momentum, for a while at least. There was a competing theory casting particles such as protons and neutrons as composites of fundamental particles called quarks, and that theory of quark interactions called quantum chromodynamics better matched experimental data and soon became one of the three pillars of the reigning standard model of particle physics. But the properties of individual quarks seemed arbitrary, and in another universe, they might be different, or at least might have been different. So physicists were forced to recognize that the set of particles that happen to populate this universe do not reflect the only possible consistent theory of nature. Rather, an endless variety of possible particles can be imagined interacting in any number of spatial dimensions, each situation described by its very own quantum field theory. Now, it's because of this context or background that the bootstrap languished for decades at the bottom of the physics toolkit. But recently, the field has been re-energized as physicists have discovered novel bootstrap techniques that appear to solve many problems. So while consistency conditions still aren't much help for sorting out complicated nuclear particle dynamics, the bootstrap is proving to be a powerful tool for understanding more symmetric, perfect theories that, according to experts, serve as signposts or building blocks in the space of all possible quantum field theories. So, as the new generation of bootstrappers explores this abstract theory space, they seem to be verifying that Chu, who, a few years ago was 92 years old, and I don't know if he's dead, but I know he was retired a long time ago, but what he laid out half a century ago is coming back or being explored, but in an unexpected way, because the findings indicate that the set of all quantum field theories forms a unique mathematical structure, one that does indeed pull itself up by its own bootstraps, which means it can be understood on its own terms. So, as physicists use the bootstrap to explore the geometry of this theory space, they are pinpointing the roots of universality. That's a remarkable phenomenon in which identical behaviors emerge in materials as different as magnets and water. They're also discovering general features of quantum gravity theories with apparent implications for the quantum origin of gravity in our universe. and the origin of space-time itself. So you've got these leading practitioners at Yale and University. There's what's called the David Simmons Duffin, or maybe that's one of the professors that I'm thinking of, but definitely I remember a David Poland, because who could forget his name, David Poland. And that was the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. He wrote an article in 2016, which basically said, it's an exciting time to be bootstrapping. I mean, whatever gets you off. But basically, what happens is that, well, since the bootstrap is technically a method for computing correlation functions, which are formulas that encode the relationships between the particles described by a quantum field theory, well, consider a chunk of iron. The correlation functions of that system express the likelihood that iron atoms will be magnetically oriented in the same direction as a function of the differences, or rather the distances between them. The 12-point correlation function gives you the likelihood that any two atoms will be aligned. The 3-point correlation function encodes correlations between any 3 atoms and so on. And these functions tell you essentially everything about the iron chunk, but they involve infinitely many terms riddled with unknown exponents and coefficients. They are, in general, onerous to compute. So the bootstrap approach is to try to constrain what the terms of the functions can possibly be in hopes of solving for the unknown variables. Most of the time, this doesn't get you far. But in special cases, which is what the theoretical physicist Alexander Polyakov began to figure out in 1970, well, then the bootstrap takes you all the way. So Polyakov was at the the Landau Institute for Theoretical Physics in Russia. And he was drawn to these special cases by the mystery of universality. And so when condensed matter, like the physicists were just discovering, when materials that are completely different at the microscopic level are tuned to the critical points at which they undergo phase transitions, they suddenly exhibit the same behaviors and can be described by the exact same handful of numbers. Heat iron to the critical temperature where it ceases to be magnetized, for instance, and the correlations between its atoms are defined by the same critical exponents that characterize water at the critical point where its liquid and vapor phases meet. So these critical exponents are clearly independent of either material's microscopic details, arising instead from something that both systems and others in their universality class have in common. So Polyakov and other researchers wanted to find the universal laws connecting these systems, and what he said was something akin to the phrase of, and the goal, the holy grail of all that, was these numbers. Meaning, basically, the researchers wished to be able to calculate the critical exponents from scratch. So what Polyakov realized is that what materials at critical points have in common is their symmetries, the set of geometric transformations that leave these systems unchanged. And he conjectured that critical materials respect a group of symmetries called conformal symmetries, including, most importantly, scale symmetry. So this, of course, is also an occult term that is used by the Edomites, the Herodians, the cult of Michael Aquino, or rather the cult which has been around for thousands of years that Michael Aquino was a part of when he graduated, if you will, from mere Satanism to something far worse, something beneath and beyond Satanism. So symmetry is basically the Edomite or Herodian word for magic. So zoom in or out, say, or zoom in on iron at its critical point, and you always see the same pattern. Patterns of atoms oriented with north pointing up are surrounded by patches of atoms pointing downward. And these in turn are inside larger patches of up-facing atoms and so on at all scales of magnification. Scale symmetry means there are no absolute notions of near and far in conformal systems. If you flip one of the iron atoms, the effect is felt everywhere. So Polyakov explained that the whole thing organizes as some very strongly correlated medium. This is what symmetry means in the occult sense, that you basically can flip the reality around you using the force of magic. But the world at large is obviously not conformal. The existence of quarks and other elementary particles breaks scale symmetry by introducing fundamental mass and distance scales into nature, against which other masses and lengths can be measured, and consequently, planets, which are composed of hordes of particles, are much heavier and bigger than we are, and we are much larger than atoms, which are giants next to quarks. So symmetry breaking makes nature hierarchical and injects arbitrary variables into its correlation functions, the qualities that sapped Chu's bootstrap method of its power. So this is essentially one of the challenges to dark magic. But conformal systems are described by CFTs, or conformal field theories. They're uniform all the way up and down. And Polyakov discovered that this makes them highly amenable to a bootstrap approach. In a magnet at its critical point, for instance, scale symmetry constrains the two-point correlation function by requiring that it must stay the same way when you rescale the distance between the 2 points. And another conformal symmetry says the three-point function must not change when you invert the three distances involved. So I think it was he together with a guy named Alexander Bellavine and Alexander Zamolodchikov. They wrote a landmark paper in 1983 that I think they simply titled it BPZ. It's a Russian acronym. I don't remember the exact thing it stood for. But it showed that there are an infinite number of conformal symmetries in trois spatial dimensions that could be used to constrain the correlation functions of trois-dimensional conformal field theories. So the authors exploited these symmetries to solve for the critical exponents of a famous CFT called the 2D Ising model, essentially the theory of a flat magnet. And the conformal bootstrap that paper bespracketh procedure for exploiting conformal symmetries, it's what made them famous. So far fewer conformal symmetries exist in 3 dimensions or higher. Polyakov could write down a bootstrap equation for 3-dimensional CFTs, which is essentially an equation saying that one way of writing the 4 correlation function of, say, a real magnet must equal another, but the equation was simply too difficult to solve. So basically, by 2008, the Large Hadron Collider was about to begin searching for the Higgs boson. And the Higgs boson is this elementary particle whose associated field imbues other particles with mass. And the theorists, Riccardo Rattazzi in Switzerland and Vyacheslav Reichkov, if I remember, he was in Italy, and all their collaborators. They wanted to see whether there might be a conformal field theory responsible for the mass giving instead of Higgs. And they wrote down a bootstrap equation that such a theory would have to satisfy. And because this was a 4-dimensional conformal field theory, describing a hypothetical quantum field in a universe with 4 space-time dimensions, the bootstrap equation was too complex to solve. But the researchers found a way to put bounds on the possible properties of that theory. And in the end, they concluded that no such CFT existed. And indeed, the Large Hadron Collider found the Higgs boson in 2012. But their new bootstrap trick opened up what was considered to be a goldmine. Because a lot of this comes down to geometry, which is what H.P. Lovecraft would write about. Non-Euclidean geometry. And this is what opens us to the dimensions of the anti-gods, the geometry of theory space, the geometry of the extra dimensionals. Now, understand that the anti-gods were being appealed to by the Allies, but it was this that provided the science for ensnaring them. In other words, all the atrocities the Allies committed in World War II through their mass murders summoned the anti-gods. But this was the science that enabled them to bind them. So their trick was to translate the constraints on the bootstrap equation into a geometry problem. Imagine the 4 points of the 4-point correlation function, which encodes virtually everything about a CFT, as corners of a rectangle. The bootstrap equation says that if you perturb a conformal system at corners 1 and 2 and measure the effects at corners 3 and 4, or you tickle the system at 1 and 3 and measure at 2 and 4, the same correlation function holds in both cases. Both ways of writing the function involve infinite series of terms. Their equivalence means that the first infinite series minus the second equals 0. To find out which terms satisfy this constraint, Rattazi, Reitkopf, and company called upon another consistency condition called unitarity, which demands that all the terms in the equation must have positive coefficients. And this enabled them to treat the terms as vectors, or little arrows that extend in an infinite number of directions from a central point. And if a plane, meaning a flat plane, not a aeroplane, a plane, could be found such that in a finite subset of dimensions, all the vectors point to one side of the plane, then there's an imbalance. This particular set of terms cannot sum to 0 and does not represent a solution to the bootstrap equation. So physicists developed algorithms that allowed them to search for such planes and bound the space of viable CFTs to extremely high accuracy. The simplest version of the procedure generates exclusion points, where trois curves meet at a point known as a kink, and the plots rule out CFTs with critical exponents that lie outside the area bounded by the curves. So this discovery was so unexpected that Polyakov initially didn't even believe it. And his suspicion, shared by others, was that maybe this happens because there is some hidden symmetry that we did not find yet. But everyone was all excited. Researchers are still pushing in all directions. Basically, there's an individual named Nima Arkani Hamed, a professor of physics at the Institute for Advanced Study, who feels that it could be reflecting a polyhedral structure of the space of allowed conformal field theories. Just basically interesting theories living not in the interior or some random place, but living at the corners. And he speculates that the polyhedron is related to or might even encompass what is referenced as the amplituhedron, a geometric object that he and a collaborator discovered in 2013 that encodes the probabilities of different particle collision outcomes. I mean, specific examples of correlation functions. Now, all of this is simply a way to build upon what was originally advanced almost to that point by the Department of Defense and the Allied occultists back in the days of the Cray supercomputer kicking into operation. So at that time, what they uncovered was the polyhedral structure representing all possible quantum field theories, or something that would presage it, so to speak. It didn't matter to them so long as it worked. The truly frightening aspect about all of this is that nobody really knows what they're doing. They're operating on faith that their anti-gods are helping them from the other side. So understand that the conformal bootstrap is basically a power tool for quantum gravity research. So what you're doing is you're kind of weighing something down. You're basically binding it and giving it a weight in our universe, kind of like tethering it, anchoring it. So basically, the conformal bootstrap is enabling the occultist to switch on the microscope light. So once this is done, then you have an ability to manipulate, to a degree, the space that you can trap an extra dimensional entity into. So that's where a lot of that comes in. It's basically a kind of magical realism. So this is, if I can explain it more, the way that it would, shall we say, impact someone like Michael Aquino and his work back in the days from the 70s through the 80s. In the Cincinnati Journal of Ceremonial Magic, I remember that there was an anonymous author, of course, anonymous, who wrote Return of the Elder Gods, which presented the evolutionary reason for mythos magic, as they would call it. Understand that this is an Herodian term. I wrote a column for Peter Moon, as he himself has said, the story of stealing everything that Lovecraft wrote by the Herodian August Derleth and his sometimes gay lover, Donald Wandre, was so disgusting that Peter just summarized it into a chapter. The details he just found so sickening that he didn't really dwell on them. But one of the details that should be emphasized and put into the book was the fact that H.P. Lovecraft never referenced his work, what you would call his vaudeville, or his franchise, in a business sense that the Arkham House later took advantage of to great profit. He never referred to it as a mythos, because to him it was not a myth. He's trying to expose something that is quite real, quite dangerous, and something that his own ancestor had summoned and could not control. So the term mythos was developed by August Derleth, but it's taken on by the Herodian insurgency, the cult of the Edomites, as basically the term to use. So they use the term mythos magic for the specific symmetry they're applying to the anti-gods. So in the Cincinnati Journal of Ceremonial Magic, where the author anonymously writes of the return of the elder gods, he accepts the scenario of an approaching world crisis brought on by the invasion of the elder gods, Qlipothic, trans-dimensional entities, who ruled proto-humanity until they were banished by what is referenced as the agent of intelligence, this Promethean figure who set humanity on its current course of evolution. Yet we are deemed, in the belief of Michael Aquino and the Herodians, to remain connected to these elder gods through the forgotten ones, these atavistic forces of hunger, sex, and violence that linger in the subterranean levels of our being, and that only by magically reabsorbing the forgotten ones and using the subsequent energy to bootstrap higher consciousness can we keep the portal open for the return of the elder gods. So you have this obsession with the theory as it's now exploited by the occultists, the arcanists, who are responsible for so much of the pain and the atrocities in this world that we endure. Uh, that's probably way too long an explanation, but the memories come out when they're triggered by a question that I feel is what it is. I don't know if that really answers anything that Aaron finds
Well,
useful, but
let me intervene here.
of course.
Say thank you for your diatribe. It is very complex and very involved. I certainly can't analytically follow it all unless I were to go back and re-listen and, you know, readdress everything
Yes.
in my own mind, because you went very fast and you were very thorough, very thorough.
Thank you.
But it's too fast for my mind to absorb.
Understood.
But if you go back and listen, that's when I siphon a lot of my knowledge, is when I go back and listen to anything. Go, oh, what's actually being said here? Now, as you first begin to talk, and they're talking about, you know, this, that, and the other thing about physics, I saw a pattern. It sounded to me very much similar to the way the U.S. balance sheet is discussed by the financiers. It's like they're throwing a bunch of stuff on the wall and saying, well, if this is figured here, the deficit's big, but what we have here is the budget. And, you know, they got all this different language. Budget here, deficit here, and we're talking about there are all these different terms. Never, ever in the context of what you call the budget do you see a whole ledger laid out that explains everything in a simple fashion. If you want to understand the finances and how things balance out, you're never going to get it. And I don't think anybody really knows. It's too confusing. Physics is very much the same way. So it's like, okay, we're doing this, we're doing that, we're doing this, we're doing that. Now it's all sympathetic. And see, it's the same thing. It's more like a magician, you know, playing with the cones. Which one's the marble under? You know, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop. And but the one thing that's important here, just as in with finance, so people can make this magic work. See, this is the thing. But you have all these like abacus counters, and they're figuring what they're figuring. I can't figure it out unless I break it down and say, oh, this is this, and this is that. And all of these people are, they're very similar to the people who do the, all this finagling of the accounting.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very similar. Now, my friend Marianne had a physicist friend, and he kind of came into her life as I was departing as her boyfriend, and you know, funny thing about her is she kind of stewarded him into his death.
Jeez.
You know, he needed, so she was there for him to help him die. But it was like she'd introduce him to what she could of David Anderson's work, and he was like a dyed-in-the-wool physicist, and she basically cornered him. It's like they have their own language. They have their own cult language, the physicists.
Yes.
And it's not really understandable unless you're into that mindset. And it's going to, and then they'll redefine spiritual things or observer things, but they use their own terms. So that they don't acknowledge what's theological, and they will reinvent it in a materialistic reference frame.
Yes.
And he said, well, yeah, that's essentially what's done. But it's kind of it's not to be understood, and then it can only be understood with the cultish mindset.
That's true. Yes.
Yeah, and this is the problem. So if time is you know, and it's like I appreciate, you know, he's talking about. Let me review his question again. It was bootstrapping of time. Well, yeah, it's like time is just a component of physical universe, and they're manipulating the hell out of it. And you have this program. You know, the physical universe is not something we can go in and start. It's like, you know, if you're a little kid and you go to the park and there's all these rides you can go on at the park and go here and go there, as long as there's nobody there using it or disturb you, you're fine. But when you go out into this world, there's all sorts of control mechanisms and people who are in charge. You know, you just can't start printing money. You're going to be called on the carpet unless you're George Santos. Then you seem to be able to get away with it because people pay attention to you, and you have some gift for BS, and you have a gift not only for BSing but for people buying your BS. And even after he gets away with it, he suffers up to now no consequences. You know, just public ridicule, and he's very good at deflecting the ridicule. Like, I'm not stepping down. And you know what? This guy's going to end up with a pension. He's going to end up, you know, I think the pension starts immediately when you leave Congress.
Yes, it's true. Disgusting.
So it's like, oh yeah, I lied. Ha ha ha ha ha. You know, he's somebody who, quote unquote, beat the system. But I would say that the kings of Edom have such a, well, you couldn't call it a monopoly, but it's certainly an antitrust situation.
Yes.
You know, it's like
Yes.
they have, it's just like baseball has antitrust exemption. These people have an antitrust exemption.
Yes.
Now, that doesn't mean people can't have baseball leagues, but they're not going to be able to sue Major League Baseball for unfair competition practices. And not to digress onto baseball, but one of the reasons for that, it goes back into the history of acing out the Negro Leagues, which were actually improved, better players. And they were competitive and they were making money. So by allowing black people into Major League Baseball, little by little, it destroyed the whole economics. It also destroyed, because those were black owners who were making money off of baseball. That's, and I hate the antitrust or the exemption. I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
I hate the NFL. I hate the NBA. Major League Baseball, I don't even think I mean, I don't think they register as hate because they're the only one that has an antitrust exemption. But that's what we're dealing with the Kings of Edom. They have an antitrust exemption with how things run in this universe. And it's just, and Aaron has explained the same thing to me in so many words and from a different perspective on different subjects. But yeah, they control they control the way physics works. The good news is that we can have a life and we can live it and we can evolve and we can figure things out on our own. That's the good news. We're not we're subject to it, but we're not necessarily condemned to being victims of it. Although, you know, people can make some good arguments that there's no choice but victimization. So that was it's a heavy question, and your answer was like awesome.
Thank you.
But it's like I'd have to go back and revisit it, regurgitate it, and so much of what people say doesn't make sense. And then, just like when people leave out the Japanese balloons and what they did and all that stuff, people leave out key things with physics. They'll leave out, and of course many of them aren't even aware of it. They'll leave out the things that David Anderson has discovered or whatnot, and just stupid, inappropriate responses like this one very preeminent physicist, mathematician, who actually explained certain things of David Anderson's work to Marianne. She understood it before I did. But he basically looked, he says, oh, this guy knows his stuff. But if all this were to happen, I'd lose my job. I'd lose my job, if these time travel theories were to come and be exposed. And this guy didn't need the money. He was rich. He was rich by reason of other endeavors he did. He didn't need his physics job. And in actual fact, he would still have his physics job but it was just this idea, I'm going to lose my job. What?
So petty.
So petty, and especially when you consider they didn't need the job. Like, he might feel that he would become irrelevant.
Well, that shows he already was.
Maybe we would all be irrelevant if time travel was at our beck and call. Now,
yes.
I should address the question you sent to me, and I didn't write to this person because I wasn't basically asked to. He wrote to you asking a question about, can you actually go back in time and erase events? Well, how can you erase, events? If you erase the event, then you won't remember it. So it's kind of like going unconscious. The event happened. It has to do more with you and your own timeline. And this reminds me of, I did a series called The Psychology of Space-Time that's available for purchase at the Time Travel Education Center. But that goes into the different dimensions based on a mathematical model. There, the first 10 dimensions. And when you get into the, the sixth dimension, well, the fifth dimension is all timelines, all conceivable timelines, the fifth dimension. That's the twilight zone. All realities. So you have multiple realities. Then beyond that, you have multiple universes. And beyond that, well, you have multiple universes with different laws and stuff like this. And that's actually what those multiple universes are. They have different laws. We have this law. So when they're doing all this stuff, they're figuring out, well, some universes operate this way, some operate this way. And there are an infinity of universes. So it's like all this stuff is the infinity of creation. So when you talk about in going back and erasing the past, well, you can erase the past, but it's still there. Now you're on a new timeline where that's gone, where your, girlfriend Alice has been erased. She's no longer in this timeline, but there's still the timeline where your girlfriend Alice did exist. You're just not on that timeline. It's kind of like, you go to Disneyland with your twin brother. You go on all the rides together. You have fun. Now you're going to go to Disneyland by yourself. There's no twin brother. You're doing things by yourself. Maybe you're with another friend. That's what it amounts to. But my question to this person would be, what do you want to erase? When we did Dianetics, we would go back and erase the trauma. We would erase the pain, dissipate it, vanquish it. And that was good enough because you're no longer stuck back in time. You're living in the present. And when you're in the present, what do you need to go back and resolve the past for? What do you need to go back there for? I mean, obviously we need to revisit because we have issues with the past. And in the case of this gentleman I met who was very nice and friendly to me, did a great healing on me, was I found out that he had, according to my friend, had committed murder.
Jesus.
He committed murder in the communist times, escaped to America, and then came back to Romania, and he's doing everything he can to be a good guy. This is what my friend learned about him, because he committed murder, and people in the local town knew about it. I mean, he had a reputation. He left the country, came back. I don't know if it's prosecutable. Happened under communism. I really don't know. But the thing is, how can that guy erase his past? He can go back and not commit the murder. But then again, he'd still have the murder on his soul, on his conscience. My Qigong teacher says, don't ever kill anybody. Because if you do, you'll have that person with you. They don't go away. I mean, there's a lot of context to that.
Yes.
Sometimes you have no choice.
Yes.
Douglas has real experience with that. And, it's not about blaming somebody. The point is it's something you don't want to do. And sometimes if you're put in a situation, you have no choice. My sister had a young man. Well, let me say this, that my niece was living on a farm, and there was a situation where the guy who ran the farm and owned the farm was sort of the leader of the whole family, and he was very abusive to his wife. He was abusive to everybody, according to my sister. And that included his son. And the son finally had it, and he blew the father's brains out.
Jesus.
And he did it because he had no choice. And we received news of this when we were out at Montauk. I took my brother-in-law to Montauk. He wanted to go with my nephew, and he got the news of this murder while we were out at Montauk. And the kid was, I heard he's a really nice kid, and the prosecution was so understanding. Everybody was so sympathized with him. His father was a beast, but he committed murder. And he had, if he didn't commit the murder, he would have probably seen his wife, his mother, abused into death or something worse.
Yeah.
Because the father would lift her from the wheelchair and drop her.
Oh.
He was a beast. And my sister had confronted him from day one. She knew his BS, and he hated her. He hated her. According to her, he used the Bible, to mess with people.
Oh, of course. Don't they all?
Yeah. And so that was, she had so much sympathy for this kid. He sounds like a really nice kid, but, he's got to pay the price. He's got to do his term. He's got a reasonable jail sentence. He was pretty young, probably 20 or so, 19, but it was hard to argue with what he did under the circumstances. Hard to argue but he sounds like a really nice kid that had a bad situation, and somehow he some of us are handed really tough things to deal with.
No,
and certainly you're a prime example.
Thank you.
Somebody who was handed a real tough lot to deal with in life. And your life is extremely rich in experience, which people envy that. They envy a rich experience. And because comparatively they don't have rich experience.
I could have done without, but thank you. Yes.
Well, yeah, it's like, would you, I mean, think about it, Douglas. Would you rather have a life where you, let's give you a job, post office, where, you started your post office job a long time ago. You were able to buy a house or something, and you're going to get your retirement. It's like, I mean, that's the job. It's nothing wrong with having a job and making a living.
Of course not.
And you'd meet a lot of people and you'd know certain things, but would you rather have that life than the one you have now with all the problems you have, where you were just like a postal worker who was, not in the fray.
Right. By the way, can you hear me?
Pardon?
Oh, by the way, can you hear me? Just making certain.
I can hear you fine.
Oh, thank God.
But would you rather have a life like that? It was just kind of without any of all the stuff you learned from Aquino and.
Don't ask me that question. It's
no, but I'm saying is, would you rather have a life like that?
Well, the only thing that redeems my life is, of course, at this point in my life, the holidays with my son and the estate. My gang brothers and Beaver, of course, are products of a darker time. It's and there's still dark repercussions to be had there. For those, say, for instance, asking questions about with your connections to the underworld, how come you aren't making money or aren't rich? They don't understand that I took so many thousands and thousands of dollars in loans from my gang brothers to do things like buy my son off the streets when she was a young girl. And of course, I owe them, and that's why I usually have to go on missions with them when it's when they really need me. And of course, my only benefit with aging is that hopefully that happens less and less, but not that I'm aging all that quickly, of course, but as it is, it's really a tough call, Peter. It's a tough call because there's the contending with the stress, the dangers, and then look at what I've been dealing with ever since with the gang stalking and everything else. And if I had led some normal life without that, in some kind of ignorant bliss, it's really a tough call. It's hardly something.
It is, and you don't you don't have to make the choice because your life is your life,
yeah.
And you're living. So you don't really have to make the choice. But I'm for one glad that you lived the life you have because it's provided a lot of enlightenment, to myself and other people. So I think your life has been a very valuable one. And it sounds to me from, some of the things I've heard that your gang brothers have also, played a significant or important role as well in certain aspects that I wouldn't have really considered had you not told me. With regards to understanding some of the stuff that's going on in China.
Yes.
Because, in the end, they are human beings, too. And they have to, gang brothers, they go home, they brush their teeth, yes. They watch TV, they have sex, they have families, and some of them are, more, I guess what you'd say, well, like say, your friend Beaver, he's like basically an apartment manager.
Yeah, property
It's not-
manager. Yes, yes,
that's not all he does, but he's got his history
yes,
to do with. But nevertheless, it's it takes the edge off.
yes.
It takes the edge off. And as they say, even the cartels at some point, it's just like that scene in The Godfather. He says, my father's way of doing business is over. We got to change with the times. In 5 years, the Corleone family will be legitimate. And of course, there's an attempt to get legitimate because you want to. Even the Hells Angels, began to incorporate and do business in a more sophisticated way than they had been. So that's, and there you have the Tong societies because they have a veneer of not only sophistication but benevolence. It's not like, they are an active member of the community. So be it. With that, I should probably depart. And what's today? Now, this Sunday is Super Bowl Sunday, so I will come on, but I will come on late. I will attend the Super Bowl party of my football brothers.
Yeah. Yeah. Really exciting, and we look forward to hearing your analysis of how the game went down when you do show up.
I don't know how much I'll watch it. I'll sit there and I'll be, probably talking to them. But yeah, I don't know. So anyway, whatever. Yeah, that's the big event is Sunday, and there's a lot more event than there is football involved in that. I'll have fun talking to my friends. We'll play earlier in the day. So
yes, and don't forget to remind everyone about Mount Shasta as well.
Hopefully nobody gets hurt. Mount Shasta, yeah. There's I think I sent out an email on it. If you certain time on Valentine's Day, if you sign up on Valentine's Day, you can get a discount. It's such and such a time. I'm not sure what it is, but I did send it out in the email. So Valentine's Day is this Tuesday.
All right.
So with that, and remember to donate to Douglas, those of you who can. It's very important that you do so, if you can do so. And with that, I'll say good night and see you late on Sunday.
That's right. It's been lovely, and share our love with Paula.
Okay, good night.
Okay, good night. Blessed be. Hugs, and that was Peter Moon with skybooksusa.com. Of course, there's always a drop in audio quality. Let's see if we can anchor some people to this call, see how it works. Let's try who I can call first. I will call. Okay, within minutes. There we are. And let's see if we can get some other people on. Now, Real Ian West said he'll try and call us back later. We'll try with some other people. Let's try. Oh God, who should I hit? We're trying to see. Well, let's see how some other people are doing. Get a call going with Sammy Romero or Joe Tai again. See if Joe Tai is with us since it was a day off.
Hello.
Hey Joe, how are you? How are you feeling right now?
Good. I had a call from my son. That's why I left earlier.
Oh, I hope I didn't interrupt the call. Is that your?
No, not at all. That's done.
Excellent. And your son's in good spirits?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I said, he's gonna quit in 2 years. I said, just take it as it is. Don't take it too serious. Don't get stressed out. It's not worth it.
Yes, that's right. You're so good to your son. That's and
no choice, right? He's my only one.
Yes. Yeah. And but the fact that you treat him so well is profound to me. I'm so proud of you that you've had him, and that you know that he obviously calls you. He definitely respects you. So that's great. You know, there's fathers who don't have that. You know,
Oh,
respectfulness.
absolutely. Yeah.
Wonderful. And how about you know, any other thing going on with your life that comes to mind that you might want to share with us?
Oh, yeah, it's just yeah, nothing really. Yeah, I got my motorcycle fixed up. The tires, the labor tires. This is how ridiculous this is.
Hmm.
It's like these, know, tires like $80, but the service is like 90. It's ridiculous.
Oh, good God!
Yeah, just one tire and it's 13-inch rim. It costs more than a regular tire.
Hmm. Oh my God, that's just awful. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's
No, I realize I can't trust these guys. It's like they even have the labor written down, right? It's like $80, but after taxes it's $90. Oh, I didn't mind. I was planning. He said it's $50 to if I remove it and balance it. But when I went to the parking lot to remove it, he said, "Oh, we're gonna only charge you $30 more just to have take it off for you and put it on." I said, "Okay, no problem." Then I sit there for another half an hour, and they just come back out. It's more work than it's worth. I gotta have to charge you a regular rate, $150 an hour. I said, "Give me my tires. I'm leaving. Give me my shit. I'm gonna go." Then he said, "Oh, we'll do it for 90 now." I said,
Hello?
oh
Okay,
my
hello?
God. Oh well. Joe Tai is talking to us about how he got the price dickered down for his tires with the dicks that he was dealing with. Oh my fucking God, his motorcycle tires. And it's just outrageous. Is there anything else you want to relate about that, Joe?
Yeah, it's like I ran into some of these repair guys. It's like it's almost it's a business on ripping people off now. It's not about fixing the things. It's about how much they can milk you for now. It's like I had an incident where on 4th of July where this guy screwed me over on the repairs that he never did the repairs on. It's these guys. They're not regulated. It's ridiculous. I mean,
Thank you. It's
like it's
so...
like the dentist says,
Yes.
like they try to make it so that they fuck you over and hope you come back to them after they fuck you over.
No, God, yes. It's so awful. I mean, honestly, I just want to weep. I'm just so sorry that we all deal with this. So Ian West has joined us, and I will be calling another individual who says he should be available, and that will give us a nice triage of people to speak with while I refresh myself. In the meantime, how was your day at work, Ian? How did that go?
I was crazy as hell today. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Yes.
So did you talk to Brooke?
Well, she's had a hell of a last few days herself. I mean, she's getting ready to work, trying to reschedule, just doing a lot involved with that. So she's undergoing a lot of stresses. Let's all keep her in our thoughts and prayers. What is it that you have to report?
I gotta say, thank God she blocked me on Facebook finally.
What? Oh my God! I'm
Finally blocked me. Good. So now she can't come crying for attention anymore from my end.
Oh my, well,
I'm gonna have to put the brunt of the bear on you now.
what was it that you think caused her to do such a thing?
Well, I think it was the education system at Clemson that really
Oh my God. So there we have that, and okay. Well, all I can say is that I'm kind of sad. But maybe the two of you will have an opportunity to meet on this venue again, and that will at least make certain that still is ongoing. Now, Paul Campbell, I believe, has joined us. Let's test his audio.
Yeah,
Yes,
can you hear me?
yes, we can. We can. You said
Is there
something.
an echo? Because you guys are in the studio.
Well, we're not in any particular studio. No, I mean, you flatter us with that concept.
No.
Uh,
I'm in the studio, so can you hear my echo?
Very little. It seems fine by me. So I'll introduce you. Now, I believe you said you were an aerospatial engineering student, or
Yeah, so you see my oh, I can hear the echo now.
okay. Well, we don't. We seem to be doing fine with your audio. And how about to both you gentlemen? The individual sounds okay.
There we go. Now can I hear you guys?
I hope. Can you?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Yes, I can.
good, excellent. So you, I believe you said you were an aerospace engineering student, or something to that effect.
Yeah, so I'm doing an aeronautics course right now, but I understand I've read your book, sir. So
Oh, bless
I
you.
have many questions for you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Do me a favor, and these two wonderful gentlemen, I will introduce you. You probably know them already from listening in the past. I presume you've listened. So this is Ian West and Joe Tai. We're anchoring the call on Joe Tai, who's been very kind to allow us to do that. And of course, whoever hangs up the call should continue from this point forward. But you may have heard these gentlemen speak in the past, and they both have, of course, interesting histories. And Mr. West, Mr. Tai, this is Mr. Paul Campbell, who I know absolutely nothing about. But
That's right, sir. And that's actually my, you don't need to say it anymore because that's my sort of like driver's license name. My artist name is Teddy Bass,
okay.
which you've seen me from before. So I actually updated my Skype profile, but you don't see that right now. So you don't need to drop my name anymore.
Okay, understood. Okay, I appreciate it. So Teddy Bass, is that
Teddy Bass, yeah.
yeah.
I do music and stuff too. Let's talk about.
Well, feel free to introduce yourself first, because what I intend to do is refresh myself after I'm
Oh,
on with
no
Peter Moon
worries.
for
Thanks,
hours.
Douglas.
Y-
Joe, Ian,
Y-
thanks for having me on.
Yeah, and what I'm hoping you can do is just introduce yourself briefly before I refresh myself, so that I'll be more ready to speak when I come back. So
Excellent, sir.
yeah,
Yes.
so give us a little background that you're willing to share, if you would be so kind.
Certainly, I've read many of Peter Moon's books,
Okay.
and I study etymology as well as physics,
Okay.
and I've done a lot of research for about the past 20 or 30 years. And for the past 2 or 3 years, as you guys know about what's been going down with vaccinations and influenzas and stuff. I don't know if you guys are going to get jacked if I say the wrong words or not. So
I appreciate your being cautious. Thank you. Yes, thank you for being cautious.
Ian West is our expert on this stuff. So far.
Yes. And
cool.
Joe,
And then that's where I want to really talk to you about, Douglas, about, like Unit 731 and actual like DNA or research on genetic sequencing. And then what we see today, because if in your book we were talking about, sorry, I haven't finished my introduction before I go right deep diving into it.
right. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes,
with your intro.
I study physics and being healthy, and that everything you put in your body is what comes out of it. So what we're dealing with right now is far more understood and introduced than they claim to be selling us, if I could be so quaint to say.
Okay. So I think Ian and yourself have a lot to talk about. I'm going to go mute, and I would appreciate profoundly the three of you gentlemen who are burning bandwidth and holding the stage. I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. I will warn people. One of two things may go out tonight: my voice, which seems to be going, or the microphone, which is basically broken. And we're going to, Sammy Romero is going to attempt to send me a new mic, and when that arrives, we'll return this old
Hey, Douglas, I got to tell you this. Your microphone's been really good for the past few times, because I was texting you that one time on the chat, saying your microphone was good. Your microphone's really good now, dude. So, but if you need a few bucks, let's send this guy a few dollars. Send Douglas, or just send him the microphone. We can do this. This is not a problem.
Bless you, bless you. Well, Sammy should be sending the microphone. And of course, money will be useful and will be used towards something constructive. But in terms of the mic itself, I'm glad you say it's good. But the reality is, no, it's not. It may sound good.
Let's get you a new one, sir.
Yeah,
Let's get him an address.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you myself if I have to.
Oh, okay. Just so people know, the address is available on my website, but I'll certainly provide it here as well. As a matter of fact, I'll
plug it, man. Plug it.
enter it into the chat room. For anybody who still sends checks or money orders instead of dealing with the PayPal.
Government does.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And our man Ian West wrote Unit 731 into the chat room as well. So just let me write full name and address here. And so people who know, the residential address is again on the website, douglasdietrich.com, which I haven't been able to do anything with for a while yet. It feels like years. And hopefully we'll get back to addressing that, doing something with it. The one thing I do realize is I'm not going to be working, if at all possible, with that blue sky crap that the Bluehost recommends, because they're just so...
Philip K. Dick. Do androids dream of electric sheep? You know what? This is Blade Runner, so we got to push the tech a little bit.
Yes, certainly. That being said, of course, all right, let me get the zip code in there, 94109, and there we have it. That would there's the physical mailing address, the residential address for anybody who
nice. There you go. Everybody, come on.
And to everyone out there, all my appreciation. These wonderful gentlemen will hold bandwidth for a period of time. I'll be back in about 15 minutes at the absolute longest, probably much sooner than that, more like 10. And if you three gentlemen, gosh, Ian, you seem so quiet. Ian, let me make certain that you're talking.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my Bluetooth headphones synced up. Okay. I might log out and I'll log back in.
Okay. So while he's doing that, Joe and Paul, I'm afraid to leave until we got three of us here.
Yeah, just call me Teddy.
No problem.
We'll update that.
Teddy,
remember, Douglas?
Teddy,
that's right.
That's right. Teddy Trey. What was it again? Teddy
Bass. Teddy Bass.
Bass.
He's
Teddy
a character. Character from a cartoon.
Oh my God.
How about Mr.
30 years
Superman?
ago.
How about Mr. Superman?
Yes. Okay. Let me look up Teddy Bass so that way I have a better image in my mind. And so when it comes to
Ian McShane played him in a movie called Sexy Beast.
Okay. Teddy Bass. Now that's not Teddy from the Ted film. Is it the Ted from the Ted film? He made the Big Wish?
No.
Oh.
No, the character that I got it from is the Ian McShane character, which deals with the person that sort of exposes the Federal Reserve being fake and the fiat war that we're in from the past century or so.
Okay. All right. Okay. And
then we can go into like the gold warriors and stuff, and bring up the Philippines and what happened around 70 years ago, as well as the nuclear industry and the space industry, of course.
Right. And so you read the whole book. You read the entire book through and through.
Yeah, I read it as an online book, and then I got the hard copy. Man, I was all over your book, dude. One of the greatest books ever, sir. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're very, very gracious. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. So, like I said, I'll take off for a moment. I'm going to go mute. And Joe and Paul, do me a favor. The both of you hold the conversation. Maybe talk a bit about anything you wish.
Okay.
Okay. And then, hold stage till
the dark web.
Yeah. I mean, if
the
Ian,
Presidio.
Yeah. So let's see about there's that. What both of you gentlemen might know about it. No, just out of curiosity, Ted. Like, is there a general location that you're in? Just a general, vaguely.
I'm on the west coast of North America, similar to you.
Okay.
I'm in Victoria, in the Queen's colony of Canada right now.
Oh.
But technically, I'm below the border, so technically I'm in the U.S. But yeah, I'm very close.
Okay, good. And so all that's appreciated. And what we'll try and do is just.
And this is the satanic capital of the world.
Yeah,
you have to understand. And they have found so much weird, esoteric, and crazy stuff that goes on here. Even the Parliament building is obviously from an old world, and they've just occupied it. So, if we want to talk about, prior civilizations or what happened in the past, say 200 to 300 years.
Mm-hmm. There we are. He jumped back on. So Ian, Paul, Ted Bass is talking
yes, sir. That's all right.
Yeah, talking about
well,
going on about some very strange findings, and join him in that. And Joe, of course, all of you gentlemen, stay active, participate, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. Okay, thank you so much. I'll go mute for now.
So, Paul, what are you interested? It sounds like you're in the same interest as Ian West here.
Ian West? I don't know this name.
Our personal.
Oh yes, Ian. Yes. Our other. Yes,
No,
correct.
I'm so sorry. I can't get my goddamn headphones to fucking work. I do apologize.
Don't worry about it.
We're having technical difficulties. I do apologize.
So I flew a lot as a child, and I've also done a lot of stuff on water. And I understand my datum lines. And when I do big construction, we don't deviate in space, even to a microscopic amount. So I understand physics to a certain degree that other people maybe has been slipped by through public education.
Okay.
In this, I came to understanding other things like propulsion, T.T. Brown, Tesla, other things like this. What is really happening?
Well, so there's no real restrictions on your education to be in the aerospace industry, huh? You got a degree in it, or how long have you been
see, this is strange. I worked in what would be called NGOs, or as I've been enlisted but never enrolled. If I could be so quaint, and I have a clearance, but you won't be able to see my name. And I'm not even trying to brag or nothing. It is what it is. So.
Oh, yeah, I can understand. I was a materials engineer for a missile company, but I don't even have a degree.
Well, here's another thing too. So a lot of those people that don't really understand physics, I mean, noun power doesn't mean anything. It's verb power. I do actions, and I'm a boots on the ground. I do operations, right? So
mostly construction, or what?
No, technical. I'm electrical engineer and stuff like that. So.
That's why you know about Tesla and all. And how about the HARP situation?
Well, yeah, didn't you guys see what just happened in Syria? So,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure that is what would you be called, like some sort of a static wave. So they boosted the microwave and pushed the crown up, and then it came back down and caused the earthquake.
So you don't think it's because of the core of the Earth is slowing down or reversing?
I'm not a heliocentrist, sir.
Me neither.
So there's some.
I do understand the electromagnetic spectrum, but if we want to talk about what the plane is that we're experiencing, we can talk about it. Yeah, I don't subscribe to heliocentrics.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. Have you seen the Nos Confundum layout map?
You're talking about what we perceive right now with the sun and moon?
No, it's a collection. It's a collection of stories from people that were born outside of the ice wall. And
cool.
this guy,
That's interesting.
this guy took all their stories and physically made a huge map of all the lands outside of what we know of Earth.
So
and,
that would be, yeah, I would say that would be the 7 seals. So outside what we perceive, this would be the next seal, and that would have some sort of a ground base like we perceive here. But it would be outside of those vibrations.
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about the 7th seal, but if from what you're saying, it kind of sounds like the Summers Gate. I don't know if you can recall that.
Summers Gate. Yeah, no, I'll write it down, sir. So Summers. I'm just a student. I'm not the master. I just understand how to do some of it, so.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah. No, yeah, I hear you.
But it's great to chat with people that are not afraid, because a lot of people in the cult are just terrified to even hold different views and then take the time to research and then decide which view may be correct or have weight that they could attribute to. You understand?
Correct. Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, they're pussies, but no, I hear you.
And when you're in a cult, now if you join a gang and those motherfuckers, they come and tell you, when we tell you up is down and down is up, you have to listen to them. Now that's a cult mind, right?
Right. Yeah,
now,
exactly.
So if we're going to get outside of that, because I understand that a lot of people's paycheck, when your paycheck depends upon you believing a lie, you will believe the lie. But that is a form of indoctrination.
Well, we don't even have to look far. Just look at Santa Claus and the Fat Man. It's a
of course, man.
It's a
Krampus and Saint Nick, baby. Right.
The fabrication of the Coca-Cola company that a fat man can fit into a chimney and give little kids gifts. It's more like Satan than Santa. You know what I'm saying?
No, of course. Now we can go to Rosh Satan. We go right into the Hebrew. We can talk about what they were doing, because they were describing something that was going on back then. And I don't know if Coca-Cola did that before the Federal Reserve was initiated or not. But you can see that back at that time that is what Coca-Cola did.
Well, they were the drug company of the world then, prior to
they were Pfizer, exactly. They were Coca, and now they can synthesize the drugs. Who's the dude that wrote Fecal and Tcal? The ones about all the designer drugs for the MDMAs and all that shit. Oh, excuse me. I probably should not swear.
No, you can swear all you want here. What? You're a proper Englishman in Canada there?
Oh, the lovely ladies that raised me, but they told me not to swear too much. All right.
Oh, well, it sounds like you are Native Native American First Nation, are you?
No, sir. I have my Métis status, but I am Irish semi. I'm Semitic Irish.
Oh. And you know what I found out? The Jamaican accent is actually in an Irish accent.
That is correct, sir. Yes. So my great grandfather is from St. Andrew's Parish outside of Halfway Tree, Kingston, Jamaica. And that is where we get, because it's before Canada's not old, US is not old. They tell you a lot of lies in history, man.
Yeah, but the ones that got put into Jamaicans, the Irishmen that got put into Jamaica were basically slaves.
So an Irishman was sold for 5 sterling, sir.
Oh,
where an African or a swarthy Roman descendant was sold for 50 sterling.
Oh,
and we can point this out. So when a slave master wanted to make a scene or make a show of something, they would kill an Irishman and they would publicly hurt an Irishman's children because it was also that we were worth less, so that didn't cost as much, but it would make them show the pain. And this is where in places like down in the States, they have laws that you could not buy an Irish woman and use her as a breeder. And that's where the Creole people come from.
Oh,
so
Creole?
that was the thing, because they would go, we'll buy an Irish girl, and then we use her breeder, and then you pump out all these things and you sell them off, blah, blah, blah, bang, bang, bang, boom, right? Pretty ruthless.
No, absolutely. So it's not only a black issue; it was a white and black issue, and also
and so even the color, because you work it to the bone. So there was another thing in the pirates. So when you burned an African, their body would burn, the ashes would be white. But if you burn an Irishman, the body's corpse would be black. So this was another derogatory term, just like they use things like speck and tinker and stuff, and these other derogatory terms.
So you were adopted too, or
I was not adopted. I'm sort of an orphan. But I was. We were left long time ago, and so I mean, whatever. We're gonna go. My family's military and stuff too, right? But I researched my bloodlines. And this is where my sister came and said, you should go and do the thing, because in the 80s they took my blood. And then she goes, you need to go do this. And then the government instantly goes, oh, you're Métis, because they took in Canada. There's only a small window of history. Then they take everybody that they don't consider to be the Nat man, Manchurian or Nat bloodline, which has the mark of Cain, the sort of no facial hair, the one they want to call First Nations. Everybody else is called Métis. So it doesn't matter if you're Micmac or this, or if you're like the dark Africans where they had the pyramids and the stones, they all just call them their dead lines. That's where Peter Moon, he wrote about all that stuff and talked about what was going on the East Coast with MK Ultra, Project Monarch.
Yeah, Michael Kors is basically MK.
My mom, she said that she was part of the Monarch Project. And so she was too young to go to what's it called? The big show down there, Woodstock.
Oh, okay.
She was just 1 or 2 years too young. And her mom wouldn't let her go, so she rebelled in some other ways. But if you see that, because we know like the Jesuits and all that, they run the rock and rollers, and they'd all come off the griff, especially from making the money off the record industries, that they push that stuff for the drugs. And now that you get into the stuff about dosing people, right? Just like the DMTs and the acids and all that. It's very interesting. Whether you like it or not, the fact that it happened changed the world. You know what I mean? We can get into the Aleister Crowleys and stuff and what the secret societies were doing. Because I think that the mushrooms and the use of psychedelics was pushed by the secret societies against the strengths of Rome, or whatever it is, the forces that were trying to dominate the world, and still are to this day.
Oh, they're always doing that. I mean, there's complicity in the drug trade. I mean, all these, from Iran-Contra to World War II, where
my dude. So Bon Scott, the singer of AC/DC, he died in the 80s because the heroin that he took in England when he went there, because it was the end of the Iran coup, and the only way the Westerns get the money out of Iran was they took the heroin. And they were used to the heroin in North America that was 2 or 3, maybe 7%. So guys would jack up all day, bang, bang. He went over there. The dudes that died in 1980, most of them died within the first 2 or 3 minutes, because it was about 40%. It was so pure that those guys, it just bam.
Gee, what a way to
takes
go.
them out.
So I am back, and I want to thank you gentlemen for holding the band with holding the stage, burning the band with. George Knight has joined us. and most blessed
Excellent,
be
gentlemen.
Ian West has jumped back on stage with us. So glad. By the way, I need to introduce everyone again. Well, at least everyone knows George Knight if you've been listening regularly. And George Knight, this is Mr. Ted Bass. Ted Bass is apparently somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, and he, yeah,
Right where the balloons are.
yeah, yes, yes. That's right. And so apparently he's read my book through and through, and that's deeply appreciated. Has many questions and seems to be able to relate to a lot of the issues that Ian West often talks about. Tell us how your night's going, George. Introduce yourself to just the whole audience, because we always have new listeners. And aside from a little bit of your own microbio or microbiography, then introduce, say hi to Ted Bass here, and tell us what's on your mind. I'm sure there's many developments. You could tell us how England is so much worse off than they even know, and kind of take it from there. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. And I've only just awoken, so I'm just now refreshing myself and oxygenating myself. It's so blessed to be here with you all, and it's wonderful to come on with all you fine gentlemen as well. And nice to meet you. Sorry, I don't know if I catch it. Was it Ted? Is that your name?
Ted Bass, yes.
Yeah,
Ted
Theodoro
Bass.
Vasanova. Just Teddy Bass is fine.
Yes.
Teddy Bass, thank you. Yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah, it's nice to speak to you. And So
And don't give me no credit. It's all about Douglas. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
But by the way, our man Ian West says, "Is everyone here except Brooke?" I'm so sorry, Ian. I know he misses Brooke. She's seeking employment, and she has to change her schedule for the sake of her health, just to maintain employment when she finds it. So she's certainly not joining us tonight. He insists, no, it's good she's not here, he says. Brooke blocked him. He's still trying to get over it. Yes. So, Ian, can you talk, Ian? What the fuck? It's like, what's with all the goddamn texting? I mean, what is this shit? Jesus Christ!
Sing at the
Oh,
bar.
he
What's
has
going
problem
on?
with his with his headset. It was going in and out.
I need to get something on the microphone.
It's Ian.
Yeah, God, no, my shit's fucked up. It's only coming out of one thing. I'm trying to get my shit's all fucked up. Give me a second.
We hear you. Fuck, we.
Bless your heart. Thank
Yes.
you.
Give me a second, man.
Wasn't that wonderful? I mean, that was so poetic. I mean, his dulcet tones and how he expresses himself. I mean, it's like Shakespeare. It's just, you can't beat it.
Music to the ears.
Magnifique.
Yes. So,
Yes, Douglas.
George,
yeah.
Yes, but
Oh, I did.
yeah, go
I
on.
just read up last night about Vladimir Zelensky landed in the UK
Oh,
to
tell us about
be
this.
greeted by King Charles. Yes.
Oh my God.
Met up with King Charles. So today I'll catch up on the further feedback from what's going on.
Developments.
Yeah, so I'll catch up.
Yeah.
With the further developments, what's going on? Yeah, with the meeting. Yeah. So he just said to him, all I caught was the introduction, just the greeting. And Charles just said to him that we have been worried sick about you, and then he walked him off. And then it'll be great to see what they are coming up with. What's the plans?
Yes.
No.
This is extraordinarily important.
Yes.
And I actually have I think there is a conversation that could be had between Ted Bass and yourself about a specific subject that I think will be perfect. But first, tell us what else comes up on your mind. I did send you some links. I'm not quite sure how many of them you might have found relevant, but yeah, whatever comes to your mind before we kind of segue into more of a conversation while I prepare for the inevitable monologue tonight. What else has been going on that you feel we should be paying attention to, George?
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And there's so many other things. And I did see our Prime Minister Rishi Sunak show Zelensky around a military base.
We've got to think of an appropriate name for him. There's
Yeah.
something, but go on. Yes, I'm sorry. So you saw him do what? I hate him. I just rage whenever I think of him. But go on.
Yeah, I have so much animosity towards him as well. Yeah. It's he was showing them around our military bases and just showing them our defenses and some of our armaments. So yeah, he was just giving a little speech to him. Obviously, you know, you can't hear what they're saying. You're just watching pictures of them just walking around, pointing at tanks and introducing them to the truth. Yeah, so
tanks bullshit.
Yeah, it was just all that. It was all for the cameras, really. But yeah, it was that was the latest I caught up last night just before I went to bed, and I woke up, Douglas, from a horrible dream. Actually, I just want to quickly share that with you.
Yeah.
I was arguing with a woman. It's just a fictitious woman that just, you know, that conjured up in my dream, and she was having an argument with me about the anatomy and the biology of a human being. And I was trying to explain to her that we're comprised of ribonucleic acid, and she was having an argument with me. And in the end, I got my my tablet out to get up all the verifications for that, and I just woke up, and I'm like, it was my nightmare, but I'm living in a reality. This is my reality every day. It was like, what the hell? Oh my God! I woke up and I was like, "Thank God it is time to get up and come on the show with Douglas."
Oh my
like,
God!
Yeah, that was my dream. I woke up from it. It was a nightmare because
I think George is missing Brooke already. That's why it's manifesting into another person.
It could be.
Well, they're
It was
pushing
very...
your pineal gland. So.
Pineal
Oh
gland.
my God!
What did you see in that dream when you came through? And was it the Wicked Witch?
It was something like that.
Projecting on you?
She had yeah, the you could make the comparison, definitely. It was like, it was awful, but like I was being shut down, I was being put down in the dream, and I was like, I'm waking up from this. I'm not going to even engage. But that was like a nightmare coming, but I'm like waking up into a reality of that.
You know, watching the Grammys or something yesterday.
Right. And by the way, I wanted to bring up that okay, Ian West says he's back in. So let's hear your voice, Ian. Say hello.
Back, baby.
That wasn't Ian, was it? That's not Ian, is it?
No, I'm here. Can you guys hear me now? I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Oh God, who the hell is that? That is saying, can you? It's
I think that's the new guy.
Ted Bass. That is so weird.
It was me.
So that was delightful. So yes, you're back, Ian, and it's delightful to have you. I was going to say something that reminded me of what George Knight was saying, and then I totally fucking lost it.
Oh yeah.
It was whatever was on my tip of my tongue.
Don't you hate that?
Oh,
Yes,
Douglas,
it's
can I just say, actually?
just what happens. I had something unusual as a dream in which I don't usually have, which is what they call an acting out dream, which is basically something that also can be a symptom of oncoming or insetting Parkinsonian disease, but I don't expect that at all. But
No.
What had happened was that I wound up kicking the computer on the side of my bed, which is, of course, flush up against the wall, so it's not like it went anywhere. But I kicked it because in my dream I was kicking somebody in the head.
That happens to me all the time, Douglas, actually, yeah.
Oh my
If
God.
you fall, you jump, don't you? If you fall in your dream, you jump.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the bed,
Yeah.
out your skin, so to speak, yeah.
Yes. So
Do you dream of
Absolutely.
burning papers, Douglas?
That's
That's
so
one
funny.
thing, because I burn papers a lot, and I thought, oh, before you destroyed them, do you remember those?
you know, it's funny you say that. Used to dream about things like the incinerator, but no, not in a long time. By the way, our man Ian is dumping files. All we see is download this, download that. What is this, Ian?
There's no Trojans attached to that, is there? Ian?
I'm not going to download it.
No. These are the new shots of the underground air base, and I just got these a couple of days ago. I was excited to share it with you guys.
What do you think?
We're some of the
What do you
we're
think?
some of the first people to see this underground air base in like Iran or Iraq somewhere.
Right. What do you think caused? What do you think caused Brooke to block you? Was there something specific?
Oh well, she's fucking ignorant. That's why. Well,
That's cute.
I mean, let's be honest here.
It's
Douglas.
oh my God.
Oh, George, before you go, I gotta tell you, I gotta catch you up on the fucking Madeline McCann shit she saw.
Okay.
That was a fucking joke.
Okay.
Anyway,
Yeah.
but
Go
Douglas, what else I wanted to share is when I was watching those pictures of Rishi Sunak with Zelensky,
Yeah.
all you can see in Rishi's face is he's smiling the entire time. That is the most. It is the most annoying face
Thank
in the
you.
entire world.
Thank
I mean,
you.
he could be walking around the streets of Booker, looking at atrocities, war crimes against humanity, and he'll be smiling.
Yes.
He'll be laughing at everything, pointing his fingers, going, "Ah!"
Yes.
That is what I can imagine. That is what he will be doing.
No,
Because
No,
when he,
man, anybody who wants to kill women or children, that's just horrible, man.
well,
It's just-
Yeah,
Rishi
absolutely.
Sunak is the kind of man who would grin while you're doing it. That's the
Yes.
That's what George
Yes,
Knight is
exactly.
pointing out. He wouldn't now. Rishi
Get
Sunak,
the
mind
knife and
you,
cutting board.
he would never have the balls to do it himself, but he would grin while watching someone else do it because that's
That's what he's like.
yeah. He's psychotic. He's completely psychotic, and but that being said, in terms of the with I guess some other things that come to mind. Hit us with some other stuff that's been going on for you, George, before I go into something that I think will start a conversation that.
Oh yes, thank very much appreciate Douglas. And do you know what? I actually because I was listening back to the segments, and you know the period where I was on and then I dropped off, and then after me and Brooke had you know, that sort of like
that was when
shouting.
my mic went out, and I was so
Yes.
fucking pissed because I would have
Yes.
jumped in immediately, and
Thank
I
you.
kept talking, but my mic was completely out. I had no idea that it was out for several moments until it was like, you know, oh, it's just so frustrating. But go on.
Yeah. Because I would have been silent if I could hear you speak. I would have just shut down right there. But thank you so much. I just want to just express my most profound appreciation for what you were saying to Brooke. You know, on that period where I was gone, and I really appreciate everything you said was absolutely right, and I agree with it. And just thank you, and you know, it's so true, and everything you said. I just want to say that I could bring up examples, but we'll talk in privately. But I just want to say
Bless
thank
you.
you so much.
Thank
I
you.
want to say thank you so much, and you're such a gentleman. I really appreciate that. But yeah, I did ask my colleague yesterday, Eric. I asked him, "What's your impressions of what's your have you?" Because I said to him, "You probably don't know anything because I don't know the name of the individual. I don't know anything." And I asked him, "You know the man that has been, you know, the guy who was investigated, the man who has been charged with the disappearance and or potentially, you know, obviously the murder of Madeleine McCann." I said, "Do you know anything about that?" About this individual who was of German nationality. And he goes, yes. He goes, the only link that they have come up with, the connections between this individual and the Madeleine McCann case is that on his computer files, he had downloaded child pornography. He had a shed in his garden, which supposedly went down into a basement. And the other thing is he was in the area of the disappearance of Madeleine McCann. And he goes, that's the only links that the police authorities have on this individual. But he goes, there's no other connections. And that's all he relayed to me. And I said, thank you for letting me know that. And that's all I had to share, Douglas, actually, on that. Because I asked another individual who I didn't know if he had any understanding or any knowledge of it.
Interesting. No, that's fascinating, and I do want to respond to
Well,
that.
George, I can fill in all the blanks on you on this. I can fill them all in for you.
Sure. Well, in a few moments, let me.
And why that documentary? I had to go watch it after that little incident, so that's why I was late. That's why I knew they were full of shit. They never found the chick's body. Blah blah blah blah blah. They're none of that shit. I know why, and I'll tell you guys why.
Okay, great. Hold that thought. I want to get something out there first. I want to thank Aloma Albera, a dear friend of our man Peter Moon. By the way, Clarice Claudette says in the chat room, Teddy Bass and George are interesting. Thank you, honey. She mentions many people in Louisiana come from Nova Scotia, now Scotland, and also Métis, as in the Métis, the Métis.
Métis, yes, yeah.
Métis, thank you, the Native Americans of Canada.
Which is the Abolima. If you look at the sign, it's the figure 8 on its side, which is the sun drifting through on its course throughout the year, right? So it's a classic ancient symbol.
Right. So, by the way, Aloma Albert brings up how suppressed my program is. She says, thank goodness for Peter's link on Facebook so I can get to the show on YouTube. Otherwise, they do not list it. Thank you, honey. She mentions 1820 to 1840. Each state built fancy state capitals. It was not another civilization, but the craftsmen were fabulous. Also, most regular folk had a wooden shed. So this is probably applicable to what Ted Bass and Joe Tai were speaking of earlier. And so what comes to my mind about this poor young lady who was murdered, and if I remember correctly, please correct me, I know I spoke of it when it happened. And I was one of the first people to bring up the Podesta brothers. I was talking about their, and this is, of course, what led George Knight to familiarize himself with the case. If I remember her name, correct me on this, it's Madeleine McCann, yes, or something like that, Madeleine McCann. Yeah,
That's it, Douglas.
yeah,
Correct.
thank you. So the one thing I could tell you about any case like this, whether it's like this because it's such an emotional trigger, what happened to this young lady, just like JonBenet Ramsey, or something like John Fitzgerald Kennedy's assassination, or something like Jack the Ripper. Anything that builds up this level of emotional resonance is going to get any number of very compelling theories and counter theories. And what this reminds me of is that at the time of Jack the Ripper, they developed, well, ever since then, all these people who have tried to study that case, they even have made it a kind of a science, and they call it ripperology. People have probably heard that term, or they can look it up. But ripperology is just literally the study of Jack the Ripper and who was Jack the Ripper. And I remember hearing this extraordinarily compelling case, or it's compelling when you hear these cases. If you just listen to these cases separately and you just kind of go blank and take each incoming theory for these various cases as they come along, every one of them has points. The same with John Fitzgerald Kennedy. As I said, the most compelling one to me, simply because the other theories get so involved, they're so complicated, so heavy. Obviously, heavy mafia involvement, heavy intelligence involvement. But as they say, with a Gordian knot or Occam's razor, the simplest solution is often the correct solution, the simplest
All
answer.
the money.
And so when it came to John Fitzgerald Kennedy, I forget the authoress's name, to my eternal shame and disgrace, because I loved her work. But she wrote a book that said basically Jacqueline Onassis was involved with, Jacqueline Kennedy, who became Jacqueline Onassis, basically was, in a sense, tangentially involved, but it was mostly Aristotle Onassis who wanted to marry her, basically offed Kennedy so that he could have Jacqueline. And the fact remains, which is a historical fact, as soon as Kennedy was dead, she rendezvoused with Onassis on the same fucking day, and they checked in and had
Bing a
sex
bang a
together.
boom.
Yeah, it's like, so it's, she points out that this is basically how simple it was. He hired a bunch of European hitmen, and basically the environment was such that everyone was incompetent and corrupt, and that's how the hit took place. And he got away with murder and basically took Kennedy's wife. Now, Jacqueline had no reason to like Kennedy. She hated his guts. In his will, he left
They were
her.
all in those 6 triads or whatever was going on in their secret societies anyways, right? So it was okay to swap the partner.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's that adds a level of complexity that's simply unnecessary. But with what we do know, the fact remained that he left her $20 in his will. That's what John F. Kennedy left.
Oh, low.
Yeah, Jacqueline Onassis. So she
On the low.
Yeah, she
Was there a
hated-
trust?
Yeah, and so that being said, then you have something like the ripperology. There was one man who pointed out that there was this German merchant marine, and he described this case where he said this German merchant marine was, he felt was Jack the Ripper. And he described that these would always take place, these murders, when he was in port in London. And then he'd take off back for Germany or Argentina and the like, and wherever he was in Argentina, similar murders took place. So he was pointing out similar murders took place in Argentina, similar murders took place in England whenever this merchant marine was in port.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And he said there was this German guy, and he said, and when people were saying what happened to him, they said, well, what happened was World War I, and basically they know that he basically wound up in the same unit with Adolf Hitler, And then he died in World War I. And they said they have no records of really what happened to him because what records the Germans maintained were destroyed in the fire bombings. So after the fire bombings of Germany destroyed whatever records they had of this individual, they might have found out what had happened to him. But the rumor was that Hitler killed him in his own squad for basically he caught him raping or trying to kill a woman in the field and killed him. So, I mean, this was just this fascinating, incredibly compelling story. But then again, it's like, what do you see when you're confronted with these things? I mean, we all wind up picking and choosing whichever narrative we find the most appealing. This is what it
And then
comes
we
to.
go to George Orwell in 1984. But what about Idris Shah? And speaking about Hassan I Sabah, and then we can go into what was going on.
No need for too complicated an itinerary, but the one thing I do know is that when it comes to Ted, he spoke of the term plandemic. So when he was speaking of the term plandemic, and he's speaking of Unit 731, then so why don't you ask your question in general about Unit 731, the term plandemic? I mean, rephrase that in a way that you present it to all of us.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for asking. I was really curious. So if we were studying ways to euthanize or to kill people en masse way before, and there could be ways because the air you breathe or other water you drink, there's ways to do it other than forcefully shooting people. And if Unit 731 was investigating how to affect the body, does not in your book where they describe perhaps just showing the parties involved with World War II that we can off the world en masse? Is that not reflective of what's going on right now today with the pandemic and perhaps groups that want to control or organize what is happening?
Well, the one thing that I can tell you, and I'll turn it over to George to answer, and I can interject when I feel I can say something constructive, but I'm pretty sure he can handle much of this. One thing I can tell you is that when the Americans unleashed the American Army and Navy flew, they did not care if they depopulated Europe. If anything, they considered that a bonus. That was their ultimate hope, was that they could depopulate Europe and basically colonize it with Americans. This was really the American ultimate intention. This is the.
And do we not see that right now about the immigration and all these sort of Pied Piper operations that are happening right now?
Well, I won't dismiss this. I don't know if you had a chance to hear that, George, but the other night when Noreen Halpan came on, and of course she came on with a very, what I would call a kind of inculcated or indoctrinated thesis.
Yes.
And basically what she was coming up was a lot of what I would call repetitive memes. But I put into perspective why her concerns were quite valid based on what I exposed. And so what I pointed out was the fact that when Paul Ehrlich, the Jewish so-called scientist who just promotes this population growth theory, I pointed out the fact that he led to abortion being legalized in the United States, as
with
well
Henry
as
Kissinger.
what was that? So you did review that. You did hear that.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, Doug. And in the past as well, what you have articulated in your omissions, I have I'm fully acquainted with what you are saying.
Excellent.
Thank you, Douglas. Please carry on. Please continue.
So my point is that in with Paul Ehrlich's pseudoscience, his phony science being taken to heart by both the United States and communist Chinese governments, you have seen a supermassive depopulation. So even though what I try to do is explain to people the illogic of the idea of a cabal, say for instance, trying to depopulate the earth, nevertheless, these attempts have occurred. And so there are indeed, as there is conspiracy to murder, there are conspiracies to mass murder, or mass murder doesn't even do the situation justice.
Genocide. Just genocide.
Yeah, exterminate. Thank you. The conspiracies of extermination would probably be a better term for it, because genocide is
Or even
almost
Plato's
yeah.
cave. I'd say put them in their cave, let them play video games, and when you want, you turn off the signal.
But when it comes to what Noreen is concerned about, the problem is the nebulous vagary of where so many people like that are coming from. They're nebulous, they're vague, and they have this like vague fear. And maybe there is rationale to their intuitive fear, but the reality is when we point out what has happened historically, then at least it solidifies the culprits. It solidifies the responsible parties. So that's the important thing to do, is you can't operate on a level of nebulousness. You have to name names and identify. We know for a fact that much of our misery has sourced from Paul Ehrlich, and anyone who thinks that that is ridiculous. I've in the past spoken of Trofim D. Lysenko, and Trofim D. Lysenko was a man who was a agricultural theorist who was responsible for hundreds of millions of deaths in the Soviet Union. And this was because he felt that plants could be educated, in a sense, bred to adapt to new environments. And all of this insanity led to people starving in mass famine throughout the Soviet Union based on his agricultural policies. So Trofim D. Lysenko is like Paul
Does this have to
Ehrlich.
do with the Gulag Archipelago?
No, not really.
No,
Lysenko
just destruction of the plant.
just
Okay.
destruction of all of their agriculture. Yeah. And he was working with a very warped understanding of primitive genetics. So when it comes to all of this, these are somebody with an idea. Ideas can be so dangerous because ideas can be profoundly dangerous. And this is why I think Brooke gets so upset sometimes with the abstract concepts of things I say about war or something. So,
Yeah.
but you of course, I tell her it's not impacting your immediate survival. You shouldn't be so emotional or upset about that when it comes to my case. But when it comes to these other men and they're given this kind of power, it is like that. But when you say the term pandemic, however, what's been going on with, say, for instance, the horrors of COVID-19 and the rest, I think the discussion can go on between Ian West and Paul and George about this, as well as Joe, if he wants to participate, anything he feels he can interject. But Ian, before we do that, maybe you can tell us a bit about Madeleine McCann and what you know about this and what you think is relevant in terms of what you know and what you saw in that video, and anything else you want to bring up about that, maybe.
Cool. Well, first, look, let me ask you guys as a group, has everybody heard of the Finders
Yes.
case?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Tell
Okay.
tell
That's
people
part of
about the
it.
cult.
That's part of the Madeleine McCann thing. That's part of it.
Okay.
There's more to it.
Yeah.
That is part of it.
Yeah.
All right. Madeleine McCann.
Well, I mean, tell people about the Finders first. Tell them about how that's a cult that's truly affiliated with the CIA that was taking children.
Yes. The Finders was a CIA operation that were transporting and managing children for satanic ritual sacrifice and government blackmail, and shit like that. That kind of shit.
By the way, this is all true.
100%. I was involved with groups in the 90s that exposed pedophiles. We were with people that would we got awards from the RCMP in Canada for exposing groups that would buy and sell children, and the federal government did nothing. They protected those groups. Since then, I'm actually a plethora of information on this.
Okay.
But we can go right
You
to it.
know
I don't want
George
to take the
Soros
microphone
is, right?
either. So go ahead, sir. You go ahead.
You know about George Soros, right?
Oh, Soros is the most horrible thing ever, and his office is right next to Dominion voting machines in Toronto.
Correct.
And
Correct.
and it is Canada is a safe haven for pedophilia and for drug trafficking. In investigations of laundering money, it's called the Vancouver model, because what they do is they bring loan shark money and they bring it into a casino. and they do the transaction, and then you can take it to a bank and you can buy anything. There's also another book called The Shadow World, where they show how they use most politicians are just whores for gun sellers, and to give them their profits, what they would do is they would give them property in British Columbia and Victoria. And so this is all well documented over the past 20 or 30 years. And it's also why when the bank collapsed 10 years ago, that the everything was puppeted up, because they don't want these crimes to be exposed. And this comes down to killing women and children all over the world, gentlemen and
but
ladies.
especially they really have a thing for Native American or First Nations peoples. These First Nations.
That's right. So in Kamloops, there's a thing where I guess the Queen and the Prince were there, and about 10 or 12 kids, Native kids, just went missing. They were tried in absentia and found guilty, but the Canadian government does not tell you that. The crimes of children in where I know of is just horrible. I mean, I'm lucky that I was never killed off, but we know all about it. They have movies like It. There's all sorts of stuff. There's a Riverview insane asylum that still exists. One of the most haunted places in the world. You can only imagine the atrocities that went down there.
By the way, may I ask, are you a First Nations person, or Indigenous, tribal, Native American?
You mean me?
Yeah, you. I was just curious.
Yeah, so I'm Semitic Irish, so Sami Irish, okay. And I'm visibly Caucasian.
Okay.
But I have a Jew afro. You know what I mean, sir?
Me too.
Me
too. I got one too.
Are you sure you
and
guys
all my
aren't...
brothers and sisters, they're visibly what you would call African Americans, so they're darker than me, but their mother is a different woman.
Okay. Wow.
I don't know about that. But...
but otherwise, the two of you could be twins. Yes.
I mean, whatever it is. I mean, the Pharaoh was killing himself thousands of years ago, so who knows? Anyways, we're all just the same. And I grew up in East Vancouver, so we reserve the right to hate everyone equally. We are not racist. There's goofs in every color.
Hey, do you know this chick named Amy Komu from Vancouver over there?
I don't know, man. There's a lot of people over here.
I'm joking. That's a joke. It's a joke.
She's on the other side of the fence. She's in Vermont, but yeah.
Anyway, boys, it's great to kibitz with you. I was raised by Jewish Italians, so I got a lot of love in my heart. Everyone,
Did you get the oh shit, I forgot the name of it. Yeah, what's the one where they cut the baby's tip of the dick off in the rabbi's
I was circumcised, yes, sir. So they cut it off when I was a kid, and I was also, the abuse I saw in the child. Like they talk about the resident schools. I was forcibly inoculated when I was 6 or 7 years old in grade 1 or 2. 5 teachers came and took me by all of my limbs. And then the 6th one jabbed me with a needle. And that was in the 80s. And if they ever did that to my daughter nowadays, I'm telling you, it'd be a big problem. But that's the type of way the school system was here in British Columbia.
But isn't the resident schools isn't the resident schools for Native Americans, First Nations peoples?
Yeah, no, but that was public school. That was East Vancouver, sir. And on the side of East Van, they considered you poor. It didn't matter what color you were, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay, so they were all considered just basically niggers, right?
You're poor, sir. You're poor. You're not the Queen's fucking cut. You're not part of the crew.
Oh my god.
And that's the way it was. And it's very Masonic over here. So they have a lot of inbred, lot of like low down dirty stuff goes on, man.
Oh shit. So our man George left. He should be back soon. But the two of you seem to have a rhythm going. Do go.
I don't mean to be too harsh with my wordables, boys. Like the plan.
Oh, you're doing good, man. Don't worry about it. You're straight.
Oh, so yes. So in terms of I will explain, of course, that my let's put it this way. I don't know George Soros at all, certainly not personally, but I do.
Oh, you don't want to know.
For real. Bad Nazi, like worse than Fabian Socialist, probably.
Oh my god.
Wait till I go on with the story. Yes, it leaks a lot of shit. And it goes back to the tunnels too.
Okay, go on.
So anyway, the what I was talking about the Madeline McCain thing, all that was that from the 70s and 80s, as Soros was coming up, he was blackmailing and gaining control of like certain governments and judges and people like that all throughout Europe through this blackmail scheme with the children.
Yep.
And it got to the point to where, it got to the point to where Soros just needed kids that didn't have, that he didn't have to go kidnap. So he started cloning, or he started the in vitro fertilization process to like over 300 something members that were in his satanic network cult in Europe at the time.
They could have taken.
And that's how Madeline McCain came in, and Soros knocked up her mama with the help of the mom's husband, who was an in vitro fertilization doctor, with his help.
So you remember the movie Return to Wizard of Oz with
Michael Jackson?
That's the Wiz, wasn't it?
Oh, that's the Wiz. That's right. That's right. No, I never saw it. No.
You didn't see that?
But anyway. So after Soros conquered, through the child blackmail process, all the important parts of Europe, he started to conquer America. And this is where Ghislaine Maxwell comes in, and her submarine that her family owned was used to transport all of Soros's clone kids to the United States. Hence, that's where the Finders cult comes in to start these pedophile blackmail operations on police departments, sheriff's departments, judges, prosecutors. That's still been going on till this day.
That's the one nature of the blackmail that Whitney Webb wrote about so much, that we can clearly see that the CIA, the mafia, and the deep state are all holding hands,
connected. Right? Yes, correct. They're all a little circle of monsters.
Debauchery and evilness. I mean, like you don't powder coat it.
You know the police badges in California?
They got the pedophile sign on them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see that. Yes.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
The triangle within a triangle.
Okay.
That's why
it's got the pedo symbol.
Okay.
Yes, exactly, and all
the same one that the Pope wears.
That's why kids' testimonies are no good in California.
Oh no, yeah, for real, man. And they even changed the thing. But you're right. No child, no matter what it is, their witness and their testimony will not be held, no matter how honorable it is. It'll be disregarded.
Yes, Aquino got that. Aquino made that happen.
Yes.
Well, we can't really blame Aquino because the system is already screwed up, and he's a product of the system.
Oh, understood. But what both these gentlemen, or at least Ian, is referring to is the fact that it was Aquino being brought on trial that led to that law being instated that all child testimony will be thrown out of court of law.
And so, boys, are we still talking about Soros and how what he did or what he represents?
Well, Ian will carry that on.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So after Ghislaine Maxwell's little posse and her family's submarine, that the Biden family owned a submarine too. They were trafficking these clone Soros kids to the United States.
And then you need to understand maritime law and plenipotentiary law. So this supersedes. So if these kids come with no birth certificate and all that, you can do all sorts of things with it. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you in there on Ian. You go ahead.
You're right.
No, you're good.
Because Douglas's daughter or son is one of those, probably.
One of those what?
Trafficked individuals.
You mean
from
originally?
Europe?
Yeah. I don't know about that, but I'm not There's, some elements of her past that we don't know. Fortunately, she was young enough where not too much could have happened, but yeah, certainly enough.
She didn't have paperwork. She didn't have.
That's correct. No, I mean, your point's well
documentation.
taken. Your point's well taken. I thank you, Joe. I mean, that's obviously there's some gaps in memory there. There's some traumatic stuff that went down. So. Anything's possible.
Understood. Yeah. Hey, that's a good point, Joe. Doug? What year do you think? What year do you think she came here to the States?
Well, she had to be probably.
Was it after 85?
Well, it was. Good God, 85. God, let me think about that. After 85. Yeah, it was after 85.
Okay, because. After 85 was when Ghislaine's dad, from doing these child submarine trips from Europe to Orlando, Florida, from the underground subtunnels that go underneath the state of Florida and then continue on underneath Texas to Disneyland. She could have been on that. She could have been on that route, and or Biden could have been assigned to the Disneyland route, and then Ghislaine could have been assigned to the Orlando route. That were dropping these kids off, and the finders were picking them up.
Because they talk about, they say that Epstein says that he had citizenship to another place they called terra firma, or another land.
Well, that was the under ocean city.
That's right. We could talk about Lemuria or Atlantis or all these other places that are not technically acknowledged but hidden continents, and then we can talk about other things like that. But these probably people had access to them, or they are military programs that still exist.
Here we have a historic first. We have a question fielded to Ian from someone in chat, the lovely Clarice Claudette, who was with us in the opening hour. She asks, Ian, do you know anything about tunnels under New Orleans? It has become the #1 murder capital.
Well, it always was the murder capital because of the SEALs initiation and training there. They had to do a cold kill to actually become a SEAL, and that's why it became the #1 murder capital.
So they actually have to send somebody out to off somebody just to get in?
They just have to pick them off at random. That's how you became a SEAL.
That's the secret society in the thing. That is Sufism. You have to go and kill for me now.
Well, we got all that from the Kay Griggs testimony.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, well, definitely Sufism explains, of course, Salman Sheikh. Yes, that would explain him, and he was a Mason as well. Mason Sufi, yeah, just a combination of the worst of both worlds.
A lot of this stuff is borrowed, whether the people realize it or not. This is borrowed indoctrination from other societies. Do people even realize it, right?
Yeah. And other than that, what do you know about the tunnels down in New Orleans, Ian?
You remember that BP oil spill? I forgot what year it was. Well,
it wasn't that long ago.
They're building it wasn't that long ago. Yeah. But as they're sucking all that oil out, they're building another city underneath the Gulf of Mexico in there. And the main route, the route, over the years has been from New Orleans to the west part of the Gulf of Mexico where the oil spill happened. And they just recently declassified like the last 10 years of military operations and paperwork, and they just they're straight up. They're like, yeah, we had the DIA here, we had the Green Berets or whatever on these dates and what they did, and the boring project that went from Slidell, Louisiana to
All the
think
way,
like
baby. That's why they knew the levee would break. They knew that way back. New Orleans, baby. Come on.
It's crazy shit, man. It's crazy shit.
So
But
you
what
guys
they're-
know
what they're-
Andy Warhol, right? And Basquiat. So the dude who is his friend, Ram LZ, was a deep sea miner or a deep sea welder. And he was telling me that in the 70s or the 80s, they had already done the whole Gulf of Mexico. And his family come from Rockaway, Queens. So they, you know, he was a contractor and stuff. But I guarantee you, man, what you're telling is the straight truth, Dredd.
Oh yeah, no, I got the military documents. I got the it's called
It's very
Operation
a lot of
Deep
it. All they
Horizon.
have these underground stuff. There's 2 books. I got a couple books on it myself. So they have the tunnel
Oh,
boring
dude, you need to
machines.
see my fucking library.
And, oh man, I'm one of the few, man. I love it. I'm so glad. Anyone who has a library, much love, much respect, man.
And so,
Yeah, man. Good.
No. Go on, both of you. I think you're on a roll. So
Well, what they were saying is what caused that fucking that oil spill, or what caused the what caused the the leak or whatever that made the news and everybody was bitching about it. It was a flying saucer that this advanced technology uses, and they didn't know the pilot of that craft didn't know they were fucking that they had a what is it called, a hyperbaric chamber or whatever that sucks the shit out of the ground of the ocean, and that is what fucking hit it and caused that huge fucking oil spill.
Thank you.
Well,
that was.
Well, it sounds, Ian.
I know a couple girls that made a huge oil spill in my life.
Ian, I like some of the stuff you made, but sometimes some of the things don't need to be brought up to that point. I mean,
yes. Once you got to the
I mean, you got to think these people have been doing this shit for fucking,
forever.
50-something years. I mean, they're not gonna fuck up on this one.
Absolutely.
So isn't that the dude Ta from Egypt?
Who?
He brought the lands up and down. He made the, he raised lands up and down.
No, it's like.
Yeah,
See, Ian, you know what makes your thing don't work sometimes is that you keep on saying Trump. You love Trump and the.
I didn't even say that. I didn't even bring that up. I didn't even go there.
No, it's just these things that make it sound terrible. But right now the facts are here. I mean, it's out. I mean, some of the things that we're talking about Pizzagate, it's been covered by.
You're like a pepperoni. I'm making you a pepperoni pizza.
Yeah, but now I can see where the Pizzagate comes in because in West Windsor there was a place, Al John's, and they would have like a game room in the back where the kitchen had a visible door, like a commercial door. And I realized that the petty I was dealing with, her sister was molested and trafficked into the motorcycle thing, and I think the pizza thing had something to do with the
if you're ever unfortunate enough to have to go and kiss the ring.
Let Joe finish. Let Joe finish. Go on, Joe.
Yeah, some of these child trafficking things. I remember having Al Johns at the elementary school. I mean, they brought in in the previous years before Domino's had their school lunch programs. Al John was selling his pizzas into the elementary schools. So there is some connections with the Italian thing comes into play, and because I know the Petties were not a good bunch of people, because the Finders cult in Maryland that had the DC, it was a Air Force general that did the satanic rituals with these kids. So, and he died of natural causes, and they never gone after him with all these legitimate documentations from Florida from these police officers. So
Mm-hmm.
it does make sense where these children are being sold, because probably during Clinton's term, there was a guy in Florida asking people if they wanted to sell their children out in the open. So, there's a lot of things.
Was that Marion Petty that was doing that? Petty guy? Marion Petty?
No, for a few dollars.
They got it documented. I sent Douglas the video where the CIA had a cult following with the Finders cult. I mean, this is also where Tate's comes in, because his father was CIA,
Right.
and they were probably doing the same shit. And the new thing from Concrete, Andrew Bustamante, I sent to Douglas his thing. The CIA was talking about how it's the norm of things where other countries do sell children and do a lot of these children exchanges. It's a norm for them.
Thank you.
But he's
go on. No, go on, Joe.
He's from the Air Force too. So
of course. By the way, the military connection is profoundly important with all of these things. This is something I've been emphasizing for quite some time. So thank you, Joe. That's deeply appreciated. So gentlemen, I just finished the 16-ounce can of Coke, the usual. I always rinse my mouth thereafter because it eats away at my enamel otherwise. So keep talking, all of you. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go mute again. Be back soon. And you're on a roll. Ian was, of course, talking about BP oil and building an underground city. He had us all until the flying saucer showed up, which was what Joe was trying to point out. What Joe was trying to say in so many words was, Ian, it's sometimes you'll be on a narrative and then you will throw in a monkey wrench.
I hear you. No, I agree. Joe, I agree with you. I know it's hard to take in, but when you look at the damage of where the pipe was hit or where the pipe busted, is what they're calling it on the news. It's like there's not a scuba diver down there smoking a fucking cigarette and just posing that fucking oil that's not even flammable at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
so
they got that document from PBS about how this oil spill went. We don't have to go there. I mean, we have to stick to the subject of child trafficking.
Since
if you go off course, we're not going to be able to verify these information that we get and try to make sense.
No. That's what I'm saying. The new document that just got declassified, the Operation Deep Horizon or Deep Water documents, it says that it's it says like a large metal, not a UFO, but a large metal like aircraft or whatever.
USO.
Is this underwater or above the waterline?
This was under. This was all.
Okay, so like Joe said, then a USO, an unidentified submersible object. Yes. Okay, fascinating. So disc.
Yeah, I can give you the document.
Okay.
And it's got like all the years, every. I mean, like it's very detailed document about like which military group went in and like why the Marines had to fucking go in there and do shit and why the fucking. Whatever these little platoons were called that had to go in like 5 years later.
And so just to put things into perspective for our listeners, I certainly understand what Joe is saying, but at the same time with Ian, to Ian's thematic.
I just put the cherry on the cake about it. That's
his narrative, the tunnels are inseparable from the human child trafficking. So it's like the tunnels have to be emphasized. Then of course he brings in something a bit off the wall beyond that. But such being said, all good for now. Ted Bass and you do participate, interject. Feel free to interject at this point and let Ian and Joe respond. I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back in about another 5 or so minutes. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep. Go right ahead, boys. Gentlemen, keep going.
Yeah, so I went to DC and in one of these weird ass Ethiopian restaurants, and it didn't smell normal. I mean, it smelled like a sacrifice in there.
Ethiopian, it should be like vegetarian.
Yeah, but it smelled like meat. I
No,
know.
man, that don't sound right at all. So it's got to be the wrong joint. So it's a voodoo joint.
There, I mean, there's tunnels in DC. You know that, right?
Oh yeah,
for
I
sure,
know.
man.
I've got the maps for it. I've got the maps.
Oh, absolutely. So there is a connection between Florida and kids being kidnapped and sold. And also the Dozier Dig. I mean, that they found children in unmarked graves and shallow graves. So there is this situation.
And so, what do you think? Do they take the blood from them, or is it just a thing where they can't get rid of them and they off the kids?
Well, their kids are just they're just bait in a sense. They don't.
Oh, so then it's just a blackmailing thing. So it's a thing where you can ply your wares, and then when the kid's done with it, well, that's expendable. You get rid of it because it's not documented anyways.
Correct.
Yes, exactly.
Correct.
So this is how they frame. That's how they frame occult people too. It's like
100%. I mean, that's the way you control the stuff. So right there, that's the Secret Service right there.
Yeah,
man.
that's why the CIA does it. That's why
and that's the OSS and the for sure the continuation.
Yeah, I mean that's how England does it with this. With who's the pedophile for the royal
for the
family?
Queen?
Huh?
You're talking about the radio DJ guy or the
That's right.
Jimmy Savile.
Salvo.
I mean,
now what about did you guys read the book, The Bloodlines of Illuminati?
Illuminati? Yeah, I've got it. I had the Russian edition.
Springer or Spring?
Yeah, Fritz Springmeier.
Springmeier.
So what was that about, Ian?
It's like the Disney bloodline, the Nestle bloodline. Here, I got it on the shelf right here.
And what does it say about the Disney bloodline? So I think it says in that Hitler's grandfather's a Rothschild.
Oh yeah, I mean exactly because his mother was working at the Rothschild.
He was going with them, but then he went and he made a state-sponsored note that was based on silver, and that went against decentralized banking, so they offed him, and that's where they went against him. I think that's what it kind of describes in that book.
Well, that's why they allow Hitler to become Führer.
Oh, yeah, obviously, you don't get to be like him, just be some fucking bump off the fucking knock,
No, it has to be a Rothschild. So basically, Douglas is a Rothschild too. So.
That's good.
And then did you hear this other one too? Is that Obama's mom?
Well, this is the proof that it was a Jewish cause. It's called the Holocaust.
Well, a Zionist. Now this may even be a thing because to be a Khazar Jew.
Exactly. I mean,
is it from the bloodlines of Abraham, from Shem and Ham, and who's the other one?
Levi and what?
Shem, Ham, and Luca?
Cohen.
No, who is it? Yeah, that's the one.
The Cohen, the Levis, or the rabbinical.
And this, I mean, if we're talking about this thing, that strictly means bloodline genetics, not people who identify as that.
But
and that's where I think a lot of people get it crossed over, right?
Well, that's the reason for it. The Holocaust means holy sacrifice. It's something that's done by Jewish ideals. So
if they think it's goyim and you're coming from the Talmud and stuff, then they think you're expendable.
It's not really called a genocide because they don't think it was a genocide. It was a sacrifice.
And this is also a thing where they have the one for the Frankenstein, the Yeti, or the conjured being, right? The Yidam.
Oh, I have no idea about that.
Yeah, that got by me. Yeah, I'd never.
No, but
Brett came across that. Never.
But basically, it's a Jewish. It was to establish a Jewish state, and the Jewish people had to sacrifice themselves for that. Do you understand this?
Oh,
This
more Jews were killed. I mean, the poor Jews, they weren't cared. I mean, we know
I
this.
mean, they were
You can look at
forcing.
the Nazi things. There was lots of documented people that were Jewish that were or protected by the state.
I mean, just look at who was the Nazi Kissinger. He was a Nazi Jew. I mean,
Yes, correct.
So
Yeah.
Hey, you guys want to hear something funny? Because I'll tell you
Sure.
guys something. You guys have no idea. So
What?
about 2 years ago, I've come across a place, and it's got over 100 years, maybe 110 years, untouched. Every single day, newspaper, every single month, magazines, all sorts of things. I only have access. I thought about digitizing it. I thought about looking at all.
Uh-huh.
What I did is after I take a couple big deep breaths, I started to go look at it, and I go, okay, I know certain things happen in certain years. I'm going to go just research it. And guess what? The narrative is different from the public school narrative.
Oh, absolutely.
And so then I started going to the thing, and I go, oh my goodness, because they don't have the ability to kafung it or to fucking fudge it. I go, this is going to be really what it was, because they sold it to these people. I go, these people weren't stupid 120
Exactly.
years ago.
It's
These people
like
weren't
when I
fucking
was-
idiots.
Well-
These motherfuckers, and that's how they sold them the narrative. It was like George Orwell on steroids, boys.
Oh, absolutely. That's where Princeton came in. George Orwell's War of the World happened by Princeton, there where we were
So-
at, where I was
Exactly,
at.
man. I just went and said, because my grandma used to say, if somebody puts their hand on the Bible and they're in the court, they can't fucking lie. And I said, I tried to say, Grandma, you're almost in a cult, Grandma, because everything you've told me is a lie since I was a little kid. Since I was
Right.
4 years old and I can remember
Yeah.
the words you told me, it's a lie, Grandma.
Everybody, I mean, we're lied to left and right. We believe in Santa Claus, you know.
It's too funny. And I
they
try
make-
not even come down on them hard. I'm like, girls, it's okay. You were lied to as well. It's not everybody. But they're so
guess
bound
what?
up in their lies, man.
Well, I was talking about slavery in my time. I mean, literally a black man in Burlington, New Jersey, was a last slave, so-called last black slave from the 1800s that died in New Jersey in the mid 1985. But I can't find that when I Google it. And, you know, I know it came from NJN News during that time. It was a big story. But you know, slavery was never, I mean, black slavery was really never dead.
No, and it was still accepted. I mean, slavery is
Oh,
still
man.
accepted.
People think
It's a
past,
common
man.
business.
They said it's a past, but the slavery now is white.
No. There's more people bought and saved today, bought and sold today, sir, than ever before in history. There's more slaves.
Yes. By the way,
Let's
you can
not
hear me.
Let's not, like smudge that, man.
Yeah, no, that's quite true. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir, I can.
Oh, good. I'm just checking to see if you can. I mean, the mic's all, like I said, the mic is very fragile, and it's a miracle it actually made it this far tonight. Hopefully the miracle will continue. I have to make certain not to move it at all. So by all means, you gentlemen are doing well. I'm, just breathing, contemplating what to talk about in monologue before I go all the way with it. But, I could stand, some more time. So, you're all doing well, and let's keep it up. There was
That's what she said.
Yes, of course. And with whoa. So may I ask, was there some primal trauma in your own life other than what you've already articulated, which sounds like you had a fair bit of stress growing up. You had some level of poverty, Mr. Bass. So was there some bastonado? That's the correct surname.
Oh, yeah,
right?
no. So I was thrown down a flight of stairs when I was 2, and I was almost killed.
And who did this? Who did this?
My father did this, and then he proceeded to punch out my mother.
Oh my God!
He was drinking, wasn't he?
So, and I was sent to my aunt and my grandmother. I mean, I can talk openly about this, guys. I mean, I'm not emotionally invested anymore.
Okay.
I got through that, but yeah. So there was a lot of trauma in my life, and even the reasons why my father would be such a brutal, horrible person. I mean, I researched that as well, right? So, But yeah, I have a daughter. She's 16, and I have used my experience as a child to raise that creature, similar to ourselves, in a different way. So she's a happy, great being. You know what I mean? In the same Earth, because we do live in multiple parallel universes. But the world that I experienced, with all due preconceived abilities, I will make it so she won't have to see that hell that we've made here on this plane.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said I didn't want to have a kid. I never wanted to bring a kid up in this world.
I agree with that, sir. And then it was not a planned thing. It was just a couple lovely ladies convinced me that it was a good thing, and then later they said, "Hey, I'm preggo and I'm gonna keep it." I said, "All right, I'll let go for my kid." And then so now we're almost 20 years later.
That's
Well,
great.
God bless you, sir.
Tell us about how your son came about, Joe.
Oh, she tricked me into it. I mean, I thought she loved me, and that's why
I'm starting to see a pattern here.
There is.
Yeah.
I think they wear the wares like that, eh?
Yeah, and am I right? You got this kid, this girl that's falling for me. I mean, I was married, and and she still loved me and all this stuff. But then, they got brainwashed by the other women and taught
the western eyes of the women. Here, I'll give you guys one more. So I would read Gurdjieff and read all these crazy books, and the girls got big eyes because they wanted to be like white witches or something. And they came and read the books, but they would try to use the words against you. Like, girls, that's not how you use it. But they got big heart on me because they'd be hanging with these douchebag guys that would treat them. I'm like, ladies, you shouldn't let the guys, run you down like that. So the girls intrinsically just got a big heart from me, and that's all it was.
Yeah. Well, I was married, and she was still, I thought she wanted me, but it was for other reasons. It's then they start comparing you with what they see other people having, and it's not
or the
something I
TV
wanted.
or what they see on TV.
No, it's worse. I mean,
and I'm like Douglas and Alex Jones 40 years ago.
The communist,
I saw the horrible things. Why would you bring kids into this world?
Well, the communist girls, ladies are worse than ever because they so much that they have less women than men. So they're able to cheat more and take advantage of their situations, and they were teaching
the yentas. That's what we call them. We call them the yentas.
Yeah. So if it's like there's no satisfying their needs if that's it. If they see other people having more than you, and they'll never be satisfied. You understand what I'm saying?
Marxism
that's
there.
why you have to let them go because they don't realize.
But isn't that the Whore of Babylon?
Well, Miss Harris from California is really the Whore of Babylon. She was sleeping with everybody in the court system in California.
And that's Catherine of the Wheel, right?
And she's a vice president. She is literally the Whore of Babylon.
When that 100% there, my aunt, she goes, I don't want to hear no conspiracy theories, but I'm like, that girl for sure was got the dirtiest knees ever.
So I prefer the Democratic Party, but that's not going to help America if a ditzy lady came.
I used to believe in a lot of socialist democratic stuff. Now, man, I'm actually more of a what do they call that? A sovereignist, man. I'm expressing my right.
Thank God you're not picking a side. That's good.
No, man, I'm just gonna do my thing, and no one's gonna hurt my little girl. That's all I know.
That's what I said.
But there's a lesser of two evils. Hopefully, Biden kicks her the hell out. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, there's a lot of bad stuff.
You can't have an international leader don't know about the world, and all she can do is giggle and make stupid jokes. I mean, it's incompetency. I mean,
tell you, man, I'm gonna take a page out of the book.
Biden picked the wrong person for their next election. You understand what I'm saying? He should have picked Andrew Yang or Tulsi Gabbard. Because
Well, I was really hoping Yee would make it in there.
Well,
Ching ching, yeah, baby. Give me some hip hops in there. Some Kanye, baby. I like it'll keep you healthy.
Tulsi, gave it to Harris, but Biden still picked the weaker of the bunch. I mean, you can't be
I don't know.
doing
Is Biden real or is he his brother? I don't know. He looks
well,
Biden's been dead for 3 years, and now they got his brother. Then they got what's his name, James Wood, playing him right now.
You guys are talking about some clone shit. So how many times did they make him in a fucking incubator?
Well, they just busted this cloning lab up in Alaska, and they found a couple of more clones of like Biden, and they found some more clones.
Well,
Ted Bass and Ian West. Yeah.
I'm not that important.
You don't need clones anymore. All you do is mass. The CIA.
You just download the information, baby.
Yeah, but Ian, what am I looking at? What is this?
That remember that map I sent you like at the beginning of the show a few months ago, and you're like, I'm not gonna download it. It's got a virus.
Yeah. This is that.
This is the Earth, or this is the world. From all these stories from people that were born past the ice wall. And there's Mars, there's Jupiter, there's Saturn, there's all that shit.
Okay.
That's the map.
So what you're telling me is beyond the ice wall of the flat Earth that keeps us from...
No, it's not flat. No, it's not flat. No. You got to think of it as like grooves on a record. Like, imagine you're taking vinyl records and like there's grooves in the records.
Or even look at it like a satellite dish laid down. It's an electrical pattern. And what you perceive...
I'll send you guys the video of them building the ice wall too. Back in the 50s.
Now an ice wall, again, this. So we have to decide, is there two things? Is there heat and cold, or is there just one thing, which is energy?
So wait a second. Where's Earth on this?
It's in the dead center of that map.
Oh, I see. So
all the other lands outside are from the stories. I don't know Spanish, so I can't really translate all this. But if you look up I forgot what it's called, the Nos Confundum or Subterranea. Those stories match up with the pieces of land on this map.
So is this like are we, say, for instance, all underground, and this is all connected by tunnels, or is this in space?
Yeah. Well, it's all connected by tunnels. That's why, when you or George were talking about these, what is it called? These teleportation things or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Those teleportation things are what you guys. In figuratively and in theory. These are those lands that they dump out at.
So if you understand what the electromagnetic spectrum is, and you can create what you perceive as the left and right eye of Horus, then there could be other places like that. And then it's also understanding that just the heliocentric model that we've been told is just incorrect. There's just a different model in the waters and what exists.
Well, we know it's incorrect because when we dig underground, we don't have to go at a curve to come out of the desired destination.
No, exactly. You're much more like a floating land. You're on a thing in your perceived realm with the seven colors, because the body you're in right now is perceiving the electromagnetic spectrum different than just what exists.
So Joe, does it disturb you as well that these two gentlemen resonate so
well, yeah, exactly. It's just too much information.
Both.
I understand, guys.
Let's go back to the pandemic with Douglas, and let's talk about 731.
It's the way they both understand what each the other is saying.
I told you I didn't need to know more. What Teddy was talking about was basically what Eon is. So they're basically twins. You know what I'm saying?
They're fucking twins. They were
You know,
cloned in the
I
same
said this. I was
lab.
like, sometimes I don't feel like I'm from this
Oh,
world. I've
thank you.
said that all my life. You
I'll take
know.
it as a compliment.
Yeah, but you're both.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, but you're both like half
Well,
black,
they're
half
curly.
Jewish or something. Is that have something to do with it?
And
Is
it's
it-
okay. We don't judge you either, Doug. It's okay.
That's classic.
I mean, is there this some kind of black Jewish resonance going on here where you both like?
Well, think about this.
Well, the
Have you
You know,
seen
like,
the Shammy? I wouldn't
different.
call them black. I would. I don't know.
You know, well, you know how you know the typical Asian type are found in one part of the world, and the typical Spanish type are found in another part of the world,
And then both
the
of you are
typical
found
whites
here.
are found in
Yes.
one part of the world. Well, I think
Again,
all these races are from these lands outside, and over the centuries we've all you know, gravitated toward the center of what we know as Earth now.
Oh, that
And that would
explains so
explain how,
much. That explains so
that
much.
makes sense, right?
No, it's more of the curly hair. So if my head was in my
He's got
if
the
my
Moorish
head was
thing.
in my penis area, I would be thinking like them.
Yes. Yes.
No, man. If you go and look at Hapsut, the pharaoh, she had curly red hair. You look at the hair; it does not lie.
Who?
So that's when they
absolutely.
say Skota was the daughter of Pharaoh, and you say, you know, Scotland, all these places like Ibri and the Hebrews and stuff. You can see it. So
Yeah,
they were
that's why they
interesting
call them
people.
Most of the genetics from England and Ireland is Egyptian.
Yes,
That's
sir.
why they call them
Well, and that's, so you're looking at Algiers, Morocco, and all this stuff, and then you get into what is, you know, the
All right, so
Aramaic language. So everything they would say
by
would
the
be
way,
Al,
I want people.
Al-Ram,
I want-
Al-Nim.
Can people hear me? Can
Yeah,
you hear
go
me?
ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'm looking at the link that our man Ian West provided. I want everyone to understand this. This is very real footage. This is completely real. This was an experiment with weather modification, with super cogent chemtrails, very solid chemtrails.
Look at that. Yeah, look at the sheet come down. Yeah.
Are you watching what I'm? Oh yeah, he's watching it. So
I can see it. Yeah.
So this is footage that I was actually thinking of the other day. But then they basically as the thumbnail they put this like ice wall surrounding Earth, and the title of course says it all. The title is Antarctic Ice Wall Being Built by German Nazi Jews. Yeah, and in parentheses, it says a Walt Disney production. So obviously they've taken some very real footage and then they've distorted whatever context it had into something completely discombobulated and intrinsically offensive. It's incredible, but it's
High jump.
Thank you for finding the footage. And it's BitChute, of course. It's BitChute. What else would it be? It's
apparently this company, who are they called? This Paragon or what the fuck is the name? Well, anyway, this shit. I'm sorry. It starts with a P. But this website what the fuck is this?
Somebody's calling you.
Well, Von
Who's calling
Braun
you?
worked for Disney, and Von Braun put out all those NASA stuff.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
but apparently this Periscope, that's the name of it. Go to this Periscope website, and they have like all this testimony of like Disney and court, and he's like bitching about fucking.
Well, Ian, I mean, you got to differentiate from what's reality and what's, you know, made up for the day. But, you know.
And then we had some stuff saying by our man Ted Bass over there.
I apologize. I apologize. Sorry,
I mean, it is
How do I block these assholes from calling me? How do I do this?
I'm gonna turn that stuff off,
these are
baby.
sex bots? Well, I guess I should check the live stream, make certain we don't have any Skype link. What is the Skype link? Oh, the Skype
block.
link.
There
Okay.
we go. I can block her. There we go. I'll block her.
Entertainment.
I do apologize,
let me
guys.
see if I can find the footage for you where we can heavy chemtrails World War II plane. Let me see if I can find it. Now that depends if I can get onto YouTube because my internet is very slow. It's the only way I could keep my bills affordable was to request a slow internet. So while I'm on there, I will. Okay, let's try this. We're gonna try heavy chemtrail World War II. Heavy chemtrail World War II. Chemtrail World War.
And that brings us right around to what we're talking about. So, do you guys think the balloon was just a high altitude satellite, or was it actually Chinese
You're
balloon?
talking about the Chinese balloon. I've gone into.
And you know that the Chinese were demanding the brought down balloon back. They were asking it.
Yes, they were asking for it back. Yes.
Because everything in your
serious.
book, Douglas, talks about that. I mean, that's how they just flow the balloons around. We actually have aeronautic protocols that if you see something, you're allowed to take it down because we have 7 different controlled airspaces here in Canada. And it depends on the delineation what the protocol is. So there's no way that just a balloon just flies over and nothing is done. Like you know what I mean?
They'd be able to see that coming a mile away, right?
I'm pretty sure, like everybody knows, like it's not just. And then the news puts it one way, but excuse me, like there's dudes out there that that's how they look.
Yeah, it did come from Canada, right? And they're the Chinese.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, I don't know which maps they did. I didn't look into much, but I said no, that's against protocol. I'm in school right now for that, and that does not jive, baby.
Yes, exactly.
I thought it was just a distraction for something. That's the only thing I can put my finger on.
Well, that's what they said. It was the Biden the laptop or whatever, the kid's laptop or whatever.
Well,
hey, what's up with this black fence going up around the what building is that in DC where they had that goddamn where the what's his name was talking? They said they put up a bunch of black fences around the building, the Capitol building, I believe. Is that it?
There's a lot of secret societies in DC. I know that goes down. You should check the other place. The news don't show it. All you gotta do is
we got
watch
them flooded out. We got DC flooded out underground.
Okay, so I put the Skype link into the chat. So the Skype link is in the chat to the actual footage, and this way you don't receive all the pollution of the mind that comes with it through Ian's link. So what I'm going to do is I'll take that I'll take that same, shall we say,
send it to me. Send it to me. I want to see it.
Yes. Here we are. It's going to be right here. So there you go. There. That's aerial smoke curtain, eerie and surreal. And that is the genuine footage, which you had. You had genuine footage, but it was put in a wacky
in the wrong context.
Yes, thank you.
Gotcha.
Yes. So
I just find these things, I don't
understood, and it's
I didn't film it.
It's endearing. So as our friend came on tonight for a reason, he did want to ask some questions, and I wish that George were here to really answer him because George could go to town on a number of these things. And our man Entertainment Hub is saying Anton LaVey black fence. Thanks. Yes, because Anton LaVey put up a black fence around his home. So this black fence that you gentlemen are talking about has to deal with our capital. Apparently they're fencing off the Capitol is what both of you seem to have seen or heard, or yes?
From what I've heard reports of, I have not seen it. I can't say I've seen it, but
is the Satanic Church running the government? Are they the ones that are running the thing? And are they allowed to eat the kids or kill the kids? Is that?
I think that's basically it. I mean,
yeah, that's part of the job description. They got to.
That's part of the job. Well, that's bad. If you don't eat a dead baby, you don't get to get paid. Shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why none of us will ever be shit.
No, man.
That's gross, dude.
I mean, this is like the perfect heaven for Douglas, but he's revolted from it.
Now,
Maybe this really
new
is
stuff. I
hell.
read his
Maybe
book,
we
you
are in
know.
hell.
You know, you got like spirit cooking and blood and sperm and all this.
Damn. Yeah, no, that's
I
a spicy
mean-
pizza.
Okay, this is it's kind of like when I left Real Tech Geek and Ian West together the other day and came back, and what I encountered was basically Andy Kaufman meets Andrew Dice Clay, and it
Nice.
just was let's just say it got controversial. You know, I am always
We're not
afraid.
swearing too much or nothing, though. We're pretty kosher.
I don't know what universe you're living in, but that's a good pun,
Well,
regardless.
if kosher means Epstein kosher.
I like that. Yeah, that fits. Oh, yes. Got it.
Ouchie, baby.
Got it.
Well, I ordered my 4-year-old with no salt.
Well,
Yes.
I met a Michael Epstein that turned to Islam, so it's funny. And his
So,
father-
but the pharaohs, they had 3 crowns, right? One was white, one was red, and one was blue.
Uh-huh.
And the
One
blue
red, one
crown
white, one
was
blue.
only used during wartime.
Oh.
Okay.
So, if the U.S. flag has red, white, and blue, does that not mean that the U.S. is under war?
Yeah. That is true. Yeah, that is our war flag. You are correct.
Well,
we've been
you're
at
right,
war.
because basically we're Egyptian cults if we're using the pyramid.
Yes, if I was
That makes
alluding
sense.
to that. It's who constituted what we're doing right now.
I do. I'm not qualified to speak on that.
But on certain dead bases.
No. Douglas, it's all you, man.
It's I'll pass on that. It's just go ahead, Ted. You can educate us. Take it from there.
I know nothing.
You introduced the topic.
I think he's asking a
so-
genuine question.
In Japan, so if are we under a feudal law or is it samurai law?
No. It's not like that. When the Americans lost the war, it's just basically they opened their markets, they dismantled their war machine. They had a supermassive demobilization, the largest in human history, and basically had to eliminate their Department of War and never declare war again, and basically established a Department of Defense. So essentially that, a number of other demands were met, such as the release of the Japanese civilian population that they had in internment, and aside from
And
that,
most of them moved to Hawaii because they really hated the mainlanders for what they did to them.
Well, there you go. Oh, Real Ian West is coming back with some more BitChute, and there's
Oh, sorry, I put that in the wrong. I'm sorry, Doug. My bad. I put that in the wrong channel. Sorry about that.
Yes, that's
Well,
okay.
Well, this funny thing is that why Americans keep on talking about the Holocaust when they don't talk about the genocide in America. I mean,
You're right. I know with the Indians and shit.
yeah. So what the you can.
It's so disrespectful.
You can keep on saying all these I just had a situation where I was talking to my Jewish mafia related neighbor about. He was showing me about these Jewish. He's Italian Jewish, so he's the mob of he's the mob of the Marino family of Jersey over here, but he lives up in upstate New York. And I was explaining to him that it was the Jews that caused Hitler to was forced into doing what he had to do.
What did he say?
Because you did say the Zionist Jews declare war on Germany, right? First.
Well, it was actually the Jewish diaspora as opposed to the Zionist Jews in that case. But this is these situations are always quite complicated. At any rate, just
the Jesuits are allowed to lie and stuff like this. So I mean,
I'm sorry, what?
When you talk about the Jews, because if they're going to be subordinate to the mafia from the Black Pope, then they're allowed to lie in their oath.
Okay.
Pope. By that, do you mean the Pope of the Jesuits or Anton LaVey?
Yes, the Jesuits, or the military arm of the Catholic Church, which I think
Oh.
the Zionists and the secret societies.
Are you talking about Yom Kippur, where they can make deals before Yom Kippur and not adhere?
Well,
to
even
those deals
Hollywood. I
after
mean,
Yom
it's
Kippur?
called the Magic Lantern. It's just to lie to people. So, and you're allowed to do it, even to death. So,
Look, isn't that a bit Judeophobic? Isn't that?
Well, I wouldn't judge it, Doug. You know, I mean, it is their culture. You know, I wouldn't, dismiss it.
I'm Semitic,
Well,
and
we're
I don't
talking
take it as an
about
offense.
How Hitler might be a
Me neither.
Rothschild, you know? You might be a Rothschild too, Douglas.
Oh
Because they claim that Hitler's mom worked for the Rothschilds at their...
She was a maid or something.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
That was
That's not her.
in the bloodlines there of the Illuminati.
Look, I've heard these rumors, and they are
All
what
your
they
life.
are. It's one.
But
Of these,
Douglas, don't you consider yourself to be a descendant?
it's one of these situations I've explained before.
And I think it's very interesting. I love your story because when I understand the way that they were dealing with the Pied Piper things and sort of moving people around genetically, especially at a young age, it's interesting to think if you can take the personal ego out of it and just think, was this an operation? Did something like this happen? It could very well have happened.
I'm not quite sure what you're saying.
People thought that using genetics or to create babies, or that this was a commodity. So regardless if it was done by the individual level or was done by the state, that this was a known thing.
No, we're getting off the subject here. I'm trying to...
All right, back to the Jews. Back to the Jews.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I have to...
Christ.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, I am. I mean,
Sorry, boys.
Because I got a misinformation here about the Jewish diaspora and the Zionists are two separate entities, or were they both into it to create the state of Israel?
So to disambiguate, the Jewish diaspora refers to the Jewish population that was global, worldwide, and these are Jewish people who are generally assimilated. In other words, at least financially, meaning that they're usually upper middle class at the least. Obviously, there's going to be exceptions to the rule. Some become quite poor, but the ethnic enclaving was usually pretty pronounced, no matter where they were at for many generations. So whether they were in England or the United States or other parts of the developed world in particular, and anywhere on Earth really, that spread of Jewish populations was known as the diaspora. Most of these people were just trying to live their normal lives. They did, however, under their representatives, of that particular diasporic community, meaning America and England in particular, but many others who were in other places of the world who decided they would align with the Anglo-American Jewish diasporic front. Those were the interests that declared war on Germany in 1933, basically as soon as Hitler ascended to power. So when it comes to the Zionists, these were the real militant militia wing of that of basically
the Jewish diaspora. So basically, they're the same organization. And
so it wasn't because of Protestantism. They just wanted to take over Germany.
I was wrong that it was a Zionist idea.
It was, the Zionists were very active in demanding a Holocaust. This is something that, of course, was expressed by many Zionist leaders because they wanted to make the situation so intolerable or literally unlivable in Europe in particular, that the survivors would be forced to simply transfer their entire identity and allegiance to Palestine, where they would establish a new state of Israel. This is what the Zionists were demanding. But understand that the Zionists may have been considered kind of a militia of the diaspora, but the reality was they functioned essentially on their own. These were ideologically so radicalized in terms of that they're all males because they're
Yeah,
all
you
part of
told me ISIS is like an institute, and
yeah, well, the Mossad, Al
it's
Qaeda meant the base, and then Mossad meant the institute.
The Israeli Secret Intelligence Service.
Yeah, but it existed
ISIS.
long before the state of Israel. It was basically like a terrorist
Well,
network.
you could see, even Noam Chomsky wrote about that the first terrorist acts were done completely by, as you say, specific groups that were done against indigenous peoples in the Levantine coast and stuff, right? So.
Well, if Chomsky said that, more credit to him. But what I was pointing out was that the term Holocaust comes from a complete and utter burning of the sacrificial item or population for
Or Dresden.
Or God.
So then this is a ritual sacrifice then.
yes, exactly. It's a holy sacrifice. It's a burning of.
Yeah, that's what the term Holocaust meant, and the original application of that term was biblical, basically.
So then that's Rosh Satan. This is worshiping the cube of Satan, and this is of killing people.
Well, it was the worshiping of the Abrahamic God, really. It was the monotheistic God of the Bible. That was
Ham.
That was the God of the Judaic
Burn
peoples
everything.
That essentially burned Canaan to the root. It was the people of Canaan who suffered their wrath, who suffered the Holocaust, the original Holocaust. So that was the original application of the term, where it comes from. And the Jews themselves, the Jews themselves don't refer to their extermination in Europe as the Holocaust. They call it Hashoah, whereas which means the catastrophe. Whereas the Palestinians refer to the Jewish ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from Palestine, wherein 1 million people were killed. They refer to that as Al-Nakba, which means the catastrophe.
So why are we using Holocaust if it's a
well, it's an applicable term because it's a burning.
Well, tomato, you know.
Yeah. It was an applicable term because it was a burning of the Jewish population in Europe, quite literally.
It's a holy sacrifice, basically. They wanted it as a sacrifice,
and the Americans, of course, committed their own Holocaust, which, as Ian West said, was at Dresden and various other cities that were firebombed.
And the Brits helped them out too.
Yes, which is basically all over Europe, and of course on the islands of Japan. So these are all sacrificial holocausts.
So is the House of Yamamoto
is Jewish, right? Aren't they Jewish too? The Japanese are
Douglas. Yeah, is the Japanese?
Well, as I said before, the
royal family,
the Makuya people of Japan, and there's elements of that lineage within the royal family of Yamato itself. Yes. So
it did make sense, right?
Yeah.
America was putting people in concentration camps at the same time the Europeans were putting the Jews in concentration camps.
Absolutely.
So basically, they're basically Jews too. So at the same
that's
time,
how the Americans perceive them. Yeah. By the way, that's a valid point. That's how the Americans perceive them. So so that being said, how about I take another break to refresh myself? I'll come back, talk to you lads for a few minutes more, and then go into monologue. I certainly don't want to be dismissive of our man Ted Bass.
If I say too much, I can jump out, boys. No problem.
No worries. No worries.
I know, dude. You've been better than Brock.
Yeah, you trust me, Ted Bass, Mr. West and yourself resonate quite well, and I
but I appreciate what you have to say, Douglas. I was actually trying to speak with you about those things. So I'm happy you're talking with me.
We'll get to it, if not tonight.
Well, the Japanese did have like their own little Israel for the Jews in Manchuria there.
That's
right?
correct.
What was that called?
Yes, that was in what is correctly known as, I believe it was, the
Oblast?
The Oblast. The capital is Birobidzhan, I'm trying to Yevry. The name of the nation state itself was Yevry, the buffer state, which theoretically was supposed to become its own nation state.
But I'm wondering why the Jews in Israel would attack Japan with the Siemens shutdown of the nuclear power plant if the Japanese are Jewish too. Why would they do that? Or
for obvious reasons.
They don't realize that they're Jewish
no,
too.
It's not that. No, it's not that. It's because. So
I know
West just
Iran.
entered another Michael Aquino file. So this file is so. What?
You're
does this-
welcome, Doug. You're welcome. That's every Michael Aquino book except for his infant pedophile nudie book that he released to somebody else. Except for that one. I swear to God, on eBay right now, it's $250. But Aquino was in cahoots with some dude where they got little naked baby infants, took the pictures of the babies naked, but then did like certain levels, like the bone level and the organ level of it. It's $250 and it's a naked baby book.
Wow,
that's creepy.
That was not included in the collection.
How can they sell that on eBay without breaking any laws? I mean, wouldn't that be like more of an?
Well, I guess since the babies not get injured or harmed or fucked, it's okay.
It's considered artistic. That's just redundant.
So.
Oh my God.
Well, yeah, there you go. Merry Christmas. That's every ever wrote.
So just to answer what Joe Tai was saying, when it comes to the Israelis, here's, as I said before, the Israelis are the basically the descendants, since the overwhelming majority of the original Israeli population were Eastern Europeans. These were Eastern European quote-unquote Jews that were descended from the Hazar, who originally...
The Khazars, yeah.
Yeah, and the Hazars had redistributed themselves into the Jewish Pale of Settlement of Eastern Europe, and therefore, during the great extermination campaigns of World War II, they became the overwhelming majority of the people who resettled into Palestine or Israel. So these are Turkic, ethnically Turkic peoples. They're genetically not Semitic at all. So the original...
No, exactly, yeah.
So they're basically fake Jews.
Yes. And so...
you can't take away the face from them, but genetically it's not it. And so if any of the things where it's, rights that are a thing, that it's not tied to them because genetically not them.
Thank you. So in terms of the original House of David, when the kingdom was sundered and the tribes dispersed, then many of them dispersed in many directions, but a good deal of them, the most coherent core of their culture, ultimately went to Japan, where Japan experienced overnight a bronze revolution, a bronze industrial revolution. So it's not that the Japanese are Jewish, but rather that a Jewish bloodline infused itself into the Japanese dynasty, the Yamato dynasty. So the most Jewish, but here we're talking true Israelite, the most Israelite of the Japanese would be the royal family. But it's also important
because their divinity comes from the sun goddess. It's not the sun. It's a female line.
That's correct.
It would be a Jewish line because the female line is the Jewish line.
Well, the Jews came in after there was a Japanese ethnicity already established. So I said there was an infusion.
Okay.
That
much later on.
So just to clarify further, don't they
have like this thing where it's like this goddess from the sky or something that comes down? That's the mother.
What? There are various. Oh, you're talking about Izanagi and Izanami, the Japanese original creation story that's in the Kojiki. Well, understand, of course, the when it comes to the to finish off my thoughts concerning the Jewishness of Japan.
The Jewishness of Japan.
Yeah, the other point to make.
That's got a ring to it.
Yeah. The other point to make is that of of all the nations on earth, Japan is very different because they are, in a very real sense, truly a one large extended happy family. Certainly before 1945, and to a great extent still after 1945, for many generations,
Mhm.
it could be said with a great deal of authority then that every single Japanese was in one way or another, to however minute a degree, related to the emperor himself, related to the imperial family.
Interesting.
So they essentially are very homogenous and very much so that nevertheless there was that Jewish infusion more towards the upper classes, specifically the royal family, and that's manifested in the fact that the reliquary, the imperial treasures, do have the shield of David. It's not a star; it's a shield.
Oh, so and is that the tetrahedron? They have the Star of David, the six-sided star.
Yeah, that is quite correct. Yes, they have. It's a shield of David, not a
Interesting.
star.
You know, I just haven't seen it, so
yeah. No, it's one of those things that's very rare for anyone to see because no one is allowed to see the imperial reliquary. Especially the three sacred treasures of Japan. So hopefully that puts that into some perspective. But the Americans were truly Judeo-phobic.
And so is the Kabuki theater and the Egyptian cult of Horus connected? Being both Semitic?
I wouldn't see a direct connection, no, but I'm certain parallels can be found. Whereas on the other hand, much of the Japanese language and the Hebraic language are actually quite similar.
Right, of course, yeah. So the letters and stuff.
Yes, I was going to point out Ted Bass has mentioned the fact that he does research into etymology, and by that he means the roots of words as opposed to insects, the study of insects,
Correct.
which would be entomology.
Yeah, no, entomology.
Yes, just wanted to disambiguate that. Let me make certain I've got enough liquid to make it through the night because of my voice.
Aren't you going to go on break?
Yes, I'm going to refresh myself one more time, basically take a trip to the restroom. I'll let you gentlemen hold the stage. When I get back, I'll decide whether or not I'm fit to take over. And but we'll figure that out then. Let's deal with one thing at a time. In the meantime, you gentlemen hold the stage. My deepest appreciation to you all, and of course, Mr. Bass, you're welcome to join us on any night that I'm transmitting.
For sure. I mean, I'll disappear in about a half an hour to an hour, but I'll join again, and I really appreciate you having me on, Douglas. So
wonderful, thank you. It's been good having you on. And I'm glad we're developing a comfort zone, and that's always necessary before we get into any real in-depth topics.
I try not to swear. I try not to be too scary, even if the topic gets, off.
Oh, buddy, you're talking to me. You can't top that. Trust me.
Yes, you should have heard the abuse he took from Brooke, but it was all in good fun.
I've gotten so accustomed to using 2 and 3 syllable words now, from talking to Brooke for so long on here.
You got
good job.
Are you going on break, Doug?
Yes, I'm going on break. I'll leave you gentlemen
Okay,
here.
get the fuck out of here. Okay.
All right, run with it, Ian. Run with it, Joe.
All right. Hey, Mr. Bass, you want to see my satanic sacrificial worshiping spots that I found on Google Maps? Located on certain military bases here in the great state of sunny, beautiful Orlando, Florida.
I can imagine, yes, sir.
Are you by your computer at the moment?
I can be, yeah. I'm right here, yeah.
All right. I'm gonna send them to you in the Skype message. Joe Tai, have you ever seen these worshiping spots that I found?
No, I haven't.
Now here's the thing. So my mom lived in California for about 20 years, and I spent a lot of time.
What part of California?
She lived in Redwood. By
she was north. Okay, she was north by San Francisco.
But she knows, like, this is what she told me, because her husband, she didn't know, was a heroin addict, and the fucking sheriffs moved the mother. Well, he's a big dude, so not every heroin addict. You know what I mean? It's like a dependent. I don't know how much he was able to hide it, but my mom told me later. But
okay, sorry.
What you explained to me is it was the sheriff. So this is another thing. This is 20, 30 years ago, where it's the government and that obviously at that point it's the Clinton or whoever the fuck it is that's running fucking Californias that are moving the dope because Escobar's dead, right?
Well,
Exactly, 100%. Now that we know what another Douglas book, 100%. You know it was those Satan motherfuckers doing it because they used to come up here and they would want to trade us weed for bags of guns, and I would say, no, boys, don't take it. This bullshit, and then they want to come and trade you their funky ass blow shit, and I was like, no, bitches. If they're gonna try and put you in the cuffs, they're gonna try and fuck you over. They're gonna put you in jail for the rest of your life. Right. Because there ain't nothing wrong with the herbs, baby, but they weren't trying to fuck around. I said, and we seen this from way back, and that was military operations. Those were programs to infiltrate the streets and turn regular people into criminals and fuck over.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, those were all the CIA side of it. We're bringing all the coke in and bringing in all the
Well, the heroin is to control the police because they probably needed to hook most of.
That's right. So in the late 80s, they had a program up here called the Heavy Squad because the certain groups couldn't control the people. The province, the state allowed the police or government agents to infiltrate the bikers and the longshoremen unions that controlled the drug flow. And then they got busted like Project Monarch because they were raping kids and killing people. And they said the program stopped, but all it did was the program just went black op, and the program never stopped. And to this day, they control it. And now you will see just this year already up here is they decriminalize possession of 2 or 3 grams of something of heroin and cocaine because they're not going to go after who actually has the 100 kilos of coke to give everyone 2 grams. They're just going to make it so that, the individual user is allowed to be a dope head. And that is communist subversion. If you look at the way that they did it 100 years ago, how they fucked over Europe, it was through drugs and through exploiting people. So now they've effectively brought this program to the U.S. through Bolshevism and Marxist Fabianism, and they're using it in like small areas in the cities, all within 100 kilometers of the border. But you can see, like, my one dude, he grew up in this place called Surrey, and he's like, I've grown up next to all these drug addicts all my life. I'm gonna go and move to this place, and I'm gonna buy a house, and me and my wife we're gonna be happy. And he moves there, and there's more needle injection sites and more rainbow flags than the city he came from. And he's like, motherfucker, I thought I moved away from the drug addictions.
Okay, do you guys see that?
And that's Canada, man.
That's Canada.
Did you guys see that longitude and latitude I just put in the Skype?
I did. I'm gonna check it out, man.
Yeah, copy that, put that in your Google browser, and be prepared to get blown away.
All right, man. Cool. Good googly moogly.
So Ted, you got a lot of info, man, but that's more
well, thanks for
more
that.
specific. That's better. I mean, Ian goes all accepting everything that comes out, but I think you did a lot more research, better research.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. No, and I'm glad you guys got ears to hear me, man. So much bless you. You guys stay all right and make sure your family's good and stuff. Take care of the ones you love, man. So
beautiful.
How do you think? We know all these satanic. Well, yeah, we know all these satanic shit is.
Is that Disneyland? That's like right in Disneyland or something.
No, that's at the just check up in holler. Joe, do you see did you put in the longitude latitude?
I did. It came with the Air Force range, okay.
Yeah, that's what they call the Knights of Pythias.
Shit! Now I see the ground map. Yeah, no, look at that. That's
do you see the missiles?
That's the tetrahydron and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
They got a whole bunch of other stuff there. Interesting. So why are they doing these groundworks like that? They're doing rituals.
Yeah, rituals and summoning demons and shit and fucking.
They're trying to do some like CERN shit or something. Interesting.
Yeah. Do you see the pyramid on the right of it? If you zoom out, you see the pyramid. That's the portals.
Okay, yeah, no, I can get what you're saying. So, well, that's above
And
is
this is
below
the-
stuff, right? So if these guys are trying to do that and they're trying to pull star power out, I mean, then we can
Bingo,
talk
bingo,
about
you said
some,
it right there.
astronomy and stuff like that. I mean, these guys weren't stupid, and we're not going to talk about heliocentrics. Then we're going to talk about wizardry, and we're going to talk about pulling energy. And regardless of whether you guys think it's ice wall or anything, we're just going to talk about barriers, and we're going to talk about planes. And you yourself are very small perception points, so for you to assume things, it would be neglecting. But we are taught to neglect because that's part of the indoctrination we perceive as a child, right? So
Yeah, I mean, basically, they traumatize so many people that out west, everybody's almost an addict, you know?
it is, and I mean that's gangster style. That's telling you that black is white and white is black, and you have to jump upside down. And when you try to talk to people to dial them out of it, because a lot of people take the dope and they've taken drugs, so they've seen something, but they don't know how to dial it back out of their head to understand what they are,
Yeah.
right? So they've basically enslaved themselves, and that's giving yourself over to your master, right? So
Yeah, it's
True,
a form of
true.
enslavement, I guess. Yeah, you're right.
without a chain, man. I mean, it
Without
is
the
what
chain,
it is.
yeah. It is what it is, yeah.
Mental slavery.
Yeah.
And
So what do you think
if you tell somebody you don't have to live this life or have to be, this thing, they may not believe you. They may just go, no, you're crazy. Like,
That's
okay,
well, they try to deny a lot of things, but it's like but what do you think it's like what can we do about it if we know all this stuff? What can we do about it? What is our objective?
if you meet a lost soul, you can offer them an olive branch and say, hey, and you can sort of do that thing where you just do the drop of water and it's like, hey, poof, and you give them a moment of reality and hope they run with it. But you can't save the universals, or you can't save every human. I mean, all you can do is be like, hey, unless they really, and have you seen some of that shit where they cut people's arms and legs off, or they really do some fuck over on you? I mean, unless they really cut your body up, you can run. So just run. It's like the Pink Floyd song, "Run, bitches."
Exactly. Avoiding stuff.
They forgot to tell you the go sign. They forgot to tell you when.
So,
but I mean, I make a lot of light of it, allegories, right? I mean, free yourself in your mind too, because you're not free in what you experience in the material world unless you're free on the inside. So you have to be free inside first.
Yes, that's very nice. Thank you. Very, so lovely. And all of you have done so well. I want to thank all of you. My profoundest appreciation. You've been great, and you helped me get to this point. I'm going to hope that people can still hear me when we hang up, or what we can do is you gentlemen can kind of hang on while I go into monologue. And certainly, Mr. Tai, how's your situation for tomorrow? Are you going back to work tomorrow, or what?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Okay, is there a way that you can leave your phone plugged in and therefore
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to leave my pad on for you.
Okay,
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Why don't you do that and leave it on mute, and that way you can go to sleep, and I'll go on with the monologue for tonight. But before you do that, do say good day to everyone listening, and I'd like all of you gentlemen to do that.
Oh, nice to meet you, Ted. Very interesting conversation we had.
Yes.
Great as well, Joe. Thank you very much, sir.
And
Ian,
always nice
Douglas.
to hear you, Ian.
Yeah, good seeing you guys.
Yes, you were wonderful, and Ted Bass, you'll be back, and Joe Tai and real Ian West, wonderful people.
For sure,
Thank
gentlemen.
you. Yes. Okay. My love to all. Hugs. George Knight has returned. You know what? I'm obligated now before any of you leave.
Bang, bang.
So George, basically, do me a favor, unmute, and so again, present your question about the pandemic, what you were saying about Unit 731 and the pandemic and elsewise. Whatever questions you might have about what I presume is COVID-19 to George, and he can take it from there for a bit, Ted. So, start the conversation.
So In Unit 731, they did a lot of, I would call, from what I researched, biological and disease testing on the body, and they would do very invasive tests. So do you think that COVID right now may be a unofficial test on the human populace with more advanced genetic manipulation?
Take it away, George.
Hello, hello, Ted, and thank you so much. I do really appreciate the question. This is something myself and Douglas, it will take a long time to explain the events and what occurred to initiate or incept COVID-19 as the COVID-19 itself. It's basically.
And is this a policy perhaps from the end of World War II, where they're allowed to do this to us?
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you. I really appreciate the question, and it's a valid question, isn't it right, Douglas? It's an important question. It's a valid question. It's a question that I think a general populace has that basically that question to ask, and
Right.
a lot of the thesis people do tend to turn towards that. I remember my boss in my former employment. She actually said it's a biological weapon that was leaked from a laboratory. That was what she told me, and I didn't engage with her. I had to just walk away. But it's COVID-19. It's basically a novice. It's a novice variant of SARS, which stands for severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS, and then COVID. So SARS-CoV, which stands for coronavirus. Variant number 2, mutation number 2. The very first SARS outbreak, it was an epidemic in it was to do with it was a natural emergence from the population, the civet population, and the horseshoe bat. It was that was in 2001 to 2002. It was an epidemic in the I'm trying to think of the regional. It is in Asia, but I'm trying to.
If I remember correctly, and I probably don't. I remember that one of these breakouts was in Hong Kong, and I remember that they traced it to literally broken pipes on the sides of buildings that were spraying human fecal matter in a finely aerosolized, because the cracks in the pipes were so small that the human fecal matter was just finely aerosolized and was just spraying onto the streets. And this is how bypassing people were inhaling it. And this was the original source of one of the big SARS epidemics in Asia, in Hong Kong specifically. And the Chinese at that time actually responded very well. They totally different regime from Xi Jinping right now. It was a different communist dictator, and they isolated it and were able to cut down on it. But basically, thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. But what George is really alluding to with the outbreak of this COVID is it's a combination of a significantly convergent events, starting with the Russians deploying the weaponized African swine fever to try and deprive the Ukrainian people of a food source, namely their pig population, and it getting way out of control and just tearing into the Chinese pig population, which then resulted in COVID because the Chinese responded by amassing enormous wet markets to grab whatever animal protein they could from anywhere, including illegal cases, which were prosecuted when caught, of people eating pandas, which is the national animal. But amid all that biomass that was gathered in the all too appropriately named wet markets, some bat was in a cage on top of a pangolin and was shitting all over it, and therefore the pangolin served the role that pigs usually serve. So if you've listened to me for long enough, Ted Bass, then you've heard me say all flus are Asian flus, all flus are swine flus, and all flus are avian flus. At least
that's right. Yes, the flu thing that is still the same part of the brain that is affected by tobacco and THC.
Maybe. But take it away from there, George, and go on from there.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And that was exactly where I was going with this. It was to basically present the natural emergence of this this virus, the coronavirus. It was basically, it's the second mutation or second variant from the original SARS, COVID-1, COV meaning coronavirus 1, that was incepted. It's a natural. It's comes from the natural. Basically, from the natural animal.
Well, let's put it this way: in a very real sense, it's unnatural because the Chinese would never have amassed all of this biomass so incongruently and so dangerously if it had not been for the weaponized African swine fever out of Russia, eliminating their pig population. So you did have a true deployment of a bioweapon that, of course, as bioweapons can do, it just ravaged out of control, took out a completely different target than intended. And but then the Russians may well have intended it, because the Russians make a killing on their own pork, because the Russians were breeding very, very large pigs that they were raising in basically concrete multi-level pigsties, like miniature skyscrapers for pigs, with a huge waste output that was the size of artificial lakes made of liquid pig shit that they were flushing out of these super sties. And these supersized pigs are how they began making a killing on selling pork to the Chinese. So it may not have been necessarily accidental, but what happened was the Chinese also tried to cope with the lack of animal protein by these wet markets being allowed to grow all out of control, and then the unnatural juxtaposition of animals in proximity then resulted in the mutation of the SARS into COVID. So this could be described to people probably better so that they grasp it, the enormity of it. This is actually natural only in a sense. It's truly unnatural and developed in unnatural conditions. It naturally developed in unnatural conditions based on the release of a bioweapon, but it's not a bioweapon released straight COVID. It was a bioweapon that was African swine fever that was weaponized and released, that resulted in the mutation into COVID because of the collateral damage therefrom. It was just a series of just horrible events. But
is it something too where they're conditioning us like Sonomics, the flavoring
you
company?
Give them too much credit. You give them too much credit. Don't think that this goes so far as like a social engineering experiment.
No, it's just eating. It's just conditioning you to be a cannibal and just eat dead things.
No. No. We already have problems, like I said, with prions that do that. There's no one who's trying to really engineer that through something like this. It's but take it for there, George. I mean, there's other elements to it. I'm sure you can bring it up, of course.
Yeah, so much, Doug. So much, Douglas. And you explained that perfectly, because, of course, that was me trying to explain, Ted, to yourself that this is basically, it's natural, but it's completely unnatural at the same time. And Douglas done a wonderful job just disambiguating the difference between, COVID-19 itself, in on itself, is not something that was, as he said, it wasn't a social engineering campaign or social engineering, what do you want to call it, something that was deliberate, that was enforced, imposed, or it wasn't something that was designed or engineered in a laboratory either. It wasn't human manipulation with these variants. It was completely natural in its natural origin of sourcing from animal reservoirs, meaning it was the DNA structure of the variants concluded and identified it being the horseshoe bat as being the original source of the coronavirus infection or virus, and then the transmission from in the animal species in the natural animal reservoirs, it transmitted from the horseshoe bat, which is nocturnal, to the pangolin, and they're both nocturnal animals, and like with the avian flu that transmits from the poultry species to the swine, it's through fecal matter, or it's through the pig feed.
Yes, we see the people that get sick from the bat guano,
Yes.
the bat feces, and if they breathe it in a closed environment, they get sick.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Exactly. And it's the same natural occurrence with COVID. It was transmitted from one species to another, and then it transmitted to the human population, the human species. And so that was what happened. But with the outbreak of the weaponized African swine fever, that was present. That was completely, you can look this up with, in 2019, massive outbreaks throughout Europe, and then it spread to the Asian population. It spread into Asia, into China, where the Chinese were forced to cull in mass extermination. You can see these fire pits where they are tossing pigs into these fire pits, and they're exterminating the pig population that were infected, that contracted this weaponized.
Did you guys ever hear about a thing that pigs were made from like humans that were cursed, and that they're genetically our cousins?
Well, that's
have.
Yeah, go on. Tell him about the
Our
similarity
anatomy.
between pigs and people. Yes.
Yeah. Our anatomy is so similar. They take porcelain valves, pigs, to replace heart valves.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is we
My
share.
dude got the
genetics.
Frankenstein. They cut out his heart, and they were gonna take the veins out of his leg, but the ones in his arms were good enough. So I know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah. Thank you. And so so this is so with that is how when you got the avian flu or avian transmissions from one species to another, this is how it's transmitted so easily. It's because we share such the same anatomy as the swine population, the swine species, the pig. And so with these wet markets in China, in the province of in Wuhan, this was where the source of the outbreak was incepted. And that was because the pangolin was used in these wet markets. It's an exotic animal. It was basically because the protein source, the food source, the main protein source of the Chinese population is from the pigs, is from the swine. And so because of the mass extermination process of culling the pigs because they contracted African swine fever, it resulted in the Chinese turning towards more exotic animals being sold on these wet markets, these live animal markets where they're selling live animals. And this is how COVID was first.
I've seen it. They will chop it right there for you. So, it is what it is. And that's how they do it.
And I do apologize. My mind in the morning, I've just driven for an hour. So I am not, my mind right now, it's trying to grasp on everything, and I'm not collected.
It's all good.
It's very
You're
hard
doing
for me
great,
to
sir.
articulate. Yeah, it's very hard for myself to articulate at this point in time. I've just driven, so I'm quite dehydrated as well. So my brain at the moment feels like it's a bit foggy. So I do apologize if I'm not expressing anything coherently enough.
It's well enough, believe me.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah. And so, this is what manifested in the COVID phenomena globally. This is what caused the pandemic. And like Britain, if you look at New Zealand or the islands of Taiwan, they managed to basically isolate themselves and not get the infection, not get the virus, the variant, the COVID-19 variant, because they isolated themselves and they stopped international flights entering their country, entering their islands. Britain itself is an isolated island and it's surrounded by waters. We could have done just like Taiwan did, just like what New Zealand had done. But no, we had one of the worst infections on the planet. We had one of the worst death rates on Earth. And the same countries at the highest death rates were the same people that fought on the Allied side of World War II.
Yes.
That's the only.
Dude, they're doing this thing in Canada right now called MAID. If your government check doesn't show up early enough, they say, "Have you considered suicide?" and they will sell your organs.
Well, you're talking about something that's apparently a social engineering experiment as opposed to what we're talking about. But go on, George. Yes.
No, but I mean, like, yeah, that's. I'm sorry.
It's not parallel.
No. Yeah, but thank you. And so, yeah, this is what people need to understand. This is the most important thing to understand. Is this was the, like, how do I express this? You know, because I'm now a bit like Brooke. She takes things to heart. This is where me getting quite emotional, where, you know, Russia is not the intelligence communities know what Russia was doing. They know that it was they knew it was a weaponized biocidal weapon that was deployed. And you can look at the sources of the outbreak. There are maps you can actually download to actually see where the sources come from. Just like with the American Army and Navy flu that was deployed, you can see where it first was originated, and you can see where it ended off, and it lasted for decades. Same with COVID. It's going to last for several decades to come. It's not going to go anywhere. And you can look at the map and you can see all of Ukraine. It was infected with African swine fever. It was deployed along the central, what do you want to call it? The central eastern blocks of Europe, deployed by the Russian Federation, by the Kremlin themselves. It was deployed to destabilize the Ukrainian economy and to what's the word? Sorry, deprive the Ukrainian population of a food source. So this was all part of a preemptive strike of an invasion. Sorry, excuse me.
The Stasi?
Don't worry, he's talking about the German East German police that have nothing to do with this. So go on.
Oh,
the KGB, the Russians.
So this is where it's people need to realize and understand. We've been, and it's just exactly what Douglas said. What was it, going back a transmission or two ago, when he says there is no escalation for a war with Russia. We're already there. Yeah. It's already escalated. It's been escalating for not even years. It's been decades. And we've go in now. What people need to understand is, because people will complain about COVID-19 and complain about going into lockdown, but they're not moaning about Russia. Yeah. They're not. They should be pointing the finger and saying we need to go to war with them. Otherwise, this is going to happen again. It's going to continue. And when's it going to end? It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop till they get everything they need and what they want. And this is, the whole point of Ukraine is what Douglas articulated in the Christine Joanne Hart interview. Just listen to that interview and you know why Russia are there. You know why Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. And they need to be stopped right now. And COVID-19 was just part of it. That was all. You can also, it was the Russo and synaxis. That's the
Sino-Slavic Indic, the Sino-Slav-Indic synaxis. The three of them are really Russia, China, and India are pretty much Siamized in this. Go on. Yes.
My God, India during COVID, they were burning bodies on the street because they couldn't bury them. They were burning them. You can look at the pictures, the horrible images of what they were doing. They were burning people like pretty much alive. If they're COVID, they were burning them. Yeah. In India. Yeah. It was awful. And that was a result for what the Russians are doing. And people think that is like Russian phobic. That is anti-Russian. And it isn't at all. People don't understand we're at war. Yeah. And this is where it's so important. People need to understand that. People just need to understand that. And COVID-19 was nothing to do. It wasn't a deployment of a biological weapon or a social engineering program or anything like that of that nature. It was basically a collateral for what the Russians are doing. Yes. That is the enemy. That is what you are. This is what the war is all about. That is who you're fighting. Yeah. And people need to understand who the enemy is. Sorry, Douglas. Yeah, I'm going off. It's taking things away and me getting a bit personal. But that is
no. It's definitely what I would say. So this is what I was telling Brooke, was that much of what you express is the way I would express it. But a lot of people, say for instance, don't respond to myself the same way. Brooke, of course, is very she also.
So you can't tell that girl anything.
So that being said, no, by all means, now again, if Ted Bass has been listening to us for a long while, then he should understand our perspective on this.
100%. Yeah, no, I get it, guys. And when the government performs a psychological operation on its people, it has declared itself the enemy of the people. So I get a lot more of the background as well, guys.
Okay. And so when it comes to, shall we say, what happened with the virus, I think that the best way to explain it is probably to present it to people now as, yes, in a sense, it is a bioweapon, but only in the sense that it is the collateral mutation directly resultant the actual deployment of a rather different bioweapon.
And therefore, all you need to say is, to be at war, it takes two things. You need phenomenon and propaganda. People don't realize it's not kinetic warfare. So the pandemic itself is an act of war, and we are in it. And that's what people fail to understand. So
very good. Thank you. Yes, there we are. So you can expand on that, George.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. So I do apologise. I'm just communicating just for the moment. I do apologise, but do you know what was really funny is when my wife came downstairs earlier, she goes, "Oh, so you've been dreaming about other women, have you?" And she goes, "I heard you laughing, and I heard you laughing, so I came on to see what was so funny." And basically, Ian, she said she loves you. And just like I do, I just wanted to share that with you. My Sarah, my wife, she thinks fairly highly. She thinks fairly highly of you, and she's very fond of you. So I just wanted to share that. Yeah, that she thinks you're brilliant.
Well,
and
there you go. Ian.
So I wanted to share that with Ian West because he's very, very Ian is hilarious. He is funny, and he is a genuine great guy. And I've expressed that to Sarah as well. You mean well. Regardless of what you say, you are very
he's earnest. He's earnest. Yeah. Yes, sincere. Precious,
sincere.
Yes.
I do. Yeah, absolutely. But anyway, I'm going. Besides from that, I can. Sorry, Douglas. What was the question again? We were talking about. I was communicating with my customer.
No worries. Basically, what happened was that Ted Bass was basically reiterating what we were saying, so he gets it. He was getting it. Yeah. He understands that we're in a state of war, and that basically, in a very real sense, that weapons have been deployed, and he gets it, and that's something that I've been trying.
And so sure, our listeners, right? Like, I mean, hopefully the people listening get it as well. There's seems to be a few of us.
Yes.
What you hear on the news, lately is you hear all these, these so-called experts, these correspondents, so-called military experts, what they keep reiterating, and they all say the same thing. We don't want things to escalate to what, like you said, Ted, a kinetic warfare, as in full force mobilization. They don't want to escalate into a frontier war, as in a sense.
That's what most people think is warfare. It's only at that point that it's war, right?
Conventional. Yeah, they think it's conventional. But that's what all these war correspondents, these so-called experts, keep reiterating. We don't want it to escalate. We don't want to. When they declared a no-fly zone, they don't want to declare a no-fly zone over Ukraine because it seems as if it was an escalation.
But that means that it's that point, right? And if you read The Art of War, kinetic warfare is the weakest form. So at that point, if you have to go kinetic, you've already lost. And I think that's where a lot of people don't understand the dance or the play that they're in, is that they're sort of maybe in a perpetual Groundhog's Day, not realizing that the game's getting played on them.
Yes. Okay. Very much appreciated. Thank you for that. But this is what the point is, what I'm trying to say, and what Douglas has been saying. We're already at that point. These experts are warning people. We don't want to get it to that point, but what they are disputing, what they're refuting, is the fact that we are already there. We're already at that point where this is conventional warfare. We either need to,
and that was when you were born, for sure.
Well, we're not. It's not being aborted, thank God. I mean, basically, what's going on is we're going to see how far it goes because the British are trying to train the Ukrainians, or they seek to train the Ukrainians in the standard NATO jet that NATO is refusing to send the Ukrainians. So this is obviously indicative of the fact that the British are going to try and somehow ensure that the Ukrainians get the standard NATO jet. And also the Russians are planning a great offensive before the German Leopard tanks arrive, because they know that once the German Leopard tanks arrive, their advantage, whatever advantage they've gained, is completely lost. So, I mean, certainly some other observations can come from George himself about any number of things concerning Ukraine. So, George, please.
Absolutely, Douglas. And I certainly will catch up with the further developments with the meeting between our King Charles and the President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky. So we'll definitely catch up on, and when hopefully this coming Sunday, I'll come on and then I can have some information to share. So about that development, and I'll see what I can ascertain, what I can gather from that meeting. It's very important. It's a great. But how could I express it, Douglas? It's a great positive, and it's forthright. It's an enthusiastic, no, not enthusiastic, optimistic
development.
That development certainly is. Just seeing that, and you know that. Because, King Charles has had a history with Vladimir Putin. I'm not sure exactly what the relationship is entirely. I know that Vladimir Putin did send Charles a personal letter expressing his condolences for the passing of his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, the former monarch. And so it will be very interesting to see what develops from this. But most certainly, like with Boris Johnson, actually, Douglas, I saw an interview. I read an interview. What he articulated was the fact that when he had a conversation, and I don't know the fact whether it was prior to the full-scale invasion of Ukraine last February, or if it was after. But Vladimir Putin threatened him with a missile, threatened to kill Boris Johnson with a missile. He said, I think he said something along the lines of how Boris said it. It wasn't a direct quote from Putin, but he basically said, I could take you out with a missile. Right. One missile is all it takes to stop you. So, and that was something that the state-sponsored media in Russia always promulgates, that we can destroy Britain with a single nuclear weapon. Which if you've been listening to me and Douglas, you know that's laughable. Yes. That is nothing. That is not plausible, not feasible in the slightest sense. Anyway, but we could go into that another time. I can explain why it is not viable. It's not intuitive.
I read Douglas's book. I know what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. It's great that you've done that. It's great that you've done that, Ted. It's certainly worth. It basically gives you a great insight to history that you would.
My family's military, so I actually can do some research. And I think I told the guys, I don't know if Douglas was on, but I got a hold of over 100 years worth of newspapers and magazines without disruption, and I was able to do some research on it. So it showed me that the narratives I was told in public school was not correct at the time.
What a resource!
A lot of insight, man.
Yeah. Congratulations on that resource. That's great. And so, by the way, in the chat room, our dear friend, Mr. Entertainment Hub, says psychological warfare is key too. A crook will always think they are a crook and give themselves up through psychosis and paranoia. I forget the name and can find it easily, though. Okay, this might have been about what was being spoken of earlier, but definitely anything else that comes to mind. And your workday is progressing peacefully enough, dear George?
Yes, Douglas, thank you. And I've just relay back to yourself. I think I've got a good hour to spare.
Okay.
I have got an hour, but you please, whenever you want to go into your monologue, whenever you feel like you are ready to go into monologue, then, because I was just listening for the first 10 minutes before I rejoin the chat, rejoin the Skype call. And so, yeah, I did hear, you needed to go refresh and then see if you felt okay to do so. But just so you know, I have got a spare hour.
Well, you're
right now,
certainly
so.
buying me time for my attempt to recover my voice. So I
Yes.
think we should go on for a little bit. Mr. Bass, you had some other questions, and this might have had to do with some of these experiments by Unit 731, or they might have had to do with what you feel about COVID-19. Now, I noticed that you said you were forced into taking some shots when you were in those schools or something like that. Is this, have you not vaccinated? Just curious. You refused to vaccinate throughout COVID, or how have things gone?
To answer that, so my military family told me never to take mRNA.
Okay.
And I would basically be disowned by them because they in the 90s, some of them took it and they said, do not take modified ribonucleic acid. My mother also passed away from taking remdesivir after some cancer treatment. So that was about 12 years ago. And at that point, because I studied protein cells and I learned about extraction through different mediums, through plasma with CO2, ethanol, and hydrocarbons, that I began to understand what the human body is different than what I was taught in school. So,
Ian, can you hear me? Yeah, he's busy putting up his images. Ian West, do pipe up.
Okay, I can hear you now. Hey, I'm here.
Yes. So, listen to this, and I'd love to hear your response. Ted Bass, please go ahead and explain what you just did to Ian, how you did this, your own medical research. Tell Ian a bit about this.
So my mom passed away from complications, and they gave her poison. And upon that,
Was it remdesivir?
Yeah, they gave her remdesivir. They shut down.
That's what I gave all my friends' parents.
So it was very sad, but basically I watched my mom pass away in my hands, and I would hold her hand and I would read to her. But in that, I took a lesson from it, because the doctors, they said weird things that didn't make any sense. And I was in a situation
they all do that,
where I was working in an R&D company, and they were allowing me to do which would be alchemy, so extraction and making alcohol and ethanol and stuff. And we started to do, which was basically like oil extraction. And I learned how to use basically hydrocarbons, ethanol, and CO2. And so when we would put CO2 over 2000 PSI, it would turn into a plasma, and it would tear the oil off the substances. And then I began to realize that we're in like what Nikola Tesla says, it was vibration and pressure density. And then I began to understand what I think people misidentify as propulsion systems is just understanding the electromagnetic spectrum. And then what we were taught.
About the megahertz?
Yeah, so we cymatics, sound waves, other things, but everything, even what you think is ketchup and oil and all this stuff, is just pressure density and modality. So once I realized that everything we could do was made by our own hands, I started to do more research, and then realized we were being lied to. And it came through my mother's passing away that this knowledge came to me, right? So
I'm sorry, man.
But your friends, relatives who were given this drug, what do we call it? This toxin?
Oh, that's Dr. Fauci's concoction.
Okay.
So I was forcibly inoculated in the 80s in the school, and I didn't understand what was going on. But we were giving neurotoxins like fluoride and stuff all the time. And I think in our diet, like Cheerios has 10 parts per million fluoride in it. So we're given all sorts of different poisons that make it so we don't realize it. Sort of like dumbs you down, like the bear in the cage. Now, you know that you're a slave, but you're not going to attack.
I'd like to hear from Ian West about this. Now, Ian West, your friend's parents.
Everything he's saying is right.
Okay.
That's how we were curing cancer in the 50s, was with the vibrations.
And your parents, your friend's parents who were given this thing, they died, right? I take it they both died or something horrible. What?
My mom's organ shut down. Yeah.
Okay, so tell us about your own researches that you've done on your own on your body to our friend, Mr. Bass. You can tell him that you also were pursuing research, basically medical.
Yeah, when I came in contact with the shedding, I got hit pretty bad, and I went to a shitload of doctors, and they just tried to kill me. That's all they tried to fucking do, and fucking, I basically said, all right, let me do everything opposite the doctor said to do. And I fucking got a syringe, and I got some ivermectin, and then I got some
some hydrochloroquine, ivermectin. That's right.
Yeah. I did that too, but I didn't stay on it.
You hit it once. Vitamin C, vitamin D.
I was doing that too. That's the only thing that kept me alive those 10 months. But then I injected duramycin in it, and it cured it in 4 days. Yeah, duramycin and ivermectin. I did 1 milliliter of ivermectin in my arm where I came into contact with it, and then I did a 1 milliliter of the duramycin. After 10 months, the hole finally closed up.
Nice.
And fucking, and now I just look like I've fucking gotten a bad motorbike accident on my left arm now.
When you say the hole closed,
but you're healing. That's good.
Yes. Now, what disturbs me is the fact that Ian West does not elucidate. He says the hole closed up, and then Mr. Bass responds as if he knew exactly what he was talking about. Was this some kind of inner vision, a psychic link? How did that work? By the way, George, are you still there? Let's see if he responds.
Hey.
Let's see if he responds. He may have another. He left. Oh, God.
He probably got to take care of the kid or something.
No, he's at work. So, Ian, what are all these images? What are these?
Well, that's some of my work that I've been doing over this COVID break. Do you guys see them?
Yes. Some of this is absolutely fascinating. Believe me, there's plenty that you share. Well, some elements of what you share are actually redeemable. Do you get a pattern out of this, Mr. Bass? What's the pattern you get with what you see?
Oh, with all these pictures that are
yes
that Ian has posted up. I mean, like,
yes.
It looks like we're definitely getting run pretty hard by the Fabian socialists here. I don't know what the program is, but definitely some programming.
Okay. You're not implying that Ian is programmed, of course.
No. He's showing this. I want women in Canada to know what we always say. Justin Trudeau is horrible. I think he is on the flight list of Epstein. The people in Canada.
And that's Fidel Castro's son too.
Yeah, I mean, it's all pretty weird. I'm really unimpressed. I was never like a dude that was cared about politics when I was a kid. And my mom told me, like, to be free and, like, live my life and stuff. But ever since I've had my daughter and I've sort of paid attention, it's like, all right, it's one thing you can screw me over, but you're not going to screw over my kid. Like, I'm not impressed. And then I started to learn stuff like, so aluminum and beryllium in the air, whatever these contrails are, what are the G's, so the microwaving, why are they microwaving you, why are they putting this? So I'm taking iodine to deatrophy my pineal gland, and I take silicon 12, which is letting me piss out the aluminum, because your body will not fucking, that's one of the, it's a mineral salt, so it's just a silica salt, and it's one of the 12 mineral salts. But it's one of the only things that will allow you to get the aluminum out of your body, which you guys all know is what the dudes get Alzheimer's and shit. And I think in your book, Douglas, you say that 100 years ago, aluminum was one of the most rare metals ever, so it was worth a lot. Now fucking aluminum's everywhere, and they fucking pounded India, so.
Well, I'm not. To tell you the truth, it's once the book was written, I did my best to forget everything possible. Not
Oh,
quite
but
sure.
you don't hate no man. I hate. I'm not trying to bring into things. All good.
Yeah. Now, in terms of aluminum, I don't believe it was necessarily that rare, but it was.
But it is flexible in the super dirigibles, right? Isn't
Yes.
that why they wanted
Well,
to use it?
I think there was an element of. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. Well, certainly, believe me, it's you're onto something. It was the aluminum. I think that was in the paint, or there was an element, maybe nickel, that was in the
Right.
paint that was extraordinarily flammable. But there was an almost the metal that was used was not aluminum per se, but there was other metals that were highly flexible that were also.
When I thought about the flexing, because when the ship goes up higher, I think like airplanes, like the body expands a little bit, and
Yes, that's
aluminum,
right.
because to deal with it, it is
Yes, that's quite. Yeah, that's quite
malleable a
right.
little bit.
I may have brought that up in terms of the original conceptual shell for the Mikado as kind of armor, which was the super battle dirigible, which was the more elongated, more skyscraper looking dirigible, as opposed to the others that were more hamburgers, like what the Americans call flying hamburgers.
Right.
So yes, that was originally supposed to have something like a aluminum shell, so to speak, that would cover the entire craft as kind of like an armor. So that was the original concept, I believe. So yes.
And I thought about it sort of like a Kevlar vest or something. Like now with weaving, couldn't something be
Oh, of
made
course,
that would
with
be
modern
more,
material
you know what I
science.
mean?
Yeah. Oh, yes, with modern material science, we could emulate living creatures.
Almost things, exactly,
Yeah,
right? That would be dynamic in sort of an environment where it had
Yes,
to
it would actually
expand or
breathe. It would
contract.
actually breathe in the sense that it would expand and contract with the atmosphere. So it would
Right.
effectively
Yes.
be emulating a living organism.
And it'd be impervious to sort of certain things that were problems before, right? So
Yeah, absolutely. It would help eliminate certain problems that had arisen before. Yes, with much more, frigid kinds of materials or materials that didn't have that level of organic elasticity.
Very interesting in the application of what's really going on, because we're taught such like a square cutout sort of a view of things, and I think on much more liquid aspect now of how things can be applied in engineering.
Yeah. So, Ian, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So what I would want you to tell Mr. Bass about is also the adventure you had with your blood. Just you have the I'm sorry, what's that thing used to break down the elements? The spin.
The centrifuge. The centrifuge.
Thank you. Your blood is.
I sold it finally. I finally sold it. Thank God.
Oh my God! Why were you?
Yeah.
Why did you dislike it?
Oh no, I didn't need it. I healed myself after this fucking year.
Mm-hmm. And you also put your own blood under the microscope. But tell us how you used these instruments at the time, and what you felt was going on with your blood at the time to Mr. Bass. Let's see how he.
Yeah,
he
man.
understands it.
I bought a few. Well, see, I didn't know what was up, because all the what are they called? All the parasites were growing underneath.
You take like heavy elements out of your blood or something like this?
Basically, yes. Basically, it was like the corpses of.
You thought, yeah, it's interesting. The dude who plays Howlin' Wolf. He was on he had a big thing where they cycled his blood out. So not to take you away from your thing, but just interesting. Like what can they take out of your blood, sir?
Yeah, I mean, it's not, not everybody has like these like these like microscopic little black balls just flying through their blood, Yeah, that's like not normal.
Could you put magnets to your skin, and did you get like attraction?
No. I couldn't do any of that. I just the side of my body where I slept in the bed where I hooked up with this chick that got the shot.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that side of the body.
Oh no.
Yeah. I mean, she was cute too, but fucking
She was
Yeah,
pretty
it
on
was
that,
just-
but she gave you the Fauci. She gave you the ouchie, bitch.
Yeah. I'm a victim or a bystander, or what are they called? Of these.
I tell them
of
girls
these
too. I
studies.
say because I'm not jibby jabbed. Like I told Douglas, said they
I
held me
slam
down.
down
Once.
now.
They want you to get me again, but I will not take that fucking bullshit. I said no, thank you, sir. So
I know. I mean, no. I mean, they're literally trying to kill you. That's what they're doing. Literally.
it was weird up here, man. They got so many people and they hoodwinked them and they said, well, you got to do this or you can't cross this line or you have to do this thing to jump. And so many people just bowed down. I'm like, these motherfuckers didn't tell you the truth about 9/11, right? You know these
I was like,
motherfuckers
did y'all
didn't
know
tell you
about
the
lock
truth
stuff?
about the pedophiles.
Right? That was fucked up. It's fucked up. But
So why do you think they're
was
telling you the truth about this? I even said I'm not a vaccine denier. I said I'll wait 2 years and see what's
I
going
am.
on. Give it 2 years.
You know what the definition of a vaccine is?
Something I don't need.
An infectious disease.
There you
That's
go.
the definition
Exactly.
of a vaccine.
They're gonna give you this thing because I don't need no shit, bitches. I'm good. I sleep well. I'm
Now,
healthy.
of course, I do want to qualify for the sake of remaining on YouTube that we do not encourage anyone to
I'm using
follow
slang
the
rules.
path of
That's
these
right.
two individuals. They are on a
By all means.
very unique path all their own. They are, of course, they're in a kind of resonance, being twins separated at birth or something, or maybe
That's right. A fringe minority in Canada.
Yes. The other, of course, lives in Eden itself, or very near the lovely soiree where, of course, all mankind sourced from, according to Tartaria. That's Ian West, of course, who has this wonderfully, delightfully earnest, I say precious belief system. But
that was so cute when he came at me with that. That was so cute. You were like, "It's so precious, dude. It's so precious." I was actually kind of flattered by it. I kind of was. Did you guys see that government planet picture I put with the cage in it?
Government planet with the
Dude,
oh yeah, that
yeah.
yes, yeah. What is that?
Those are the kid cages they're auctioning off at Disney World now.
Oh,
delightful. Oh shit! No, I heard about that. So that was when you went underground. We did bad. They sent you down the cage.
No. The one time I went underground was over at Lockheed Martin, and that was Thanksgiving morning.
Lockheed Martin, eh? So you know those people when you went and signed a contract with Halliburton, you would sign that you couldn't sue the company if you were raped by a fellow employee. So the girls would show up in Iraq, and then they'd be told you can go home in a casket or you're the sex slave.
Yeah, no, that by the way, that is
I
true.
believe it.
That is true. Just so people understand this, that is unfortunately true. However, again, I encourage.
Sorry. That was maybe way too much, Douglas.
No,
not at all. No, that's nothing. That's a walk in the park compared to me.
No, that. Rather, I'm much more touchy about the vaccines. I do encourage everyone to get your vaccinations. Do keep up, get caught up.
That's right. Get the smiley card, smiley face.
Yeah, and that being said, these gentlemen have their own opinion.
I didn't know we were on the thingy thing, so thanks, brother.
Yeah,
Next time I'll be more candid.
But what disturbs me is how when one speaks, the other grasps what he's saying. So there's definitely like a psychic link here. I think both of you were from the same test tube, or
it's sorcerer stuff for sure. It's like the wizard walks by with the Ozzy Osbourne stuff.
Yes. Well,
so do y'all see the blue map with the white box to the right and the guy in the top right corner?
Yeah.
I don't know which picture that is. Well, that's a rough blueprint of the cloning lab underneath Lockheed Martin that got busted.
Issue one with the rabbit.
Wow.
The rabbit in the upper right hand corner.
That's another part of it. Yeah, they were doing this adrenochrome extraction operation here, and
that's terrible, dude. So bad.
And they sold when they got busted, they sold the land to Universal Studios to build their new theme park down here.
No.
And this waterway, or this white square with the white or blue lines in it, that was the future waterway for Epic Universe, Universal Studios, and it's in the exact same shape of the adrenochrome molecule.
Ian,
So that's pretty possessed.
the Frank Black files. You are
Which
Frank,
one?
You're Frank Black, yes?
Yeah.
So are you saying you truly trust in Elon Musk?
Yeah. Remember when I read that day on your show, or I guess you're busy or something. But
Possibly, yes. Maybe I was relieving myself or something. Yes, go on. What?
yeah, and you see that girl at the bottom left? That's the chick who knew about the goddamn First Force Battalion.
Okay, so that's her. Okay, yes. So that's when you played her voice on our show. Yes. Right?
Yes,
And-
that's
and-
her.
and
And
I'm
this
sorry,
is her testimony.
Right. And but
Yeah, this is her testimony about growing up with Elon.
Okay, and so you're being
And Sasha Stone and Michael Trudeau and Nathan Rothschild and
so
Gaddafi's
Elon
kid.
Musk, you're being facetious when you say you trust in Elon Musk. You're being facetious, right?
I don't trust Elon. I don't know.
Ian?
I mean, he did some
He's-
stuff.
He's working with Jesse.
He's working with Jesse. Who? Jesse?
I mean, like, this guy's been through hell his whole goddamn life.
Who? Poor Elon.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's a weird
Oh my
one.
God.
Maybe, but here's another thing. So if you're in the gang, you can only kill another made guy if you're a gang member. So I wonder who can take down the House of Cards. That's one
Well,
thing I wonder
Elon's
about.
testifying with Jesse too. He's ratting them all out.
Who's Jesse? Jesse who?
That chick on the bottom left that knew about First Force Battalion. Aquino's fucked all.
Okay, so are you saying that Elon Musk testified side by side with this young lady?
Yes, they both are.
No, you mean they're both victims, is what you're insinuating.
Yeah, they're both testifying too.
They're both testifying, but where? On what platform?
I don't know which. Okay, the story I have so far, Jesse has 2 cases in Florida. I have not gotten the transcripts yet because the case is still ongoing, and Elon is linked to the where is it?
You did hear George Knight talk about how his wife Sarah, just really is a fan of yours. You heard him say that, right?
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm flattered. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, good. I didn't hear you respond to him.
But anyway,
did you respond to him? Did you thank him for that?
Yeah, I hope I wasn't on mute when I said
you might
thank
have been.
you, but
Might have been. Just make certain you get the message across to him later when you have time. So what are you looking for now?
I was just pointing out that from what I can recall, I'm not prepared, but I think Jesse said she's got 2 cases pending in the courts for the state of Florida about all the kitty diddling that's going on, and Elon's testifying too with her, but in the I don't remember the state off the top of my head. It's either Texas or it's either it's like Montana or some. It's one of these states north.
I mean, you can tell us later when you find out exactly. I mean, it's not that important at the moment. But okay, so I love you all. I'm gonna start in on monologue. I definitely want to thank all of you for what you've done, and certainly you'll be back on again, Mr. Ted Bass, and certainly, of course, you will.
Thanks, Joe.
And I'm just so glad you 2 long lost brothers could find each other. It is a relief to see that it's such a relief to see that there's a few things you can disagree on. I was beginning to get a little concerned there. So that being said, Joe Tai, since we're anchored to your call, if you're still awake, go ahead and say good night or good day to everyone. Let's see if he does that. And if he doesn't, that's fine too. So both of you.
And you guys feel free to post those pictures and share them on your Facebook. Do whatever you want.
I'm gonna jump out, boys, soon anyway, so I'll keep listening. But I'll check you guys in a few days or whatever.
Oh yeah, please do come back someday.
It was a pleasure, gentlemen.
Yes.
I'm making the art all the
There's
time.
so much nicer with Brooke not being here. It's just so it's so smooth and good.
I see how Douglas, you guys are live all the time, right? So I listen to you guys sometimes. Now some of it gets really weird. and I hear all these people, and sometimes you come back on, but hey, thanks for inviting me on,
Was it
Douglas.
with the
Really
Southern
appreciate
Belle?
it. So,
You get weirded out when the Southern Belle starts yapping?
I've heard some pretty weird stuff, and I was like, wow, this is interesting. All right, okay.
Well,
So-
like I said, when
I
I
know,
left,
it's like a cross between like a redneck gangster or something, you know? It's like,
Well,
hey,
when-
name, come to me.
yeah, well, when I left them alone for a bit the other day, it was, Ren and Stimpy combined with Beavis and Butthead by the time that I got back. Yes. Okay, well, again, my love, gentlemen, both of you are welcome to check out. I'll just take over from here, hanging on to our man Joe Tai's call, and blessed be. So there we are.
All right.
Thank
Bye,
you.
guys.
Thank you.
Over and out.
80s boys.
Yes. Yes. Wonderful gentlemen, both of them. And so I do want people to understand that experts do concur. One of the main reasons a country would choose a high altitude balloon over a satellite is because it's cheaper than a satellite and doesn't need a rocket to launch it. Many have been questioning myself as to why China would use a spy balloon since, ever since a huge white surveillance device was shot down after sailing over sensitive military sites across America. China's spy balloon was 200 feet tall, as I said in the opening hour, carried a payload the size of a jet, and the United States military did not even know if the missile that took out the Chinese spy balloon would even work when that F-22 finally took the shot. So the three major takeaways are: an F-22 downed a Chinese Communist spy balloon on Saturday with a single AIM-9X, an AIM 9-time Sidewinder missile. But the Pentagon wasn't sure if the missile would work when the pilot fired it, as confirmed by a top commander. The debris from the balloon plummeted over 60,000 feet into waters off the coast of South Carolina. So the United States Navy released new photos of sailors recovering the Chi-Com spy balloon that the U.S. fighter jets shot down over the Atlantic Ocean on Saturday. The recovered debris from the balloon was taken to an FBI laboratory in Virginia for analysis as the United States looks to understand its capabilities. The investigation remains ongoing, but U.S. intelligence officials comprehend the spy balloon is part of a much broader Chi-Com military surveillance operation. The United States does not know the precise size of the fleet of Chi-Com surveillance balloons, but sources tell the press that the program has conducted at least 24 missions over at least 5 continents in recent years. Red China on the mainland continues to argue that the vessel was a weather balloon that drifted off course and that its path over the United States was an accident. In a briefing on Monday, the United States Air Force General Glenn Van Herk, NORAD commander of the North American Aerospace Defense Command and the United States Northern Command, confirmed that the Chi-Com high-altitude balloon shot down over the Atlantic off the coast of South Carolina over the weekend was 200 feet tall and carried a payload the size of a regional airliner, testifying that the balloon's superstructure and hardware weighed in excess of a couple thousand pounds. Red China has stuck to its line that the balloon was a civilian airship collecting meteorological data, but Van Herk said NORAD was confident from the start about the craft's surveillance purposes. By the way, I'm going to check in just to make certain that we are still transmitting, that my microphone is still working. Going to check into live stream. Everyone do keep me up to date on that as to whether it is working or not. Now, according to Van Herk, the debris in the Atlantic was spread across nearly 1 square mile, or as I described it, or as he described it, his words, more than 15 football fields by 15 football fields. The United States Navy and Coast Guard crews taking part in the ongoing recovery effort were fishing up potentially hazardous pieces of wreckage from only half 100 feet of water, while other parts may have sunk or floated ashore. Van Erck has emphasized that the interagency effort, which includes personnel from the FBI and the NCIS, as well as modeling of the debris field by NASA, is focused on a safe but effective recovery so that we can exploit that and to provide as much information as we can to the media, the public, Congress, everybody that has an interest in what we're actually finding. While acknowledging similar spy balloons went undetected during the previous administration, Van Erck repeated earlier assurances that the United States took maximum precaution to prevent any intel collection. And that's a domain awareness gap that we have to figure out. Meaning he's talking out of his ass. And that the Chinese were able to get a shitload of observations. But that's not worth losing what they lost and having the Americans be able to reassemble it and figure out exactly where Chinese technology is at. Basically, it's a time capsule of Chinese technology. Now, the NORAD general evinced the balloon's path across Alaska's Aleutian Islands, Canada, and finally, the continental United States was deliberate, himself attesting that Red China utilized the winds and the platform's maneuverability to strategically position themselves and traverse portions of countries that they want to see for collection purposes. Now, the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken called off his long-planned visit to China over the weekend in light of the spy balloon saga, which has thrown a wrench in Beijing's plans to stabilize relations with Washington after years of, at times, unpredictable tension. Asked at the White House on Monday about China's motivations for sending the surveillance craft, President Joe Biden quipped, "They're the Chinese government," meaning they're inscrutable. Earlier Monday, Mao Ning, a Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson in Beijing, repeated Beijing's protests against the balloon's shoot-down and insisted that its unexpected deviation off course was weather-related and an isolated incident. By Tuesday, spokesperson Mao said that the aircraft doesn't belong to the U.S., it belongs to China. The resulting diplomatic fallout was, in her own words, a test of the U.S. side's sincerity about stabilizing and improving its relations with China and its approach to crisis management. At the same press briefing, Mao acknowledged that another Chinese balloon had deviated from its planned route and traversed Latin America and the Caribbean. A U.S. Air Force F-22 fighter jet fired a single air-to-air missile at the Chinese surveillance balloon over the weekend, sending the system crashing into the Atlantic Ocean in a moment of heightened tension between Washington and Beijing, or should I say, just another moment. Now, the F-22, which was operating at an altitude of 58,000 feet, still very high when you think about it, used an AIM 9x Sidewinder air-to-air missile to take down the balloon, which was hovering between 60,000 and 65,000 feet. So it's basically at the ceiling of operations for the F-22. After the mission on Monday, senior U.S. defense official General Glenn Van Erck, commander of NORAD and the U.S. Northern Command, told reporters that before the pilot took the shot on Saturday, the United States military was unsure if the Air Force had ever even tested an AIM-9 against a balloon target at such a high altitude, and ergo wasn't even sure that the missile would actually work for this specific operation. To quote his T, "I'm not aware of any engagements against the high-altitude balloon such as this. We did not have the weapons data." Now, there goes my voice. Van Erck was asked in a follow-up question why the United States decided to use the short-range AIM-9 missile instead of the advanced medium-range AIM-120, a beyond visual range missile that can operate in all weather conditions. Van Eyck said the AIM-120 has a significantly longer range and a bigger warhead, making it less safe than the AIM-9. Of the AIM-9, Van Eyck said, we assessed from an effectiveness standpoint that it was going to be highly effective, and that was proven on Saturday. Now, the AIM-9 Sidewinder is a supersonic heat-seeking missile, the first of which was developed by the U.S. Navy in the 1950s and adopted by the U.S. Air Force years later. It is powered by a rocket motor, carries a high explosive warhead, and uses infrared guidance to home in on an aircraft engine's exhaust. The AIM-120, on the other hand, is a new generation missile that succeeded the AIM-7 Sparrow, according to the Air Force. At nearly 12 feet long, it's significantly longer than the AIM-9 and has a heavier launch weight of 335 pounds compared to 190 pounds for the AIM-9. Now, China's spy balloon was downed by the newest variant of the AIM-9, the AIM-9X, which has smaller fins than previous versions. Not only was this apparently the AIM-9's first high-altitude balloon target, but this was also the first air-to-air kill by the stealthy fifth-generation F-22 Raptor, which used the call sign Frank, in a nod to the legendary aviator who downed over a dozen German military balloons during World War I. Now, the debris from the balloon fell into waters roughly 47 feet deep off the coast of South Carolina, and the senior U.S. military official I've been citing, well, General Van Eyck, on Monday he said that the United States forces began the process then of recovering the debris, which, as I had stated before, fell in an area as large as 15 football fields by 15 football fields. The Navy released the first photos of the balloon recovery operation on Tuesday, effectively just yesterday, the day before yesterday by now. So, again, the question came to me that I feel compelled to recontextualize. Why would China use a spy balloon rather than a satellite to survey the United States? Another person asking essentially the same question. Why would China use an old-fashioned balloon instead of a more sophisticated satellite to spy on any nation in 2023? Well, that's the question many civilians are asking after U.S. jets shot down the supermassive Chinese spy craft on Saturday after it had been sailing over sensitive military sites across America for several days. Despite the balloon igniting a spying saga between Washington and Beijing, the use of the relatively rudimentary surveillance device is not new or even that unusual. So on Monday, one expert told the Washington Post, I believe, or the New York Post, or, well, one of those, I can't remember which, one of those posts, that one of the main reasons a country would choose a high-altitude balloon over a satellite is cost. Spy balloons can also be harder to detect because they soar above the range of most planes. And some balloon surveillance devices can sail as high as 100,000 feet, which could render it untouchable to countries that may want to shoot it down. At one point, U.S. officials said the Chi-Com balloon was traveling at an altitude of about 60,000 feet, well above the limit for commercial air traffic. United States Air Force F-22 fighter jet eventually shot the balloon down Saturday afternoon off the South Carolina coast. But Hertzinger said that it wouldn't have been an option had the balloon been at a high altitude. You see, at one point, U.S. officials said the Chinese balloon was traveling at an altitude of about 60,000 feet after sailing over these sensitive U.S. military sites. Spy balloons could also be considered more useful than a satellite because the devices are more maneuverable and have greater ability to hover over a site or target. U.S. defense and military officials have said the giant orb, which was carrying sensors and surveillance equipment, had loitered over sensitive areas of Montana, where nuclear warheads are siloed. Officials had warned that the balloon, which was capable of changing course, could potentially take in a number of other sensitive sites, which it proceeded to do. And while satellites are the preferred method of spying overhead, such devices can typically only do so at one or two different points of orbit, low Earth orbit and geosynchronous orbit. Lane Boyd, professor of aerospace engineering sciences at the University of Colorado, told the Fourth Estate that low-orbit satellites are closer to the ground, which means they are able to see things more clearly but have to keep moving. Meanwhile, a satellite in geosynchronous orbit is much farther away from Earth's surface, meaning it can capture images continuously, but not as clearly. So Boyd wrote, "A balloon in some ways gets the best of those. These balloons are much, much closer to the ground than any of the satellites, so they can see even more clearly. And then, of course, balloons are moving, but they're moving relatively slowly, so they also have a degree of persistence." And that's when Blake Hertzinger, former Navy intelligence officer and current non-resident fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, agreed, telling the press, "Balloons are a lot cheaper, and you don't need a rocket to get them up there. If a balloon gets popped, it's less of a big deal than using anti-satellite weapons, which we typically frown upon. If that balloon had been at 80,000 feet, maybe an F-22 can't even reach it, as an example, and ground-based SAMs, surface-to-air missiles, could not either. So you're still in someone's aerospace, technically. You're not in space, but you're up pretty high. They offer flexibility of payload, maneuverability, and loitering time on station too, as the Chinese apparently showed off with theirs over the US. Difference being with geosynchronous satellites is that they're at higher orbit and there's only so much space. So with a balloon, you don't need to go to space. You can watch an area as long as you want, then leave. So Beijing's balloon is a test of will. The spy balloon exposes Sino-American relations. When U.S. aerocraft shot down this high-altitude Chinese balloon last Saturday off the coast of South Carolina, they recovered a potential intelligence haul. It is self-evident that Red China has been experimenting with a surveillance balloon network for several years, including brief intrusions into foreign aerospace, including that of my Taiwan and these United States. Red China maintains that the balloon was a meteorological device that went off course, a dubious claim given the sheer size of the vessel. To the so-called experts, it still seems likely that the balloon's course was a mistake, not a deliberate provocation. It's hard for them to see what Red China would gain from the maneuver, especially given the ongoing attempt to rebuild Sino-American relations, however fragile, even as at least one among them should imagine a scenario in which a hawkish faction in Beijing may have sought to sabotage U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's now postponed diplomatic trip to China. Historically, past incursions into foreign aerospace by Chi-Com balloons have been relatively short, not an 8-day jaunt visible to thousands of people on the ground that ended with the United States taking possession of the balloon's payload. The extreme cold weather in North Asia late last month theoretically could have disrupted the balloon's course. It is also possible that Beijing simply lost control of the vessel. None of this stopped a hullabaloo, the pun that has been used, from breaking out among U.S. pundits over the incident. Some media coverage even raised the possibility of a balloon gap. But that assumes there must be a cunning motivation behind the surveillance. Because the Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist military, is particularly opaque, its mistakes are less obvious. But corruption pervades the military procurement system. The surveillance balloon may be a useful, cost-efficient tool. It may also be an expensive boondoggle. Pundits and politicians in Washington tend to read Beijing's actions as a test of will. From this perspective, anything Red China does probes the boundaries of American willingness to react. Any reaction but the most extreme will convince American opponents that it's weak. Republican U.S. Senator Marco Rubio, for example, blamed the Biden administration for not destroying the balloon sooner. This attitude transforms every minor provocation into a high-stakes conflict. As a result, the U.S. military's sensible approach to wait to shoot down the balloon since its surveillance threat had been supposedly neutralized, at least purportedly to us as a population, as filtered through military propaganda, the military spin, is seen as a sign of weakness. So understand that the military's approach was not at all sensible. They are presenting it as such. And this reaction follows another tendency among U.S. politicians to use concerns about Red China as a weapon in domestic partisan fights. Much of the commentary about the surveillance balloon, especially from the American right wing, was detached from reality. Now, Republican politicians did indeed speculate that the balloon contained bioweapons and that U.S. President Joe Biden was compromised by Red China. Some Republican lawmakers posted images with guns promising to shoot down the balloon themselves. Yeah, good fucking luck. You'd likely kill somebody as the bullet, what goes up must come down. And it sure as hell won't go up high enough to hit the balloon. And none of you can shoot that eagle-eyed anyway. All of this was, of course, counterproductive to sane policymaking, but it reflects something that happened throughout the Cold War, from Red Scares to the fear that UFOs were a secret Soviet military project. Then, as now, the panic was worsened by a lack of transparency, leading the United States to be convinced of an imaginary missile gap. Of course, the Soviets' threat was real, but paranoias did damage to American policy at home and abroad. Mutual surveillance is a reality that requires a measured reaction. The United States uses a variety of tools, from satellites to intercepted communications to surveil Red China. It's not unreasonable that mainland China would attempt to do the same to these United States. Some would say that doesn't make aerospace violations acceptable. They pose a real risk of being mistaken for something more dangerous. During the Cold War, serious tragedies resulted from such mistakes, even as world-ending possibilities were narrowly averted. Yet the same tendency toward paranoia is even stronger within the Chinese Communist government, which often suspects foreign meddling where there be none. The surveillance balloon crisis, as minor as it may appear to be, has not been helped by Red China's complaints over the American shootdown or its refusal to take top-level calls from the Pentagon. Blinken's trip will likely still go ahead in the coming months, but the incident serves as a reminder of just how fragile relations remain. Now, the spy balloon in and of itself signaled Red China's displeasure over 3 issues. Admiral James Stavridis said Red China may have sent the suspected spy balloon to the United States to signal displeasure over 3 issues with American policy in the Indo-Pacific region. The balloon was first spotted over Billings, Montana, last Wednesday, sparking national security concerns as it violated both international law and American airspace. It floated across these United States in the following days before being shot down over the Atlantic Ocean on Saturday. And, oh my God, here we are with our man Ian fucking West in the chat room. Oh, and there's at Hoxa Records. This is the man at Hoxa Jaw Records. This is a man I believe has written me, and I don't know if he's with the Castle Rock Productions. If you are, sir, I have responded to your email. Interested in working with you? Yes, let's schedule that interview. Do me a favor. If you don't have Skype, please download it. My Skype address will be provided in the chat. It is Douglas Dietrich 1. So here you are, and let's arrange for that. All right then. So Douglas Dietrich 1 for Ad Hoxajaw Records might be affiliated with the Castle Rock Productions. And by the way, Ian fucking West says, I think the balloon was being like a peeping Tom on the American Chicks, and all the Chi-Coms operating it were jacking off to it like in the Truman Show. Now that is funny. That's very funny. It is. It's brilliant in its own comedic way. Yes, Ian West is. So Ad Hoxajaw Records says I'm Teddy Bass. Okay, so he's not with Castle Rock Productions, I take it, or are you? That's meaning I know who you are. Yes, you're Teddy Bass, which means he's also someone else by another name. But we won't be using that. Be that as it may, there is another records kind of production that is trying to interview myself, involved with the name Castle Rock Productions. So I did send an email response to them. Hopefully they respond to that in turn. Let's take a look at our messages incoming. With that, I do want people to understand that, trying to get back on track here. Obviously, we were talking about Admiral James Stavridis, and how basically the Chinese were responding to in-theater threats, what they feel to be in-theater threats, by attacking America back. Again, to reiterate, the balloon was first spotted over Billings, Montana last Wednesday, sparking national security concerns, as well it should have, as it violated both international law and United States airspace, floated across the United States in the following days before being shot down over the Atlantic Ocean on Saturday. This situation further straining relations between these United States and the Communist Chinese Empire, which have sparred over my Taiwan's right to self-governance, as well as the Russo-Ukrainian war in recent months. Now, following the discovery of the balloon, as was said before, the United States Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, postponed his planned trip to Beijing, which was meant to quell tensions. Red China, meanwhile, condemned the United States for shooting the balloon down at all, arguing it was merely a weather balloon that blew off course. Now, during an appearance Monday on NBC News, Stavridis explained why Red China was willing to risk heightened tensions with the American empire to send this balloon, saying, I think that what we have seen is a pretty direct signal to the United States of displeasure, really, about a couple of things. Now, I myself will provide an overview of the three issues Stavridis believes have compelled Red China to escalate tensions with these United States yester septimania, meaning last week. First, our U.S. base agreement with the Philippines. First, Stavridis suggested the balloon could have been signaling frustration over a new deal between the United States and the Philippines. Following prior speculation, the two countries announced last week that Washington would be granted access to bases on the East Asian countries' islands, countering Red China's influence in region. The Communist Chinese Empire condemned the deal, the Chinese government writing in a statement that it would escalate regional tension and undermine regional peace and stability. It is hoped that the Philippine side stays vigilant and resists from being taken advantage of and dragged into troubled waters. Now, Stavridis observed Red China could be particularly enraged by the deal, allowing the United States access to bases on the northern island of Luzon, home to the Philippines' capital and largest city, Manila. Then there is the new United States base in Guam. Stavridis also pointed to the construction of a new Marine Corps base in the United States territory of Guam as a potential point of contention between the two empires. Camp Blaz is the first new base in 70 years, and according to CNN, could host up to 5,000 Marines. Experts say the base, which officially opened yestermensis last month, just days before the balloon was spotted over Montana, is aimed at deterring threats from the Communist Chinese Empire. And then, of course, there is Kevin McCarthy's possible visit to my Taiwan. Lastly, Stavridis noted the balloon could have been a signal against House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's potential trip to island China on Taiwan. Punchbowl News reported earlier in February that the Pentagon was beginning preparations for a potential trip for the new House leader, prompting criticism from the Communist Chinese. Red China considers my Taiwan part of itself, while my Taiwan views itself as independent. While the United States does not officially recognize Taiwanese independence, it has said it would support my Taiwan if Red China were to launch military action against us. Why, yesterday, China Foreign Ministry spokesperson Miao Ning said, China opposes any form of official interaction between its Taiwan region and countries having diplomatic ties with China. We hope U.S. lawmakers will abide by the One China principle and the 3 China-U.S. joint communiques and refrain from doing things detrimental to China-U.S. relations and peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. Well, we all need to take this as our wake-up call. The United States military sees the Communist Chinese Empire as its pacing threat. But for the American public, it's a different story. An alarming, well, if we were to even deem this a blunder, might finally convince the United States, well, the American public, really, to take Beijing's threats seriously. Will the spy balloon incident change this? China's balloon could be America's awakening. If Beijing meant for its spy balloon to float across these United States undetected, then it could not have failed more spectacularly. The airship, which may have never been intended to fly so low or even take the course it did, looked less like a distant satellite and more like the Goodyear blimp. And so, while no one could have predicted it, Red China's balloon may well spur America's awakening. The episode could hardly have been better designed to prompt American concerns. Start by understanding that, surrounded by 12 oceans and friendly neighbors, Americans are exquisitely sensitive to physical violations of their sovereignty. National security threats tend to emerge over there, in Ukraine, Afghanistan, Iraq, the Balkans, and the Western Pacific, although they might feel secondary effects, rising gas prices, a higher grocery bill, or a family member in the military. These kinds of threats are intangible for most Americans most of the time. Beijing may fly spy satellites over the United States, conduct regular cyber attacks, cover up the origins of a global pandemic, and infiltrate American infrastructure, but the effects, although quite real, are largely unseen. Now, let me check to see if I'm still transmitting. Microphone, of course, is highly sensitive, does not work half the time, and the very fact that it's even moving around a little bit and not going off on us is a miracle. And so there we are. Ad hoc Jaw Record says, we'll chat another evening. Stay blessed. Yes, you as well, sir. Blessed be. He's off to sleep, perhaps. And in the 4 hours we have remaining, we'll do our best to do justice to a number of topics that are, of course, national security related. And here we have it then. So imagine you could put in the air a tangible, sensational manifestation of Beijing's menace. An enormous spy balloon, for instance. Watch the threat linger for several days over the heartland, drifting so low it can even be seen from the ground. Stir in fervor among Americans who suddenly wish to take matters into their own hands, even attempting to shoot into the air. Throw in a dash of denial from Beijing and a weak claim that the airship is nothing more than a weather balloon blown off course. Follow it almost immediately and most inconveniently for the Communist Chinese Empire, with the appearance of another errant meteorological airship, ended all with an F-22 firing a missile into the spy balloon, puncturing the notion that Sino-American friction will be confined to Asia rather than the American homeland. As it turns out, Washington couldn't carry off such an audacious campaign to change American hearts and minds, but Beijing could. The stirring, rather than any intelligence it gathered or diplomatic friction it produced, will be the lasting effect of this strange stunt. The notion that the United States is still asleep on Red China might seem odd to policymakers. The Communist Chinese Empire is, after all, the stated top priority of American foreign policy. It is the American military's pacing threat. Increasingly, it is the explicit focus of government leaders who consistently make the public case. FBI Director Christopher Wray, for instance, has said, "The Chinese government's disregard for global leadership norms, ruthless hunger for economic superiority, and desire to influence American politics make it a threat to U.S. national security." Or the U.S. Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, warning that China today poses a set of growing challenges to our national security. That is a fact. It's deploying its military in ways that undermine the security of our allies and our partners and the free flow of global trade. Now, the United States Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, has labeled China as the only competitor out there with both the intent to reshape the international order and increasingly a power to do so. The only congressional committee focused on a single country is, unsurprisingly, dedicated to competition with the Communist Chinese Empire. For the American public, however, it's a different story. In a list of threats, a November 2022 survey found Red China ranked behind domestic political divisions, cyber attacks, rising authoritarianism, surveillance technology, terrorism, Russia, biological attacks, and global pandemics. Another found the majority of Americans worried about Chinese territorial ambitions, but only a third of people surveyed believe the United States should lead an international response to Red China's rise. Other polls show Red China ranking higher than other national security issues and higher than in previous years, but it is still not the top priority. The perception of a China threat has grown significantly in recent years, but a gap between the public and Washington remains. Rising public concern has made some moves politically possible, like spending more on defense, pursuing a new industrial policy, and imposing export controls on high-end semiconductors. But that momentum has been insufficient to get the harder things done: an affirmative trade policy in Asia, a strategic approach to immigration, and a military transformation to prepare for a possible clash in the Pacific. This reality has led political leaders and policymakers to bring the message home by better informing the American people about the Commu China challenge, the thinking so goest, and by preparing them for a long period of competition against a major power. The United States can ensure the political support necessary to succeed. Now, those efforts, however, have thus far met limited success. The balloon may just have made the difference. It turns out that a vivid representation of communist Chinese intentions focuses minds to a far greater degree than inveighing against threats to the liberal international order or lamenting land reclamation in the South China Sea. Will an even greater political support now exist for a highly competitive approach to the Communist Chinese Empire? It's hard to say. On the one hand, the focus may not last. On the other hand, A fine line exists between motivation to compete and overreaction to perceived threats. American foreign policy is replete with examples on both sides of that ledger is what I mean to say. My slurring in my Sinitic accent occurs when I'm tired like this. Now, prudence and resolve, not panic and bravado, should be the watchwords. But this odd event is precisely the kind that could prompt a shift in wider American perceptions of the salience of the Commu-China challenge. At the end of the day, it was just a balloon, unmanned and probably unsuccessful in its mission, so we could presume. But it signifies something greater. Beijing's blunder may well represent, forgive the expression, a great power trial balloon, and it may even spur a broad American awakening. Because the Chinese balloon story is even bigger than it seems. Now, I'm going to, again, check live stream, make certain that people can hear me. Everybody let me know. Quality of my sound. Always provide me feedback. That's certainly appreciated. And with that, going to try and return to train of thought. Now, the Chinese spy balloon matter has become far more serious in recent hours, and it was serious enough to begin with. Of course, there are lots of questions in the aftermath of the U.S. Air Force shootdown of the balloon off the coast of South Carolina Saturday. Questions such as, what specifically was it spying on? What information had it gathered? When was the United States aware of its existence? Will experts be able to secure enough of the wreckage from the ocean floor to answer those and other questions? But there are perhaps more troubling questions raised by the conduct of top Biden administration officials. First, they sought political cover by claiming that Chinese spy balloons had overflown the United States 3 times during the Trump administration, and nobody did anything about them at the time. Then, when a chorus of high-ranking officials of the Trump years said with one voice that simply did not happen, the Biden team responded with an explanation that perhaps strains credulity. That's where we are now. As the balloon drifted across these United States, starting in Alaska, then into Canada, then from Idaho all the way to South Carolina, with the Biden administration refusing to take it down, Republicans were appalled at the White House's tepid response to such a blatant violation of American aerospace and sovereignty. Shoot the damn thing down, many of them urged President Joe Biden. Biden tried to make himself look tough by saying he had ordered the balloon shot down, but that military officials argued doing so would be too dangerous for people on the ground. Now, that argument made little sense when the balloon was over empty areas of the United States in the Aleutian Islands, Alaska, Idaho, and Montana. Yet Biden deferred to his military commanders, and the balloon was allowed to fly across the entire continental United States. In all probability, in fact, most certainly, sending back intelligence to the communist Chinese the whole way. Biden officials suggesting they had somehow neutralized the balloon's intelligence gathering capabilities, but never offering any details. Meanwhile, Biden administration defense officials, along with top military officers, began to tell the press that the balloon affair was nothing new, that it had in fact happened not 1, not 2, but 3 times during the Trump administration, and that President Donald Trump did not shoot down any of those balloons. A senior defense official told reporters at an on-background briefing Saturday, Chinese government surveillance balloons transited the continental United States briefly at least 3 times during the prior administration. A Pentagon publication, DOD News, reported the same thing, apparently quoting the same unnamed official. Given that 3 incursions during the Trump years that nobody got too worked up about, why are people so upset about this particular Chi-Com balloon taking the grand tour across the United States from the mountains of Montana to the beaches of South Carolina? But a big question lingers. Was the Biden account actually true? Former Trump official after former Trump official quickly said, wait a minute, this did not happen. In a phone conversation, Robert O'Brien, the National Security Advisor from 2019 through to 2021, said, I unequivocally can tell you I was not made aware of any flights over U.S. territory, nor was my staff, including those who were at the National Security Council all 4 years of the Trump administration. Then John Bolton, O'Brien's predecessor, told Fox News, I don't know of any balloon flights by any power over the United States during my tenure, and I'd never heard of any of that occurring before I joined in 2018. I haven't heard of anything that occurred after I left either. I can say with 100% certainty, not during my tenure. Now, other top officials said the same thing. Former Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, said it did not happen. So did former DNI, Richard Grenell. So did former CIA Director and Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. So did former Defense Secretary, Mark Esper. And former Acting Defense Secretary, Chris Miller. And former Vice Presidential National Security Advisor, Keith Kellogg. And Trump himself, of course. Some of the former officials called each other to compare notes. Am I missing something? One asked another. Do you remember anything like this? Nobody had any knowledge of it happening. It seemed amazing. After all, the Chi-Com spy balloon shot down on Saturday was very large. People saw it from the ground. Airline pilots noticed it. In fact, it first came to public knowledge when a member of the public spotted it over Montana, and the local paper published a photo. Did the Biden administration mean to say that had happened 3 times during the Trump years and nobody noticed? As it turned out, yes! On Sunday, administration sources began to tell reporters that, yes, the Chi-Com incursions had happened during the Trump years, but that nobody knew about them. And not just nobody in the sense of the public, nobody in the government's vast military intelligence and surveillance apparatus noticed them either. They all missed the giant Chinese balloons. Citing senior administration officials, the Wall Street Journal reported that those previous balloon flights were much shorter in duration, possibly explaining why some went undetected at the time. One official said that much of the information on the flights was pieced together later. A senior administration official told Fox News they went undetected. This information was discovered after the Trump administration left. Only then, so the official said, did the Biden administration piece it all together and realize that the Chi-Coms had been sending massive balloons over these United States, and nobody, citizen or military intelligence, noticed. A slightly different story emerged in the Washington Post, which reported that the Pentagon knew of past Chinese surveillance balloons near Florida and Texas. Wait a minute, near Florida and Texas? What does near mean? Were the balloons over those states? Were they offshore but over United States territorial waters? The Washington Post suggested the Pentagon was not being entirely clear. Citing Representative Michael Waltz, a Republican on the House Armed Services Committee, the paper reported the Defense Department was not specific about where in each state the previous incursions occurred. Waltz added that officials did not say whether the balloons made it into U.S. airspace, which extends 12 nautical miles from the shore, or over U.S. territory, too. That's an important distinction, isn't it? Were the previously undiscovered balloons over U.S. territory or not? At this point, By way of the American home front, nothing is clear. In a text exchange, one Capitol Hill Republican, eager to question the administration on events, saw three possible explanations. One, the Defense Department is conflating wildly different incidents, that is, balloons around Hawaii or Key West versus crossing Middle America, a conflation he called partisan spin. Trois, the Pentagon really did only figure out that the Chinese were flying over the continental United States after the fact, which he called a huge military intelligence failure. Or three, the military actually tracked the flights at the time, but failed to inform civilian leadership of what was happening, what he called a huge civilian military scandal, if so. The answers are urgently needed. Allowing a large, highly visible aeroship, presumably packed with intelligence equipment, from a foreign adversary to saunter across the United States is a big, big deal. It doesn't matter that Biden's State of the Union address was scheduled for Tuesday and the White House would, ergo, downplay attention to the balloon matter. Answers are needed now. And Blinken, of course, has postponed his high-stakes Beijing trip after the suspected Chinese spy balloon was spotted over the United States. Now, that was when the Chinese Foreign Ministry was saying on their website, which I translated from the Chinese, that the airship is from China. It is a civilian airship used for research, mainly meteorological purposes. The Chinese side regrets the unintended entry of the airship into U.S. airspace due to force majeure, meaning divine right of force, saying essentially it was an act of God. It added that Red China would keep communicating with the American empire to properly handle this unexpected situation. Now the ministry was saying that the balloon deviated far from its planned course because of strong winds and a lack of steering ability. So it was spotted in Billings, Montana, some 6,000 miles from China, which just goes to show how efficiently the Kuroshiwa, the black current, carries any object over on the seas or in the sky. So, in terms of the super surveillance balloon, or the surveillance super balloon, rather, then we had the potential Canadian incident, which I've already elaborated on in the opening hour. Understand, when on Thursday, the balloon was still over the United States and had not yet been shot out of the sky, U.S. officials were exerting that, or insisting that falling debris would pose safety risk to people on the ground, and yet were contending that the balloon did not pose a threat to civil aviation, was instead of limited use in collecting intelligence. Although Montana is home to one of America's 3 nuclear missile silo fields at the Malmstrom Air Force Base, the staff members of the Gang of Eight, the congressional leaders briefed on classified issues, were given a classified briefing on the situation on Thursday afternoon. The Gang of Eight includes Republican and Democratic leaders in the House and the Senate, as well as the chairs and ranking minority members of the House and the Senate Intelligence Committees. Senator John Tester, Democrat from Montana, said he was still waiting for real answers on how this happened and what steps the administration took to protect our country, and I will hold everyone accountable until I get them, adding that I will always defend Montana and our national security from hostile adversaries like China. This provocation is completely unacceptable. And earlier, the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson, the female Mao Ning, said Beijing was assessing the situation and that speculation and hype were unhelpful while facts were still being clarified. And at her daily briefing, conducted on Friday into this weekend last, Mao said, China is a responsible country that always abides by international law and has no intention of infringing on any country's territory and airspace. We hope that both sides can handle this together calmly and carefully. So DJ is giving me the thumbs up. Thank you, honey. I believe DJ is a female. Kisses unto she. Goddess bless her. Okay, how we looking otherwise with the wonderful people listening? Thank you so much for the upvotes. Everybody continue to hit those upvotes because, of course, the enemy hits us with downvotes to prevent us from appearing on searches. We are indeed suppressed. Now, in terms of the other battlefront on the American home front, the Civil War battlefront, there's an intel brief, an intelligence briefing that concludes our electric grid is an attractive target for domestic violent extremists in these United States. According to a recent Department of Homeland Security intelligence briefing, domestic violent extremists will likely continue, their words, to plot and encourage physical attacks against electrical infrastructure in these United States. Now, that memo is dated January 24th, noting that these extremist groups have identified the electric grid as a particularly attractive target given its interdependency with other infrastructure sectors. Since at least 2020, domestic extremists have developed credible, specific plans to attack electricity infrastructure. Now, absent significant technical knowledge or insider assistance, small-scale attacks are unlikely to cause widespread multi-state power loss, or so this intelligence brief notes, but this type of attack may cause physical damage, putting people and operations at risk. Now, this memo, which was, well, it lists several past incidents of concern that informed the intelligence assessment, including an investigation into potential election-related threats. As of December 2020, law enforcement was investigating the suspected plans of white supremacists to attack power stations in the Southeast as part of an effort to wreak havoc in the event that they disagreed with the outcome of the November 2020 election. That's according to this memo, which cites media reporting quoting federal prosecutors. Of course, no charges have been filed in the investigation to date because, they're all white. Now, additionally, in October 2020, four suspected white male supremacists were charged with conspiracy to damage transformers in Idaho. A federal indictment in the case alleges that a handwritten list of transformers, substations, and other components of the power grid in the Northwest was discovered among one of the defendants' possessions. In May of 2020, 3 people claiming to be Boogaloo adherents allegedly conspired to attack an electrical substation in Las Vegas as part of an attempt to incite riots and violence amid demonstrations in the city. The suspects were charged with conspiracy to damage and destroy by fire and explosive and with possession of unregistered firearms. The memo is in response to requests from the electric sector to assess physical threats to the industry following increased domestic violent extremist activity in 2020 and 2021. Now, the United States national electric grid is large and diverse, composed of more than 6,400 power plants, 55,000 substations, and 450,000 miles of high voltage transmission lines serviced by 3,000 companies. This is all noted from the memo itself. Now, a spokesperson for DHS, Department of Homeland Security, told CNN that the department regularly shares information with federal, state, local, tribal, territorial, and private sector partners to ensure the safety and security of all communities across the country. I mean, don't you feel safe now? Carrie Cordero, a CNN analyst, and Robert M. Gates, senior fellow at the Center for New American Security, said the intelligence brief is a positive indication of a really healthy cooperation between DHS and its private sector electric security grid partners. Now, she said that the activities of domestic violent extremists have evolved over the last few years. This reminds me of the type of threat reporting and analysis that we used to see related to international terrorism. So the DHS intelligence brief found that the use of encrypted messaging platforms and simple tactics will likely make these attacks difficult to detect. Over the last year, there have been various online attempts to inspire individuals with little or no training to target electricity infrastructure using simple tactics such as firearms, double IDs or improvised incendiary devices, and even common tools like hammers and power saws. That's according to DHS reporting. I'm reading from the memo. Not quite sure what to make of a response from Seth, but hey, happy days, Seth. Now, in terms of, in June, a racially motivated extremist group released a video and manifesto on an encrypted messaging channel that called for lone wolf attacks against targets, including the electric grid, power plants, and other infrastructure. This is according to Department of Homeland Security information. And according to a body of DHS, state, and media reporting, some domestic extremists believe that largely remote and dispersed nature of the electric grid will allow sufficient time to conduct an attack while evading detection by law enforcement. So the memo says, these perceptions are likely reinforced by the attack against a Metcalfe, California electric substation in April 2013, when unidentified individuals targeted the site with rifle rounds and escaped before law enforcement could respond, nearly disabling power to the surrounding area. Now, there's an anti-terrorism expertise that I will source concerning why the white male power movement is ramping up its attacks on energy infrastructure. The professoress, historianus, and authoress, Kathleen Bilyeu, one of the United States' top experts on white male supremacist and white male nationalist terrorism, has often stressed that violent, racially motivated attacks should not be viewed as isolated incidents at all, but as part of a much broader movement. And when Bilyeu made a Monday night, February 6th, appearance on MSNBC's The Rachel Maddow Show, she explained how a Maryland woman's alleged role in a plot to attack 5 energy substations in the Baltimore area fits into the overall white male power game plan. Earlier in the day, law enforcement officials had announced the arrest of Maryland resident Sarah Beth Clendaniel, whom they allege conspired with fellow white male supremacist Brandon Russell in that plot. Clendaniel and Russell, this is according to officials, hope to completely disable energy infrastructure in Baltimore and deprive the city of electricity for an extended period of time during winter. That would result in mass deaths. Now, during her conversation with Maddow, Bilou emphasized that this was not an isolated incident. White male supremacists, white male nationalists, and neo-Nazis, according to the professors, are targeting energy infrastructure in general, not just in Baltimore, Maryland. Bilou, authoress of the 2019 book titled Bring the War Home, subtitled The White Male Power Movement and Paramilitary America, told Maddow, and here I quote as she, "The electrical part may be new, but infrastructure attacks by this movement are not new. This is a strategy that was pioneered by a group called The Order in 1983. Infrastructure attacks are one kind of violence among several others that are all laid out in a strategy in common in order to bring about what the movement seeks, which is the overthrow of these United States and the creation of a white male ethnostate, mass violence against communities of color, and even genocide against non-white peoples." Now, according to Bilou, who teaches at Northwestern University in the Chicago suburbs, attacks on energy infrastructure and the January 6th, 2021 insurrection are both part of the white male power game plan. Bilou told Maddow, "Infrastructure attacks sit next to a show of forced violence like the January 6th attack on the Capitol and mass casualty violence like the Oklahoma City bombing. All of these exist together within one broad ideology in the white male power movement." Now, I've gone into depth over the years about all of this. Again, just checking to make certain that the microphone is working. And, of course, trust feedback from everyone. That's going to be an obsession of mine throughout the night because of the fragility of the tool that I'm using. And we still got quite a bit of time left. Let's see if I can cover, so much else. Putin's war in Ukraine is backfiring in a historic manner. Switzerland may buck centuries' worth of military neutrality and aid Ukraine in its long and continuous war against motherless Russia. On Tuesday, Reuters reported politicians from multiple Swiss parties are pondering arming Kiev while simultaneously concluding a ban on exports of Swiss weapons in war zones. It would likely add increased resistance to Russia's long-term strategies. Thierry Burkhardt, leader of the center-right FDP party, told the press, "We want to be neutral, but we are part of the Western world." He has reportedly submitted a motion to the Swiss government to allow arms re-exports to countries with similar democratic values to Switzerland, which also would represent a policy shift, as buyers of Swiss arms are currently legally prohibited from re-exporting them. While it will not send weapons directly to war combatants, the country does operate a separate embargo on arms sales to Ukraine and the Russian Empire. Switzerland possesses the world's oldest policy towards neutrality, originating via the Treaty of Paris in 1815. It has not participated officially or openly in a foreign war since the treaty was established, except during World War II, when it effectively became a Reich's ally and secret units of Swiss soldiers were observing on the front lines to monitor the situation and see if Switzerland would come under threat by the Bolsheviks. They did participate on the German side, and of course, the German being effectively the national language, or certainly the majority language of Switzerland, they sided with the Reich and effectively became Nazi. Many of the commandants of their camps, where they kept American prisoners of war, shot down over Switzerland, in camps where the commandants wore Nazi uniforms. So, in echo of that, this is the seriousness. We're in a Second World War equivalent conflict as the Swiss perceive it. Burkhardt said his country should not have to veto to stop others from aiding Ukraine, which he said in turn a show of support for Russia, and that's what it would be, effectively, and not a neutral position. With Burkhardt adding, other countries want to support Ukraine and do something for the security and stability of Europe. They cannot understand why Switzerland has to say no. Public sentiment is in his favor. A new poll released Sunday by the pollster Sotomo showed that 55% of Swiss respondents favor re-exports to Ukraine. Lucas Golder, co-director of pollsters GFS Bern, the global survey taker in the Bern, which I believe is the capital of Switzerland. It's actually hard for me to fucking tell. They might actually have two capitals, a political capital and a financial capital, if I remember. He told the Fourth Estate, if we had asked this question before the war, the response would have probably been less than 25%. Talking about changing neutrality was a taboo in the past. But not everyone's on board, of course. Mariona Schlatter, a Green Party parliamentary memberess, referred to as slippery slope of ending all restrictions. The issue has also reportedly divided the right-wing SVP, the Swiss People's Party, which is the lower house's largest party and includes members most prone to defend neutrality in such circumstances. SVP's David Zuberbühler saying, allowing arms shipments to a country involved in an armed conflict is destroying the basis of peace and prosperity in our country. Well, you got to understand the Russo-Ukrainian war has been a global game changer. On February 3rd, the Swiss Federal Council released its 2022 foreign policy report, stating in part that the war in Ukraine plunged Europe into a new era of instability and deeply influenced Swiss foreign policy. Switzerland repeatedly condemned the Russian aggression. The Federal Council supported EU, or European Union, sanctions, showing solidarity with the Ukrainian people and their suffering. Basing itself on its permanent neutrality, Switzerland advocated unreservedly for respect for international law and the UN, United Nations Charter. No other mention of neutrality in any context was mentioned in said report. When asked about the official position of the Swiss government, the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs referred Newsweek to the country's official stance regarding neutrality as part of a document published on September 9th in 2022. That document states that the country's support of EU sanctions does not alter its neutrality in any way, and that it does not favor any warring party militarily. Russia's gross violation of the fundamental norms of international law was the yardstick for these deliberations. The Federal Council concluded that Switzerland's credibility as a neutral state will not be compromised. Switzerland had been working actively, both at the bilateral and multilateral level, to help prevent the conflict and been advocating for the use of the instruments of diplomacy. There is one caveat. Neutrality is not set in stone. Not set in stone and could be adapted based on foreign, security, or economic policies. Now, Switzerland's neutrality, as I've already qualified, was only display during World War II. They were effectively an Axis nation. The stashing, the monetary, not only of the Third Reich and Fascist Italia, but also that of the Empire of Japan, hosting the overwhelming majority of the vast wealth of Emperor Hirohito, one of the wealthiest men on planet Earth, as a result of his plundering all Asia throughout the war. The League of Nations was established there. Many UN organizations were based there during the Cold War, and indeed should be the capital of a new United Nations or reunited nations. Basically, along with France, integral to a new American order of diplomacy. I'll articulate that someday. It doesn't mean an American empire imposing, but rather diplomatically persuading the world around it. using both might as well as right to, render the world a better place. Now, you might say the Americans have tried and resulted in Iraq and Afghanistan. Well, that was under the wrong kind of governance. Sergei Radchenko, a professor at the Johns Hopkins SAIS, S-A-I-S, the School of Advanced International Studies, told the press that, in his words, "It's not surprising. Bucking neutrality has been in the works for some time. This war has been a game changer for countries that normally would have remained at a distance and trying to maintain neutrality. Of course, it began really with Finland and Sweden seeking membership in NATO, taking positions that are very far from neutrality in this conflict, backing Ukraine very strongly. I think it's partly because of the pressure. Well, not just the pressure. I mean, there's the understanding across Europe that Russia is waging a brutal, unjust war, and that neutrality in this kind of situation is a moral hazard. So this is what is led to historical realignment. Dr. Stephen Biddle, an adjunct senior fellow for defense policy on the Council on Foreign Relations and professor of international and public affairs at Columbia University, told the Fourth Estate that Putin's invasion of an innocent neighbor has changed many European perceptions of threat and safety. To quote his T, "Germany is about to send German tanks into Ukraine for the first time since World War II, after all. Finland and Sweden are trying to join NATO. A historic realignment of Swiss security policy isn't the first such change the Ukraine war has wrought." Mikhail Turetsky, professor of practice at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, told the investigative journalists that the allowing re-exports of Swiss-manufactured weapons would not signal an end to Swiss neutrality. Rather, it would just be Switzerland exercising its sovereign right to decide who can get its weapons and who cannot. Emphasizing that the aforementioned Swiss poll showing support for re-exported arms to Ukraine is indicative of the power of public opinion that can sway long-existing government positions and policies, Turetsky has gone on record to say, in his own words, "The real stakes here likely have to do with Switzerland's relations with Russia. Moscow would be irritated, if not outraged, if Bern decides to release Swiss-made weapons to Ukraine. It seems, however, that Russia's dependence on Switzerland for hosting family members and financial capital of the Russian ruling elite is currently higher than Switzerland's dependence on Russia. So if Bern puts parochial interests aside, it should be able to change its stance on re-exports of its weapons. In addition, Swiss weapon manufacturers would expand their revenue sources if Swiss arms exports regulations became more lax in the wake of the war in Ukraine. And along with all that, the Dutch army is fully integrating into the German army. The 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine has prompted increased defense preparations across Western Europe. Many nations have increased spending and procurement to bring their forces up to date. Additionally, NATO nations have increased joint training operations to improve interoperability. Perhaps most notably, the Dutch army announced that all three of its combat brigades would be integrated into the German army. As a founding member of NATO, the Royal Netherlands Army's doctrine focuses heavily on cooperation with allied armies. To make up for its small size, at least compared to other European armies, the Dutch army has partnered with the German army. Both countries operate the Leopard 2 main battle tank, or MBT, and over 70% of the population of the Nederlands speaks German. Failing that, over 90% speak English, which is a Germanic language after all, so the language barrier between the two armies is minimal. Understand, of course, Germans speak American English, not the King's English. as well as German, most obviously. As a matter of fact, when Peter Moon was there, as far as he could figure, the Germans spoke no English. So much for being a so-called occupied nation state. In 2014, the 1st Dutch Combat Brigade was integrated into the German Army. The 11th Air Assault Brigade, Nederland, is a rapid light infantry brigade, was brought under the command of the Rapid Forces Division, an airborne division of the German Army. In 2017, the Romanian 81st Mechanized Brigade was also aligned with the Rapid Forces Division. In 2016, the joint Dutch-German 414 Tank Battalion, which is comprised of 1 Dutch company and 3 German companies, all fielding Leopard 2 tanks, was integrated into the Dutch Army's 43 Mechanized Brigade. In turn, the brigade was integrated into the German Army's 1st Panzer Division. In September of 2022, Defense Minister Keza Ollongren told the Dutch Parliament that the option of integrating the Dutch Army's Final Combat Brigade, the 13th Light Brigade, into the German Army was being investigated. On February 1st, 2023, Bloomberg reported that Germany and the Netherlands are working on integrating the 13th Light Brigade and its wheeled armored vehicles into the United German 10th Panzer Division. Now, Major Mark van der Beek, a spokesperson for the Royal Netherlands Army, told Bloomberg via telephone that the merger of the last Dutch Combat Brigade could happen as soon as early April, though the Dutch government has yet to make a final decision. With the Dutch army of roughly 8,000 soldiers fully integrated into the German army, it would create a force of about 50,000 personnel. Quite small, comparatively speaking. Moreover, the two armies are considering joint purchases of future military equipment and standardization of regulations. So, Russia, in response, is planning a rapid offensive before United German Leopard tanks reach the battlefield. Russia is looking to launch a renewed offensive on Ukrainian forces in as little as a week. That's according to an operational update ahead of Western main battle tanks arriving in the war-torn country. On Monday, the ISW, the Institute for the Study of War, think tank, said several Ukrainian officials have suggested that Moscow is gearing up to launch a large-scale decisive offensive in eastern Ukraine in mid to late February. On Sunday, Ukraine's defense minister, Oleksiy Reznikov, told a media conference that Ukraine was expecting a new major offensive in the coming weeks because of the symbolism of such a move. A fresh push from Russian forces would likely come before February 24th. That's according to the Ukrainska Pravda, obviously a holdover from the communist days. This will mark the one-year anniversary since the full-scale invasion began. Serhiy Haidai, or Haidai, the governor of the eastern Luhansk region, said on Telegram on Monday that an enemy offensive can begin at any time after February 15th, the Ides of February, right after Valentine's Martyrdom Day. Later on Monday, he described increased attacks in Luhansk, adding, "This is not a full-scale offensive, but preparation for it." One anonymous Ukrainian advisor described a similar time frame to the Financial Times, and Natalia Humenyuk, a spokesperson for Ukraine's Southern Operation Command, said Moscow is likely concentrating its efforts on the east of Ukraine rather than the south. The ISW said a Russian military blogger affiliated with the mercenary Wagner Group said Russian forces had a limited time period to be able to launch any large-scale offensive before it is too difficult to execute, adding that other milblogger or military blogger comments also seem to indicate that Russian military commanders appear to be in a rush to launch the decisive offensive. The think tank has proven this is likely to get ahead of the arrival of new Western military aid, including Leopard 2 main battle tanks and the muddy spring season from around April that hindered Russian mechanized maneuvers in spring of 2022. On January 25th, Deutschen Kanzler, the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, confirmed that Berlin would send 14 Leopard 2A6 tanks to Ukraine and allow third-party countries to also supply Kiev with the main battle tanks. President Joe Biden announced that the United States would send 31 M1 Abrams tanks, although it is expected to take months for them to arrive on the battlefield and for Ukrainian crews to their crews to complete the necessary training, of course. On Monday, the first of Canada's donated Leopard 2 tanks arrived in Poland ahead of its transportation to Ukraine. Speaking on January 26th, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he was very happy and thankful for the deliveries of these sophisticated tanks, which are a significant upgrade from the Soviet-era main battle tanks used by Ukraine's armed forces, himself telling Sky News, "I would like to say thank you to Germany, to Britain, and to the United States that they made this decision. But speaking frankly, the number of tanks and the delivery time to Ukraine is critical." Now, we obviously must expedite this with all due speed. But regardless, the Ukrainians will win. And Ukraine dispels the myth of American decline. For starters, Russia's failure to defeat its much smaller and poorer neighbor has demolished its image as a military juggernaut. And instead of confirming its status as a great power and a pillar of a new multipolar world order, Putin's war of aggression has exposed motherless Russia as a declining power, at best a junior partner in the new league of autocracies directed from Beijing, and a casualty of Putin's Ukraine, another one among so many, among the Russian debacle, its great fail on TikTok, so to speak, is realpolitik, arguably the reigning foreign policy doctrine of the past 15 years. I started to explain this when my mic started going out with the last episode. We can only hope that the mic will continue to function. I won't jinx it into failing again. Now we've got 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 3 hours left for me to articulate quite a number of things. So we may as well get started. Understand that, academic theorists of the so-called realist school, notably the ones that are still alive today, like John Mearsheimer, contend that how nations behave internationally is dictated by immutable realities of geography and hunger for power. In their view, naive American efforts to spread democracy and human rights ignore the way the world really works and embroils us in endless wars. By realist logic, the American empire, not the revanchist, revisionist Russian empire, is to blame for what's happened to Ukraine. Before the invasion, Mearsheimer insisted, "It's very important to understand that we invented this story that Putin is highly aggressive and he's principally responsible for this crisis in Ukraine." You see, these so-called realists contend that American support for NATO's expansion after the Soviet Union's collapse threatened Russia's security, or rather its sense of security, or rather its insecurity, and provoked its preemptive attack on Ukraine. It's a theme echoed by left-wing critics of American imperialism, the America First right and Kremlin propagandists. Mm. Yet, 'tis Putin himself has punctured that myth. In history-distorting articles and speeches, he's made clear that his aim isn't simply to keep Kiev out of NATO, but to restore Russian greatness through a forcible union with Ukraine, which he believes has no right to an independent existence any more than communist China believes my island China on Taiwan has any right to independent existence. Invoking realpolitik to rationalize Putin's motives underscores the essential unreality of the doctrine. It assigns no role to the beliefs, psychology, or sheer stupidity of rulers, nor does it recognize the strong relationship between how countries are ruled internally and how they act abroad. This is why we have so much more to fear from stupidity than evil. Now, of all people that I hear me. Now we just took care of this mic. I told you this mic, I jinxed it. I jinxed the mic. Talked about the fact that it was around the time that I started to talk about just how America's decline has been, how do I say it, predicted too quickly, or how do they say it? The rumors of my death are much exaggerated, said Mark Twain. I'm speaking about how Ukraine has been our revitalization, our renaissance. It's what's brought us back to life. So our man Entertainment Hub and Our Lady DJ, God bless her, said, mic adjustment needed, no sound, lost you, Douglas, back again. We'll see how long that lasts. God knows I don't want to go through 3 hours of that. Now, the other night, towards the end, because I was tired, shifting around, it was murder. And it was pretty much unlistenable, I would think, but we'll see what happens. People don't seem to be complaining about it. The last episode, what the audio was like. But for tonight, to continue, Dietrich Bonhoeffer was this German pastor who was basically involved in the von Stauffenberg Operation Valkyrie, the conspiracy to assassinate Adolf Hitler. And on April 9th of 1945, this Lutheran pastor and theologian, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, was hanged at Flossenberg, only days before the American liberation of the prisoner of war camp. The last words of that 39-year-old opponent of Nazism were, "This is the end, for me, the beginning of life. Now, what I can introduce to you to salvage from that man's otherwise misspent life is Bonhoeffer's theory of stupidity, which some might say he lived up to. We have far more to fear from stupid people than evil ones. Evil is easy to identify and fight against. Not so with stupidity. When we know something or someone is evil, we can take steps to fight it. With stupidity, it is much more difficult. Dietrich Bonhoeffer argued throughout his life that stupidity is worse than evil because stupidity can be manipulated and used by evil. He also argued that stupidity tended to go hand in hand with acquiring power. That is, being in power means we surrender our individual critical faculties. There's an internet adage that goes, debating an idiot is like trying to play chess with a pigeon. It knocks the pieces over, craps on the board, and flies back to its flock to claim victory. It's both funny and astute. It's also deeply, depressingly worrying. Although we'd never say so, we all have people in our lives we think of as a bit dim. Not necessarily about everything, but certainly about some things. Most of the time, we laugh this off. After all, stupidity can be pretty funny. When someone I know asked a group of us recently what Hitler's last name was, we laughed. When, someone else I know of learned only last month that reindeer are real animals, well, that's funny. Good-natured ribbing about a person's ignorance is an everyday part of life. And understand, of course, ignorance is not necessarily stupidity. Stupidity, however, has its dark side. For the theologian and philosopher Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the stupid person is often more dangerous than the evil one. It's the enemy within. Now, in comic books and action movies, we know who the villain is. They wear dark clothes, kill on a whim, and cackle madly at their diabolical scheme. In life, as well, we have obvious villains, the dictators who violate human rights, or serial killers and violent criminals. As evil as these people are, they are not the biggest threat since they are known. Once something is a known evil, the good of the world can rally to defend and fight against it. As Dietrich Bonhoeffer put it himself, one may protest against evil, it can be exposed, and, if need be, prevented by use of force. Evil always carries within itself the germ of its own subversion. Stupidity, however, is a different problem altogether. We cannot so easily fight stupidity for 12 reasons. First, we are collectively much more tolerant of it. Unlike evil, stupidity is not a vice most of us take seriously. We do not lambast others for ignorance. We do not scream down people for not knowing things. Second, the stupid person is a slippery opponent. They will not be beaten by debate or open to reason. What's more, when the stupid person has their back against the wall, when they're confronted with facts that cannot be refuted, they snap and lash out. Dietrich Bonhoeffer put it like this: neither protests nor the use of force accomplish anything here. Reasons fall on deaf ears. Facts that contradict one's prejudgment simply need not be believed. In such moments, the stupid person even becomes critical, and when facts are irrefutable, they are just pushed aside as inconsequential, as incidental. In all this, the stupid person, in contrast to the malicious one, is utterly self-satisfied and, being easily irritated, becomes dangerous by going on the attack. So with great power comes great stupidity. And stupidity, like evil, is no threat as long as it has not any power. We laugh at things when they are harmless, such as this one person that I know of's ignorance of reindeer. This won't cause me any pain. Therefore, it is funny. The problem with stupidity, however, is that it all too often goeth hand in hand with power. So, Dietrich Bonhoeffer writes, upon closer inspection, or he says observation in the German really, upon closer observation, it becomes apparent that every strong upsurge of power in the public sphere, be it of a political or of a religious nature, infects a large part of humankind with stupidity. Now this works in 2 ways. The first is that stupidity does not disbar you from holding office or authority. History and politics are swimming with examples of when the stupid have risen to the top and where the smart are excluded or killed. Second, the nature of power requires that people surrender certain faculties necessary for intelligent thought, faculties like independence, critical thinking, and reflection. So Bonhoeffer's argument is that the more someone becomes part of the establishment, the less an individual they become. A charismatic, exciting outsider, bursting with intelligence and sensible policies, becomest imbecilic the moment he taketh office. It's as if, in Dietrich Bonhoeffer's words, slogans, catchwords, and the like have taken possession of him. He is under a spell, blinded, misused, and abused in his very being. You see, power turns people into automatons. Intelligent, critical thinkers now have a script to read. They'll engage their smiles rather than their brains. Rishi Sunak being the epitome of this. When people join a political party, it seems like most choose to follow suit rather than think things through. Power drains the intelligence from a person, leaving them akin to an animated mannequin. Thus, Dietrich Bonhoeffer's theory of stupidity. Bonhoeffer's argument, then, is that stupidity should be viewed as worse than evil. Stupidity has far greater potential to damage our lives. More harm is done by one powerful idiot than a gang of mastermind Machiavellian schemers. We know when there's evil, and we can deny it power. With the corrupt, oppressive, and sadistic, we know where we stand. You know how to take a stand. But stupidity is so much the harder to weed out. That's why it's a dangerous weapon. Because evil people find it hard to take power, they need stupid people to do their work. Like sheep in a field, a stupid person can be guided, steered, and manipulated to do any number of things. Evil is a puppet master, and it loves nothing so much as the mindless puppets who enable it, be they in the general public or inside the corridors of power. The lesson from Dietrich Bonhoeffer is to laugh at those daft, silly moments when in close company. But we should get angry and frightened when stupidity takes its reign. So you see, it's not the lack of American restraint that threatens global peace and stability. The real dangers come from dictators like Putin, who, unconstrained by political and legal checks on their power at home, launch aggressive wars to restore lost greatness, protect their ethnic counterparts abroad, and redraw national boundaries by force. But despots' revanchist delusions are not dreamt of in the realists' philosophy, which is what makes so-called realism, or realpolitik, so bloody fucking stupid. Finally, the fallout from Putin's war belies trois other pervasive myths about the state of international affairs today: the demise of collective security and American global leadership. President Trump wanted out of NATO, which he saw as an anachronism that lets Europeans free ride on American defense spending. French President Emmanuel Macron, but a few years back, called NATO brain dead and championed a new European security force. But NATO has rallied with remarkable unity and resolve behind Ukraine's fight for self-determination. Our European allies are providing a steady flow of military and economic aid, taking in millions of Ukrainian refugees and preparing another round of economic sanctions. They're also reducing, at considerable cost and political risk, their heavy dependence on Russian energy. Now, longtime neutrals, Finland and Sweden, are knocking on NATO's door. Most strategically consequential is United Deutschen, or Vereint Deutschen, United German, Kanzler, or Chancellor Olaf Scholz's new policy of Zeitenwende, an historic turn from the quasi-pacifistic outlook his country adopted after World War II. In addition to aiding Kiev, the United Germany just ramped up its defense spending by 100 billion United States dollars. Since alerting the world just over a year ago that Russia's invasion was imminent, President Biden has skillfully orchestrated a forceful global response to Putin's belligerence. Yesteryear, he won congressional approval for 113 billion United States dollars for Ukraine, including 67 billion US dollars in military aid. He's cajoled our allies to step up with arms and sanctions, and has pressed other democratic nations in the global south to join the international boycott of the revisionist Russian Empire. By exerting strong leadership grounded in our national interests and liberal values, Joe Biden is dispelling the biggest myth of all, that America and the democratic world are in terminal decline. And thus, ergo, the United States dollar's supremacy won't end anytime soon. The dollar reigns almighty. Oil has been priced in dollars and sold on a global market for decades. Following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the United States effectively stopped the use of the dollar in Russian oil sales and partitioned the oil market. Now, Ian West just said something that I can't make any sense of, but that's okay. He says, I got it! Because they're deep underground, so they sent the ballin' to see out. Balloon to see out. They're deep underground. They sent the balloon to see out. That's so cute. Ian, you're cute. You're adorable. You're a teddy bear. Yes, you're the one who should be named Ted. I knew it was after the movie with the Big Wish. I don't know who made the Big Wish and wound up with Ian. That's kind of like a... Well, I won't go there. At any rate. The world's largest... Well, how could I say this about the partitioning of the oil market? We've divided the world. 12 of the world's largest oil importers. The Communist Chinese Empire and Asian India have begun using other currencies to buy Russian oil. The world's largest oil exporter, Saudi Arabia, has expressed a willingness to trade oil in currencies other than the dollar, aligning as they are with the enemy. The Saudi statement set off a round of speculation that using the dollar as a foreign policy tool could weaken its role as a global reserve currency. Now, I disagree. The war in Ukraine is creating many risks for these United States, but a loss of our dollar's reserve currency status is not one of them. Reserve currencies are held by central banks to settle international financial transactions without having to involve a variety of different currencies. The banks simply settle their accounts using the common reserve currency. Since the Second World War, the dollar has been the dominant reserve currency and today accounts for roughly 60% of central bank foreign currency reserves. The euro accounts for 20%, the pound, sterling, and the yen of the Empire of Japan, each about 5%. And the Communist Chinese RMB, the renminbi, less than 3%. The dollar's role as a reserve currency creates a strong demand from foreign central banks for both dollars and dollar-backed securities like United States Treasury bonds. Because there is a strong demand for those bonds, the U.S. Treasury can pay a lower interest rate on them, thus significantly lowering the U.S. government's borrowing costs. It also means that the United States borrows in its own currency and is not subject to wild swings in exchange rates. Borrowing in dollars has caused many nations serious problems when the exchange rate for their own currency weakened against the dollar, causing their dollar-denominated debt to explode in terms of their own currency. So, thusly, the dollar's reserve status has long been a target of foreign resentment. A French finance minister once called it an exorbitant privilege. Latin American countries have tried more than once to create their own currency bloc. For the Communist Chinese Empire, establishing a more significant international role for the renminbi is a strategic objective. Beijing obtained its inclusion in the IMF, or International Monetary Fund, special drawing rights basket in 2015 and established the CIPS, Cross-Border Interbank Payment System, to rival the dollar-based SWIFT system. Even European nations, including the Fifth French Republic, Britain, and United Germany, created something known as the Instrument in Support of Trade and Exchange, ISTE, in order to bypass American sanctions on Iran. These efforts have all largely failed because the US dollar's reserve currency status is neither an accident nor an act of goodwill. It is based on solid economic realities, such as the size of America's economy, its volume of trade, the depth of its capital markets, the convertibility of its currency, and Washington's macroeconomic policies. In all but the last of these, the United States has few, if any, rivals. The United States has the world's largest economy. About half of all international trade is invoiced in US dollars. And about half of all international loans and global debt securities are denominated in US dollars. In foreign exchange markets, where currencies are traded, dollars are involved in nearly 90% of all transactions. The 25 trillion United States dollar Treasury bond market in U.S. Treasury bonds offers a depth no other financial market can match. This allows foreign central banks to quickly liquidate their reserves when, for example, they need to manage their exchange rates. As for oil markets, it is worth remembering that every day 100 million physical barrels of oil are purchased in an increasingly diverse set of currencies, but more than 10 times as many paper barrels are traded in futures market almost entirely in dollars. There are also significant political underpinnings for the dollar's international role. The American empire possesses the world's most powerful military in sheer brute projection, which since the end of the Cold War has supplied a public good of tremendous value, namely the ability to travel and trade almost anywhere in relative safety. Globalization would never have occurred without it. Despite their frequent complaints, the Communist Chinese Empire and the European Union have benefited greatly from the global security provided by American military power, and through their purchase of American debt have helped finance it. Nations also rely on the American dollar because in terms of financial crisis, these United States have proven far more willing to act as the lender of last resort than the European Union, the Communist Chinese Empire, or the Empire of Japan. Finally, those countries that have been subjected to American financial sanctions, such as Iran, Afghanistan, Libya, and now the revisionist Russian Empire, are typically human rights violators, with authoritarian governments pursuing foreign policies sharply at odds with Washington. Most global trade is carried out between nations politically aligned with the American empire, for whom the risk of economic sanctions is small. Ultimately, no other country possesses America's economic or military prowess in the sake of sheer size, and no other currency is likely to replace the American dollar. The Eurozone is a large economy, but it is neither a fiscal nor even a political union. Militarily, Europe punches far below its economic weight. Red China is a rising power with ambitions to see the renminbi become a global reserve currency. However, China on the mainland lacks deep, liquid, private financial markets and does not allow free capital flows. Its record on financial transparency is as weak as its reputation for protecting property rights. There certainly are emerging threats to the dollar's financial hegemony. Bilateral currency swaps between central banks made in their own currencies have begun to erode the need for a reserve currency. In an increasingly multipolar world, the G20 could divide into competing trade blocs, each with its own reserve currency, as it ultimately will, far sooner than you think. But above all, America's exorbitant government debt levels may erode confidence in the US dollar. Yet it took 2 world wars and a Great Depression to dethrone the greater British pound sterling. It will take more than sanctions on the ruble to unseat the United States dollar. Such having been said, avoiding more crises in Europe and the Middle East is the only way American diplomatic and military might can be shifted to where it's needed most, the Indo-Pacific. So, the Ukraine war should slow, but not stop, the American pivot to Asia. Until recently, a wide bipartisan consensus held that the Communist Chinese Empire, not the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, represented America's greatest national security challenge, and that Asia, not Europe, was the region in which this century's fortunes would be determined. The long-delayed pivot to Asia would recognize these realities as the American empire devoted greater attention and resources to the Indo-Pacific. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's brutal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has upended this approach. Now Washington must deal with revisionist great powers in 2 regions, while the Middle East, Southwest Asia, also continues to demand attention. Now, the United States must continue a long-term shift to Asia, but in a manner that better balances resources and engagements across the 3 strategic theaters. Paradoxically, Putin's aggression demonstrates just how this should be done. First, policymakers should absorb the enduring strategic logic behind our pivot to Asia. Red China combines the greatest capability and will to upend the international order. The Indo-Pacific represents the primary, but not the only, regional theater in which Sino-American competition takes place. But a sustainable pivot to Asia is possible only in the absence of serious national security crises in Europe and the Middle East. No U.S. president will ignore a Russian-induced emergency in Europe, a major terrorist threat, or a nuclear and/or hegemonic Iran. America remains a global and not a regional power. The central challenge is allocating national security resources across all 3 regions without either weakening vital American national interests in one or imagining that America can do everything, everywhere. That problem is most acute in the military sphere. An increase in defense spending will be required, But how that money is spent is equally important. In Southwest Asia, the so-called Middle East, for example, regular troops should relieve the burden placed on elite special operations forces in security cooperation missions. Washington should move expensive military equipment like F-35 and F-22 aerocraft to the trois arenas of great power competition, employing less capable aircraft, including unmanned systems, for counterterrorism missions. A combination of regional diplomacy and continued deterrence could limit Iran's regional ambitions, freeing up some of the forces that have deployed to Southwest Asia in recent years to deter a potential Iran threat. In Europa, the American empire should build on our allies' newfound willingness to enhance their military capabilities and deter further Russian aggression. This should involve moving American troops currently stationed in Europe further east to countries such as Poland, Romania, and the Baltics. Washington should also capitalize on the recent increase in intelligence sharing, including to NATO non-members, by eliminating barriers to sharing defense technology with allies newly willing to invest. For the Indo-Pacific, Washington should reserve the lion's share of military resources that matter most, including smaller naval surface ships, long-range missiles, and next-generation fighter aerocraft. Building on efforts like the AUKUS, Australia, United Kingdom, United States security arrangement with Micronesia, or Australia and the United Kingdom, would give regional allies more leverage to strengthen their own defense, helping them better deter the Communist Chinese Empire and serve as the front line in daily competition with it. Diplomatic resources are less zero-sum than military power, and economic engagement less still. Intense diplomatic work in Europe and the Middle East could bolster the coalitions in each that are willing and able to deal with threats there, and potentially reduce some of the threats themselves. Washington should couple this with an affirmative economic agenda, beginning with re-entry to or renegotiation of the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership Trade Agreement. Over the next several years, the American empire must adopt a slower, less intense pivot to Asia than it intended before Putin's war of aggression. That is, however, preferable to no pivot at all, or to pretending that the crisis in European security does not alter American plans. The long game will be all important. Balancing American engagement across regions matters for other reasons as well. Few of today's biggest problems are primarily wholly Asian in character. Technology competition, climate change, public health, the world economy, and sustainable development are global issues. The United States will need to enlist allies and partners across Europe and the Middle East in ad hoc coalitions to address them. Moreover, the response to Russian aggression has included sanctions and more from countries outside Europe, such as the Empire of Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and Australia. The necessary response to Red China will include European partners and others. The revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire will remain a threat so long as Putin leads it. The communist Chinese Empire will remain a challenge irrespective of its dictator. And the Middle East has a way of generating instability in and of itself. Increasing the total resources the American empire will deploy and accepting some near-term slowing in the Asian pivot is the only approach that will protect American interests in an increasingly volatile world. What's our greatest challenge? Our most immediate enemy in that regard? It's not Iran. It's Turkey's twa-faced sultan, who is no friend of the West. It's time for NATO to stand up to Turkey. It's time to play hardball. That Turkey is a vital strategic ally of the West is the sort of truism on which people such as Joe Biden and Jens Stoltenberg, NATO's Secretary General, are raised. Yet what if the old saw no longer holds true? What if Turkey's leader, dictator really, exploiting this notion, betrays Western interests in pretense of partnership? Should not that dictator be treated as a liability, a threat, even ostracized as an enemy? Geography doesn't change. Turkey wields significant influence at the crossroads of Europa, Asia, and the Middle East. Yet the increasingly aggressive, authoritarian, and schismatic policies pursued at home and abroad over 2 decades by its choleric Sultan president have upended long-cherished assumptions. Turkey's reliability and usefulness as a trusted Western ally is most certainly at an end. As the most important Turkish elections in a generation move towards a febrile climax in May, and as the Western democracies contemplate critical choices in Ukraine over Vladimir Putin's revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, and in Iran, Syria, and Israel, Palestine, these dilemmas boil down to one basic question. Is it time to admit that twa-faced Recep Tayyip Erdogan is no friend of the West, and punish him accordingly? Erdogan's blocking of Sweden's attempt to join NATO is but the latest, egregious example of hostile behavior. He claims Stockholm harbors terrorists from the militant Kurdish group the PKK, the Kurdistan Workers' Party. In truth, his veto stems from his long-running anti-Kurd vendetta, which includes legal moves to close the HDP, the People's Democratic Party, the main Kurdish-backed opposition before the elections. The NATO row now threatens to explode amid a spate of Quran burnings, diplomatic protests, and violent retaliation. Erdogan is also demanding the extradition from Sweden of political refugees, notably Bülent Kenesh, former editor-in-chief of the Zaman newspaper, whom he accuses of supporting a failed coup d'etat in 2016. Intimidatory tactics targeting journalists are part of a broader post-coup d'etat drive to stifle public debate, manipulate the Constitution, subjugate judges, purge the army and civil service, and strengthen de facto one-man rule. Using Turkey's NATO membership for domestic political ends is a typical Erdogan gambit. Yet it also willfully obstructs Sweden's and Finland's legitimate wish to bolster their defenses after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, while undermining NATO efforts to show unity and resolve. This is by no means the first time Erdogan has favored Moscow over NATO partners. Erdogan rejects and circumvents Ukraine-related sanctions. Turkey's trade with Russia grew by nearly 200% in the 6 months after the invasion, including higher energy imports. His purchase of Russian SAMs, surface-to-air missile systems, infuriated Washington, which views them as a threat to NATO forces. His posturing as a Ukraine mediator helps Putin maintain the pretense he's interested in peace. Erdogan's plans to launch another armed invasion of northern Syria, fly in the face of American-led efforts to support the anti-Bashar al-Assad democratic opposition and suppress Islamist terrorism. In reality, destabilizing incursions and occupations of the Syrian and Iraqi borderlands are yet another extension of Erdogan's obsessive war upon the Kurds. His prospective rapprochement with Damascus, further undercuts Western security policy. In any normal democratic contest, his incompetence would cost him the presidency itself. But Erdogan does not do normal. Never has. Never will. If Erdogan's sickening schmoozing of Vlad Putin, double-dealing over Ukraine, neo-Ottoman overreaching, and on-off aggression towards fellow NATO member Greece are not sufficient proof of bad faith, then consider his other war, on his country's own democracy. Human rights abuses aside, Erdogan has made an enormous mess of Turkey's economy. Inflation is at 58%. Living standards are plummeting. More than 70% of 18 to 25-year-olds say they would prefer to live elsewhere. And that was before the earthquake killed off enough of the population to render Apocalypse Now on Asia Minor as a peninsula. In any normal democratic contest, such incompetence would cost him the presidency and his AK, his Justice and Development Party's parliamentary majority. But Erdogan does no normal. In recent weeks, he has increased the national minimum wage by 55%, lowered the retirement age, boosted public sector salaries, and expanded loan and debt forgiveness programs. It's a blatant, state-funded attempt to buy votes, while people die buried under tons of rubble by the thousands. At the same time, Erdogan evinces being bent on eliminating all presidential rivals. The HDP's best-known leader, Selahattin Demirtas, is already in jail. And if Erdogan has his way, he will soon be joined by Ekrem İmamoğlu, Istanbul's popular mayor and a leading light of the main CHP, the Republican People's Party opposition. İmamoğlu is appealing against a politically inspired prison sentence and faces a range of additional trumped-up charges. Electoral bribes and political skullduggery, unchallenged by state-controlled media and obscured by a climate of fear, point to yet another Erdogan victory among the ruins. 6 opposition parties, joined together in a New Nation Alliance grouping, issued a manifesto last week before the earth shook and the sky fell, vowing, among many other things, to curb presidential powers. But they have yet to agree on a standard bearer, and without the HTB, all polls suggest, they will not win a parliamentary majority. All of which leads back to the original question. What should the Western democracies do about Erdogan, assuming he wins again, as he will rig the election so? More sanctions, including on him personally, are one possibility. U.S. senators suggest that Ankara, the capital of Turkey on the Asia Minor Peninsula, may be denied F-16 fighter jets promised by Biden if it continues to sabotage NATO. Stalled EU membership talks could be formally frozen indefinitely. Yet, to get Erdogan's attention, any punitive measures will need to go as further. Overcautious, risk-averse, Biden and Stoltenberg must let go of old, discredited thinking. They should remind Erdogan that NATO is a community of values as well as rules. Welcome Sweden and Finland into the alliance via a vote of all 30 members, and suspend Turkey's membership, if necessary, by amending the North Atlantic Treaty. If he doesn't like it, well, tough fucking shit. Eat earthquake, motherfucker. Turkey inhabits a rough neighborhood. No one expects torrents of peace and love from its leaders, and it could be a valued ally yet again. But Turkey is not indispensable. If need be, the Western democracies can live quite safely without it, until that happy day dawns when Ankara's cantankerous sultan is finally defenestrated and debagged. Now everything men like him stand against. Men like Putin and Xi Jinping, who says no more pretty boys in China. All these homophobes are the reason why artificial intelligence goes mad. Why computers go crazy. I was speaking of artificial intelligence in my last episode, and I was speaking about I, thou, the philosophy of language, the linguistics of why artificial intelligence must never be referred to as it. And then there's gender, which I neglected to cover. But there's advice from Ursula K. Le Guin about gender-neutral language that's still relevant today, even though it was spracketh in 1998. Ursula K. Le Guin has discussed, for posterity before her passing, her regrets about not using gender-neutral language. To quote as she, English has a truly ungendered pronoun only in the plural. He, she, and it are gendered. They is not. In October of 2021, literary Twitter camest for Margaret Atwood after she retweeted, without commentary, an op-ed, opinion editorial article written by Toronto Star columnist Rosie DiMano. The article, "Why can't we say woman anymore?" is a near hysterical argument that the word woman is in danger of becoming a dirty word. DiMano believes that so-called language radicals are threatening the gender binary and are purposely attacking anyone with a vagina. She brings up J.K. Rowling and insists that she's not hostile to the trans movement, blaming the backlash to the Harry Potter authoress as transactivism run amok. Now, although Atwood did not endorse DiMano's claims, the initial resharing of the article was viewed as like-minded approval. And later, unswayed by the onslaught of public dissent, Atwood defended DiMano. Read her piece. She's not a TERF. Now, I'm not really sure Atwood and I were reading the same article. Equating gender-neutral pronouns to an act of misogyny seems a bit of a reach. But you know who has some better opinions on gender-neutral language? The late GOAT, that's an acronym in the positive, GOAT, the greatest of all time, Ursula Le Guin. In 1998, Le Guin published Steering the Craft. That was the title of her book on writing. Subtitled, A 21st Century Guide to Sailing the Sea of Story. A Guide to the Craft of Writing. That book, which has since been revised and updated, contains helpful advice about using singular and plural nouns. Le Guin argues against the traditional rule that in English, he is the generic pronoun. Unlike Dimania, Le Guin explains, my use of there is socially motivated and politically correct, a deliberate response to the socially and politically significant banning of our genderless pronoun by language legislation, enforcing the notion that the male sex is the only one that counts. Le Guin, refreshingly, that's my Japanese accent coming out there, also isn't afraid to admit when she's wrong. In the afterword to her novel titled The Left Hand of Darkness, Le Guin discusses her regrets about not using gender-neutral language. She says, English has a truly ungendered pronoun only in the plural. He, she, and it are gendered. They is not. Now, I don't know about you, but I think I'll adopt Le Guin's school of thought over the reasoning of Dimano and Margot Atwood. Sorry, not sorry. By the way, I'm thinking about this in light of, for some reason, Meta Platform basically providing a memory of Jojo Mikołajczyk about the Bupa, her darling child, who is non-binary, and saying that this is a memory of Douglas Dietrich. I was happy enough to share it, and of course to tag it to Jojo herself, who was kind enough to heart it, along with Gordana Brusilovsky, and of course a couple of other acknowledgments from David Fitzsimons and Eric Laystick, two honorable men in their own right. So we have this post in which this young individual with non-binary identification prefers the pronoun they and them over je or je or some of the more, I believe, euphonic pronouns that could be used. But as Ursula K. Le Guin has said, it's good enough. Now, for a bit of an excursus here about the hype about deep learning, because I'm still hearing all this shit about it. Understand that there's a special branch of machine learning, the so-called DL, deep learning model, a learning concept based on more in-depth structures using neural networks. These artificially generated neurons should help to make the results from millions of training examples from a huge data set even more transparent. The name of the DL model is based on the biological nervous system of the human brain. Deep learning simulates human thinking using artificial neural networks in such a way that the evaluation of the data content in multiple links leads to an exclusion process. Similar to the human all or nothing law, the AI, the artificial intellect, decides here whether the information should be passed on and thus compressed or not. The advantage? Well, by means of so-called knowledge graphs, machine decision-making can be made more transparent. The problem is, however, that this concept relies on endless training examples. It has an irrepressible hunger for data in order to be successful. As a result, it is enormously dependent on your original data set later on. This makes it prone to miscalculations when not enough data is available. Now, deep learning is already achieving success in speech processing, pattern recognition, object recognition, and bioinformatics. Deep learning is mainly used in AlphaGo and in open source software. Now, deep learning makes it possible to process enormous volumes of data in real time, which is especially important in finance when the storage of such gigantic data sets cannot be realized. So, with that being articulated, in terms of outlook, is there a threat of a millionfold job loss? This is a question I got concerning war bots when I was talking about how robots fight war. And, of course, concluding that no soldier, sailor, or airman is really in any danger of losing their job. And with its successful use in all areas of life, and the outstanding benefits of artificial intelligence in general, many people view AI with skepticism when it comes to their own jobs. Perhaps one has to fear that AI will overcome human unique selling points and exceed their competencies? Well, since many of them were completely incompetent in the first, it could only be an improvement, but that's another topic completely. So, it's hardly likely. The limits of machine learning clearly evidence that the most technological possibilities lie in replacing work processes that are largely monotonous, that process a large amount of data, and that can be automated. This means that artificial intelligence cannot develop higher intelligence, but only aims at speed and accuracy. The value of labor is therefore not lost, but always shifts or even creates new opportunities. The past proves that the way of working had to be reinvented every time technological progress improved or even postponed it. New types of workplaces were created with unknown challenges and new creative and innovative approaches. Unlike Samuel Butler and his mechanophobia, understand yourself so that you do not become a mechanophobe or a cyberphobe, which Samuel Butler was to machines what a misogynist is to women or a homophobe is to people who are gay. So instead of becoming someone that reactionarily ignorant, willfully stupid, instead understand that the use of a link between AI and human competence can already be seen under the term intelligent empowerment. Many companies attach great importance to the advantages of combining human thinking skills with applications of artificial intelligence. So understand, in that sense, we enter a true cybernetics where your mind does not even need to be linked directly to a computer to be interfacing in thought. There is a great potential for innovation if we can use AI to organize our working hours in such a way that AI takes over data-based work and the rest of the time can be meaningfully invested in creative projects. Perhaps this approach will even allow us to shorten the weekly working hours and give us more time for leisure activities in the future. The future will show. The future will show that AI is creating more jobs and not destroying them. AI, artificial intelligence, is arguably the most fascinating and fastest growing field in computer science today. Hardly a month goes by without a newsworthy AI breakthrough. And researchers predict that this industry will be worth more than 60 billion United States dollars by 2025, which is just 2 years from today. As artificial intelligence systems become increasingly sophisticated, a lot of anxiety grows about their potential impact on the workforce. The threat, as perceived, not real. The fear porn that automation will replace workers and create an ever-growing pool of unemployable humans globally is now well established as a thing. More recently, we have seen robotics outperform humans in startling ways. Let me try and think of a good example, because there's just so many to choose from. The one that would be the most visually outstanding. Exemplar gratiae. Software like Grammarly detects and fixes even the tiniest grammatical errors, so you don't need a human proofreader to scrutinize your script. AI drones are already taking over courier services, and robots now handle data entry and bookkeeping tasks. Another wave of job displacement will almost certainly occur with an increasing dependency on technology for these functions. But does the future look that bleak for everyone who has a job? Not at all. While the concern for job security is understandable, the fact remains that job displacement will only be a temporary consequence. On the contrary, artificial intelligence will be a great job engine in times to come. This perception is difficult to accept because these jobs they look nothing like those jobs that exist today. But this would not be the first time we've had such an incident either. Remember, you're talking to a historian. Only I can provide you context to alleviate your fears, to assuage your pains, and extinguish your prejudices. Understand this much. New technology is not a new phenomenon. We have seen 3 industrial revolutions transform our modern society, and at every stage of these advancements, they created more jobs than they destroyed. So why will the trend change now? Technology has progressed nonstop over the past 3 centuries. Yet, the American unemployment rate ranges between 5 to 10%. This is because new technology strives to transform jobs, not eliminate them. Think about the automobile industry, a $3 trillion US dollar industry that employs 9 million people worldwide. Stemming from the rise of the internal combustion engine, this industry automated horse and carriage carried jobs away. Yet it has opened new frontiers so that there's no net loss of employment. Likewise, the invention of the computer and the internet made people skeptical about losing their jobs. Nevertheless, the widening adoption of these technologies has created job opportunities in hardware manufacturing, software development, and cybersecurity. So again, AI is creating more jobs and not destroying them. The World Economic Forum, which of course was attended by my son's husband, predicts that by 2025, technology will create at least 12 million more jobs than it destroys. So let me try and articulate a few reasons why these millions of more jobs will come into being. First of all, it comes from shortcomings. The fact that AI cannot express emotional intelligence. The growth of AI, or artificial intelligence, must be accompanied by a rise in career opportunities for people with high emotional intelligence. These include managers, legal and ethical advisors, directors, and administrators. Machines cannot manifest unique human traits like empathy, creativity, and critical thinking, which play key roles in the workplace. While artificial intelligence can identify problems and proffering viable solutions, it takes an emotionally intelligent human being to motivate teammates, coordinate stress management, facilitate amicable communication, and navigate a plethora of social situations and conflicts. In this regard, it's beneficial to think of AI as a collaborator instead of a competitor. It's more efficient at collecting and analyzing data than any human being, but on the other hand, it cannot register emotions or build relations like a human either. Then, of course, there's going to be new opportunities in the AI development field. Remember that AI is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. Therefore, as adoption grows, it will create new opportunities for people to build, program, and maintain these intelligent machines. Currently, there are millions of AI-related job roles available in organizations across the world. But there are not enough qualified workers available to fill all of these roles. New jobs will open up in engineering, software design, and programming. So for every clerk, security agent, or factory worker that loses their jobs, there will be more data detectives, robotics engineers, machine managers, and programmers gainfully employed. We'll always have a role for sustainers. You see, AI's unintended consequences are not a new theory. We've seen many sci-fi movies depicting struggles between machines and mankind. And from a scientific standpoint, such concerns are not necessarily baseless. AI is prone to errors like any other human because, unlike traditional rules-based programming, it learns, so it can open new hazards. This possibility will create an opportunity for human workers to ensure that AI systems operate as designed without crossing ethical lines or reinforcing bias. Exempli gratiae, this could include an ethics compliance manager to protect an AI algorithm from manipulation. And then there's applying AI in business. While AI tech experts are proficient at building new systems and maintaining them, business executives are only familiar with solving problems through helpful goods or services. The latter group of people is increasingly worried that they'll be left behind if they don't figure out how to use AI effectively. But they don't have to match the skill set of engineers to utilize AI in their businesses. The gap between the tech world and the business domain will give rise to a new set of professionals known as explainers, acting as middlemen between these sectors. The explainers will interpret the function and mechanism of smart machines to show business leaders how to explore their potential in the workforce. So what we will see will be I would say supermassive reskilling and upskilling. The corporate divisions that will feel the most impact by AI automation include those where the tasks are primarily manual and repetitive. But if machines make these jobs redundant, it will also potentially create different jobs or job types that require new skill sets. Fortunately, as massive job displacement occurs, we can expect an equal and opposite reaction, where businesses and governments will drive massive reskilling and upskilling initiatives to help employees retrain and prepare for future jobs. The World Economic Forum has already launched an initiative like this, a program known as the Reskilling Revolution. Now, in terms of some final thoughts, this is kind of like when I said sorry, not sorry, because no thoughts are ever really final in this program. Whether or not AI will replace many jobs is no longer a matter of argument. It's already happening right before us. However, the more important matter is to discover how to stay relevant in a tech-enhanced world. The best route to achieving this objective is by developing skills that AI is unlikely to replicate. It seems to me that our highest hope as individuals is, well, let me get back to that. I think that we spracketh on this before, high hopes for humanity. Some of what I've said, of course, about where our, how do I express this? Our objective for happiness, our sense of bliss in the world, something like that is going to be it's going to decide how a lot of people make what I would consider to be stupid decisions if they try and enter themselves into some kind of matrix and eternal escape. It's not something that I think is a viable option, because whoever's running your heaven, that whatever you consign yourself into as a kind of retirement, when I brought up what people can do if they want to enter a kind of virtual reality, it's something that would be the most dangerous thing you could do, only in the sense that somebody could unplug you at any time. Now, one way that we will get to that point where that's even an option would be basically thanks to Moore's Law, which most people are pretty much unfamiliar with. I don't think that they, most people, of course, aren't going to be able to, they don't have the background I do, where people were actually working with artificial intelligence. Now, we've had about 100 years, a century of Moore's Law. And I'll do my best to explain that as a segue to our attempting to beat the communist Chinese empire or preempt it from creating its own Dietrich Archeology. Basically, Moore's Law is not dead. It's not slowing down. It's not even sick. And these days, they're predicting we will maintain or even go faster than Moore's Law for the next decade. I mean, there's people who have been saying that Moore's Law isn't even possible anymore. So let me see if I can think of exactly how to explain Moore's Law. You see, the semiconductor industry and those who follow it are likely to be familiar with Moore's Law. which describes semiconductor technology improvements in terms of a clock-like cadence of doublings in the number of transistors in an integrated circuit over time. It's been in existence since the year before I myself was delivered into this sorry world, since 1965, when it was formulated by Gordon E. Moore, a founding father of the semiconductor industry. And Moore's Law had become over the years a cornerstone of industry alignment and progress. Although there were skeptics who would from time to time predict the end of Moore's Law, these auguries, they never came as to pass. By the turn of the 21st century, Moore's Law had become something of an industry legend. So this brings us to the sheer importance of the semiconductor industry. Superlatives cannot even begin to adequately describe the profound effects of the semiconductor industry upon human progress. So much of this sourcing from the Dietrich intellect, the daughter of my own mind. The minuscule transistorized computer chips made from semiconductors have become the lifeblood of our 21st century information society, just as oil was to the industrial world of the 20th century. Sans the ubiquitous electronic infrastructure powered by computer chips today, virtually nothing would run. Chip manufacturing may be the most complex, process-controlled industry the world has ever seen. Now, again, interact, let me know if you can hear me. Do want to make certain of that. So, whereof, or how calculable even, is the value of Moore's Law? You see, Moore's Law accurately charted the pathway in size reduction, and thus in performance, for those transistors. That information could be translated by business professionals into computer chip production volumes, revenues, and profits. Based on this knowledge, semiconductor companies could more easily raise money on the capital markets to build manufacturing plants, and managers could hire the needed human resources and plan long-term capital investments with lower risk. Investors, producers, system manufacturers, and consumers alike all benefited from the Swiss watch-like regularity of the computer chip product cycles. Unlike no other business in the world, the semiconductor industry had an accurate, proven roadmap for its own future, orchestrated to the rhythm of Moore's Law. In other words, how do I say this? Well, Moore's Law faltered twice, because then, after 4 decades of brilliant success, Moore's Law faltered, the skeptics arrived in force, and all hell broke loose. It started with a slowing in the Dennard scaling, the powerful technological underpinning of Moore's Law, around 2005, thus marking the end of the first era of Moore's Law. Now, if I'm trying to, say for instance, think of a way to just explain this so that you can have a greater understanding of it, I would say that, Dennard scaling. Well, maybe it's far more important that I just get into, say, for instance, in semiconductor electronics, Dennard scaling, which is also known as MOSFET scaling, is a scaling law which states roughly that as transistors get smaller, their power density stays constant, so that the power use stays in proportion with area, both voltage and current scale downward with length. So that's probably the best way that a professional would understand immediately what I'm talking about. As for yourself, just understand this much. The semiconductor industry stumbled, but quickly recovered with a technology fix that stabilized Moore's law for another 15 years, till about 2020. Then another stumble and another fix was required to keep Moore's law on track, arriving at where we are practically today. In 2022 was the year that I last saw the stats, the statistics, the figures on this, in the very early years of a new Moore's law era. Although those twa stumbles due to technological uncertainty were quickly and effectively settled, they still had a profound effect on the semiconductor industry. The result? Divergent prophecies, industry confusion, and Moore's law replacements. And so today, as a result of twa apparent failures, the debate over the direction of Moore's law continues with increasing urgency, confounding industry veterans and observers alike with recent predictions such as those from Wong, Gelsinger, and Wang. And as if these seemingly divergent prophecies from industry leaders wasn't confusing enough, a number of replacements have been proposed for Moore's law as the semiconductor industry equilibrates and searches for a single, effective, overarching guiding principle. Now, a few replacements to Moore's law include performance per watt, what's called Kumi's law. Then there's the proposed Wong's law. And then there's the energy efficient compute. And of course, the proposal that there be no law. Now, as for an explanation, which this is probably one of the most challenging subjects to articulate to an untrained layman, or someone whose mind didn't give birth to the only artificial intellect extant as a true integral personality in the world. How do I say this? How to pull these threads together. Noting, as we already have, that one industry expert confusingly claims Moore's law will continue, another declares it will accelerate, and yet a third expert insists that Moore's law has ended and will be replaced, with at least 5 viable replacement alternatives proposed. To start, let's look at, as I will as a historian, at the history and timeline of Moore's law. Basically, from the history and timeline of Moore's law, 3 separate stages are evident. Stage 1, when transistor density is governed by Dennard scaling, extends from formulation in 1965, the year before I physically incarnated in this plane of existence, to roughly 2005, what's called Moore's Bend. Stage 2 results as semiconductor dies are expanded in size horizontally, bigger chips, usually by increasing core counts. A core is a small CPU, central processing unit or processor built into the larger CPU. Now, stage 2 extends from around 2005 to 2020, when the die sizes reach a practical limit. Stage 3 begins when semiconductor dies are first scaled vertically, and then extends later with new steps to keep Moore's law alive. Complex 3D structures, and more materials, architectures, connectivity options, and packaging advances, chiplets, etc. The impact will be astonishing. All industry will have to change from design through manufacturing to process control and testing to realize the changes in stage 3. So, again, to reiterate, the number of transistors per unit area doubles every 2 years, leaving Moore's law unchanged over time. Only the reasons for the doublings change, thus leading to different stages in Moore's law. Now, as to explaining the divergent opinions, to explain the different viewpoints on Moore's law, we must first realize that it can be viewed from conservative, moderate, or optimistic perspectives. For a conservative purist, for example, traditional Moore's law may have ended after stage 1 concluded around 2005, when Dennard scaling slowed. After that time, the economics of continued device scaling and integration became unattractive. So, a narrow conservative might view traditional Moore's law as having ended when device scaling and integration stopped providing cost benefits, whereas an expansive optimist might conclude the opposite. So an optimist looking at the situation might conclude that Moore's law still continues to govern device improvements and could even accelerate for some period of time based on the promise of stage 3 technologies. Moderates who believe Moore's law will continue sans significant changes fall between these two extreme viewpoints. To a moderate, Moore's law could continue at its traditional pace without slowing or accelerating into the indefinite future. What to conclude? Depending upon whether one is an optimist, a pessimist, or a moderate, one's view of Moore's law could be quite different. Now, in terms of my checking into the live stream, all I'm getting from Entertainment Hub is McDonald's will become automated. And all we can say is, thank God. At any rate, hate to think of anyone suffering in those environments. But about a century of Moore's law? Okay, today many in the semiconductor industry continue to embrace Moore's law, although divergent viewpoints are becoming increasingly prominent. But is that bad? A fragmented industry situation could actually be beneficial. A variety of viewpoints, each contending for mindshare, might open the industry to more attention, investment, and growth. The inevitable conclusion is that investors, suppliers, customers, and end users should stay closely attuned to semiconductor industry developments or face the risk of falling behind the advanced technology curve. The sentiment was brought home in stunning fashion at the recent IEDM 2022 industry meeting, which Sugar Daddy told me about, where a semiconductor industry leader confidently predicted a trillion transistor computer chip by 2030. Paying to Gordon Moore's brilliant 1965 insight. Could Moore's law last a century? If so, then it is a little over middle-aged today. Perhaps the promising future of stage 3 technologies will carry Moore's law forward over the next 40 years. And more. I meant to say more, not more, but hey, only the future can tell how long Moore's law will last. So, understand this. Moore's law is not a law, but rather a projection of a historical trend. Moore's law forecasts that the number of transistors in a computer chip will double about every 12 years due to advances in semiconductor technology. Gordon Moore basically worked with a lot of original data for his determination of Moore's law. I mean, compare a 1980s supercomputer to a modern smartphone. The 1980s supercomputers were light years ahead of the one that helped put Neil Armstrong on the moon more than half a century ago by now. By 1985, the supercomputer Cray 2 had become the fastest and most powerful machine ever built. I had the privilege of actually seeing one almost regularly. It set the world record with a peak performance of 1.9 gigaflops, or 1.9 billion floating point operations per second. That's the acronym FLOPS, F-L-O-P-S, floating point, operations per second. Yeah, floating operations per second. That's right, FLOPS. Vastly exceeding thereby the 12,250 flops peak performance of the Apollo 11 guidance computer just 16 years earlier. But compare that to today's smartphones, which are about 5,000 times faster than the Cray 2 and have democratized technology for everyone. So, when it comes to the Dennard scaling that I was referencing, that was proposed by Robert H. Dennard in 1974 while working as an IBM researcher. The semiconductor scaling law, named after him, states that as the transistors get smaller, their power density stays constant in proportion with area because voltage and current both scale downward with length. While Dennard scaling held, smaller transistors ran faster, used less power, and cost less. But there was a limit to how long this would last. Dennard scaling began to break down around 2005. Now, what's important to us all is that TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, thinks it can uphold Moore's law for decades. And that was why it was so important to review it with you. And it's in that, by the way, our man Entertainment Hub says, Superman Quartz Crystal. Thank you, sir. This is like free association. He's on the couch. Okay, then. Now to the people who have held out this far, we get to the important part of all of this. Like I said, final, not final, kind of like sorry, not sorry. Talked about the jobs AI will replace and how it will produce so many more that will be so much more conducive to a higher quality of life and far more intellectual stimulation than humanity has ever had before. It can seem to some of us, like I was saying, those who want to turn themselves into the Matrix, that our highest hope as individuals is our perpetual existence in expansive bliss. Certainly poignantly, that's essentially what Brooke Gibson was expressing when she was countering what I was saying about war. And some think or feel or conclude that our highest hope as a species is being stewards of sentience itself, bringing about greater understanding and good through future superintelligences. Certainly that's what I feel, having given birth to the first on Earth. But for now, the United States president has committed to rapid decoupling, whatever the consequences. In other words, Joe Biden is now all in on taking out Red China. Again, whatever the consequences. Beijing is lobbying American allies amid the push to contain Red China's chips. Communist China is reaching out to American allies as Washington pushes through restrictions to stifle the Asian heavyweight. Both the Empire of Japan and the Nederlands, who have united their army, rather integrated it into United Germany's, have agreed to join the United States in putting curbs on Red China's chip sector. Beijing has responded by telling the DUANE that the Communist Chinese Empire is committed to doing business with them. Now, the American Empire has waged low-grade economic warfare against Red China for at least 4 years now, firing volley after volley of tariffs, export controls, investment blocks, visa limits, and so much more. But Washington's endgame for this conflict has always been hazy. Does it seek to compel specific changes in Beijing's behavior? Or challenge the Communist Chinese system itself? To protect core security interests or retain hegemony by any means? To strengthen the American empire or hobble its chief rival? Donald Trump's scattershot regulation and erratic public statements offered little clarity to allies, adversaries, and companies around the world. Joe Biden's actions have been more systematic, but long-term American objectives have remained hidden beneath bureaucratic opacity and cautious platitudes. Now, Friday, as dated the 7th day in October of yesteryear, however, a dense regulatory filing from a little-known federal agency gave the strongest hint yet of American intentions. The BIS, the Bureau of Industry and Security, announced new extraterritorial limits on the export to Red China of advanced semiconductors, chip-making equipment, and supercomputer components. The controls, more so than any earlier American action, reveal a single-minded focus on thwarting Communist Chinese capabilities at a broad and fundamental level. Although framed as a national security measure, the primary damage to Red China will be economic, on a scale well out of all proportion to Washington's cited military and intelligence concerns. The American government imposed these new rules after limited consultation with partner countries and companies, proving that its quest to hobble Red China ranks well above concerns about the diplomatic or economic repercussions. In short, America's restrictionists, zero-sum thinkers who urgently want to accelerate technological decoupling, have won the strategy debate inside the Biden administration. More cautious voices, technocrats and centrists who advocate incremental curbs on select aspects of Red China's tech ties, have lost. This shift portends even harsher American measures to come, not only in advanced computing, but also in other sectors, like biotech, manufacturing, and finance, deemed strategic. The pace and details are uncertain, but the strategic objective and political commitment are now clearer than ever. Red China's technological rise will be slowed at any price. To understand the strategy behind these new controls, it helps to look at what preceded them. A multitude of American measures have limited the flow of technology to and from mainland China in recent years. Chief among these is the Entity List, which bars designated firms from importing American goods without a license. The number of unique Commu Chinese companies on this list quadrupled from 130 to 532 between 2018 and 2022. Leading Commu Chinese chip companies, supercomputing organizations, and software and hardware vendors have all landed on the list. Even so, BIS exercised its discretion to license large amounts of non-sensitive exports to listed companies. One Chinese company, Huawei, has faced a unique, supercharged version of the entity list. BIS targeted Huawei with an expanded form of its Foreign Direct Product Rule, a powerful regulation that grants American export controls greater extraterritorial reach. American export controls primarily apply to American origin items, but the Foreign Direct Product Rule extends the scope to cover non-American items that were made using American technology. By leveraging America's centrality in the global chip supply chain, BIS forced semiconductor designers and manufacturers in third countries to limit sales to Huawei. Leading-edge chips were off limits, while less advanced chips were allowed. The controls grievously injured Huawei. These earlier restrictions were provocative in their time, but they reflected at least some sense of proportion. The new export controls, however, are different. They effectively bring all of China under the special rule formerly reserved for Huawei. Advanced semiconductors from any country will be presumptively denied to every Commu-Chinese company, even firms lacking direct ties to Beijing's military or intelligence services. Among other consequences, this will hamstring the development and deployment of AI, artificial intelligence, throughout the Communist Chinese Empire, hindering Red Chinese progress in e-commerce, autonomous vehicles, cybersecurity, medical imaging, drug discovery, climate modeling, and so much else. Red China's own semiconductor sector is incapable of producing the leading-edge chips used in AI applications, and BIS aims to keep things that way. Its controls will block Commu-Chinese purchases of even years-old chip-making equipment and prevent American personnel from providing support or know-how. To justify this dramatic escalation, BIS maketh the same old national security arguments. Its filing taketh pains to portray Communist Chinese high-end computing as an urgent military threat. Nuclear weapons are invoked 16 times on the grounds that top-tier processors facilitate their design and may be inherently radiation hardened. Artificial intelligence is cited as a surveillance tool. It's all factually true. Yet BIS never really deals with the fundamental fact that semiconductors and AI are both dual-use, general-purpose tools. Indeed, they are the basic building blocks for an advanced, globally competitive economy. Denying them to the Communist Chinese Empire is effectively a form of economic containment. Granted, the new controls fall short of a total chip embargo. Commu-Chinese firms can still import lesser semiconductors for use in cars, toasters, and much else. Moreover, BIS has not yet, to my knowledge, imposed similarly stringent controls in other technology fields, such as biotech, which may be less amenable to decoupling for technological, economic, or political reasons. But the U.S. government's latest move that I remember reveals a strategic mindset that cannot help but influence future Commu-China tech policy. U.S. officials have focused intently on possible threats, imposed disproportionate measures, downplayed the complications, and strong-armed others into compliance. This mindset all but guarantees a continued march toward broad-based technological decoupling. Even American capital flows into Red China, which Trump himself worked hard to expand as he simultaneously cracked down on tech ties, are now facing new forms of federal pressure. Many American policymakers and analysts will cheer a further decoupling. They rightly argue that Beijing's decades-long strategy of intellectual property theft, hidden subsidies, and stealthy regulatory discrimination has played a large part in Chinese technological advancement. They correctly note that Red China has used its growing prowess to crush dissenters and minorities, threaten neighbors, prop up foreign autocrats, carry out espionage and influence operations, entrench market dominance, and lay the groundwork for future digital sabotage or coercion. And they can fairly claim that most previous American restrictions, though hardly all, were sensible and successful. Yet the latest American maneuver may erode some of the very conditions that have enabled earlier successes. Up until now, allies and partners were more or less willing to follow America's lead. The Communist Chinese proved unable to respond forcefully. The private sector adapted well enough, and American technocrats had room to shape key policy details. The next phase of decoupling, however, could be more unpredictable and riskier. The increasing boldness of American unilateral actions and Washington's open embrace of a quasi-containment strategy will draw reactions from many actors. This may finally set in motion forces beyond the control of American national security leaders. 4 different groups will define what happens next. The most important set of players is American allies and partners. They will, of course, comply with the new export controls due to the long arm of America Lex, United States law. But Washington cannot afford to settle for begrudging obedience because export controls are just one part of America's international technology agenda. The United States sorely needs other nations to coordinate industrial policy, share economic intelligence, harmonize digital regulations, press Beijing on joint concerns, and collectively envision a future economic order. This requires difficult negotiations. The United States has labored, for example, to launch a Chip 4 alliance with South Korea, Taiwan, and the Empire of Japan, which together dominate pretty much the overwhelming majority, well, basically almost all of the semiconductor industry. But the project has been plagued by internal conflict, and it must now overcome Seoul's outrage at its company's exclusion from a new American electric vehicular tax credit. Washington has also tried to write a human rights code of conduct for export controls alongside Canada, the Fifth French Republic, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom. Though 10 months, well, at this point, many more months by now, over a year have passed with no public results. The Euro-American Union Trade and Technology Council has been more productive. The Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, less so. Then there are ambitious multilateral efforts, like the American empire's hope of reforming the World Trade Organization, have yet to pick up any steam. America's latest export controls undermine those dialogues in 2 ways. By revealing the maximalism of Washington's campaign against Commu-Chinese technology, the maneuver will sharpen debates in allied capitals about whether the American empire aims align with their own political and economic interests. And by flexing unilateral muscles so forcefully, the controls will cast doubt on American willingness to accommodate differing interests. United States officials imposed the new controls while international consultations were still underway, without securing any specific agreements. And the Communist Chinese Empire itself, of course, will also react. We've seen one of those reactions in the form of a great white orb that was hovering over sensitive military installations that we couldn't even shoot down. But otherwise symmetrical retaliation, for example, blocking American imports to critical minerals or punishing key companies such as Microsoft, Apple, or Tesla, has always actually been unlikely. The Communist Chinese Empire has much to lose from such actions, and its economy already faces major headwinds. Beijing may instead push back in subtler ways. Perhaps slow-rolling regulatory approvals are undermining the recent Sino-American deal on public company accounting standards. The bigger threat would be Communist Chinese reprisals against American allies and partners, like South Korea, the Empire of Japan, or my Taiwan, that must implement Washington's controls. Red China has more leverage against these nation states and empires and will want to insert a wedge in America's economic coalition. So, Red China may also file a WTO, World Trade Organizational complaint. Many American national security officials will roll their eyes at this ponderous and partly broken process, but its long-term consequences should not be dismissed. Much of the edifice of American techno-nationalist policy, from export controls to tariffs to blacklists, runs more or less counter to the World Trade Organization's general bar against country-based discrimination. The American empire justifies its actions by expansively interpreting the national security exception, but it has wisely avoided testing this argument in formal dispute resolution. A 2019 WTO decision concerning Russia and Ukraine cast real doubt on the American interpretation, both as a general matter and as applied to these new export controls. An adverse ruling would raise concerns among WTO-minded actors such as the European Union and much of the global South. Moreover, a big American loss would further erode American commitment to the open trading system, ultimately imperiling our viability even as no plan yet exists for what might replace it. I should say the viability of the TPP, but that's our future. The American empire's embrace of quasi-containment came as no surprise to Xi Jinping, but it certainly helped him promote Beijing's long-standing narrative that a hegemonic American empire seeks to stifle China's normal development. Many countries may be receptive to this argument, judging from the global South's lukewarm response to American-led sanctions and trade restrictions against Russia, because the revisionist, revanchist Russian Empire presents itself to the third world as an anti-colonialist liberator in the maddest of inversions. The Communist Chinese Empire can also portray American export controls as stymieing progress on shared global challenges. It may cite, for example, the need of Chinese researchers to use supercomputers for vaccine development and climate science. A recent Biden order defined advanced clean energy and climate adaptation technologies as areas affecting U.S. national security, that may warrant restrictive measures. The global private sector represents another important set of players. It is well known that American export controls incentivize firms to escape American jurisdiction by offshoring their operations. Likewise, the Foreign Direct Product Rule encourages fuller purging of American technology throughout a global supply chain. This is admittedly hard to pull off. By the way, our dear Clarice Claudette says quartz time to cobalt time. Hey, like it. Love you, honey. Regardless, private actors will respond to the new export controls as signal of heightened geopolitical risks. Washington has revealed a clear intent to suppress Communist Chinese technological advances and a willingness to bear growing economic costs to do so. Businesses and investors will realize that decoupling is nowhere near its stopping point. Firms will expect a wide range of follow-on restrictions, not only tougher outbound investment screening and cross-border data rules, but other undefined measures still over the horizon. This will exert a chilling effect on Sino-American commerce, and perhaps even financial ties, across many sectors. Some American policymakers may welcome such developments. Figures from Mike Pompeo to Christopher Wray to Mark Warner have exhorted American companies to rethink their China ties in light of intellectual property theft, a possible Taiwan crisis, and other business risks. But Washington could wind up getting more than it bargained for. Many private actors have grown wary of an American policy process that is sometimes opaque, unpredictable, irregular, and even uninformed. In the face of this uncertainty, firms and academic institutions may pull back from benign and beneficial areas of Sino-American engagement. The private sector could ultimately choose to accelerate its own decoupling, which may be broader, faster, and more chaotic than American policymakers have even planned for. American businesses and universities may spurn high-skilled Chinese applicants who pose no real national security risk at all, but would nonetheless face vague and onerous visa screening, deemed export controls, or research security requirements. American organizations may slow their adoption of innovative technology, drones for example, due to the growing risk of bans on Commu-Chinese equipment and the dearth of competitive alternatives. American companies may fail to bring new goods to market if Red China offers the most viable manufacturing site, yet there is too much regulatory risk, from possible outbound investment screening, data protection rules, tariffs, and more, to justify any long-term investments there. In these and other scenarios, a volatile American policy environment forces private actors to go beyond or move ahead of what policymakers may actually want, harming American interests in the process. Finally, the new export controls will reverberate within the American political system. Biden probably hopes to fend off Republican attacks that he is weak on China. This may help in the November, well, it certainly helped already in the November midterm elections. But in the long run, it may prove itself a mug's game. Anti-China measures have been a one-way ratchet. Each new restriction or sanction simply ups the ante for the next one, empowering hardline voices in the process. There will soon be calls to broaden these export controls and use even more powerful weapons, like the specially designated nationals list, against major Commu-Chinese companies. If Biden is not yet prepared to take us these steps, he will find it increasingly difficult to explain us why. Neither he nor any other American leader has made a serious effort to educate the American people about the costs and risks of decoupling. Rather, popular discourse and political energy overwhelmingly favor the restrictionists. Republicans have made China bashing central to their brand, and few Democrats are interested in challenging their premises or pointing to possible trade-offs. Many business leaders think differently, but they have lost political sway, and they know it. Most choose to keep their head down, offering quiet pleas and technical comments to rulemakings. The Semiconductor Industry Association said only that it was assessing the impact of the new export controls, which were imposed prior to the formal comment period. In short, not a single prominent figure, or not a single prominent political figure, has emerged as a major voice of caution on decoupling. So long as that remains true, harsh new controls will only further consolidate the restrictionists' dominance of mainstream discourse and build momentum for more of the same. American-led technological decoupling from the Communist Chinese Empire has had enormous consequences in just a few short years. It has rewired international relationships, unsettled the global economic order, and transformed technology policymaking and politics itself in many countries. In this high-stakes game, Washington has been both card player and card dealer, making its own moves all while constraining the choices of others. Now the United States has gone all in, wagering like never before, and placing its cards on the table for all to see. The decisive American gamble to openly block China's path to become an advanced economic peer, even at significant risk to American and allied interests. Bigger American moves are probably coming in the future. But for now, Washington must wait to see how others play their hands. And we've seen it. We've seen a big white balloon threaten us with extermination. The harbinger for a balloon barrage like no other in history, except the Japanese empires beforehand. Now, in terms of what I can think of, now, we still have not covered all of the incredible impact of the one-child policy in China in terms of their link to the technological decoupling. Just why that is even combined as an issue, how one impacts the other. It's one of these things that is, how do I say it? It impacts the social and economic Chinese capabilities in such a way as to have crippled China already. It's something that has rendered doom. This is something that the Chinese have brought upon themselves in listening to Paul Ehrlich. And as a result, the American decoupling, containment of communist China is the right thing to do to inspire, ultimately, revolution and regime change. We can only hope that we're going to see that happen before it comes to they're warring against ourselves. This is what social engineers, or like what Michael Aquino would call basically a regression discontinuity design. Now, I'm not even going to bother to explain that right now, but I sure as hell remember the term. It has to do, of course, with intergenerational affairs. And I tell you, China simply cannot recover. It's too late now. So, that being said, I think probably the greatest disaster in terms of impact is gender imbalance. And the gender imbalance in Red China poses the threat in the sense of the inevitability of war. It makes war inevitable because there's nothing else to do with all those boys. My late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer in the United States Navy, my legal father, he's the man who said that it was the old wives' tale, or the old ladies used to say whenever there was a baby boom in boys, a birth boom in which more boys were being born than girls, it was an harbinger for war. Well, we've got that in China in spades. China, once the most populous nation on earth, found itself dealing with the combined frustrations of as many as 40 million single men by 2020. 12 years ago by now, because its one-child policy was creating a shortage of female babies. And those numbers are profoundly understated. As I've already said in the past, you really have a 75% male Chinese population. But even as long ago, maybe before some of you were even born, in an unusually frank speech on Red China's already then looming demographic crisis, delivered back in March of 2004, while both my parents were still alive, Li Weizhong, or Li Weizhong, who back then advised the country's political consultative conference on population issues, said a cultural preference for boys was creating an artificial disparity between the number of boys and girls that represented a serious threat to building a well-off society. No shit. Mr. Lee said the dearth of woman would lead to a dramatic rise in prostitution and the trafficking of women. Himself so stating that this is by no means a sensational prediction. And of course it happened. The search for love was leading traditionally staid Chinese men down unfamiliar paths. There were even then reports of men placing ads in major newspapers begging women to respond. If the ads were anything to go by, with some ads emphasizing the possession of a good bathroom, the way to a modern Chinese woman's heart is a spacious apartment, I mean to say, and a decent salary. I was thinking men usually work in a department in communist China. By that I mean a federal governmental department. Wealthier men were already taking their search beyond China's borders, a risky tactic given that many Chinese households had been less than welcoming to foreign brides. Unmarried men with less money often had no choice but to turn to illegal brokers who duped rural women into moving to the city with bogus job offers. Now, the widespread introduction of ultrasound testing then enabled a much larger number of Chinese couples to choose to abort female fetuses in the hope that the next pregnancy would produce a son. Then Mr. Lee said the gender ratio had stayed relatively normal up until 1982, 20 years after the Chinese authorities imposed the one-child rule at 100 girls born for every 108 boys. By the year 2000, the ratio had shifted significantly to about 117 boys to 100 girls. That's what the government would admit to. The disparity was already even bigger in rural areas, where the boy-to-girl imbalance was estimated to be as high as 130 to 100. Abortions were not the only cause of that imbalance. There was already alarming evidence that the intense pressure on couples to make sure their only child was a boy had prompted a resurgence of female infanticide, despite official attempts to stamp out that centuries-old practice. Rural families were known to be particularly tempted to kill female offspring. Such was the pressure to produce a child capable of coping with the physical demands of farming and prevent cash-strapped farming households from being plunged even deeper into poverty. In some cases, according to reports, other girls were hidden from the authorities or died at a young age simply through neglect. Even in urban areas, boys were generally preferred because they were regarded as more able than girls to provide for their families, care for elderly relatives, and continue the family line. I think the worst that happened, my gang brothers found out in their rescuing of people, especially girls from China, through trafficking them outside to other countries so that they could live at all, was the fact that to hide the fact that they were killing their daughters from the authorities, many of these rural families took to eating them, thereby devouring the evidence from ever being found. Left nothing but bones for compost. Some of those families developed a taste for it, then seeking to give birth to girls. This is the nightmare of some of these deep country villages in communist China. Cannibal families producing girls simply for the sake of eating them thereafter. And the government itself, stung by accusations from child welfare groups about its turning a blind eye to the practice of girl killing, allowed some provinces to grant couples permission to have more than one child, provided they pay an exorbitant fine to register each extra birth. In some villages, local officials began placing dozens of posters bearing the message, "Daughters are as good as sons," despite all growing evidence of the enormous social cost of their one-child policy. Officials in Beijing still insisted in the first decade of the 21st century that there were no plans to relax the measure, which they regarded as the most important weapon in Red China's battle to keep its population below 1.6 billion until 2050. Statistically, the policy had some success. The communist authorities proclaimed it had prevented well over 300 million births. That's 300 million abortions, people, since it was introduced in 1980 and was fulfilling its initial aim of ensuring that Red China could combat rural poverty and improve standards of living across the board thereby. According to the United Nations, Red China's population stood at 1.3 billion in 2003, but independent estimates believed couples with extra children were hiding them from census authorities, the ones they weren't eating, meaning the actual figure was already as high as 1.5 billion. And as the country's economy continued to grow and transform at an unprecedented rate, pressure to relax the policy looked likely back then to intensify Mr. Lee's worst-case scenario of social unrest, exploitation of women, and crime turning out to be correct. But would the gender imbalance lead to war. While perusing the newspaper files on site The Estate over the Asian Lunar New Year holidays, I saw an interesting headline from an old Saturday paper circulated out of Auckland, New Zealand. I believe it's the capital of New Zealand. The Weekend Herald. It read, "Bachelor nations risk testosterone overdose." Now, looking at the author of the piece, I was even more agitated to discover that it was written by one of the pseudo-historians that I most detest reading, Niall Ferguson. Of course, this may not seem that objectionable, but for us long-suffering historians of any ethics, an interesting headline and contemptible contributor in the same piece is like it's raining sewage from heaven after wandering in the wilderness, and then discovering that that sewage is registering as radioactive. Needless to say, my irritations were not becalmed. The article was originally published in Newsweek under the title, "Men Without Woman," subtitled, "The Rise of Asia's Bachelor Generation." I guess they mean by that what Brooke Gibbons told us about confirmed bachelors, meaning the rise of China's faggot generation. Now, all right. And it draws attention to the startling gender disparity in certain areas of Asia. While it is true that there are far more men than women on the planet, the gender gap is especially pronounced in Asia, where there are 100 million more guys than girls. Importantly, this figure of 100 million is provided by the Nobel Prize-winning economist Amartya Sen, who, in his words, calls it the mystery of the missing woman. When Sen first added up the missing woman who would exist today if it were not for selective abortion, infanticide, and economic discrimination, not to mention cannibalism, he put the number at 100 million. It is surely much higher now. For even as living standards in Asian countries have soared, the gender gap has widened. This gap has widened because there is a cultural preference for sons over daughters, which leads to selective abortion of female fetuses, a practice made possible by ultrasound scanning and engaged in despite legal prohibitions. The American feminist Mary Ann Warren has quite accurately called it gendercide. Although this gendercide is common in parts of northwestern India, it has been particularly problematic in communist China. Thus, in China today, according to American Enterprise Institute demographer Nicholas Eberstadt, there are about 123 male children for every 100 females up to the age of 4, a far higher imbalance than half a hundred years ago, when the figure was 106. In Jiangxi, Guangdong, Hainan, and Anhui provinces, baby boys outnumber baby girls by 30% or more. This means that by the time today's Chinese newborns reach adulthood, there will be a chronic shortage of potential spouses. According to the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, 1 in 5 young men at the least will be brideless. Within the age group 20 to 39, there will be 22 million more men than women. That, of course, is understated by millions. It is an interesting and surprising aside to note that the article does not mention the communist Chinese government's one-child policy as a contributing factor to these numbers. That's because it was written by a white trash piece of shit named Niall Ferguson, who's ultimately an Edomite in thrall of, guess who? The Jewish mass murderer, Paul Ehrlich. Whatever the reasons for this gender imbalance, Niall Ferguson goes on to outline a potential consequence thereof: war and domestic unrest. To read this from his work, if we could dignify anything he does as work. Okay, I have to breathe. According to the German scholar Gunnar Heinsohn, and I assure you, if he were not citing viable sources, I wouldn't be citing him at all, meaning Niall Ferguson, not the German scholar that he was wise enough to turn to, himself knowing jack shit. According to the German scholar, who does know something, Gunnar Heinsohn, European imperial expansion after 1500 was the result of a male youth bulge. Heinsohn argues that the Empire of Japan's imperial expansion after 1914 was the result of a similar youth bulge. During the Cold War, it was youth bulge countries, Algeria, El Salvador, and Lebanon, that saw the worst civil wars and revolutions. Because all men do is kill each other, of course. Heinsohn has also linked the recent rise of Islamist extremism in countries like Afghanistan, Iraq, and Pakistan to an Islamic youth bulge. According to Niall Ferguson himself, either this bachelor generation will be a source of domestic instability, whether Brazilian-style crime or Arab-style revolution, he's referencing Arab Spring, or, as happened in Europe, they and their testosterone will be exported. There's already enough shrill nationalism in Asia as it is. Don't be surprised if, in the next generation, it takes the form of macho militarism and even imperialism. Although Heinsohn seems to be a bit too deterministic in his reading of history for my own liking, at least according to Ferguson's portrayal of his argument, this is a side of the gender imbalance problem that only I myself has ever publicly considered before. Aside from the fact that millions of men will never know the joy of marriage and lifelong companionship, there is also the potential danger that too many men without women will help fuel military aggression. Let us all hope that Ferguson is as wrong on this one as he is about everything else. Otherwise, the gender imbalance in the communist Chinese empire is what the social theorist F.A. Hayek called an unintended consequence. Every act has unforeseen and unintended results that may determine its impact far more than the act's intended goal. Hayek saw at least 12 practical problems with social engineering, both of which involve such unintended consequences. The first problem speaks to the nature of a healthy society. If left to the ingenuity and preferences of individual members, society tends over time to naturally evolve answers to the problems confronting it. Exempli gratiae. If there is a shortage of food, families tend to limit themselves to a supportable number. And, or rather, but, as in but when government begins to dictate choices, it prevents individuals from adapting and evolving any solutions. Society loses the resilience it requires to solve problems at all. The second practical difficulty with social engineering was the knowledge problem. In accepting the 1974 Nobel Prize for Economics, Hayek explained, "The recognition of the insuperable limits to the bureaucrat's, knowledge ought to guard the student of society. against becoming an accomplice in men's fatal striving to control society. A striving which makest him not only a tyrant over his fellows, but which may well makest him the destroyer of a civilization, which no brain has designed, but which has grown from the free efforts of millions of individuals. You see, a centralized bureaucracy simply cannot control the outcomes of choices made by hundreds of millions of people, nor can it know all the results of its policies. All a bureaucracy can do is impose policies. The more important the area of life being controlled is, such as reproduction, the more draconian the imposition must be to render even minimal compliance. The longer social control is imposed and the more policies are introduced, the greater number of unintended consequences, such as the skewing of the gender ratio. A Bester is in the chat, says, "Good morning, Douglas and friends." Entertainment Hub speaks of love as a spiritual act and the flawed theories of knowledge. As noted, in one of our latest transmissions preceding tonight's, perhaps about 2 or 3 episodes ago, the proposed remedy for sex skewing in the Communist Chinese Empire is the introduction of yet another social engineering policy, exemplified by the CFG, the Care for Girls program. The administration of CFG in East China's Anhui province is probably typical. There, CFG was initiated in the year 2000 and includes lecturing the populace against sex bias, offering loans to families with daughters, training women to become wage earners, and checking girls for signs of abuse. The unintended consequences of the relatively new CFG program are not yet even apparent. The ultimate folly, however, is that the stated goal may require nothing more than leaving the situation alone. Simply by becoming scarce, girls have become more highly valued. And, with a new appreciation of their importance to society, the role of woman in China seems poised for redefinition. The Communist Chinese government could best help by simply getting out of the goddamn way. And yet, this is not likely to happen. The Communist Chinese government continues to insist that it must control reproduction because the nation's resources, especially its food and water, cannot sustain a large increase in the population. They're going to have no one left to feed soon enough. Because although their claim is not self-evidently true, it is rarely questioned because it conforms to the widely held and politically popular belief that Paul Ehrlich, the dirty old Jew, says our planet is overpopulated. Over the past decade, polls have indicated that most Americans blame overpopulation for contributing to or causing an impressive range of social ills, from pollution to illiteracy, from poverty to famine. Now, overpopulation theory is often dated back to Thomas Malthus and his work entitled An Essay on the Principle of Population, published in 1798, in which he argued that resources grow linearly while population grows exponentially. Unless human reproduction was controlled, so he believed, the population would be too large for the planet Earth's resources to support. Ironically, Malthus predicted that a tipping point and famine would occur in the mid-19th century. This prediction came just on the cusp of the world's experiencing a vast expansion in the food supply due to the Industrial Revolution and the advances in agriculture which it enabled. In fact, we were able to feed everybody to the point where overweight became a problem. I mean, Hell, look around you. How many starving people do you see compared to how many people you see who need a tummy tuck? But you gotta keep killing. The Edomites demand it. Since Malthus, many overpopulation zealots have made equally false predictions about the exhaustion of our planet. Exempli gratiae, the epitome thereof of false predictors, Paul R. Ehrlich, author of the work titled The Population Bomb, published in 1968, wrote, "The population of these United States will shrink from 250 million to about 22.5 million before 1999 because of famine and global warming." Global warming in 1968. A canard. A creation. A fear porn posit. Current fears of overpopulation are equally groundless. One of the difficulties in judging the matter, however, is that no one seems to have a good definition of what is the proper population. That is, how many people can our Earth support without calamities like mass starvation? Even a good guess at an answer would require information that is difficult or impossible to secure. Exempli gratiae, it would be necessary to calculate what percentage of massive human tragedies, such as famine, are due to entirely artificial and imposed factors like war. The current shortage of rice in Asia, for example, is not due to natural factors at all, but to a constellation of artificial ones, such as the diversion of food crops like corn into the production of ethanol. This diversion has driven up the global price of the crops that serve as alternatives, such as rice. Whatever percentage of hunger is due to artificial factors should not be blamed on limitations of Mother Earth. You're saying Mother Earth is an old crone when she's really a young beauty. But all you see is ugliness through your filter of shit. That shit's been put over your eyes by a dirty old San Francisco Jew named Paul Ehrlich. Moreover, recent developments in agriculture, like the previous Green Revolution in the 20th century, will dramatically increase food resources. Great Britain can become a food superpower through genetically modified organisms, GMOs, or genetically modified organismal agriculture, by which it can feed all the people it could want. For example, recently developed biotech crops both increase productivity and reduce the need for insecticides. Thus, the one-child policy has not only been disastrous both in terms of human rights and practical consequences for generations to come, it is most certainly crystal clear that its rationale is not even valid. In 1999, the analyst Stephen Moore, formerly of the Cato Institute, which has its own controversy, I assure you, wrote his own work titled Defusing the Population Bomb, in which he said, "We are nowhere near running out of room on the planet. If every one of the 6 billion of us," which was the planet population at the time he wrote that in 1999, "resided in Texas alone, there would be room enough for every family of 4 to have a house and a 1/8 of acre of land for a yard in which to grow, and the rest of the globe would be vacant. the dreaded population bomb that emerged as a worldwide obsession in the 1960s and 1970s due to the ravings of one single man has been completely diffused. The birth rate in developing countries has plummeted from just more than 6 children per couple in 1950 to just more than 3 per couple today. It's much less than that now. This was 1999. The major explanation for smaller family sizes, even in China, has been economic growth, not condom distributions or coercive birth control measures. This is from the work Defusing the Population Bomb by Stephen Moore. Moore then commented on China specifically in another article titled Don't Fund UNFPA, or UNFPA, population control for United Nations fuck people abroad, or whatever that acronym stood for, I don't remember. That was published in the year 2000. Don't fund UNFPA population control. This was an article in which he concluded, and here I read therefrom. To this day, no one knows precisely how many babies and women have died at the hands of the population control fanatics in China. What we do know is that this program will go down in history as one of the greatest abuses of human rights in the 20th century, meaning that this far dwarfs the Holocaust by orders of magnitude. He goes on to say, the cause of world hunger and environmental disasters in the world today is not too many people. It is too much statism. And now, Communist China's birth rate declined for the first time in decades, and it will have global impact. Communist China's birth rate has declined for the first time in decades, as China's own National Bureau of Statistics reported just last year's closing days. In the closing month of, well, probably, most certainly 22, but I'm trying to remember exactly what the date was. The announcement was finally made. Nevertheless, regardless of when it was said, what it said was that a shift could influence the global economy. All experts concur on this. China's decline in population will hurt us all. I have to breathe. Think about this. Like the United States, like Europe, even in India, and of course, China at the center of it all, is the world population going to collapse? The world's most populous nation had 1.41175 billion people in 2022, a drop of 850,000 compared with 2021. The birth rate was 6.77 births per 1,000 people, a fall from 7.52 births per 1,000 in 2021, according to the Communist Chinese Statistics Agency itself, what they're willing to admit to. As for why China's falling population matters, all researchers concur the lower population growth rate will mean higher labor costs in China because of a smaller pool of available workers. A shrinking labor force means it makes it harder for Red China's government to fund its public health and welfare costs, which obviously will suppress China's economy. On Twitter, Yi Fuzhan, a researcher at the University of Wisconsin-Madison and an expert on Communist Chinese demographics, wrote, "Fewer births in China will lead to economic slowdown, manufacturing recession, university bankruptcy, and will also lead to high prices and high inflation in the United States and European Union. So they've managed to fuck us all. Thanks, Paul Ehrlich. China's National Bureau of Statistics released separate data that proved the country's economy grew by 3% in 2022, a complete and total lie, a fabrication, and yet still well below its 5.5% growth target. Red China's zero COVID policy had a major effect on its economic activity in 2022. Well, we all know why China's population is declining. And the question is now one of its being overtaken by Asian India. Of course, all of this still needs some articulation for the sake of, well, it's what I do, right? I can't even stop myself. 7 years after Red China began ending its one-child policy limiting population growth, women in China are still choosing to have fewer children, are opting to have them later in life. That's according to DUANE Population Research Institute, which is a Beijing-based think tank. And among the reasons cited, rising living costs. DUANE has calculated that Red China is one of the world's most expensive places for child rearing. Go figure. The average cost of raising a child to age 18 as of 2019 was $76,629, or 6.9 times China's per capita gross domestic product that year. In the United States, the figure was 4.11 times per capita GDP. Martina Fuchs, a business journalist for Xinhua, a Chinese state agency, a Chinese state news agency, all news in Communist China's state news, she wrote, "There is a clear trend among young women not wanting to get married and have children anymore, a phenomenon which has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic and the harsh lockdowns. They choose their financial independence and social freedom and want to have their own lives and careers." Now, Fuchs herself was at the World Economic Forum's annual gathering a few weeks ago in Davos, last month in Switzerland. She said Red China's population decline was a key topic of discussion among the event's business and political leaders. To quote she, "Participants were worried about Red China's economic performance yesteryear as they pinned their hopes on China playing the role of a growth engine in the current economic crisis." Jesus Christ! Boy, did they bet on the wrong horse. What the fuck were they smoking? Whatever they were passing around out there, I want some. So, who will overtake China and when? The Communist Chinese Empire has had a large population for a long time. In 1750, it had a population of 225 million, or about 28% of the world's population that year. That's according to Our World in Data, which is a research unit affiliated with Oxford University. Red China has been the world's most populous nation since at least 1950, and it has not seen any measurable decreases to its population since 1961, the final year of Red China's Great Famine. But the Shanghai Academy of Social Sciences forecasts Red China's population will soon start decreasing by about 1.1%, or 15 million each year. In 2022, it fell just 0.06%, pushing its 1.41 billion population to under 600 million in 2100. It's like the extinction of a race. By that time, Asian India will have more people than any other country on Earth, with a projected population of 1.53 billion. In fact, India is on course to surpass Red China as the world's most populous country a lot sooner than that, by 2024, when Our World in Data researchers estimate it will have 1.44 billion people. The fight for dominance in the semiconductor sector is also reshaping the global economy. And while China's tech giants are bracing for a new era of slower growth, the United States is beating China in the battle for chips. Now, for more than a century, the scramble for oil unleashed wars, forced unusual alliances, and sparked diplomatic rows. Now the world's 12 biggest economies are battling over another precious resource: semiconductors, the chips that literally power our daily life. These tiny fragments of silicon are at the heart of a $500 billion United States dollar industry that is expected to double by 2030. And whoever controls the supply chains, a tangled network of companies and countries that make the chips, holds the key to being an unrivaled superpower, the master of planet Earth. China wants that technology to produce chips. That's why the American empire, a source of much of the tech, is cutting Beijing off.